Chapter 2, The Liberation of the Spirit, Part 1. The vehicle traversed eastward across the moat bridge, veering westward away from the development zone. After approximately half an hour's journey past Kongji, it came to a halt at the foot of the western mountain. This funeral home was privately owned, resembling a grand courtyard of substantial scale. The architecture appeared pristine and new. In the gatehouse, there seemed to be a large bear sitting, its countenance fierce as it glared at me. However, this bear merely cast a menacing look without approaching to inquire about my presence. Surely it recognized the alluring lady accompanying me. After all, given their shared employment, a modicum of courtesy would be afforded. The doorplate read Chairman's office. Please wait a moment, I shall speak with the boss, the enchanting woman stated. All right, I replied, understanding that compliance was prudent in this unfamiliar setting. Moreover, securing this position would indeed be a remarkable fortune. With a resounding thud, the door closed behind her, leaving me feeling somewhat uneasy and apprehensive. In a brief moment, the lady re-emerged, declaring, "Okay, you may enter now. The boss wishes to converse with you." I understood this to be an interview. "Oh," I responded obediently, much like an exemplary student. She flashed a smile and said, "Well, I must take my leave now. Wait a moment. May I have your phone number? Once I receive my salary, I would like to reimburse you for your travel expenses. And I would be delighted to treat you to a meal." I believed I possessed some degree of etiquette. The lady smiled slightly, pursing her lips. I currently do not have my phone. I will seek you out once you received your salary. Just make sure you recognize me then, alright? How could I not? Am I that sort of person? I replied, "Very well, I shall await your call." I concluded with a somewhat peculiar expression, raising an eyebrow. I fancied that perhaps I still held some charm of the lady. Hands clasped behind her back, retreated step by step, smiling as she turned and skipped away. "Excuse me, what is your name?" I called after her. She merely waved her hand in response. I did not press for her phone number, aware that had she genuinely wished to provide it, she would have done so without hesitation. As for my reluctance to share my number, the reason was quite simple. I currently lacked a mobile phone. Setting down my satchel, I decided to leave it at the entrance for the time being. I adjusted my attire and took a moment to gather my spirits. With a firm knock, I rapped twice on the door. Please." How cosmopolitan, I thought. At least I understood this phrase. I entered quietly, gently closing the door behind me. Leaving it slightly ajar, the office was simply yet clearly arranged, with a prominent desk at its center. Upon closer inspection, the room exuded an old-world charm, adorned with calligraphy and paintings that covered much of the wall. The wooden floor creaking pleasantly beneath my feet, the fragrant incense imparted a sense of seclusion from the outside world. The boss was a kindly elder, his brow and beard a tangle, peering at me through squinted eyes behind his spectacles. A smile gracing his face. I positioned myself opposite his desk and stood still. "Sit down, please," he beckoned. "Chairman, I am not highly educated. May I speak in Mandarin?" I queried with a smile as I took my seat. He chuckled heartily. "For this line of work, education and skills are of little consequence. What is required is a bold spirit. I believe you are aware of this, are you not? Do you possess such courage?" "Fairly so," I replied. "Upon our initial encounter, I aspire to cultivate a demeanor of humility, politeness, and discretion." The boss, despite his head of gray hair and slightly grizzled eyebrows, possesses a remarkably youthful visage and a resonant voice that exudes confidence. I surmise he is likely around 60 years of age, perhaps not much older, and evidently adept at self-care, with a physique that still bears signs of musculature. "What is your name?" he inquired. "Guo Cuo." I replied. "Excellent," he responded. "Well, Chairman, I arrived in haste today and did not bring any identification. What exactly will my responsibilities be in this position?" I felt I might have been a tad too forward. Yet I was reluctant to engage in unnecessary conversation. To guard the deceased, to watch over them. It is merely a matter of physical stamina. "Are you capable?" the boss queried. "Indeed," I promptly affirmed. "When would you like to commence work?" He asked. "At any time," I replied. "Very well, then prepare yourself and return tomorrow morning." Eager to demonstrate that I am not an uncredentialed individual, I inquired, "Is no identification required?" The boss chuckled lightly and explained. "The nature of this job occasionally necessitates night shifts. Our work schedule entails a week of service followed by 2 days of rest, and so on. Of course, holidays are observed, and the remuneration and benefits are quite satisfactory." My heart raced with excitement as I asked, "Is it true that the monthly salary is indeed 8,000? The boss smiled. "There are bonuses as well." "The bonuses are unlimited. It entirely depends on your performance." I was overwhelmed with astonishment. This is merely a crematorium, yet it is so lucrative. The employee benefits are surprisingly generous. As a mere caretaker of the deceased, I receive such treatment. One can only imagine the compensation for those who perform the cremations. The morticians, surely they must earn even more. "Very well, Chairman, I shall return home to gather my belongings," I declared, filled with anticipation to commence work immediately. I yearned for the opportunity to impress the boss with my diligence. The boss remarked, "Just bring some clothing. The bedding is provided here. If you have any particular cleanliness standards, feel free to bring your own utensils." As I approached the entrance, the imposing figure in the guardhouse cast his gaze upon me once more. I contemplated greeting him, suggesting that we would soon become colleagues. However, lacking even a cigarette, I hesitated to speak openly. Perhaps next time, it would be better to break the ice with a gesture of camaraderie. I understand the nuances of social etiquette. Today, it seems the funeral home is devoid of business. Haha, I couldn't help but chuckle. Moving forward, I mustn't find myself wishing for the deceased to appear. The owner may entertain such thoughts, but I am merely an employee. I cannot afford that mindset. Nevertheless, I grasped the principle that if the river flows, the pond will not dry up. To engage in this livelihood, one must first transcend conventional norms. Alas, nothing is easy in any endeavor. How do I return home? Is it truly so difficult for me? I trudged back. Upon arriving home, I coincidentally timed my return with dinner. You certainly are punctual, my father remarked with a hint of sarcasm, taking a sip of his drink. My sister hurriedly served me rice, while my mother offered me dishes, asking, "So, how did your first day go?" Sister inquired, "What exactly does your company engage in, dealing with liquor or something more enduring? After such a long time, why have they not dispersed salaries?" "Never mind, I shall have your brother-in-law find you another job. He often mingles with people outside and occasionally encounters someone useful. Otherwise, I will mention it to him when I return home tonight." "Sister, I have resigned." "What?" Almost simultaneously, as my father's palm struck the dining table, my mother's chopsticks clattered to the ground. A sister stared at me in astonishment. No, I found a better job with a guaranteed monthly salary of 8,000. They pay on time." Without delay, I quickly added. In the ensuing silence, my mother even forgot to pick up the chopsticks. Chapter 3, The Release of Spirit, Part 2. How much deposit is required? My father took a sip of wine. Regarding me with a profound expression, I instantly grasped his meaning. No deposit is needed. What kind of deposit could there be? I am working for them without having earned any money yet. How could I possibly pay out of pocket? "Oh," my father seemed both reassured and skeptical as he looked at me. "What kind of work is it?" Sister asked. I stammered. "Could there really be such a good opportunity?" My mother interjected. "Mom, regardless of whether I might be deceived, what do I stand to lose? I can try it for a month. If they delay my salary, I can simply walk away. They provide meals and accommodation. So I will enjoy a month of free living. If it doesn't work out, I can ask my brother-in-law to help me find something else to do. If all else fails, I can always take a temporary teaching position at school." My mother picked up the chopsticks. "They provide meals and accommodation. It wouldn't be a job in another province, would it?" Sister inquired. "It's at a company in the Hudong development zone. They said that for the first week. I would need to stay and eat at the company for 5 days, then I would have 2 days off including holidays. During the spring festival, I can take a month off of that. As quite decent," I remarked as I took a bite of rice. "That really is quite good. Which private enterprise offers such favorable conditions these days? It seems you've certainly stumbled upon a gem, dear brother. By the way, what exactly will you be doing?" Sister's relentless questioning left me feeling rather uneasy. I hesitated once more. "What, is it difficult to say? As long as it's not illegal or criminal, if one conducts oneself earnestly and earns money openly and above board. What is there to hide?" My father raised his wineglass, looking at me. "It's a funeral home," I admitted. In the hushed silence, suddenly my father took a small gulp of wine, cleared his throat, and while picking up vegetables with his chopsticks, asked, "What will you be doing there? What will be your responsibilities?" "I just provide services," I replied timidly. "When do you start?" My father inquired. "Tomorrow morning. I will go, just need to bring a couple of changes of clothes," I responded, looking down. "Then you should have a couple of drinks tonight, sleep well, and rise early. Once you go, be sure to present yourself well. You must conduct your work with a sense of purpose, lest they start saying things about you within just a few days. One country falls if another rises," my father remarked, handing me a wineglass. Sister filled my glass, asking, "Is it private?" I nodded. "Now everything has become private. It is all the same once you excel. Tomorrow, I shall have your brother-in-law drive you there," my sister said as she set down the bottle. No, that would be bad luck." "I can take a taxi," I replied. "What nonsense about bad luck? Our family doesn't adhere to such superstitions." "I will call Xiao Jun and ask him to take you tomorrow," my mother declared. Once my mother issued commands in such an authoritative tone, no one dared to contest her. I understood that they wished to see my workplace. It would put their minds at ease, for otherwise they would surely have their doubts. Their reassurance would also grant me peace of mind. Previously, I had indeed feared their vehement opposition, preparing myself for 2 outcomes. If all went well, I would work diligently. If not, I would leave home. I knew my parents intended for me to start as a temporary worker at school, getting acquainted with the operations to eventually guide students while also supplementing the household income. However, they could hardly comprehend my true thoughts. In the school, what potential for advancement could I possibly have as a temporary worker? How would the permanent staff regard me? Just thinking about it fills me with despondency. Even if they appear to be managing adequately on the surface, what is their actual salary? How little does a temporary worker earn? They enjoy benefits and security, while I am at a disadvantage in every regard. I cannot endure that. The psychological pressure is often more unbearable than physical suffering. My father and mother are retired educators from a public experimental primary school, while my sister is a current teacher there. My brother-in-law serves as the director of the school's logistics department, indeed quite busy with social obligations. My sister's life is significantly better than mine. Her children are cared for by their grandparents, and her husband is honest and simple-hearted. My parents receive a comfortable retirement pension, so they have no concerns about daily sustenance. I and this family, I am the only one facing difficulties, however, from today onward. My fate is poised to change. After dinner, I went to get a haircut and took a shower. Upon returning, I entered my small bedroom. This is my sanctuary, and it is about to transform. Early the next morning, my brother-in-law drove over, accompanied by my sister. My 3-year-old nephew even came to bid me farewell. Does it feel as if my family is saying goodbye to me? Are they implying that once I leave, I should not return? Of course, I am merely engaging in self-mockery, a little joke at my own expense. I don a new outfit, dressed sharply in a suit. My father had saved for years to buy me these new leather shoes, which shone brightly. After making some adjustments, I stood before the mirror admiring myself. The hairstyle, though not sharply defined, suited my head perfectly, giving me a fresh and youthful appearance. My mother had prepared a large bundle of luggage for me. Here, take this, she insisted, handing me several hundred yuan. This is quite generous, I thought, feeling the weight of the bills in my hands. A poor family, a rich road, she expressed wistfully. Mom, I am just going to work, not studying abroad. Besides, how far could Kongji town and the Chaodong development zone be? How could that possibly relate to a poor family, rich road? I shook my head in exasperation. Oh, you, always worrying, my father remarked to my mother. She adjusted my clothing once more and said, this money is from your father. He fears you may face hardships outside. Do not hesitate to spend it. If it runs out, come home to get more. Oh, I replied, casting a sidelong glance at my father. As my brother-in-law drove, my sister accompanied him, naturally leaving my nephew at home with my parents. The vehicle traversed the Grand Bridge, continuing towards the direction of the development zone. We arrived at Kongji town, where I have acquaintances, specifically Guo Cuo. Are you familiar with the central primary school in the town? The principal is a friend of mine. If there is any urgent matter, feel free to seek him out. His name is My brother-in-law suggested we head further west. I inquired, west? He affirmed, asking where exactly. Continuing on, we would soon reach Shishan village. My sister remarked, Shishan village? My brother-in-law replied, it used to be a desolate graveyard, quite eerie and barren, a place where no one ventured. How times have changed, every inch of land has become precious, and even that area has been developed. He was indeed correct. The funeral home is situated in Shishan village, just a short distance, less than half an hour, after passing through Kongji. Upon reaching the foot of Shishan, we arrived at the funeral home. The journey from home took merely over 40 minutes. If the roads were clear, one could certainly reach it by electric bicycle within half an hour. My sister intended to disembark and accompany me inside, but I quickly interjected, sister, I am here for work, not school. What are you doing? If anyone sees us, they might think I am overly delicate. That would not reflect well. My brother-in-law chuckled, indeed, your sister is always worried about everything. Here, take this, if you need anything, just call. He handed me a mobile phone. Thank you, I replied as I took the phone and stepped out of the car. Watching my sister and brother-in-law depart, turning towards the entrance of the funeral home, I peered through the retractable gates. The courtyard appeared desolate. Why was there no business today? Had the place been renovated and not yet officially reopened? I rummaged through my luggage and retrieved a pack of cigarettes I had purchased the previous evening. Although I smoke, I never dare to reveal this habit in front of my family, for that would be sheer folly. The sky was brilliantly clear, the air refreshingly crisp, with not a cloud in sight and a vast expanse of azure above. Oh, to be like a galloping steed, with 4 strong legs, truly it was a splendid time to leap like fish in the sea and soar like birds in the sky. Chapter 4. The first encounter with a corpse before I could even step through the entrance. The bear-like figure stationed in the guard shack fixed his gaze upon me. Did he not realize I was here for work? I dragged my luggage inside uninvited and promptly offered him a cigarette. He accepted my offering, and I quickly lit one for myself. The bear took a puff, maintaining a stoic demeanor, his face contorted in a menacing expression. He merely stared at me, saying nothing. Hello, I am the new employee. Surnamed Guo, given name Cuo. You can call me Xiao Guo. The bear remained silent, scrutinizing me. Let us chat later. I am off to find the chairman. The chairman is not here. Come with me, he replied, surprisingly speaking without moving his lips. I realized I was mistaken. There was someone behind me. At some point, an old man had appeared, thin yet with a head of long jet black hair that obscured his eyes. His features were unclear to me. Feeling a bit bewildered, I picked up my luggage and followed the elderly man. As I turned back, I did not forget to greet the bear-like figure at the gatehouse, with a hairstyle reminiscent of a statue. A physique resembling that of a tiger, he stood there, silent and unresponsive to my salutation, exuding an air of intimidation. Perhaps it was best to dismiss his peculiar temperament. The old man led me toward the typing building. My surname is Fan, he stated. And you are? I inquired respectfully. I stoke the furnace, he replied. A thought crossed my mind. He was likely involved in the cremation process. Indeed, I also partake in such duties. The old man's words confirmed my suspicions. Is there a receptionist here? I asked, observing the bear and the little hamster's demeanor. I wondered if they were expected to handle customer reception. Would I be tasked with welcoming guests by day and keeping vigil by night? Working around the clock? That would not do. No amount of money could replace one's life. Reception is the chairman's responsibility. It does not require your involvement, the old man said. Oh, I see, I replied, contemplating that the kind-faced boss indeed seemed fitting for the role. As we approached the typing building, the old man pulled open the grand door, and a gust of chill air greeted me. The first floor featured a vast corridor adorned with yellow paper talismans and statues of the black and white impermanence. As well as the ox-headed and horse-faced figures. It seemed merely a formality, but such ostentation was somewhat disconcerting. The mortuary was located on the second floor. I followed the old man upstairs. The rooms here were interconnected. And at the end of the corridor, there was a back door, adorned with a round mirror, with daylilies placed atop the doorframe. The main entrance was to the left at the foot of the stairs. Stepping into the mortuary, I was struck by the expansive hall, curiously devoid of windows. Even the doors lacked any apertures. An overwhelming sense of oppression enveloped me, were it not for the entire row of connected rooms. With one side occupied and the other merely a wall, this mortuary would feel stifling, almost as if one were confined. However, on the wall opposite the corridor, a few scattered windows broke the monotony. With the largest window directly facing the entrance to the mortuary, allowing sunlight to flood in whenever the door was opened. Despite its western exposure, on a clear and sunny day, the room remained quite bright. The tiled floor of the mortuary reflected light, ensuring that even with the daylight lamps turned off, the space was well lit. To my surprise, one wall even bore a full-length mirror. What purpose does this mirror serve? Is it for the deceased? I asked, bewildered. It is a mirror that reflects negative energy, used for warding off evil spirits. This type of mirror is colloquially known as a demon-revealing mirror, the old man explained. What do you mean by that? I pondered, realizing that one must embrace their profession if they were to engage in such work. Just as I was about to inquire further, the old man led me to a spot about 10 meters to the right of the door, where a large bed with a mosquito net was set up, complete with bedding and pillows. The old man indicated the bed as saying, "You shall rest here tonight." Oh, I replied. The elderly man casually raised his finger, gesturing towards a small room nestled against the two northwest walls, and remarked, "You can store things in that storage room." I inquired, "Why can't the bed be placed in that room? It is so cold for me to sleep here at night. What if I catch a chill?" He dismissed my reasonable suggestion with, "Is it still cold with such thick bedding? There is more in the storage room if it gets colder." Clearly, the old man was not swayed by my arguments. Under the burden of a high salary, there are inevitably some unsatisfactory aspects. I decided to let it go for now and observe the situation first. I placed my luggage beside the bed and followed the old man to the mortuary. To the east of this mortuary, at the end of the corridor where the back door is located, lay the area for the storage cabinets. Presumably, the back door was intended for the convenient removal of bodies. However, upon inspection, I found that the back door was securely locked. There were a total of 18 sets of storage cabinets, each arranged in a neat 3x3 grid. I mused to myself, if they were all filled, how many people would that entail? Business must be thriving here. Each storage cabinet was connected to a refrigeration unit via a tube, maintaining the internal temperature to prevent decomposition. You must check this area regularly. Any oversight will incur penalties, the old man explained. Our company has regulations. I will provide you with a rewards and penalties chart later. He continued, these are the latches for the cabinets. There is no need for locks. Once the body is placed inside, just secure it, but remember the code for each cabinet. It's crucial, otherwise, chaos will ensue during retrieval. Furthermore, he demonstrated, when opening a cabinet, you must do it like this, with a swift motion. The old man yanked open one of the cabinets without a sound, without any warning or prior indication. To my shock, a lifeless head lay within, my legs weakened, and a chill ran down my spine as I collapsed onto the floor. The old man turned to me, and I stared at him wide-eyed, my mind racing with expletives. Damn it. Can you even handle this job? He asked. My heart raced furiously. I opened my mouth, but no words came out. Let us find someone else, he suggested. In that instant, I sprang to my feet, my mind consumed by one thought: dying from fright is trivial. Preserving my dignity is paramount. I apologize. This is my first encounter with a corpse. I stammered. You'll gradually acclimate. However, your suddenness was a bit jarring. Had you merely warned me that there was a body in that cabinet, I would have been fine. As I spoke, I recalled, and hastily offered him a cigarette. It dawned on me that as the newcomer, I needed to show respect to everyone. A single misstep could easily invite trouble from the seasoned employees. The old man chuckled, pushing away the cigarette, saying, smoking is not permitted here. Gradually calming down, my pupils returned to normal, my complexion lost its pallor, and my heartbeat slowed. Only then did I realize that the cabinet did not contain just a head. The old man had merely opened it a crack. However, I must admit that I was indeed frightened, as it was my first encounter with a corpse. The body was that of a woman. Appearing quite youthful, before being placed in the coffin, it had likely already been attended to by the mortician. I hurriedly stepped forward, personally pushing the coffin inside, securing it with a click. The restroom is located at the west end of the corridor. And meals are served at. You can simply stay here and keep watch. If anything arises, we will call for you. The elderly gentleman reiterated his instructions. Can I sleep here at night? I inquired. The old man answered evasively. During the day, you must attend to some chores. I will inform you when breakfast is ready. Otherwise, you can return here and remain. This is your duty. Oh, just as I was about to say more. The old man interrupted. Speak less and work more. Do not waste time asking trivial questions. You will know what you need to know, but if you wish to work, do so. If not, you may leave. The salary is 8,000 a month. Finding someone to take your place will not be a challenge. I was momentarily at a loss for words. Once night falls, you are not permitted to descend the stairs, he added tersely before striding away. Chapter 5. Cultivating courage. During lunch, I realized that there were indeed quite a few staff members. The chairman was absent from the dining hall, as one would expect a boss to stand apart from the rest. The burly doorman known as Ah was a veteran here, second in seniority only to Old Fan. Old Fan, the cremator. Oh, so that old man is merely a cremator, I replied, perplexed. Do not underestimate him. Despite his title, he wields considerable authority. Here roles or distinct identities are separate, and one's position does not necessarily correlate with their job title. Away, the transport worker, explained. The chef, whom we affectionately call Little Fatty, is quite amiable, easy to get along with. Away had a notably large head, giving him a somewhat endearing appearance. He was a down-to-earth young man. I offered him a cigarette and asked, what about her? She appears to be a middle-aged woman, yet still possesses an air of elegance. Is she an accountant? Away chuckled lightly. Oh, you mean Aunt Meng, you've misjudged her. She is a mortician, an artisan in her craft. Apart from the chairman, who could command her, he cautioned, do not provoke her. Why would I provoke her? I scoffed at Away's remark. Xiangzi, Lele, come join us for lunch. Away called to the two young men. The one named Xiangzi sat alone at a table, while Lele approached, carrying a tray. I cast a sidelong glance at Xiangzi, who undeniably exuded handsomeness, radiating a certain charisma. Truly a striking young man. However, his head was adorned with silvery strands of hair, which rather than giving off a garish vibe, lent him an ethereal quality, as if those silver locks were perfectly suited to him. Seated alone, Xiangzi did not seem to reject the company of others. Rather, he bore an air of sorrow intertwined with mystery, suggesting he was a person of depth and stories untold. While I contemplated the intriguing figure of Xiangzi, Lele had already taken his seat. Lele possessed an elongated face, his appearance not dissimilar to that of Away, both lacking conventional handsomeness. Their somewhat unattractive visages seemed fitting for the nature of their work. In contrast, I felt like a youthful fresh face amid them. I promptly stood to offer a cigarette. Lele, much like myself, is a mortuary worker. Xiangzi is the driver. Let's not concern ourselves with him, he is simply that way. Remarked Away. I responded with a mere oh. However, Xiangzi is not just a mere chauffeur, he is also the esteemed secretary to the boss. Lele interjected while taking a drag from his cigarette. I quickly ignited a flame for Lele's smoke. A new arrival, Lele turned to me. A vigil keeper. Away introduced me. Over the course of a meal, Away and Lele consumed my cigarettes, and I managed to bond with these two gentlemen. After lunch, I warmly invited them to visit my dormitory, but they shook their heads vigorously like rattling drums, opting instead to return to their own quarters for a nap or feeling rather idle. I too returned to my abode in the Taiping building, the mortuary, the place of the deceased. Upon returning to my room, the icy chill gradually diminished. I surmised it must have been a psychological effect. Perched on the edge of my bed, my posture grew increasingly hunched. My mind felt somewhat swollen. Old Fan, indeed, that fellow must have deliberately opened the corpse cabinet to frighten me, intentionally revealing a cabinet containing a corpse. Testing my mettle, probing whether I could handle the job? Alas, at that moment I was utterly terrified. How embarrassing. No, I must cultivate my courage. What is a corpse to fear? I recall a certain philosopher once saying that the living are the truly terrifying ones. At least the dead cannot harm us, right? The dead, after all, have departed this world. Can they rise again? I refused to believe that. Suddenly, I was filled with resolve, thinking, I am now fearless. What is there to fear? Can a living being like myself truly be frightened by the dead? It is the living who terrify each other. With that thought, I sprang from my bed, donning my mask as I exited the storage room. My mother had been remarkably attentive, ensuring I was well equipped. I then cautiously approached the mortuary drawers. To my surprise, I found myself sweating. It was the season of frost-kissed maple leaves, and I wore only a white shirt beneath my suit. I hadn't dressed excessively. Why was I sweating? Was it nerves, perhaps a touch of anxiety? Beyond my control, I could distinctly hear the rhythm of my heartbeat. Arriving before the corpse cabinet, I halted. This was the same cabinet Old Fan had opened earlier. Harboring the body of a woman, just a corpse, what is there to fear? I must fortify my courage. To put it plainly, it is not solely for this job, but for my future. I in such a brutally competitive society. How can one succeed without courage? It is survival of the fittest. The timid perish. Weakness. No one will shoulder your burdens for you. A true man must stand tall and firm, capable of merely opening a corpse cabinet. I closed my eyes, steeled my heart, and with a sudden yank, I pulled, in my overzealousness, I inadvertently exerted too much force. The cabinet swung open with such momentum that the female corpse tumbled out. In that instant, I did not anticipate the length of the cabinet, and perhaps I lacked finesse. Suddenly, I faltered and stumbled, collapsing to the ground. By sheer inertia, the corpse bizarrely landed atop me. A wave of icy pressure enveloped me. I was paralyzed, unable to move. My heart raced as if it would leap from my throat. I dared not open my eyes, nor move a muscle. Suddenly, a piercing scream erupted. I hastily opened my eyes and dashed towards that woman. The middle-aged lady, the alluring Aunt Meng. Aunt Meng, please let me explain. I rushed forward. Aunt Meng is a mortician. She had inexplicably bolted from the morgue in a frenzy, racing down the stairs. I pursued her. Aunt Meng. It's not what you think. Aunt Meng took a large step and stumbled, tumbling down the stairs. She abruptly turned back, only to find me standing before her. I couldn't ascertain whether she was injured or unharmed. All I saw was her springing into action, her high heels aimed at me. With a swift dodge, I narrowly escaped, but Aunt Meng seized the opportunity and fled outside. I continued my chase. Once outside the mortuary, Aunt Meng cried out, "Pervert, there's been a murder." She flailed about like a headless fly, perhaps realizing the chairman was absent, and she headed straight for the crematorium courtyard. Surely she sought old Fan.at this moment. My head was spinning. What murder? Where could I possibly find a living person to kill? It seemed Aunt Meng exaggerated in her panic to summon help. The entrance to the crematorium courtyard was a grand iron gate. Just as Aunt Meng was about to rush in, Old Fan stood firmly at the gate. She immediately tugged at him, turning to point at me, but in her agitation, she could not articulate a single word. Old Fan regarded me with an air of calmness. At that moment, Xiao Peng emerged from the kitchen, half a bottle of wine in hand. Away and Lei Lei also rushed out from the break room. Standing there in bewilderment, exchanging glances, I felt as if I were losing all sensation. With a thunderous noise, a long van drove in, and Shangzi arrived, seemingly just having picked up the chairman. The chairman stepped out of the vehicle. Clad in a loose silk white robe, wearing soft fabric shoes and thick black socks, holding a stainless steel teacup. Upon disembarking, he stood there, staring in astonishment at the scene before him, scratching his head as his disheveled gray hair fell out of place. "What on earth is happening?" the chairman inquired with a smile that did not reach his eyes, though it was unclear whom he was addressing. Chapter 6, Autopsy in the chairman's office. Aunt Meng, Old Fan, and Xiangzi, who was pouring tea, gathered. After I delivered my incoherent and rambling explanation, the four of them simply stared at me in silence. Aunt Meng and Old Fan sat on the sofa, steam still rising from the teacups on the coffee table. At that moment, Xiangzi leaned against the bookshelf, legs crossed, stationed behind the chairman. The chairman, seated in his executive chair, rested his arms on the desk, gripping the stainless steel teacup, blowing at the steam as if eagerly awaiting a sip, yet appearing nonchalant, merely savoring the aroma of the tea. I stood in the center like a chastised student, awaiting my fate. It felt as though my attempts to clarify only muddied the waters further. I felt wrong yet powerless to prove my innocence. After much contemplation, I resolved that I had said all that needed to be said and explained my position. I would leave the outcome in their hands. With a soft slurp, the chairman finally took a sip of tea, appearing quite quenched. Meanwhile, I found myself enveloped in an overwhelming sense of humiliation. "Chairman, if you don't believe me, feel free to call the police. I conduct myself with integrity and have nothing to fear. I'm willing to take the risk. Do you truly not have that intention?" the chairman inquired. Shangzi stifled a laugh, nearly spitting out his tea. "What do you mean by that, Chairman? Do I appear to be a pervert? Look closely at me. I stand firm in my conviction." Unexpectedly, the chairman, Aunt Meng, and Lao Fan, along with Shangzi, began to scrutinize me. "I merely wish to cultivate my courage, nothing more. Am I not doing this for work? I desire this job. I cherish it. I cannot bear to part with it. I love this work. Today, I witnessed death for the first time. I admit I was nervous, but it was merely nerves. I am not afraid, young man. Courage stems from the righteousness within one's heart. If one commits no wrongdoing, one need not fear the ghostly knocks at midnight," Lao Fan remarked, rising to head towards the door. "What wrongdoing have I committed? What could I possibly have done?" "Oh, Lao Fan." I watched as Lao Fan opened the door to leave, casually shutting it behind him. "Very well, I suppose I misunderstood." Aunt Meng stood up and declared, "Aunt Meng, what do you mean by that? You truly have misjudged me." I turned to see Aunt Meng also preparing to leave. "Enough, Guo Cuo, the fault does not lie with you. It is all a misunderstanding. Your intentions are commendable, and we all understand that. However, one must also show basic respect for the deceased. I hope you will remember this." The chairman stated. "Chairman, how could I lack respect? I certainly respect everyone." I said, my body language following suit, my gestures in sync with my words, creating a somewhat verbose atmosphere. The chairman chuckled, approached me, patted my shoulder, and said with a smile, "All right, you should assist Aunt Meng." "Assist Aunt Meng?" I muttered in astonishment. "Yes, the body has been brought out. Aunt Meng needs to ensure it is properly handled. What if something were to get damaged? This body will need to wait some time before burial, and you must take good care of it. Isn't this your responsibility? Go on." After saying this, the chairman patted my shoulder once more with a smile. At the typing building in the morgue, the female corpse was placed on a gurney and wheeled to the center of the room, while a nearby cart was filled with the mortician's tools and supplies. Aunt Meng was inspecting. Aunt Meng, have you checked? Do you see any signs of violation on me? It felt as if I were confronting something exceedingly mundane. All inner trepidation and the urgency that ought to have been present dissipated entirely, allowing me to face the corpse with a sense of calm. Could it not be a case of suicide? Aunt Meng suddenly interjected. I turned to her, noticing her furrowed brow and the serious demeanor that had swiftly overtaken her expression. So was it initially deemed a suicide? I inquired, scrutinizing the female corpse with renewed attention. Observed, there are dark marks around the neck. This is, in fact, a distinct imprint. I have just applied some solution, and it has become immediately visible. If she had truly drowned herself, there should still be remnants of silt within her oral and nasal cavities, at the very least signs of murky water, unless I posited she was first murdered and subsequently discarded into the river? Aunt Meng lifted her gaze towards me. If that is indeed the case, it would constitute murder. We must call the authorities. I promptly responded. Position your hands like this. Yes, right here, Aunt Meng instructed, and I complied. She must have been strangled by a man, Aunt Meng concluded. Could it not have been a hanging suicide? I countered, striving for precision, though my true intent was to highlight Aunt Meng's expertise. I am adept at flattery, fully aware of how to deliver praise that resonates, and I understand precisely how to appeal to different individuals. Have you ever encountered someone who hanged themselves only to later leap into a river? My flattery evidently struck a chord with Aunt Meng. That does hold some merit, I nodded, stroking my chin, feigning deep contemplation as I inquired. Was she violated before her demise? No, Aunt Meng surprisingly replied. Oh, what a relief. Otherwise, you would have teased me again, Aunt Meng, I remarked, my expression peculiar, playfully thumping my chest. Yet, Aunt Meng showed no inclination for further jesting. Her countenance was grave. Where are her records? Aunt Meng asked. Records? Are there still records? I pondered, perplexed. Are we part of a homicide unit? Oh, they should be with a Wu, or perhaps with Xiangzi. I am uncertain who oversees the records now. I shall inquire with the chairman, Aunt Meng murmured to herself. Preparing to leave. Aunt Meng, don't go. Allow me to assist. I will seek out the chairman, I volunteered, eagerly keen to make an impression. Just as I turned to stride away, Aunt Meng suddenly called out to me. It is nearly dark. Do not descend the stairs. I shall go myself to avoid any further complications. Aunt Meng departed. I watched her retreating figure, pondering. Why should the impending darkness prevent me from going downstairs? Is there something concealed within this? Alas, such is the nature of my profession. When serving others, one must abide by their rules. Chapter 7, Encountering the Supernatural, Part 1, Chapter 8, Encountering the Supernatural, Part 2. Perhaps at this moment I had become numb, as if I had instinctively shut down all my sensory organs, both inside and out, allowing myself to fade into a state of insensibility. Sharon, I shall remember your words. I understand now. I will ensure that justice is served for you, rest assured. I will bring this villain to justice and restore your honor, rest assured. I have taken note of it. Lu Zhu, that vile creature, his days are numbered. At this moment, as I converse with this Sharon, my gaze is clouded, my pupils dilated, and my vision blurred. I deliberately choose not to regard her. Suppressing any thoughts of her identity, remaining composed, even as my inner self is on the verge of collapse. Will you truly assist me? Sharon inquires with a hint of unease. I swear, I vow, if I should break my promise, may my mouth be afflicted with foul sores, my feet rot with infection, and may I meet a wretched demise. I aim to reassure Sharon. Very well, I trust you. You have indeed taken a solemn vow. Yes, I have sworn an oath. Above us, the deities are watching. The divine beings observe and listen. Should anyone dare to commit evil, the gods will exact their retribution. I intend to wield the power of divine intimidation to control the situation and find a way to survive. Indeed, wrongdoers shall not have a favorable outcome. To take a life is to pay with one's own, is it not? He who has slain me must pay the price, correct? Precisely. Well then, Sharon, it is getting late, and I am utterly exhausted. Sharon, you should rest here for a while. I shall retire for the night. As I speak, I clutch my pillow, rise from the bed, and make my way toward the storage room in the western corner of the morgue. I suspect that Sharon is likely watching me. Will she call out to me? Please do not. I cannot quicken my pace, nor can I allow her to perceive my trepidation, nor let on that I am aware. As I pass the doorway, an overwhelming urge to dash out seizes me. I am confident that at the speed of my dreams, not even a ghost could catch me, yet I do not run. Upon reaching the entrance of the storage room, I tremble with apprehension, feeling a chill wash over me from behind. I dare not look back, yet I pull open the door and step inside. I gently close the wooden door, and at that moment, the cold is sealed outside. The storage room is illuminated, yet I find comfort in the surrounding darkness. I wish not to witness anything materialize before my eyes. I haphazardly toss aside a few blankets, and beads of sweat cascade down my forehead onto the bedding. Then, with a sudden motion, I pull the blankets over my head and face, within the cocoon of the blankets. My body begins to tremble uncontrollably. I curl into a ball, tears inexplicably flow forth. Sharon, do not frighten me. I warn you, should you dare to scare me again, I shall not assist you. Do not come to frighten me. I will help you, I will surely help you. I know you are a good girl, you must see that I am also a good person. I pray incessantly. Outside the blankets, it seems there is some movement. Has Xiaorong entered? Regardless of her presence, should she dare to approach me, I will fight back with all my might. I steel my resolve, ready to face whatever comes. Do not push me to my limits. Should I be cornered, I shall risk everything. It seems there is still a commotion outside. In days, amidst the haze of confusion, I am jolted awake by the rustling sound from outside. I can endure no more. Do they truly believe me to be a soft target? I shall not play their game any longer. Suddenly, I fling the blankets aside and spring forward. With a thud, I tumble to the ground. The fall is quite severe. My left knee strikes the floor painfully. I clutch my leg and groan in agony. Did I tumble from the bed? Was I not in the storage room? Upon raising my gaze, I found the scene unchanged. The female corpse lay serenely on the mortuary table, utterly still. The white sheet draped over her body remained intact, revealing only her head, as if she had been resting peacefully all along. Could this be an illusion? Ignoring the pain in my knees, I hastily opened the door. The sun had already risen, its rays streaming in, and morning had arrived. Was it possible that last night had been yet another dream? A dream indeed. It was somewhat understandable. Anyone experiencing their first night here would likely have such distressing dreams. Moreover, not far from my bedside, a female corpse lay there in repose. The sunshine bathed the mortuary in a warm glow, filling the room with natural light. My heart finally felt a sense of solace. Checking my phone, I realized it was time for breakfast. I entered the dining hall away. Hi, Lele. Good morning, Lao Fan. I greeted my colleagues one by one. After serving the meals, the security guard, returned to his post. The chairman and Shangzi sat at a distant table, engaged in conversation while eating. I refrained from approaching them, fearing I might intrude. Only Wei responded warmly, making me feel that the atmosphere here was rather clandestine and difficult to navigate. I took a seat beside Aunt Meng. She acknowledged me with a slight sound from her throat. Aunt Meng, why didn't you return home yesterday? Did you receive the file on the female corpse? I asked, suppressing my frustration as I noisily sipped my thin porridge. Oh, I received it. I'll go over with you later. I need a comprehensive autopsy, Aunt Meng replied. Oh, I responded, my face showing a mix of ire and concern. This girl was quite young, in her early 20s, and I had heard she took her own life by driving into a river after a breakup with her boyfriend. The girl's name was Xiaorong. My chopsticks clattered against the table, striking the metal tray and producing a loud sound. What's wrong? Do you know this girl? Aunt Meng noticed my unease. I lowered my head, attempting to pick up the chopsticks, but my hands felt weak and unresponsive, unable to lift them. Do you find it regrettable? Nowadays girls are like this. They cannot endure even the slightest setback and resort to self-harm at the drop of a hat. Who can we blame? Aunt Meng sighed. Aunt Meng, didn't you say she was murdered? I turned to her. It's wise to mind your own business. If no one is investigating, why should I meddle? Aunt Meng remarked, taking a bite of pickled vegetables. A life is at stake. How can you say it's meddling? I protested. Oh, then I suppose I am being superfluous. Aunt Meng, I believe such an act is far from superfluous. I felt as though I had transformed into an embodiment of justice. Aunt Meng looked at me, her expression a mix of amusement and mockery as she said, well then, you can take charge of this matter. I will merely assist you and conduct a thorough autopsy. You won't take part. Aunt Meng chuckled. Do you need me to? Aunt Meng's autopsy skills were remarkably proficient. I was astonished that a mortician could also prepare an autopsy report. Is this not the essence of mastery through experience? My mind was in disarray as I stood by, observing Aunt Meng conduct the autopsy. It is worth noting that the lifeless body of this girl, known as Xiaorong, lay before me completely unclothed. One might expect a youth like myself to feel a sense of trepidation. However, I remained eerily calm, as if my heart were a still pond. The sight of the naked female corpse did not perturb me. Instead, I transformed into a figure of remarkable professionalism, an investigator, a coroner, or a forensic expert, if you will. In that moment, I experienced a profound metamorphosis. Aunt Meng handed me the autopsy report, and I gazed at her in bewilderment. As she shed her protective garments, the lab coat, gloves, and mask, she tidied her appearance in front of the mirror, stating, "The rest is up to you." With that, she departed, leaving me in a state of confusion, clutching the freshly completed report while my mind was a blank slate. Was this truly a surreal nightmare? Xiaorong, female, 23 years old, an only child, her photograph restored her youthful beauty. It is indeed a tragedy if she took her own life. But if she were murdered, what should I do? I had made a promise to her. I must uncover the truth behind her demise. How should I proceed? Should I alert the authorities? In truth, I was merely a vigil keeper, a guardian of the deceased. I returned the cart containing Aunt Meng's tools and supplies to its rightful place, placed the body back into the mortuary cabinet, tidied the room, and spent some time cleaning, even mopping the floor. Then I descended the stairs in a daze. Today, customers had arrived, and I found myself caught up in the bustle. I assisted Aunt Meng, Shangzi, Lao Fan away, and Lele, following their directions and commands. It seemed that anyone could summon me into action. I no longer felt fatigued, rather, I experienced a sense of ease. It was as if the shackles of my psyche, spirit, and soul were the final barriers I needed to break free from. Chapter 9, The Pain of Reflection, Part 1, The Rebirth Funeral Home. Its entrance facing south, the gatehouse rests on the west side of the entrance. This room is spacious, filled with floral wreaths, yellow paper, bottles of wine, incense sticks, and red candles. Yet it also serves as a shop. The owner of the crematorium possesses a keen business acumen. Directly opposite the entrance stands a modest three-story building, which houses the funeral home. The first floor accommodates resting and dining areas for customers, complete with a restroom and several single and double rooms akin to a hotel. The second floor serves as the hall, essentially a memorial space. The third floor contains the embalming room, laboratory, a storage room, utility room. And other vacant spaces. In the southeast corner lies the office. To the east, there is a large open room, which serves as the owner's office and lounge, adjacent to a small first aid room. The southern section includes 3 rooms, one designated as the staff canteen, another as a conference room. In a single-story building surrounded by statues of the 12 zodiac signs holding stone tablets. There exists a stone pit below the tablets, where one can write names in chalk, albeit briefly. This pit is intended for burning paper offerings. At the center of this room stands a large incense burner, and this space is known as the sacrificial room. In the southeastern corner, there is an enclosed courtyard, which houses the cremation room. To the west, there is a modest 2-story building, facing east towards the setting sun. On the right side of the 2-story building stands a row of 3 tile-roofed houses, a rarity in contemporary times, their purpose now a mystery. They exude an air of secrecy, with doors perpetually locked. Nestled between the western and northern edifices, these houses are poorly situated, shrouded in shadows and deprived of sunlight. Peering through the dusty, opaque windows reveals a dim interior that evokes a chilling, eerie sensation, reminiscent of a morgue. It was only later that I discovered this place serves as a spirit-calling venue, commonly referred to as a mourning hall. Most of the time, it remains unused. However, occasionally, clients require a space to keep the deceased for 3 days of mourning, likely transient workers from distant lands seeking shelter here. This quaint 2-story structure is known as Taiping Building. Taiping Building rests at the foot of the western mountain, facing east, with vast fields behind it, stretching expansively and dotted with a few scattered graves. The land here is quite fertile, yet it remains uncultivated. Perhaps the local residents fear it brings misfortune. This private funeral home occupies a modest yet sufficient area, equipped with all necessary amenities, presenting a seemingly pleasant working environment. Everything appears to be in order and quite formal. Today, the family that arrived exuded a palpable urgency. Although the process itself was entirely standard. Initially, the body must undergo makeup by an embalmer before being placed into the coffin, which is then positioned in the center of the funeral home, surrounded by floral wreaths and fresh blooms. Their friends and family, in an orderly manner, gather to bid farewell to the departed. After sealing the coffin, a ceremonial 8-person team carries it to the crematorium. Typically 4 staff members, including a Wei, Lele, and Shangzi, assist in this task, and I, having arrived, count as one of them. Direct relatives, 4 in total, also support the coffin during the procession. Upon reaching the crematorium entrance, friends and family grapple with their grief, while we of the staff carry the coffin inside, subsequently closing the iron gate behind us. Proceeding is directed by Lao Fan.as. The cremation takes place. The deceased's family has already purchased an urn. Following the client's wishes, the ashes are placed in the urn, and if a coffin is no longer required, it is simply wrapped up. For those without burial plots, we offer options, as the expansive fields behind Taiping Building at the mountain's base belong to our company. We handle burial arrangements, erecting headstones and markers. In the end, after the family performs their rituals of burning paper offerings and lighting incense in the memorial room, they depart. Though the process is intricate and laborious, it is a necessary tribute. After all, who would oppose honoring the dead? Moreover, the deceased's close relatives are particularly attentive to these rites, as they represent the final act of filial piety, the ultimate farewell. Throughout this meticulous arrangement, the funeral home remains profitable, indeed thriving. Many items purchased are merely symbolic, later returned intact at no extra cost. Naturally, not everyone is willing to spend lavishly here. The minimal expenditure rarely exceeds 1,000. As the actual costs are remarkably low. After all, death is not an everyday occurrence. Thus, when the need arises, financial concerns often fade into the background. In summary, funeral homes must uphold a sense of ethical responsibility. Solely pursuing profit can lead to dire consequences. The funeral home where I work, Rebirth Funeral Home, demonstrates a commendable sense of integrity. They even provide complimentary lunches for clients, thoughtfully catering to every conceivable need. I believe this establishment has the potential for significant growth. After all, a fine wine fears not the depths of an alley. After a long day, lying in bed and pulling down the covers, this bed is indeed comfortable, far more so than huddling in a storage room. The storage room. Did I truly encounter a ghost last night? My memory seems somewhat hazy, yet, Xiaorong. It must have been Aunt Meng who first informed me. Last night was merely a dream. However, Aunt Meng only told me today. The autopsy report. The first page of the report contains Xiaorong's file, and I wonder how Aunt Meng procured it. The details in that file are quite extensive. At least for an autopsy report, it is remarkably thorough. My memories seem to have clarified significantly. Perhaps it is merely a sixth sense. Some events, when they occur, feel as though they have been experienced before. This is a phenomenon that can be explained, and many, if not all, have encountered such experiences. At times, during an ongoing event, one suddenly feels as though it has happened previously, and one finds oneself reliving it. As I followed this train of thought, I suddenly felt a numbness in my left knee, as if something were amiss. Could it be that my knee has become cold? I hastily covered my legs with the bedding and lay down fully clothed. I had fallen earlier in the morning, and my left knee had throbbed painfully then. I thought it was nothing serious, but could it be that today's exertion has aggravated the injury? I am uncertain. The pain in my left knee has intensified considerably. Perhaps the small shop at the guard station has some medication that could alleviate inflammation and pain. I rose. Ouch! The pain forced me to collapse onto the ground. What could be wrong with my left knee? Slowly, I rolled down my pants to the knee, only to discover a swelling had formed, and the surrounding area had turned red. At that moment, the pain surged dramatically. I quickly dressed and attempted to rise. I could not afford to delay any longer, as the pain was becoming increasingly unbearable. Each step I dragged my leg forward sent waves of piercing agony coursing through me. My left leg could no longer bend. It was not merely stiffness, but rather pain that rendered me utterly incapable of control. Chapter 10, The Pain of Reflection, Part 2. It felt as though a malignant sore had developed between the bones of my left knee and the surrounding flesh. With the slightest exertion, the pressure from the bones and skin would aggravate the sore, sending sharp pain radiating throughout my body. With another painful step, I collapsed to the floor, gritting my teeth, refusing to cry out. A man does not shed tears in the face of adversity. I nearly crawled down the stairs. The grand and ancient door on the first floor was now in sight. I finally reached the entrance, only to find the door locked from the outside. I was compelled to call out, but my voice was completely drowned out by the noise beyond. It seemed a cacophony of drums and gongs resonated outside. Accompanied by Taoist priests and paper effigies, were they performing a ritual? I could not discern who was engaged in what activities. It appeared to be some form of ceremony, and at that moment, I found myself in such agony that I lacked even the strength to shout. Just as I was about to speak, the piercing pain seized my throat, rendering me mute. It was a form of pain that could be described as excruciatingly physical. I endeavored to suppress this agony with sheer willpower, striving to calm myself. After all, it was merely a festering sore on my leg, not afflicting my heart. Surely it couldn't be life-threatening, yet this heart-wrenching torment seemed to extinguish my very resolve. Peering through the crack of the door, I observed the leading Taoist, resembling Lao Fan, while Lao Wei and Lei Lei, akin to young acolytes, diligently guided something along the sides. Xiangzi brought up the rear of the procession, and it appeared they had departed from the mourning hall. In no time, they entered the courtyard that housed Lao Fan's crematorium. With a creaking sound, the iron door slammed shut. The courtyard fell into an eerie silence. I hoarsely called out, yet received no response. The place was desolate, cold, and devoid of any presence. Suddenly, I sensed someone calling my name from behind. I swiftly turned around, but the grand corridor was empty. The light from the upstairs window cast faint rays down, and perhaps my eyes had adjusted to the darkness, for all I could discern were the statues of the black and white impermanents and the ox-headed and horse-faced figures flanking the corridor, nothing else. Where were the people? Not even a ghost in sight. The black and white impermanents and the ox-headed and horse-faced figures loomed over me, and I felt utterly exposed under their gaze, as if my very soul was laid bare. Yet, to my surprise, I began to feel an inexplicable familiarity with them. Their presence seemed to assure me that there was no need for fear. Suddenly, the statues appeared to come to life, awakening my senses. To my astonishment, the pain in my leg seemed to diminish. Could it be that the female ghost from last night, Xiaorong, not had she cast a spell upon me? I was uncertain, but it appeared that under the watchful eyes of the black and white impermanents and the ox-headed and horse-faced figures, my leg began to ache less fiercely. I contemplated raising my voice to call out again, but as I was about to make a sound, the pain surged back. I held my breath and crawled step by step back to my bed. I lay down, utterly unaware of how much time had elapsed during my arduous return. Panting heavily, I dared not move my legs, feeling as though I were gasping for air, utterly exhausted yet devoid of sweat. I sensed a fever rising within me. My body felt scorching hot, yet I was chilled to the bone. My phone, the one my brother-in-law had given me, it was still in my pocket, and I had completely forgotten about it. I realized that I had never been accustomed to using a phone before. It was not something I thought of regularly. I dialed my sister's number, no answer. I then attempted to call the emergency services, but that too was futile. Frustrated, I began dialing random numbers, yet none connected. This phone was utterly useless. How could it be? Could my brother-in-law truly wish me harm? Reflecting on my experiences since arriving here, everything had been so bizarre. The fever clouded my thoughts, and my eyelids felt heavy. I could feel my body swelling. Although I remained still, the pain in my leg resumed with a vengeance, erupting in waves of excruciating intensity. And I suddenly let out a scream. I could no longer contain myself. I cried out in an attempt to alleviate the unbearable pain. At that moment, the agony was beyond description. I wished fervently that I could simply sever my leg. How wonderful that would be! This pain made me feel as though I no longer wanted my leg. Ironically, among all my physical attributes, my legs were what I took the most pride in. The pain I am enduring now has rendered me so desolate that I feel as though I no longer wish to possess my legs. My spirit has utterly collapsed. I find myself begging for mercy, succumbing to tears of weakness amidst my suffering. This is a profound physical agony that has relentlessly overwhelmed me, stripping me of all resistance. Suddenly, I am awakened by the last flicker of self-awareness within me, and I cry out with fervor, I shall not perish. I tumble out of bed, rolling painfully on the floor. As I force my eyes open, I behold the mirror. The reflection staring back at me is flushed and disheveled. Through my blurred vision, I vaguely discern a figure emerging behind me. Grandmother, I whisper. Grandmother. I rush towards the mirror. In an instant, the visage of my grandmother transforms into that of Xiaorong, standing right behind me. I merely wish to inform you that the consequences of breaking your word manifest in this manner, Xiaorong states coolly. How have I broken my word? Is it not for your vengeance that I strive? I shall accomplish it, rest assured. I am already utterly drained. After uttering these words, I collapse to the ground, motionless. Very well. I shall observe you, Xiaorong replies. Gather yourself. Gather yourself. A voice reverberates in my ears. It is a voice I recognize. Grandmother, where are you? Grandmother, you raised me, yet I have not had the opportunity to honor you. Your grandson bows in reverence. Grandmother, I awakened, my eyes brimming with tears. When I come to, I find myself sprawled on the floor. The day has brightened significantly. I lift my gaze to the mirror, and there is nothing amiss. Was it merely a dream? Truly a dream? I refuse to believe it. I cannot accept that this was just a dream. The pain in my legs has vanished. My legs have returned to their former state. However, my memories remain somewhat hazy, yet, the three things my grandmother imparted to me linger distinctly in my mind. The reflection of myself in the mirror bears an expressionless visage, yet it exudes a newfound resilience and maturity. I retrieve my phone, and indeed there is a signal. I am aware that by evening, the signal will again wane. Sister, I dial my sister's number, and it is reassuring to hear her voice. I am well. Truly well, everything is fine. I was merely inquiring about the situation at home. All is progressing smoothly here. Yes, I did turn off my phone early last night to sleep, hence the inability to reach me. Yes, sister, in just 2 days I shall have a break. Today marks the 3rd day since my arrival here. Descending the stairs, I reach the grand corridor on the 1st floor, and suddenly, I halt in my tracks. I gaze upon the statues of the black and white impermanents and the ox-headed and horse-faced figures. They truly resemble one another more and more so with each glance. Chapter 11, Exorcism. I take a seat beside Aunt Meng. Holding a tray, Aunt Meng is peeling the shell of a boiled egg. Aunt Meng, I crack the ends of the eggshell and blow gently, causing the shell to peel away in one piece. Aunt Meng turns to me. This place is haunted, I state forthrightly. Aunt Meng's reaction is both expected and surprising. Last night, I narrowly escaped death. I respond indifferently. What, do you wish to leave? Aunt Meng inquires, having endured everything over these past 3 days. Now you wish to dismiss me? It is too late, I reply calmly, taking a bite of the egg. Is it merely a psychological effect? Aunt Meng muses. Aunt Meng, please remind them not to lock the main gate of Taiping building too securely at night. I am already aware of what needs to be seen and understood. As I uttered these words, my gaze wandered dreamily ahead. Aunt Meng fixed her eyes on me. Come with me. I followed her to the gatehouse. Ah Wu still wore a fierce expression, glaring at me with an intimidating demeanor. To be honest, I felt a bit apprehensive in his presence. Ah Wu, fetch some goods, Aunt Meng instructed. Ah Wu acknowledged her with a grunt and opened the door to the inner room, revealing shelves stocked with various items, most of which were common supplies used at the crematorium. Here, take a look at this, Aunt Meng said to me. I stepped inside, noticing that Aunt Meng held a tight-fitting garment reminiscent of a bodysuit. What is this? I inquired, examining the silk, red fabric adorned with intricate patterns and small, delicate silver rings intertwined between the pleats. Try it on, Aunt Meng urged. Try it on. I stared at her, momentarily taken aback. Aunt Meng chuckled softly and promptly exited the room. Aunt Meng, is this thermal underwear? I asked. It wards off evil spirits, she replied, closing the door behind her. Once donned, the bodysuit felt taut around my thighs, arms, chest, and ankles, yet curiously, there was an invigorating sensation coursing through me. Regardless, it was quite comfortable. Suddenly, I noticed, almost by accident, that the original color of the garment, which belonged to Yin Hong, began to fade, transforming to a shade that closely matched my skin tone within moments. To my surprise, this bodysuit could change color with body temperature. How amusing. When I stepped out of the room, I had already put the garment on. How does it fit? Is it suitable? Aunt Meng inquired. Aunt Meng, there's no need for you to look. It has already blended with my very essence. If you wish to see, you would have to settle for my bare self. Little Guozi, let me tell you. This item is truly remarkable. It hails from ancient times, a tribute from the western regions, known as blood jade armor. It is quite valuable. So if I wear this, I will be impervious to toxins and malevolent spirits? They won't be able to approach me, I mused, contemplating its purpose. I've certainly gained some knowledge. Aunt Meng patted my shoulder. Let me do you a favor. Ah Wu, collect 5,000 yuan. What? I exclaimed instinctively, taking a step back in astonishment as I stared at Aunt Meng. Ah Wu fixed his gaze on me, remaining silent. Under his scrutinizing stare, I felt my resolve weaken. Aunt Meng, I acknowledge that this is undoubtedly a marvelous item, and I am not foolish, but I truly lack the funds. Perhaps I should just take it off. With that, I retreated into the inner room, closed the door, and began to remove my outer clothing. But how could I take off the blood jade armor? It seemed completely fused with me. Was it truly integrated into my very being? I pinched my flesh, hoping to reveal the armor, but it was in vain, only causing me pain. This was indeed a rare treasure, absolutely a remarkable item. But where is the money? I certainly do not possess that much. Deep down, I truly desired this item, as it appeared to be a necessity for my work here. Indeed, I am aware that this item is worth little more than 5,000. It is practically a gift. However, I stepped forward once more and boldly stated, Aunt Meng, could you possibly lower the price a bit more? Oh, who was in the midst of drinking water, suddenly spewed it out. Young man, have you lost your mind? Are you truly so enamored with wealth? It is merely 5,000. Once you leave this place, you wouldn't be able to purchase it for 50 million, Aunt Meng retorted. Crossing her arms in indignation, Aunt Meng, it's not that I lack funds. I am simply speaking the truth. I will owe you, and once I receive my salary, I shall repay you. Surely that is acceptable? Aunt Meng replied, but Aunt Meng, if by the month's end I am unable to recover the 8,000 in salary, how am I to explain it to my family? It's not that they would scorn the amount, but they would accuse me of boasting and lying. I cannot bear that burden. Young man, this item belongs to the company. If you contribute nothing, I cannot make a decision. Aunt Meng laid her cards on the table. Suddenly, Ah rose and approached me. Ah was truly a towering figure, robust and exuding an overwhelming presence. The look in Ah's eyes, his expression, his demeanor, was nothing short of the manifestation of a vengeful spirit. I took steps back. Eventually leaning against the wall was all intending to corner me. I can give it to you, but only if Aunt Meng interjected. Avoiding Ah's gaze, I turned to Aunt Meng and hurriedly said, what do you propose? Sign a contract with the company and become a long-term employee, Aunt Meng replied. Aunt Meng, do you truly have such faith in me? It is certainly better than having nothing, Aunt Meng responded. I have a condition. Speak, Aunt Meng urged. Aunt Meng, please do me a favor, perform a ritual for my grandmother, allowing her to be reborn, I asserted firmly. Aunt Meng was taken aback, staring at me for a moment. Then she nodded. Very well, the bond between you and your grandmother in this life deserves closure. A sudden flutter of emotion surged within me as I gazed up at the ceiling. Ah released me and returned to his seat. Aunt Meng, can we perform the ritual for my grandmother tonight? I will arrange it, Aunt Meng replied before preparing to leave. Aunt Meng, I called out. She paused and looked back at me. That blood jade armor, the undergarment, do you have any more? Upon hearing this, Aunt Meng appeared momentarily stunned. Shall I fetch another one for you to use? In the morning hall, Shangzi had already been inside for quite some time. Above, Aunt Meng was beckoning the spirit of my grandmother to return. Finally, the door swung open. That night, La Fan donned his ceremonial robe once more, while Ah scattered yellow paper to clear the path. I held the spirit tablet inscribed with my grandmother's birthdate and followed behind. The chef, Xiao Pang, carried a tray laden with offerings to heaven, earth, and spirits. Away and Lei Lei danced on either side, performing some bizarre ritual dance. As the door to the cremation room opened, Away and Lei Lei took their positions at the entrance. The others followed as I entered the courtyard. In the center of the small yard, a vortex arose without a breeze. The heavy iron gate closed behind me, leaving me alone. In the clearing, my grandmother's figure materialized from obscurity to clarity. Grandmother, may your journey be smooth. I knelt down. My grandmother gazed at me with a benevolent expression until she ascended and vanished. The door opened, and Aunt Meng stood at the threshold. 2 tears fell as Guo Cuo turned to leave. Aunt Meng watched Guo Cuo's retreating figure, wanting to say something, yet words failed her. Aunt Meng is aware that Guo Cuo has not let go. Some regrets, after all, are impossible to release. In essence, all one can do is lament. Perhaps the regrets we carry are indeed markers of our continuous growth. Chapter 12, Returning in Glory. Perhaps it is truly due to Aunt Meng's gift of that blood jade armor that, on the 4th evening of my arrival here, I found a sense of tranquility. Xiao Rong did not make another appearance. I enjoyed a restful sleep the following day. Today marks the 5th day since my arrival. Tomorrow brings a weekend. I in the chairman's office. The signing of a decade-long contract. I felt as though I had sold myself to this funeral home. Do you have anything to say? Inquired the chairman. People die for wealth, just as birds perish for food. I replied. Do you have any questions? The chairman continued. What difference does it make whether I inquire or remain silent? What you wish for me to know, you will not conceal. What you prefer, I remain ignorant of. Will my questions yield any significance? As long as my salary is settled, everything is well. Wait, just as I was about to leave, the chairman called out to me. Turning back momentarily, I was taken aback to see him holding a stack of cash. It was the end of the month, and our salaries were dispersed then. Take this. I felt quite embarrassed. Chairman, I've only been here a few days. Why am I receiving my salary already? Saying this, I took the stack of cash from the chairman's hand, counted it, and to my astonishment, it amounted to 8,000. The chairman looked at me with pursed lips. Meeting his gaze, I said, I understand. At 5 o'clock. I finished work, hailing a taxi. I hurried home. It seemed I ought to purchase an electric bicycle. That would be much more convenient. If there were nothing to do during the day, returning home should be feasible. Today, I felt exceptionally good, my spirits high indeed. When have I ever possessed such a sum of money? 8,000. What a concept. Upon exiting the vehicle and settling the fare, I intentionally displayed all the cash. A stack of bills. I rummaged through my change and handed over a $10 note. The driver, receiving the payment, advised earnestly, "Young man, wealth should not be flaunted." "Thank you," I replied with a smile. "No, you must come over for dinner tonight. My brother has returned. By the way, bring some vegetables. My sister hung up the phone. Mother was still busy in the kitchen. "Mother, stop fussing. Xiao Jun has brought the vegetables," my sister said. Dad opened a fine bottle of wine. I remained discreet, waiting for the right moment. I indulged in food and drink. My sister even poured me a glass of wine. "Xiaobao, how are you doing?" my brother-in-law asked. "Xiaobao is my nickname." "Not bad," I replied, taking a piece of pig's head meat and savoring it. Suddenly, my brother-in-law remarked, "The other day, I asked a friend to find you and intended to send you some pocket money. But he said there was nothing there, it was all in ruins." I was taken aback and quickly responded, "When did this happen?" "The other evening, around 8 o'clock, he said. I understood in my heart. "Brother-in-law, don't jest. It was likely that your friend didn't see clearly that night. The place is quite empty. Perhaps he couldn't find you. After all, you personally took me there that day." My brother-in-law gazed at me. "Sister," he remarked, "it's likely that your friend was too frightened to search thoroughly. That friend of yours, alas, is so unpredictable." Upon the mention of money, I straightened my posture and replied, "Brother-in-law, please refrain from giving me pocket money. I am not in want of funds at the moment." With that, I produced a wad of cash from my pocket. "Sister, please take this 2,000, use it to buy some clothes and toys for Long. It is a gesture of goodwill from your brother -law. As for the remaining 6,000, here, mother, I still have money. I haven't spent the last sum you gave me." At that moment, my sister was moved to tears. "Brother, you've truly made something of yourself. I do not lack money, but I appreciate your kind intentions. Let our parents keep this money for you." "Very well, I shall keep it for you, to use for when you marry." My mother's voice wavered slightly. My father raised his glass and took a hearty swig. "Little Bao, how did you come by such a sum?" my brother-in-law inquired. "The boss mentioned that salaries are paid monthly. Although I have only been there for a week, I have worked diligently and performed well, so the boss granted me a full month's pay." I replied with enthusiasm. My brother-in-law's gaze turned slightly suspicious, and my sister seemed to be pondering something. Brother-in-law's sister, "Parents, please do not find it strange. It is quite normal, really. After all, the place where I work is not your typical establishment. We often deal with the deceased, and the boss does this to win the loyalty of his employees." "Indeed," my mother interjected. "Little Bao, later you should take a bath with your brother-in-law, then cross a fire basin to ward off any misfortune." I was taken aback by my mother's rapid transformation. That night, everyone in the family was filled with immense excitement. It felt as though I had suddenly achieved great success, as if I had gained fame and fortune overnight. Naturally, my family was hopeful for my well-being. My ability to support myself and be gainfully employed was sufficient for them. After leaving the bathhouse, my brother-in-law returned home first, and I did not ask him to escort me. I wished to stroll about. The cacophony eventually subsided into silence. As I walked, I found myself on the dam, the evening breeze caressing my face. Fresh from my bath, I felt invigorated, my cheeks slightly flushed. In the distance, that stretch of wild land, yes, that was where I first encountered that beautiful older sister. I wondered if I would ever see her again. Did she lead me astray, or did she save me? In any case, our meeting sparked a transformation within me. Suddenly, I turned around, only to find no one behind me. The darkness loomed, yet I distinctly sensed that someone was following me. A robbery. I had scarcely a few coins on me. What if they snatched my phone? Could a thief be lurking in the shadows of the trees? I quickened my pace, faster and faster, until I broke into a full sprint. Running, my speed was unparalleled. Even I was frightened by my own swiftness. The rush of wind filled my ears, and the shadows of the trees whizzed past. Finally, I came to a halt, only to realize I was still on the dam. Having forgotten to descend in my frenzied dash, wait, why had I not seen the path down? Suddenly a chill surged from behind, as if something were pressing against my neck. I swiftly turned around, but once again, there was no one in sight. Could it be a ghost? Did that little rogue follow me here from the morgue? Good heavens, I absolutely cannot take her home. Out, I inexplicably shouted, my voice echoing ahead of me. In my line of sight, there appeared to be a particularly dark area not far away, where nothing could be discerned, just a mass of blackness, thick and foreboding. A chill began to creep into my heart. I retreated step by step. Suddenly, I recalled that I was still wearing that talismanic inner garment. Why wasn't it working? Alas, perhaps it was the blood jade armor I donned that kept the spirits at bay. Suddenly, I pivoted and surged forward. This time, I was running with all my might. Yet I could not find the path leading down to the great dam. With a resounding thud, I collided with a tree. Stars dancing before my eyes. Chapter 13. The bitter spring before me, the beautiful sister unexpectedly appeared. What is this? Having received your salary, you no longer wish to treat me to a meal. You even mentioned repaying me for the taxi fare. The beautiful sister's voice, as melodious as silver bells, resonated in the stillness, sending shivers down my spine. I sat on the ground, hastily scooting back until my back pressed against the tree. There stood that beauty. As I struggled to catch my breath, "Are you afraid of me?" she asked. "Beautiful sister, with your startling antics, who wouldn't be frightened?" I silently composed myself. "Oh really?" The beautiful sister crouched before me, her luminous, sparkling eyes narrowing into slits as she scrutinized me. "Sister, you've dug quite the pit. You've truly ensnared me. Oh, I ensnared you. I've signed a 10-year contract with that crematorium. It seems I've jumped right in it. People die for wealth, and birds perish for food. As you yourself have said, I appeared to maintain my composure while secretly astonished. Why did you choose me?" I suddenly inquired. The beauty rose, taking a few steps outward with her hands behind her back. I stood up. As she turned around leisurely, suddenly, amidst the ethereal green light, a chilling blue glare shot forth. It was surely a sword emanating an icy aura. Oh no, a blade, glimmering coldly, pressed against my throat. "Goodness, beautiful lady, please don't misunderstand. I mean no harm. Have I inadvertently revealed something that has provoked her wrath? Alas, truly, it is as the saying goes, do not speak of what is perceived, remain good friends." "What do you mean by that?" she queried. "My life hangs in the balance," thought crossed my mind, and I said pitifully, "Do you have any idea of the suffering I endured after I left?" "Suffering is a compulsory course in life, while joy is merely an elective. Your income must be quite substantial, right?" The corners of the beautiful sister's mouth curled with a playful smirk as her eyebrows arched slightly. After witnessing her demeanor, I felt a tad reassured, yet the sword remained steadfastly pressing against my Adam's apple. "Blades are merciless." I dared not speak recklessly. "Yes, indeed, thus I hold no grudge against you. I am merely lamenting for the sake of it. Being a tad melodramatic. Oh, I see. Yesterday's sun does not dry today's clothes. Since you've stated that the contract is signed, why continue to speak of this and that? Guo Cuo, let me remind you. The consequences of breaching a contract will ultimately lead to your own ruin. Do you understand?" I gazed into her eyes and, with a blank expression, said, "I comprehend." In an instant, the beautiful sister finally returned the sword. I watched as it shrank back into her palm, only to vanish entirely. Upon closer inspection, that sword, resembling a child's toy, suddenly levitated again, floating in her hand and spinning slowly. "Guo Cuo, behold, this is the Shangtang sword, capable of cleaving demons and slaying spirits. It is indeed a magical artifact. As a token of our sibling bond, I shall bestow it upon you." I was left speechless. "You must cherish it, and it will safeguard you, with your heart connected to it. It will dwell in your palm, ready to spring forth at a moment's notice, with utmost swiftness." The beautiful sister's words bore no hint of jest. "Sister, your words imply that I may face considerable peril in the future. What if? Do you wish for it?" "I do. I am genuinely fond of this item." Suddenly, the Shangtang sword darted into my palm. I looked down at it. It resembled a green bean bug, seemingly alive. I involuntarily gasped, and the beauty appeared taken aback as well. Suddenly, I felt a sharp pain. The little bug seemed to burrow into my body, and the pain swiftly dissipated. I was truly frightened, recalling the agony I had endured in my knee that night. "It was excruciating. So painful," I exclaimed somewhat melodramatically. "You won't feel that again." "Why?" I inquired. The beauty replied, "You will grow accustomed to it." I felt rather awkward. Where intention leads, energy follows. Where will directs, strength emerges. The body moves in accordance with intention. Achieving all that is desired. Guo Cuo, remember this, it is the incantation for wielding the Shangtang sword. You must practice diligently. The incantation must be mastered, ideally to the point where a mere thought can summon it. Allowing for swifter strikes. A fleeting thought, a flick of the wrist, and the sword emerges. It will uniting man and sword as one. When you achieve such harmony, you may even soar through the skies on your sword. How does one accomplish that? The beautiful sister replied, "Through diligent practice, you must truly enter a state of pure clarity, devoid of distractions. In that realm, apart from yourself, there exists nothing else, only your intent exists. Detached from your physical form." I murmured softly, pondering. Pure clarity. That should not be an issue, considering I am still a virgin. I had not anticipated that this perceived flaw would now become a unique aspect of myself. "Guo Cuo, your selection is purposeful and meaningful. You will come to know what you need to know. Simply fulfill your obligations and mission." "Obligations, mission, beautiful sister, what are my obligations and mission?" I asked, bewildered, seemingly unable to grasp the meaning. "Are you suggesting one receives a salary without working? That is an obligation?" she retorted with a sardonic smile. "Oh, and as for the mission," I began to inquire further but suddenly silenced myself, deciding against it. Fearing it would reveal my lack of insight. "Those who see through grand matters remain detached, while those who cannot see them become fixated. Those who see through trivial matters are open-minded, while those who cannot see them become calculative." Guo Cuo, determination is not inherently negative, but excessive calculation can be detrimental. The sister imparted her wisdom. I acknowledge, I replied. "Guo Cuo, your destiny has begun to transform completely. Please remember, to remain true to your original intent is to achieve your ultimate goal." "Indeed, I shall. My original intention was purely for monetary gain, for that handsome salary." "Indeed. Isn't your mindset always expansive, yet you still aspire to save the world for the sake of global peace? Have you forgotten your roots?" I find myself too daunted to think or speak freely. Well, I must take my leave now. That sword is my parting gift to you, a keepsake to remember me by. How shall I address you? I inquired, gazing at her retreating figure. Beautiful sister, the enchanting beauty waved her hand. Will I see you again? A melodious laughter, like the tinkling of silver bells, echoed in response. I mused silently, regardless of who you are. In truth, I sincerely hope to never encounter you again. However, the sword you left behind. The Shangtang sword, is it truly so mystical? I surmised she meant me no harm. I opened my right hand, silently reciting the incantation. Where the mind leads, the chi follows. Where determination directs, power emerges. The body moves in accordance with intention, reaching all that is sought. A fleeting chill coursed through me, followed by a brief sting. As the Shangtang sword materialized, suspended in my palm. A green luminescence enveloped it, emanating an arresting chill. Once it extended from my palm, it measured over a foot in length, swift as lightning, amidst the azure and verdant glow. It transformed into a bluish ray shooting forth. Since childhood, I have been plagued by internal heat and toxins, invariably falling gravely ill each summer, with persistent high fevers, swollen limbs, and swollen lymph nodes as unwelcome companions. I recall a visit to a large hospital where the doctor, seemingly talking to himself, muttered, "Could it be sepsis?" I was young and bewildered, which left my mother in a state of fright. Eventually, I grew accustomed to it, resorting to continuous intravenous infusions to quell inflammation and reduce fever. Gradually, I would recover. Upon the chilling aura of the Shangtang sword entering my palm, I felt an immediate sense of relief wash over me. I contemplated, perhaps this object can counteract my ailments, and it might even restore balance to the heat and toxins within me. Subsequent events confirmed that my affliction never resurfaced. After walking for a short while, I finally spotted the downhill path leading to the dam. Ding-ling-a-ling. I was startled. What was that sound? A moment of panic, but it turned out to be the ringtone of my phone. Could it be my brother-in-law? Inquiring if I had returned home, he is quite the attentive one. Hello, brother-in-law. The voice seemed off. An unfamiliar number. I froze momentarily. An unknown caller. Who among strangers would possess my number? Surely only my family knows this mobile number. Even my old classmates and friends are oblivious. Over the years, I have lived in solitude. Has your beautiful sister departed? A deep voice emanated from the receiver. Yes, and you are? I inquired politely. I am but a gust of wind, came the reply. Well, how poetic. It seems likely to be an old acquaintance who has somehow procured my number for a prank. But wait, the beautiful sister. Did he see her? Where is he? Did he receive the sword? The somber tone grew ever darker. At once, I sensed something amiss. Very well, you may eliminate the ghostly woman who has been haunting you. A ghostly woman? Could he be referring to Xiaorong? How could he possibly know of Xiaorong? Is he a colleague from my workplace? To avoid any inconvenience after work, I refrained from sharing my phone number with anyone, including my boss, who had never requested it in the first place. Are you referring to Xiaorong? I blurted out. Yes, the other party replied. Who are you? I inquired. I've already mentioned, I am but a whisper of the wind, I am but a fleeting cloud, I jested. Oh, not forget. Eliminate that female ghost. With a gust of wind, the call was severed. I stood there, bewildered, consumed by confusion. It seemed the caller must be someone in the know, urging me to vanquish a ghost, not a person. Perhaps someone was covertly aiding or protecting me. Could it be that my brother-in-law was testing me in some manner? Just then, the phone rang. It was a call from my family. Chapter 14, A Fortuitous Encounter, Part 1, Cradling my little nephew Long in my arms. I strolled along the bustling street. It had been ages since I had the luxury of such leisurely wandering, even longer since I could recall the delightful sensation of shopping with a female friend. If I were to trace back, it would be to my high school days. Tang Lei Tang. I always believed she had a fondness for me. After all, why else would she consistently seek to provoke me? Why neglect her studies? Why avoid completing her assignments? Have you gone off to play again? Is this truly the time for you to indulge in leisure? You cannot solve this problem? Sit up straight. Pay attention, teacher. Guo Cuo is talking in class. Teacher, Guo Cuo is reading a novel. In those days, the mere sight of her made my head spin, and yet she always occupied the seat behind me. It seemed as though she intentionally monitored me, seeking to create trouble. However, at times, would you escort me home? Indeed, it was quite late when evening classes concluded. Amongst the numerous tall and burly classmates, why must I be the one to accompany her? Do I appear so easy to bully? Dream on. My retort earned me a moment of dignity. Fine, just wait. She looked so aggrieved, I felt a bit dazed, yet, having spoken my mind, how could I as a man retract my words? That day, at the street corner, I fortuitously encountered her. She was sauntering with her little entourage, and upon catching sight of me, she appeared momentarily stunned. Her follower, however, laughed. It is worth noting that I had invested quite a bit in winning over her little companion. Saving up breakfast money for many days. Point one: who receives favors is inevitably indebted. Indeed, her follower played a pivotal role, providing an excuse for her to depart. We wandered aimlessly together, gravitating towards less crowded areas. She was quite talkative and I was an attentive listener. Occasionally, I would shyly glance her way. She seemed unperturbed, neither angered nor discontented. On the contrary, she appeared quite at ease, joyful, and engaged. The principle of contraction and expansion suggests that infinity equates to zero. Ultimately, everything must return to naught. Suddenly, she became melancholic. I was skeptical. Point zero is still a number, is it not? Rarely did I interject, yet I regretted my challenge as soon as it left my lips, stealing a glance at her. It seemed my rebuttal did not faze her. She continued, enveloped in her sorrow, regardless of whether this world harbors multiple universes, under an infinite expanse, space shall be torn asunder, and ultimately everything shall revert to zero. Nothing shall remain, much like how, after death, the existence of perception becomes irrelevant. I blurted out, even in death, I shall remember you. A sudden silence enveloped us, and I anxiously glanced at her. To my surprise, she did not seem angered by my earlier jest. Instead, she inquired earnestly, is that true? I found myself momentarily speechless. We had been walking for quite some time, and she showed no signs of fatigue. While I secretly wished we could continue indefinitely, I had anticipated that something significant would transpire in the time that remained. My heart fluttered with excitement, and I felt somewhat disoriented. Indeed, something was about to unfold. When our homeroom teacher approached us, I was utterly bewildered. We had done nothing wrong, after all. We hadn't even held hands. Our teacher scolded us harshly, his tone icy as he dismissed me. I could hardly recall how I made my way home, how I had dinner, or how I eventually fell asleep. What lingered vividly in my memory was the sight of her weeping profusely. It was the first time I had witnessed her in tears. Resembling a pear blossom drenched in rain. Alas, she must have regretted walking alongside me. Later, I would learn that our teacher was, in fact, the uncle of Tang Leiting. Uncle. The voice of my little nephew jolted me back to reality. Speak, I declared with an air of authority. I want that. Longlong's finger pointed toward a cluster of helium balloons. The vendor selling the balloons was clearly trying to provoke Longlong's attention. Buy, I said without hesitation. Uncle. I felt a bead of sweat trickle down that. Longlong's finger now directed toward a lighting store. It was not a toy store, merely a shop for lamps, yet the vibrant lights inside were truly captivating. Catching Longlong's interest, that is not a toy, so what? Let's go. I was rather unyielding with this 3-year-old nephew of mine. Longlong's tiny hand tugged at my face insistently. As we walked, a toy store suddenly came into view. Longlong was still pulling at my face, throwing a tantrum. I quickly replied, alright, let's go back and take a look. I turned away, secretly relieved that I had noticed it in time. Longlong was delighted, however, to my dismay. The entrance to the lighting store was suddenly crowded, making it impossible to enter. It turned out there was a quarrel happening. Two women were arguing fiercely. The slender woman appeared to be the owner, seeming to believe she was in the right, while the plump woman seemed to be losing ground. Yet, standing beside the plump woman was a burly man, exuding an air of intimidation. I felt as though I might know him. Perhaps he had a nickname like Old Bump. A ruffian indeed. That man was undoubtedly a troublemaker. It seemed the slender woman was not going to come out unscathed. As anticipated, amidst the incessant bickering of the slender woman, the plump woman suddenly shouted, seizing the slender woman by her long hair, and a scuffle ensued. The slender woman was adept with her words, but her physical skills were lacking. Sensing a brawl was imminent, I thought it best to withdraw since I was cradling a child. To my surprise, Longlong appeared even more engrossed than I was. I too was a seasoned bystander, never one to shy away from such commotion. It was a rare spectacle, and I found myself reluctant to leave. Over there, the situation began to escalate dramatically. The ruffian, in a fit of madness, began to smash the shop indiscriminately, all the while making phone calls as if summoning reinforcements. Exuding an air of brazen arrogance, the male proprietor, finally emerging from within, brandished a stick and charged at the ruffian with reckless abandon. The ruffian, well versed in the art of brawling, initially suffered a few blows from the stick. In a fit of rage, he hurled his still-connected phone at the shopkeeper, then clenched his fists and charged forward like a stone pillar. With a few well-placed punches of blood soon adorned the shopkeeper's face. At this juncture, a stout woman appeared to tire, revealing the drawbacks of her bulk. The slender woman, undeterred, launched a fierce counterattack, seizing a high-heeled shoe and mercilessly striking the stout woman on the head and face. The stout woman found herself momentarily defenseless, witnessing the plight of her companion. The ruffian suddenly charged in from the side, delivering a precise kick that sent the slender woman sprawling. United, the ruffian and the stout woman unleashed a relentless assault on the slender woman. A young girl rushed over, tugging at the ruffian's shirt, crying out, "Leave, just leave. Let go." It seemed this brave child was the daughter of the shop's owners. Unbeknownst to anyone, the male proprietor had reappeared, wielding a light fixture and seizing the opportunity to ambush the ruffian. The solid base of the light fixture struck the ruffian's head with a resounding thud, drawing blood. Suddenly, an unexpected turn of events unfolded as a tall man with a buzz cut emerged from the crowd. Nonchalantly holding a teacup, he hurled the teacup at the lighting store, then surged forward with remarkable grace, as if trained for this very moment. After toppling the emaciated shopkeeper, a fierce brawl ensued between the ruffian and the tall man. It is likely that this tall individual was either summoned by the ruffian or fortuitously encountered him. Initially, the ruffian held the upper hand, but sensing the shift in momentum, this ally intervened at a critical moment. Undoubtedly earning the ruffian's gratitude thereafter, the ruffian, a seasoned street brawler, had become somewhat complacent over the years, enjoying a reputation that afforded him respect and deterred challengers, which may explain his current disadvantage. With the tall man's intervention, the tide turned dramatically, leaving the shopkeeper and the slender woman cornered and outmatched by the trio. Chapter 15, A Fortuitous Encounter, Part 2, amidst the cacophony of shattering glass. The lighting store lay in ruins, as if it were to start anew. "Let go of my father," the young girl bravely exclaimed, tugging at the two adult men, kicking and striking, even spitting in defiance. I found myself unable to bear witness to such a scene. What kind of impact would this experience leave on the young girl's psyche? How could the shadows of such trauma ever be fully erased? Perhaps I should have intervened to halt this farce long ago. The old ruffian seemed to sense something amiss, and no one dared to step forward to mediate. Perhaps it was more due to the old ruffian's notorious reputation. The surrounding shops belonged to neighbors who, under normal circumstances, ought to lend a helping hand, yet shockingly not a single soul dared to approach. It appeared that the owners of the lighting store were genuinely unfamiliar with this local thug. No one called the authorities, they merely gathered to watch, myself included, at a loss as to how to proceed. Suddenly, the old ruffian struck the little girl who had been clutching his shirt, sending her teetering unsteadily. The audacity of that ruffian to assault such a young child was unbearable. I could no longer stand idly by. I glanced around, contemplating where to place my little nephew so I could rush to the girl's aid. At last, I spotted a shop with a writing duck at its entrance. I hurried over, seated long atop it, and fumbled in my pocket for a coin, inserting it to set the duck in motion. "Uncle will be right back, don't wander off. We still need to go to the restaurant later," I instructed Long, who nodded in understanding. Without further ado, I dashed towards the lighting store, but upon looking back, I saw Long joyfully playing along the way. I had silently resolved to confront this ruffian. What did it matter to offend a thug? Who am I now? I have faced ghosts, why should I fear a mere ruffian? With determination swelling within me, I pushed through the crowd, ready to charge forward, when suddenly, I froze in astonishment. Who is she? Who is that, with willow-shaped brows and phoenix-like eyes, an oval face framed by flowing hair, delicate arms like lotus roots, a fair and charming visage, a tall and elegant figure, and fingers as graceful as jade? Her ruby lips and pearly teeth beckoned like honey. She stood there, a vision of elegance, exuding confidence as she effortlessly subdued the malevolent. In truth, I recognized her at once. However, I dared not acknowledge it. She had already brought the old ruffian to the ground, and the tall man found himself ensnared by her deft grip. Naturally, he resisted fiercely, but the more he struggled, the more pain he endured, sweat beading on his forehead. The old ruffian's hefty partner lunged at her. In a swift, graceful turn, she evaded the attack, causing the woman to crash to the ground, shattering glass beneath her, which prompted her to cry out in distress, yet she found herself unable to rise, covered in shards. Truly, she had brought this upon herself. After dodging the hefty woman's assault, she still maintained her hold on the tall man. The old ruffian, incredulous, could hardly believe that a delicate beauty had suddenly emerged, dispatching two burly men and a fierce woman with such ease. Grasping an object, the old ruffian charged at her once more, fierce and unstoppable. If she were to evade this attack, she would undoubtedly have to relinquish her hold on the tall man, which would worsen the situation. What to do? She found herself in a dilemma. But wait, don't forget, I'm here too. I swiftly emerged from the shadows, soaring through the air like a gust of wind, seizing the moment while the elderly scoundrel was preoccupied with his malicious intent towards her. I propelled myself forward with remarkable speed, executing a flying kick that sent him tumbling through the air. The old rascal crashed onto the glass-strewn floor of the lighting store, and one can only imagine the agony he must endure. "Brother, we have arrived." At that moment, the group summoned by the old scoundrel burst onto the scene. Instantly, both she and I were taken aback. This assembly of individuals appeared fearsome, each one a seasoned brawler, clad in thin garments with sleeves rolled up, clearly prepared for a confrontation. A dozen or so of them wielded various weapons. Given the circumstances, I realized I had no choice but to. Suddenly, the surroundings erupted with flashing lights as police cars arrived just in time. The area was effectively cordoned off, and officers rushed in, and the ruffians scattered in all directions, though many were apprehended. "Captain Tang, leave it to me," one officer said, taking hold of the tall man she had subdued. "Captain Tang." With no time to ponder, I turned to leave when a commanding voice rang out from behind me. "Halt!" I felt a firm grip on my arm, and as I was about to protest, a gentle voice floated through the air. "Let him go." He acted in self-defense. The grip on my arm immediately loosened, and a hand patted my shoulder amiably. My apologies, brother. I rubbed my arm and shook it off, feeling no significant harm. However, it was evident how formidable the arrest techniques were. Had I truly been a criminal, I would have faced severe consequences. I lifted my leg, ready to depart. "Guo Cuo, you think you can just leave like this?" She surprisingly recognized me. As I turned around, a broad grin spread across my face, and my eyes were filled with images of Tang Leitang. Little Bao. The call did not sound feminine, yet it was unmistakably a girl's voice. It was Guan Xiaoyun. I was taken aback by her unexpected appearance. Tang Leitang's loyal companion had evidently been with her. It seemed that Guan Xiaoyun had likely ascended to the status of Tang Leitang's close friend. To my astonishment, she still called me by my childhood nickname, frequently teasing me with it back in school. So they were out shopping and happened to stumble upon this incident. One could say that Tang Leitang had truly grown bold and daring, venturing into perilous situations alone. Had I not been there at that critical moment to lend my assistance, who knows what might have transpired. Indeed, Guan Xiaoyun, Tang Leitang, my old classmates, I hardly recognize you. I glanced at Tang Leitang, dressed casually, and found it difficult to articulate my thoughts. I am currently employed at the police station as a criminal investigator. She remained her usual carefree, straightforward self. I work at an insurance company. By the way, have you considered insurance? We offer life insurance, accident insurance. Xiaoyun, you should head back. I need to handle a few things here. I'll call you later, Tang Leitang instructed Guan Xiaoyun, though she seemed reluctant to leave. She still flashed me a smile. I was puzzled by her grin when, unexpectedly, Guan Xiaoyun made a funny face before gracefully departing. Captain, you are truly impressive. It is hard to believe, Deputy Captain, she interrupted my words. The Vice Captain is quite imposing, isn't she? I chuckled lightly. Come with me, she instructed. Where to? I asked, bewildered. The police station. For what purpose? I inquired. To record a statement, she replied with a hint of impatience. Acting all official, such arrogance. I thought to myself, though I maintained a cheerful demeanor, saying, all right then, let's go. Is there a car? Tang Leitang pouted, gesturing with both hands in a graceful arc, slightly bowing as she said, after you. Before me, the door of a police car had already swung open. To my surprise, Tang Leitang was driving. Just as I was about to get in, I suddenly shouted, oh no. Tang Leitang watched as I took off running. Long was still engrossed in playing with that rubber duck. The fleeting moment of a mere coin's worth long past. The duck had ceased its song and lay dormant, as if in hibernation. Long patted the duck, his expression one of profound disappointment. By the time I returned with my little nephew in my arms, Tang Leitang still wore a look of confusion. The car started moving slowly at first, then gradually picking up speed. She remained silent, seemingly unwilling to continue the conversation. I noticed her expression had shifted, and I mused to myself, I certainly did not offend this lady. At that moment, my heart was still racing. I had truly been frightened. If anything were to happen to Long, how could I possibly cope? Ringing. My phone buzzed with an incoming call. Hello, sis. There's a bit of a situation. I'll bring Long over shortly. You all go ahead to the restaurant. I hung up. How old is your son? Tang Leitang suddenly asked, just as I had finished speaking with my sister. Her unexpected question caught me off guard. As I began to formulate a response, a thought struck me, and I asked, what about you? How old is your child? To my surprise, she chose not to follow the script and remained silent. Reluctantly, I replied candidly, my son is still in his mother's womb. This is my nephew, from my sister's family. What is your wife doing now? Tang Leitang finally responded. My wife, oh, perhaps she is still in my mother-in-law's womb. I quipped. How shameless. After uttering this, it wasn't long before Tang Leitang burst into laughter. Guo Cuo, you see, I told you to study hard back then, but you didn't listen to me. Now look at you. Unable to even find a wife, I chuckled. What can I say? Today's girls don't fancy my type. Perhaps I am just too ahead of my time, so I have to wait. Too ahead of your time? You are simply lagging behind, and have always been so. Haven't you still not found a job? She began to chide me again. Just as I felt embarrassed, my little nephew started to misbehave. Long tugged at Tang Leitang's shoulder and suddenly exclaimed, wife, I want. His finger pointed toward a toy car on the seat. Tang Leitang stifled her laughter and unhesitatingly handed the toy model to Long. Don't give it to him, he yelled. I'll break it in no time. I hurriedly protested. Tang Leitang retorted, you think you can't break it? Why should I give it to you? I find myself utterly perplexed by Tang Leitang's sudden outburst, and I can only scratch my head in confusion. Your sister's child has grown so much. Why have your family members not yet taken it upon themselves to arrange something for you? Tang Leitang inquired. Arrange what? I replied, as Tang Leitang shot me a sidelong glance. What do you think? I understood immediately. Oh, my family does not engage in arranged marriages. They allow me the freedom to choose as I please. Besides, it is still early. My career takes precedence. We are not that old. After all, what is the rush? Tang Leitang chuckled lightly. As long as there is no urgency, that's good. I joined her laughter with a grin. Sit down, you will answer my questions. A young officer named Guo Cuo barked at me. Hey, I find it curious. What is the matter? I am merely an upstanding citizen. Cuo, he is the one being heroic. Not him. If it weren't for him, I would be in quite a predicament. Tang Leitang interjected as she guided my nephew Long to a seat. Now I understand. Guo Cuo's tone was exceedingly dramatic. Moments later, he approached me with a steaming cup of coffee in hand. I in the police station. Long seemed to have stepped into an entirely different realm. Thoroughly enjoying himself, Tang Leitang was busy taking my statement. Once the on-site record was completed, I began filling out forms. Upon finishing, I handed the completed document to Tang Leitang. The morgue. The vigil keeper, Tang Leitang murmured. So it is the one who watches over the deceased. In truth, it is a rather relaxed job, I elucidated. She organized her materials and replied with a smile. Just a moment, I nodded in affirmation. All right, she glanced at me, her smile appearing somewhat strained. I sat there, striving to maintain my composure, though I had already begun to feel restless. Fortunately, I had managed to quell any inappropriate thoughts about her, yet, I felt an immense sense of loss within me. It seemed that everyone here surpassed me in every conceivable way, including the Na'vi young officer Guo Cuo, who, in both looks and stature, was undeniably superior. Moreover, he was a criminal investigator, from the very moment I stepped into this place. I suddenly realized that my previous sense of self-importance was merely an illusion. The disparity between us had begun to manifest insidiously. She could no longer be that high school girl who would leisurely stroll about with me, freely expressing her thoughts. She had transformed, while I appeared to remain the same despondent version of myself, seemingly unchanged. Perhaps I had long been rendered obsolete. Reflecting on it now, our former teacher, Tang Leitang's uncle, had an uncanny ability to discern character. He recognized me as a disruptive influence immediately. Had he not intervened that day, I might have indeed led her astray. Instantly, I relinquished any lingering grievances concerning our teacher. I came to realize that everything seemed predestined. She was destined to become a remarkable individual, destined for a vibrant and colorful life, while I was fated to be a vigil keeper, forever in the company of the deceased. Destined to retreat from this cacophonous era. The sound of my phone ringing pierced through the air. Sister, I will bring Long Long over right away. Yes, there was a minor issue earlier. No worries, I will be there shortly. I ended the call. Yes, they're an urgent matter. At some point, Tang Leitang had appeared beside me, asking if my family was waiting for me to join them for dinner. I will accompany you. Tang Leitang resolutely stated. No, it's quite alright, Guo Cuo. Your bravery today deeply impresses me, and I must express my gratitude. The situation was indeed perilous, and it was truly thanks to you. As she spoke, Tang Leitang extended her hand. Was this a gesture of gratitude through a handshake? At that moment, I suddenly felt that the etiquette of foreigners was indeed superior. When a woman extends her hand, a man can even kiss it. Some might even share a kiss. How delightful. I shook hands with Tang Leitang, though I withdrew my hand more swiftly than she did, for I suddenly noticed that Guo Cuo was glaring at me intently. Goodness, I certainly did not wish to provoke that tall, wealthy gentleman. Nevertheless, Tang Leitang insisted on seeing me off. I sat in the back seat with Long Long, and for reasons unbeknownst to me, I began to deliberately maintain my distance from her. Long Long held not only a toy car but also rubber handcuffs, a toy gun, and various trinkets made from bullet casings, which brought him great joy. I, too, was taken aback. In our line of work, encountering the deceased is quite commonplace. Tang Leitang suddenly broke the silence that had settled in my heart. Yes, indeed, I replied, feeling somewhat revitalized. You are far more accustomed to this than we are. The corpses you encounter seem to be quite normal. You know, the corpses I've seen. Never mind, you must be eager to return for dinner. Through the reflection in the rearview mirror, I caught a glimpse of Tang Leitang's smile, which appeared as pure and kind as ever. As if time itself had come to a standstill. Oh, by the way, I suddenly recalled Tang Leitang. Do you know a girl named Yes, generally, do you allow families to send the deceased to the morgue only after an autopsy? Tang Leitang seemed not to comprehend. I continued, if someone dies, does that mean that if the police are not notified, an autopsy is unnecessary? Tang Leitang replied, it depends on the circumstances. I said, oh, then do you know someone named Xiao Rong? Her full name is Chen Rongrong. Are you acquainted with this girl? Tang Leitang appeared taken aback. I clarified, it's a female corpse. The deceased is named Chen Rongrong. What exactly are you trying to say? I paused for a moment, then elaborated, it's like this. This girl lived. Her parents. Her body was presumably recovered from the river, apparently having committed suicide, but I understand now, you're referring to her. Tang Leitang interjected, I know about that corpse. I was on the scene with Shuai. What's the matter? Do you know her? She continued. It was indeed a remarkable coincidence that it was Tang Leitang who had investigated the scene, I quickly added. I had no connection to her during her life, but after her death, her body was sent to us, and it has yet to be cremated. I don't believe she committed suicide. Oh, what do you think happened then? Tang Leitang asked, half smiling. I believe she was murdered, I candidly replied. Where's the evidence? Tang Leitang inquired, quite cooperative. I certainly would not mention anything about hauntings. To do so would derail this conversation entirely, because I have an autopsy report with me. Is this the place? Tang Leitang interrupted my speech as she drove the car right up to the entrance of the restaurant. Yes, I got out of the car, cradling Long Long in my arms. Goodbye. Tang Leitang seemed to be in a hurry. Goodbye, Long Long. Say goodbye to Auntie, I instructed. Tang Leitang playfully took Long Long's little hand and said, call me big sister. Immediately after, she encouraged Long Long to call me big brother as well. Goodbye. Tang Leitang planted a kiss on Long Long's cheek. The toy car. I took the car model from Long Long's hands and glanced at Tang Leitang. It's not for you, Tang Leitang replied, seemingly miffed. The corners of her mouth curled up, her face adorned with a myriad of expressions. I dared not look at her any longer. My heart was racing. Tang Leitang waved at Long Long once more as the car window slowly descended. Until she was no longer in my view, there were countless words left unspoken, not so many, yet I suddenly felt I had said too much today. I was at a loss, feeling utterly flustered after all these years. Had it not been for this encounter, I believed I would have managed to endure, yet I began to regret my decision to wander the streets today. What was the point of wandering aimlessly? How utterly frivolous. Chapter 17. Xiaorong, putting on a show today. I drank too much at noon and fell into a deep slumber until I was jolted awake by the ringing of my phone. Only to find that the sky outside had darkened. Hello, I replied sweetly. To my surprise, it was her. How did she get my number? I never gave it to her. Oh, it must have been noted during the record. Mom, I went out for dinner. As I spoke, I finished tidying my attire. I glanced at myself in the mirror. My charm was beginning to return. Where are you off to? My mother inquired. Look at you, always asking questions. It's time to get out and about. Staying cooped up at home every day isn't good. My father can be quite fashionable at times. That was just a little incident from noon. I wasn't worried. My mother truly has a tendency to fret. Goodness, what do you mean by causing trouble? That was called acting in the interest of justice. A good thing. My father has been singing my praises about today's events. At the Jacques CAF, after some pleasantries, it felt as though we were both rather tensed. I had no idea what was on her mind, but I was overwhelmed with excitement at the prospect of our meeting. What shall we eat? It's on me, Tang Leiting said, as the waiter promptly brought over a cup of coffee for me. You order. I'll treat. I'm well prepared today. Let us not make it dull. This is my way of thanking you. What do you mean it's on you? Tang Leiting's words left me momentarily speechless. However, with our banter going back and forth, I couldn't let the conversation die down. Besides, I genuinely enjoyed talking to her. Every word shared was a treasure. To be honest, my salary from this job is quite substantial. Do you have any idea how much it is per month? I raised an eyebrow. 80,000. Tang Leiting's teasing was rather sharp. 8,000. My bravado was indeed considerably deflated. You can always treat me back. This meal today must be on me, Tang Leiting insisted. Seeing her so resolute, I felt awkward about ordering an extravagant dish, so I settled for a steak, thinking it would suffice. However, Tang Leiting ordered a plethora of snacks and delicacies, displaying a certain eagerness that struck me as somewhat peculiar. Is it sufficient? If not, we shall demand more. We must resolutely respond to the call of the Clean Plate campaign, shall we not? Indeed, I replied, that is enough to eat. Let us begin our meal. I occasionally cast furtive glances at her, sensing that she harbors something on her mind. By the way, as expected, Tang Leiting is poised to address the main topic. You speak. I responded immediately. Is what you mentioned at noon credible? From this statement, it was evident that Tang Leiting held a rather unfavorable impression of me as an unreliable and untrustworthy student. Absolutely credible. I possess evidence. I was eager to alter the negative image I had previously cultivated. What evidence? I have an autopsy report. I replied. Who conducted it? You. But if you do not believe it, you could always conduct another one. I said confidently. This was an opportunity one must seize, for I was already convinced of Xiaorong's ghostly existence and was well acquainted with the entire sequence of events surrounding the crime. However, I could not be so overt in my assertions. To do so would bear consequences. I needed her to substantiate it herself. If facts speak louder than words, are you implying that Xiaorong did not commit suicide? Then it must be murdered. I interjected. Tang Leiting was cutting her steak with a knife and fork. Guo Cuo, this is no trivial matter. Indeed, I understand. I straightened my posture. Are you aware that the last scene was my first time leading a team? Tang Leiting's words revealed another gravity beyond this matter. I paused for a moment. An autopsy is not something you personally conducted. If issues can be identified from it, does that not demonstrate your dedication? Tang Leiting's expression conveyed her apparent agreement with my words. However, Guo Cuo, are you confident? It seemed this was indeed a significant issue. I could not hesitate, nor could I make any guarantees. This is no laughing matter. Leaning forward on the table, I earnestly stated, personally, I believe that if there is a 60% chance, one should pursue it. If one were to wait for absolute certainty, the opportunity may slip away. You mentioned this was your first time leading a team on site. Although it may appear that the matter has passed, should you uncover something, who could fault you? Everyone would only commend your serious attitude and diligent work. If a case were to be reopened and you uncovered the truth, I believe it would provide a thorough resolution for both yourself and the deceased. Tang Leiting fell into contemplation. Lives are at stake. I added. Tang Leiting lifted her gaze to meet mine. You have changed. I relish this remark, yet I feigned indifference. Well then, are you free tomorrow? I wish to visit your place to examine the body. Anytime. Today, I am not working. The office is quite relaxed. I did not encounter many colleagues around. However, the large bear at the gate was still as steadfast as ever, observing me and my companion without questioning. Merely adhering to his habitual scrutiny upon entering typing building, I felt a sudden chill. Tang Leiting, unaccustomed to the atmosphere, shivered slightly. I promptly removed my suit jacket and draped it over her shoulders. Why is it so cold here? Tang Leiting, much like when we first arrived, was uncomfortable with the grotesque statues flanking the grand corridor. Alas, who knows, I cannot be bothered. I am grappling with the lifeless body of Xiaorong has been extracted from the morgue. Laid upon the autopsy table, the table has been pushed beneath the fluorescent light, revealing everything in stark clarity. Behold, here are the marks left by the application of substances. If she had drowned, who could have possibly strangled her after her demise? According to your account, you arrived at the scene promptly, and it seems improbable that anyone would have had the opportunity to encircle the deceased's neck in that manner. Furthermore, once a person has succumbed to death, the blood congeals, leaving no such marks. Observe here, the minimal residue of silt within the oral and nasal cavities, with scarcely any staining. This can only attest to the fact that the victim was killed prior to being submerged in water. Her body did not sink but rather floated, leading to its swift discovery. If she was found so quickly, the fatal strangulation marks would surely have been identified, would they not? They could not have been overlooked. Tang Leiting naturally harbored her own doubts and lines of reasoning. Indeed, yet some scenarios are exceptions. You imply. Tang Leiting turned her gaze towards me. If the deceased suffered from asthma, under external stressors, if she were to asphyxiate, then the perpetrator's act of strangulation would not have required such exertion. Hence, the marks would not be overly pronounced, perhaps even faint, only becoming apparent after the application of substances. How do you know she had asthma? Was this determined through examination? This does not necessitate a test. A mere inquiry would suffice. Asthma sufferers cough when exposed to cold air. After autumn set in, the deceased must have frequently coughed, and surely her neighbors were aware of this. Moreover, a simple question to her family would clarify the matter. I presented myself professionally, essentially reiterating Aunt Meng's words. My responses regarding the autopsy were thus, yet what the ghost of Xiaorong revealed to me was an entirely different matter. Tang Leiting began to furrow her brow. Who could the murderer be? What would compel one to commit such an act? I heard she experienced a heartbreak. Chapter 18. Xiaorong, following the trail. Tang Leiting appeared to be speaking to herself. Yet it seemed as though she were engaging in analysis with me. Noting her thoughts veering off course, I promptly guided her. It likely has nothing to do with her boyfriend, does it? Tang Leiting turned her head towards me. I have heard that her boyfriend provided her with a substantial amount as a breakup settlement, seemingly in the hundreds of thousands. Would someone capable of such generosity then seek to take her life? A wealthy heir might indulge in a thrill, yet murder seems unlikely. That cannot be ruled out entirely. Tang Leiting countered. Could this matter truly have no connection to her ex-boyfriend? Well, it's hard to say. There might be some link, perhaps. It could very well be related to that money. I replied. Money? Her boyfriend gave her money. He actually provided a settlement. Tang Leiting looked at me. Let us investigate. Surely we will uncover the truth. Indeed, Tang Leiting appeared to have discerned some inconsistency, a surge of professional instinct igniting within her, and she was resolute in her pursuit. She had a car, making travel convenient, and I was available, eager to accompany her. Just as I was closing the door, a sudden flash of insight struck me. There in the dim corner of the mortuary stood a figure. It was none other than the ghost of Xiaorong. Xiaorong, I am not your obedient servant, nor am I here to assist you. We shall settle our matters at a later time. After conducting a thorough investigation, it became evident that Xiaorong indeed suffers from asthma. And it has been a persistent condition. When we inquired whether Xiaorong's ex-boyfriend had provided her with a sum of money upon their breakup, the expressions on her parents' faces soured considerably. We have not seen any such payment. Not a single penny. Please cease your inquiries. We shall proceed to cremate the body tomorrow. We've been preoccupied with moving these past few days. What, you performed an autopsy? Xiaorong's mother suddenly interjected. I quickly reassured her. No. The body has not been autopsied, but we have discovered some new information from the autopsy report. Tang Leiting stated solemnly. What information? Xiaorong's father immediately tensed up. The deceased bore additional injuries, Tang Leiting informed. You mean to say? Xiaorong's father hastily rose, unable to remain seated. For the time being, we cannot draw any conclusions. We will investigate thoroughly. If there are indeed issues, we shall ensure justice for the deceased. And those who transgress the law shall not escape unscathed. Please trust us, Tang Leiting asserted with commendable authority. Xiaorong's ex-boyfriend had indeed provided her with a severance payment, and upon seeing us, he had cursed, saying, "What a sham, she is merely trying to swindle money. I tell you, this is not the first time. You should arrest her." "Why have you come to me?" "She is dead," Tang Leiting replied candidly. The individual was momentarily taken aback but quickly retorted, "Good riddance." Tang Leiting swiftly ruled out Xiaorong's ex-boyfriend as a suspect. By the way, should we visit Xiaorong's neighbor? I suggested. Yes, Tang Leiting was unwavering in her determination. It stands to reason, if I, an outsider, am exerting myself, so how could she, an insider, possibly complain of fatigue? Soon, we found ourselves at Lu Zhu's residence. After 3 resounding knocks, the noise of the television inside ceased abruptly. I had already suspected that this individual was the culprit. However, Tang Leiting remained blissfully unaware. I discreetly prepared for any eventuality, my phone screen lingering on the emergency number 110.N01, Tang Leiting inquired. "How is that possible? There was sound just a moment ago. Could it be that he is feeling guilty?" I intentionally began to steer Tang Leiting's thoughts, subtly implanting this notion in her mind. Previously, I had deliberately inquired with Xiaorong's parents and learned that this residence was rented to an outsider named Lu Zhu. Lu Zhu is a bachelor employed at a factory in the development zone. It was already dinner time, and Tang Leiting speculated that he might be dining out. Naturally, without a search warrant, she dared not act recklessly. I, however, pounded on the door with fervor. At last, the door swung open, revealing a somewhat stocky yet gaunt man in his 30s. Lu Zhu yanked the door open and shouted, "What do you want? What's the matter?" Police. Tang Leiting's credentials proved quite effective. The changes in Lu Zhu's expression were exceedingly conspicuous, leading one to surmise that Tang Leiting must have sensed something. Harboring her own understanding, "What's the matter?" Lu Zhu remained stationed at the doorway, though his voice had grown considerably feeble. "It's nothing, merely here to inquire about certain matters. Might it be possible for us to step inside and discuss?" Tang Leiting inquired. It seemed Lu Zhu, being merely a transient laborer with little comprehension of legal procedures, was reluctant to permit our entry, yet dared not voice his objections, with Tang Leiting stepping forward and myself following closely behind. We entered the dwelling, or upon crossing the threshold a pungent odor of blood mixed with mildew assailed our senses. The interior was in utter disarray, beer bottles were strewn haphazardly about, and a small table bore 2 dishes of food, while bottles of white liquor and beer lay carelessly beneath. "Are you having dinner?" Tang Leiting asked softly. "Yes, I am," Lu Zhu replied. I surveyed the surroundings. It was even worse than a dog's den, alas. How to articulate it? "Are you planning to move?" Tang Leiting queried. "Oh, I merely find it rather chaotic." I hadn't realized that Lu Zhu intended to vacate, I thought, yet Lu Zhu's response corroborated Tang Leiting's observations. "Yes, the landlord is moving. We can no longer reside here," Lu Zhu stated. Tang Leiting, being a professional in her field, well trained for such encounters, would have left me utterly bewildered without Aunt Meng's autopsy report and Xiaorong's spectral testimony. In this murky situation, I would have been completely lost, devoid of clarity or direction. "What exactly do you intend to do?" "I must depart this evening and need to pack my belongings," Lu Zhu insisted. "Why the haste?" Tang Leiting probed. "The landlord is pressing me," Lu Zhu responded readily. "By the way, do you know the landlord's daughter, Chen Rongrong?" Tang Leiting cut straight to the point. To say I know her would be an overstatement. "What does it mean to know someone? I am aware of her, but does she know me?" Lu Zhu's self-deprecation seemed to contrast with my own genuine feelings of inadequacy. His was a mere pretext to distance himself from the situation. "Chen Rongrong is dead. Are you aware of this?" Tang Leiting inquired. "Who isn't aware?" Lu Zhu replied. "Did you have any interaction with her prior to her death?" Tang Leiting pressed on, her inquiries clear and methodical. "Well, does a fleeting encounter count as interaction?" Lu Zhu responded. "Not at all," Tang Leiting remarked. "Then there was none," Lu Zhu conceded. At last, Lu Zhu had uttered a falsehood. A crack in his facade had emerged. This untruth rendered Lu Zhu's narrative untenable. I was acutely aware that Lu Zhu had indeed entered Chen Rongrong's vehicle that fateful day. If you were unfamiliar with Chen Rongrong, what prompted her to allow you into her car?" I interjected suddenly. Lu Zhu visibly flinched. Tang Leiting first glanced at me, then, upon witnessing Lu Zhu's startled reaction, swiftly turned her attention back to him. Every movement of Lu Zhu had not escaped her keen perception. "What?" Lu Zhu did not misunderstand my words. Instead, he was deliberately trying to divert the conversation. He was contemplating an excuse. Suddenly, from a corner of the room, a commotion erupted, accompanied by the sharp squeaking of 2 mice that tumbled out. Fiercely engaged in a scuffle, Lu Zhu's legs buckled beneath him as he shouted, "Oh my, had it not been for my presence and that of Tang Leiting, he might have bolted. Someone witnessed you getting into Chen Rongrong's car." I pressed relentlessly. Gathering his courage, Lu Zhu kicked at the 2 mice, causing them to scatter in fright. Lu Zhu's breath was uneven, and he seemed to have forgotten to respond to my inquiry. Just as Tang Leiting was about to speak, I hastily interjected, "Pardon the interruption." We stepped out and turned the corner of the street. I called out to Tang Leiting, who glanced my way. "Do you not find him highly suspicious?" I inquired. "Suspicious of what?" Tang Leiting asked. "Of having ulterior motives for money. Let us not forget that Chen Rongrong withdrew the funds." "Where are they now?" I remarked. Tang Leiting scoffed. "That one has the mind of a thief but lacks the courage of one." "I believe he lacks the audacity. Do you think he is merely putting on an act?" "Not at all. True, he is afraid of mice, but that does not imply he would shy away from taking a life. Some individuals are inherently fearful of certain fish, birds, flowers, or insects, akin to the sensation of motion sickness, yet that does not prevent them from driving or walking. Besides, he has consistently evaded my final question. If you let him go now, what if you are wrong?" Tang Leiting, are you aware of the saying, "Men die for wealth, birds perish for food"? Lu Zhu may possess a timid disposition, and he may not have intended to kill. But in that moment, who can say what transpired? Perhaps during the robbery, when Chen Rongrong resisted vehemently, Lu Zhu, in a state of panic, inadvertently strangled her. That is still conjecture. There is insufficient evidence, Tang Leiting replied. "Can we detain him for 24 hours? "We can, but we lack a detention warrant." "Then you should go and procure one." Tang Leiting hesitated. "I will be watching," I stated, my expression resolute. Chapter 19, Little Rome. Digging a pit, seeking collections, Chapter 20, Little Rome, I am the fish and meat, seeking recommendations, Tang Latian, accompanied by Guo Cuo, ended up with nothing. At this moment, my phone was no longer reachable. Let us depart, Guo Cuo suggested, whereto Tang Latian inquired, astonished, Senior sister, a friend of mine has just opened a seafood restaurant. I shall treat you, let us indulge in some hairy crabs, Guo Cuo declared, moving to open the car door. Eat, this exasperated Tang Latian, who picked up her folder and playfully smacked Guo Cuo on the head. Cuo ducked for cover. After a brief scuffle, he quieted down and Tang Latian crossed her arms, showing no intention of leaving. Guo Cuo, lost in thought, stood beside her, contemplating with a furrowed brow as he gnawed on his fingernails. Tang Latian began to scan the surroundings intently. At the street corner, she finally spotted a cigarette butt. This cigarette stub. Cuo scratched his head. Tang Latian had already ventured into another street. Cuo trailed behind like a shadow. Another cigarette butt. Cuo scratched his head again. Shredded paper. No, it is fragments of currency. Tang Latian crouched down, examining the pieces with a thoughtful expression. Cuo questioned, could this be a signal? Suddenly, Tang Latian sprang to her feet, shouting, get in the car, quickly. Guo Cuo dashed ahead to start the vehicle. And before Tang Latian had taken more than a few steps, he had already brought the car to her, the restaurant. Guo Cuo asked. Tang Latian looked at him in astonishment. I was just joking. Senior sister, Guo Cuo chuckled. Drive slowly. No, a bit faster, just a tad faster. Now slow down. Tang Latian leaned forward, peering out of the window at the ground below. It smells wonderful, Guo Cuo remarked. It is uncertain whether the tantalizing aroma wafting from the restaurant or the subtle fragrance emanating from Tang Latian is to blame. One cannot deny that Guo Cuo possesses quite the talent for double entendre. Silence, Tang Latian bellowed, leaving Guo Cuo in a state of dishevelment. The vehicle gradually made its way towards the Dongda Bridge. Hurry, accelerate, faster, Tang Latian suddenly commanded. Alright, just watch me, I am indeed an experienced driver. Guo Cuo's driving skills proved exceptional as they sped through the development zone, seemingly without a clear destination, as if aiming for the very horizon. Lu Zhu was busy digging here and there, creating a sizable pit. He was searching for something. I chose to remain silent, fearful of disturbing him. I understood that once he completed his task, my fate would be sealed. With my hands bound behind me, I was powerless to resist, unable even to muster a desperate struggle. Yet, I persisted. The ropes were unyielding, a tight knot indeed. However, I still possessed the Shangtong sword, regardless of its effectiveness against humans. In times of desperation, one must grasp at straws. I was willing to try anything that might work, yet for reasons unknown, I could not summon the Shangtong sword. I had envisioned summoning this mystical weapon to swiftly sever my bindings and, in a moment of surprise, subdue Lu Zhu. Yet, at the most critical juncture, it failed me. Had I mispronounced the incantation, where intention leads, energy flows, where will directs, strength emerges, the body moves with intent, reaching all places, utterly futile. My palms remained still, devoid of the familiar sting of the sword's emergence, and the coolness it brought was but a memory, replaced by the sweat pooling in my palms. At that moment, not just the sting, but a profound anguish filled my heart. If only the sword would appear, I would be overwhelmed with gratitude. I sighed inwardly. Oh heavens, I truly begin to feel the weight of danger. Despondency and disappointment began to creep in, while fear enveloped the atmosphere around me. But I still possessed that so-called blood jade armor. Surely it could render me impervious to blades and bullets, if only it truly granted such protection. Had I known, I would have fought back fiercely from the outset. Yet here I lay, a mere fish at another's mercy, awaiting slaughter. What if Lu Zhu were to slit my throat? My neck was unprotected by the blood jade armor. And what if he were to bury me alive? The more I pondered, the colder my heart grew. How had I fallen to such a state? Had I been too fanciful in my earlier thoughts? Too overconfident? And what of that little rogue's ghost? Why did she not seek vengeance herself? Why must she pursue me? That little rogue. Indeed a malevolent spirit, not a benevolent one. I recalled a conversation carried by the wind. Yes, he was right, that female ghost must be eliminated. Not a single ghost is benevolent. Truly they are lethal without consequence. One final attempt. Yet again, I failed. Indeed, the Shangtong sword refused to heed my call. Why had I not practiced diligently? Others who lack such a weapon might never encounter it in their lives, yet I, who was destined to possess it, squandered the opportunity. I could only blame myself for failing to cherish it once it was in my grasp. If I were to escape this calamity, I would rise at dawn each day, diligently practicing until I achieved harmony with my sword. Harmony. I would shatter this wretched sword. What a useless thing it is. Failing me at the crucial moment, what worth do you hold, you worthless object? Could it be that I misremembered the incantation? Something feels amiss. Was I not attentive enough? It is indeed understandable, for ever since I acquired this tragic soup sword, I have neglected it entirely, forgetting its very existence. Now, in this moment of desperation, it is only logical that it would prove unhelpful. I find myself on the brink of despair. My legs feel somewhat numb. Suddenly, a jolt of realization strikes me. My feet and legs are still free. How could I have nearly forgotten that? My speed. Can that Lu Zhu surpass me in a race? I have yet to encounter anyone who can. As long as I begin to run. A newfound confidence emerges within me. I see a glimmer of hope. I casually start to move my legs. Lu Zhu has grown complacent. He believes that by binding my hands, I am rendered utterly powerless. While I may not be able to overpower him, I can certainly run. Lu Zhu has finally located that bundle of items. I know it to be a stash of money. That must be Xiao Rong's money, buried quite deep indeed. I chuckle. Lu Zhu stands up, appearing as though he has completed a significant task, brushing the dirt from his hands, and says, "Brother, do you see how useful this pit has been for you? Old chap, are you truly capable of murder?" I feign ignorance, merely to buy some time and prepare for my escape. "Ha, whether it be one life or more, it is inconsequential. You have ultimately admitted that Chen Rongrong was killed by you. Why, was it merely for a paltry sum of money? She brought this upon herself. I never intended to take a life. She only has herself to blame for her greed, which cost her dearly. In truth, are you not in the same predicament? Have you not sought your own demise?" Lu Zhu lights a cigarette. No further words are necessary. This is the opening, such a precious opportunity, as Lu Zhu lights his smoke. I suddenly rise. I in the immediate vicinity. Lu Zhu is taken aback, unsure of my intentions. I swiftly take a step. Not towards Lu Zhu, for that would be suicidal. I step forward to follow with another, and dash away. Stop! Lu Zhu lunges but fails to grasp me. In a few strides, he closes the gap. I do not look back. I simply run for my life. A chilling gust brushes my hair as I feel it being tugged. In that critical moment, I manage to sprint forward another 2 steps. Lu Zhu's explosive power indeed exceeds mine. His speed surpasses my OWN. In a desperate attempt, he lunges forward, extending one hand and surprisingly seizing my leg. Chapter 21, Xiao Rong, Close Combat, Seeking Rewards. Once Lu Zhu has a hold of my leg, I immediately sense the immense strength in his grip, rendering me unable to break free. Yet he brings me crashing to the ground. At this life and death juncture, how could I possibly relent? I am fighting for my very survival. With my hands still bound behind me, I resemble a serpent, using the strength of my legs and body to swiftly maneuver forward. In my final act of defiance, I do not hesitate to kick backward. Lu Zhu has also fallen, and to my surprise, I dare to strike him, landing a kick upon his head. Lu Zhu immediately howls. "Watch how I will end you." As Lu Zhu's words echo, I propel myself 2 or 3 meters away. Utilizing my low center of gravity for balance, I rise to my feet and take off running. What sheer luck! Thank goodness, I have evaded his grasp. After that desperate sprint, my speed begins to increase exponentially. Gradually, I began to regain my confidence. Lu Zhu, witnessing my retreat, saw me create a distance of one person's length from him. Merely an arm's reach away, with both hands bracing against the ground, he propelled himself upward like a fish leaping from the water, and with the force of his momentum, he lunged forward, however, without the hindrance of a suit jacket. I managed to evade him just in the nick of time. Had I been clad in my suit, I shudder to think of what might have transpired. Lu Zhu was taken aback, astonished that a person bound by one hand could run so swiftly and with such agility. The forest posed an impediment to my speed, yet as the one leading the chase, I could alter my direction at will, while Lu Zhu was compelled to follow my lead, creating a significant temporal disparity between us. Capitalizing on this advantage, I began to distance myself further from the threat he posed. In a moment of desperation, Lu Zhu hurled a dagger in my direction, unaware of the unfolding situation behind me. I focused solely on weaving between the trees, dodging left and right, and then made a sudden dash. As Lu Zhu released the dagger, I deftly veered to the left, the blade embedding itself in the tree behind me. That was close. Lu Zhu drew his knife once more, and upon glancing up, he realized I had already positioned myself 30 meters away, hidden behind another tree. I understood that I had escaped imminent danger and turned to look back. "Lu Zhu, put down your weapon and attain enlightenment," I taunted. "Come on, if you have the guts, stop running," Lu Zhu retorted incredulously. I chuckled. Indeed, at that moment I lacked the courage to confront him directly. "Tell me, Zhu, why not wield a gun instead? In this day and age, knives have become rather ineffective," I jested, taking the opportunity to catch my breath. Lu Zhu, now visibly fatigued, seemed to be resting even as he engaged with me. My concerns began to dissipate. Given the distance between us, it was utterly implausible for him to catch up. "Brother, let us call it quits. I'm only after wealth. I have no desire to harm anyone. How about we split the money and call it good? Consider it a way to avert disaster, a compensation for your silence." Lu Zhu's ploy was one only a fool would believe. "Zhu, don't be foolish. I'm quite chatty. I cannot afford your silence fee. Better save it for your own coffin," I shouted, deliberately amplifying my voice. "1/2 for each, and we part ways. No more chatter. What do you say?" Lu Zhu, seemingly unwilling to concede, treated me as though I were a mere child. It appeared that the intelligence of criminals often left much to be desired. Otherwise, they wouldn't resort to such unlawful acts. Would they? Murder incurs a death penalty. Where do you think you can escape to, Zhu? I advise you to surrender. Our policy is, don't shout, Lu Zhu snapped. Agitated, ignoring his command, I held my head high and continued to raise my voice. Suddenly, there was a profound silence from across the way. I focused my gaze and realized Lu Zhu had vanished. The night had deepened, and the moon's glow was obscured. In the woods, the night was shrouded in a thick fog, rendering visibility perilously low. Shapes loomed, giving an eerie impression of being human yet distinctly otherworldly. Lu Zhu had resorted to such treachery. I mused to myself, had Lu Zhu fled, if so that would be for the best, as he couldn't escape far with his true nature laid bare. I considered my task to be effectively accomplished. I find myself wishing for Lu Zhu's departure, yet an unsettling feeling gnaws at my heart. Could it be that this rascal has gone into hiding? Biding his time, does he truly harbor an intent to eliminate me with ruthless haste? It is hard to fathom that the dread coursing through me now surpasses even the terror I felt upon my first encounter with a ghost. I would almost welcome the appearance of a specter or some other supernatural entity. In this moment, Lu Zhu seems far more fearsome than any phantom. I cannot afford to be a stationary target. Who knows if Lu Zhu is stealthily closing in on me? I begin to move cautiously, scrutinizing my surroundings for any unusual disturbances. After much contemplation, the most prudent course of action appears to be flight. If I run, even if Lu Zhu is a master of guerrilla tactics, he will be left in my wake, powerless to thwart my escape. My objective is to reach a place of safety. Yes, that is it. I shall flee without hesitation. Just as I prepare to dash forward, propelled by a single leap and then a second, a shadow lunges at me from the side, colliding with me abruptly. A resounding thud echoes in the air. My head is struck with excruciating pain. Lu Zhu and I collide, and I see stars, while Lu Zhu seems unaffected, swiftly mounting me. My hands are bound, my legs pinned down by Lu Zhu's strength, rendering me akin to a lamb awaiting slaughter, a crab in boiling water, or fresh meat in the jaws of a wolf. Lu Zhu wastes no time with idle chatter. He raises his knife to strike. Wait, I'll listen to you, I cry out. Lu Zhu grips my throat with one hand, brandishing the knife with the other, his gaze icy and menacing. It appears he is in no rush to grant me a swift demise. With a swift motion, Lu Zhu plunges the knife toward my thigh, cursing as he does so. "But this will teach you to run." Suddenly Lu Zhu freezes in shock. I feel it too. The blade thrusts awkwardly into my thigh, eliciting only a jarring pain, as though it has not penetrated my flesh. The knife tip glances off, embedding itself in the ground instead. Help, murder. My scream becomes a desperate lifeline. Lu Zhu withdraws the knife, raising it high once more, but this time I notice that the trajectory has changed. He aims for my face. I had surmised that his earlier thrust toward my thigh had likely been thwarted by the protective blood jade armor I wear. Yet now he targets my face, and I am bereft of any helmet. Before my eyes, the knife tip looms larger, drawing nearer, increasingly distinct. So much so that I realize its one sharp point has become strangely flat. What was once an acute object, when magnified, reveals a bewildering new aspect. Suddenly, I hear a loud thud, a whoosh beside my ear, and upon opening my eyes, I see the knife drop beside me, embedded in the earth. Has Lu Zhu experienced a moment of clarity at the last moment, or is it otherwise? Astonishingly, Lu Zhu stands up from atop me, retreating a few paces. I notice blood dripping from his right hand. "Turn around, lie against the tree, spread your legs, stand still and do not move. Move and I will shoot you." Tang Leitang, gun drawn, advances toward Lu Zhu with a vigilant stride. Ge-y, that rascal had also encircled us. But to my astonishment, he was not wielding a firearm. Instead, he held a mobile phone, its camera aimed squarely at Lu Zhu. What on earth was he doing? I gazed at Guo in bewilderment. At that moment, Tang Leitang had already cuffed Lu Zhu, and recording, she exclaimed with a gasp. Ge-y hurriedly saved the footage, repeatedly assuring, "I captured everything, now we have ample evidence." I found Guo's actions utterly perplexing. In such a critical moment, he had the presence of mind to record a video. Was he perhaps live-streaming? Guo, clearly noticing the confusion in my eyes, chuckled, "You're in safe hands, brother, ever since my senior sister and I arrived. Your safety has been assured. You know our senior sister's marksmanship, it's extraordinary. Get up." Tang Leitang, having finished her call, shoved Lu Zhu towards Guo and knelt to untie my bonds. I felt an overwhelming urge to express my gratitude. Exclaiming, "I owe you my life." I looked at Tang Leitang, unable to contain my admiration. She was simply magnificent, so striking, I was at a loss for words to describe her. How absurd, to think I would offer my life in return. "You fool, just surviving this ordeal is a stroke of fortune. To even contemplate something more is ludicrous." Clearly, my words provoked Guo's ire. With a bemused smile, Tang Leitang grasped my arm and pulled me to my feet. "Guo Cuo, do you realize how perilous your situation is? This is no time for jokes," she admonished. "It's merely a close call," I replied with a chuckle. "Life is but a single thread." Tang Leitang appeared even more apprehensive than I. "From now on, you're safe," I declared boldly. Having brushed off the dangers of the past, I found myself staring intently into Tang Leitang's eyes as I spoke. Ge's gaze flared with anger. At that moment, despite having his hands bound, Lu Zhu, with his legs free, took advantage of our distraction and bolted away. Tang Leitang, locking her eyes onto mine, seemed genuinely moved by my words. Suddenly, she raised her hand and fired a shot, the sound echoing sharply as Lu Zhu collapsed, clutching his leg, blood seeping from the wound, his anguished cries piercing the air. My legs felt inexplicably weak. Chapter 22, Xiaorong, with a heart of darkness, seeking recommendations, all the physical and eyewitness evidence was in place. Unbeknownst to me, the marks left on my neck by Lu Zhu had also become part of the courtroom evidence. Lu Zhu ceased his resistance, confessing everything in detail. The ultimate truth and the sequence of events aligned closely with my deductions. Differing only slightly, Lu Zhu had been driven by greed, and Shen Rongrong's defiance had led to her tragic fate. It was said that one cannot escape calamity, rather, it is the inexorable law of retribution. Where wrongdoers meet their demise, justice prevails, and the wicked shall fall. Stepping outside, the cool morning breeze carried a hint of mist. I exhaled, rubbing my hands together. Flowers and applause were not what I sought. I had already obtained what I desired. Tang Leiting gifted me a navy blue woolen scarf, its warmth enveloping me. Today was a workday, and everything seemed to return to normal. However, I noticed the funeral home had been renamed to Shishan Funeral Home. The entrance still faced south, with the guardhouse leaning against the western side of the gate. This room was spacious, filled with wreaths, yellow paper, bottles of liquor, incense sticks, and red candles. It felt more like a shop. Upon passing the gatehouse, I deliberately chose to avert my gaze from the hulking figure of the bear-like man, lest his visage tarnish my good spirits. Halt! To my astonishment, Awe spoke up. Was he addressing me? I glanced around, only to find myself alone at the entrance. With a face full of questions, I turned towards Awe. Awe let out a sound through his nose and handed me a parcel. My delivery? I looked at Awe, who once again wore that unsettling expression. Never mind him. Upon opening it, to my surprise, it was a new smartphone, not a touchscreen, no less. Who a ding ding ding. I nearly dropped the exquisite device in shock. It was the incoming call from the very smartphone I had just unwrapped. Who could it be? Hello. A gust of wind. I recognized his voice. The Shangtong sword has changed hands. It must taste blood to awaken. Moreover, it must be the blood it desires. Each time the sword is drawn, it drinks blood, but the first feeding must be done by you personally. Just as I was about to respond, the line went dead. Ah, yes, that little roam from this evening. Time was of the essence. I needed to act swiftly. With a grim countenance, I sought a secluded spot to practice diligently. What was I to practice? Naturally, it was the incantation of the Shangtong sword. Repeated failures plunged me into a sea of despair. What was happening? I recalled that night when the beautiful sister had bestowed this artifact upon me. I was able to summon it immediately. What had changed since then? Had it rusted? The incantation was flawless, etched in my mind. How could this be? Was it blood? How was I to feed it? A surge of determination coursed through me. I had a score to settle. In a moment of fierce resolve, I bit down on my left index finger, and blood flowed forth, drop by drop. It fell into the palm of my right hand. It was blood. It must not be shed in vain. At last, I felt a stirring within me, clearing my mind. I entered a meditative state. Silently, I chanted the summoning incantation. Where the mind directs, where the spirit converges, where determination propels, where strength emerges, the body moves with intent. Reaching all that is desired. In a flash of thought, the sword manifested, flowing from my palm, uniting with my will. The Shangtong sword emerged slowly, resembling a little worm. Remarkably, it could even bend low to drink blood like a beanworm. I sensed that this artifact was not as simple as it appeared. In truth, it was quite complex, yet still lacked depth. It surely concealed something more profound, hidden from my understanding. In an instant, the little worm seemed to have feasted sufficiently. And suddenly it straightened, transforming into the gleaming Shangtong sword hovering in my hand. Return. Before I could finish my command, the sword vanished without a trace. I chanted the incantation to appear. The Shangtong sword promptly re-emerged. It seemed this entity was indeed a bloodthirsty fiend. Yet, what more could I ask for? Its interest in my blood was nothing short of providential. Return, appear. With each reiteration of the incantation, the process became increasingly fluid. The piercing sensation accompanying each emergence of the sword began to wane. Unity of man and sword, to ride the sword through the skies. Perhaps further comprehension was required. Regardless, as long as it was functional, that was all that mattered. I hoped it wouldn't fail me at a critical moment. Why aren't you eating? Aunt Meng suddenly pushed open the door to the morning hall. Startled, I hastily pretended to pat my chest, gasping for breath as I exclaimed, "You nearly gave me a heart attack." Mengi, people can truly frighten one to death. What are you doing? Mengi inquired. I miss your grandmother again. Mengi certainly knows how to strike up a conversation with me. I nodded. Let us go have a meal. She suggested. All right. After lunch, I relocated to continue my practice. This time, I found an excellent spot, the cremation room. When no bodies were being brought in, the atmosphere here was tranquil and serene. My phone. I should return a call to that person named Yijin Feng. Just as I was about to dial Yijin Feng's number, I discovered that it was no longer reachable. Upon checking, I realized that the number was a temporary one, leaving no trace to follow. It seemed this individual was not of good character. What could they possibly have to hide? Never mind, I dismissed such thoughts and focused on my training. From then on, whenever I had a moment to spare, I practiced diligently. Today, however, I had matters to attend to, so I did not engage in conversation with Wei or Lei. After dinner, I returned to Taiping Lu early. The light of day had dimmed. I sat on the edge of my bed, fiddling with my phone, wondering if this device was only capable of receiving calls from Yijin Feng. That would be rather dull. No, it could make calls and access the internet. It even came with a complimentary card. Could it be that I could use it without restrictions, not having to worry about incurring debt? Suddenly, a text message arrived. Eliminate her. Who to eliminate? Who else could it be but Xiao Rong? I knew this message had certainly come from Yijin Feng, although I didn't understand him well. He had instructed me to wield the Shangtang sword with ease, and I hoped he was not more malevolent than a ghost. To take a life is undoubtedly wrong. Even if the individual is utterly wicked, it should not fall upon me to resolve such matters. Could I truly err in eliminating a ghost, exorcising spirits and vanquishing demons is, after all, part of my duty. Since I possess this ability, I must bear this responsibility. It is my obligation. With this thought firmly in mind, I resolved my course of action, stepping out of the morgue. I made my way to the restroom to relieve myself and wash my hands. As I exited, each step echoed in the corridor with the clattering of my leather shoes resonating in the emptiness. I was alone here, below in the Taiping Lu. The scene in the vast courtyard of the funeral home was beyond my sight. Through the few windows on the western side, the outside world had succumbed to darkness. Suddenly, I was jolted by a fright. Retreating hastily until my back pressed against the eastern wall, I shifted forward slightly, peering into the desolate expanse behind the building. Beneath the western foothills, shadows stirred, and restless souls began to emerge from their wandering. Chapter 23, The Soul in Turmoil. Xiaorong has stirred up trouble. I attributed this incident to her as I pushed open the door to the morgue. I stepped inside, standing beneath the fluorescent light. Surveying my surroundings, this place desperately requires comprehensive renovation. The wall should have windows. It is far too uncomfortable and entirely wrong. I felt a tightness in my chest and turned to see the coat mirror hanging in the room. Unconsciously, I approached that mirror. At that moment, I felt the sweat pooling in my palms. In the mirror, I appeared dignified. Behind me, subtle changes began to manifest. Strands of long hair started to emerge once Xiaorong revealed herself. My tension diminished significantly. I have avenged you, I remarked. Thank you. Xiaorong's visage became apparent, pale yet tinged with a hint of color. You are a ghost, intangible and elusive. Why do you not seek vengeance yourself? Do you realize I nearly lost my life? I exhaled deeply. In the shadows, I gradually began to channel my energy, gathering strength. My blood coursed rapidly, and I began to familiarize myself with the incantation. Preparing for what was to come. That he could not see me, nor could I touch him. Indeed, I was separated from you by the realms of yin and yang, and moreover, my corpse remains here, binding me to this place. Xiaorong stated, seemingly aggrieved. Then I failed to comprehend. Am I the only one capable of perceiving ghosts? I questioned, not turning around, merely gazing at Xiaorong through the mirror. Why can I see you? Perhaps that is the reason you are able to be here. Xiaorong replied with a smile. I pondered this. Suddenly I spun around. Before Xiaorong, she witnessed a glint of cold light. Within the green hues, a flash of blue emerged. Something pressed against her chin. Do not move, I threatened. I was uncertain if Xiaorong recognized the object, yet she seemed genuinely frightened. It was akin to a person who had never encountered a ferocious beast, experiencing an instinctive terror upon seeing one. Xiaorong might not have known what it was, but she undeniably felt fear. The Shangtong sword pressed against Xiaorong's neck, and I spoke coldly. To vindicate you was merely the fulfillment of my earlier vow. Since I have uttered it, I must see it through. However, it is not due to your coercion. My promise has now been fulfilled, and it is time for us to settle our accounts. Xiaorong's terrified gaze fixed upon the Shangtong sword in my hand. Why, she asked incredulously, is your motive merely to avenge the pain in your leg that night? Guo Cuo, you are mistaken. From that very night, I opened up your meridians and bestowed upon you the heavenly eye, allowing you to perceive the world with clarity. So I should be grateful to you. I was utterly astonished by Xiaorong's sharp tongue. No wonder her ex-boyfriend preferred to incur losses rather than continue their relationship. Spare me, she pleaded, rendered helpless by my overwhelming intimidation. Very well, but you must return to where you belong. I do not wish to see you here again. Where do you want me to go? Xiaorong inquired. I will escort you to your rightful destination, I asserted with unwavering resolve. Listen to me. Xiaorong attempted to speak further, but I would not allow her to continue her ramblings. Suddenly, I exerted force. Launching myself forward, for the first time I lacked precision and experience. My overwhelming strength propelled me, and the Shangtong sword surged forward as well, catching Xiaorong off guard. Perhaps she thought I was merely bluffing. The blade pierced through Xiaorong, and I found myself face to face with her. Before my very eyes, beneath my eyelids, the complexion of Xiaorong began to transform, revealing a ghastly visage, a terrifying scene of white bones interspersed with fragments of flesh. Yet it did not instill fear within me. At that moment, I was horrified by something. Yet I did not feel dread. In Xiaorong's eyes, I could not discern what expression she bore. It was a sentiment utterly incomprehensible to me at this juncture. Guo Cuo, Meng Yi suddenly appeared, but it was too late. The Shangtong sword flashed, instantaneously returning to the pulse of my wrist, slightly above the center of my palm. It ought to have nestled within the artery just above my palm. Xiaorong's figure gradually faded, vanishing completely from this place. Xiaorong had departed for the destination she was meant to reach. I turned to Meng Yi and asked, Guo Cuo, do you comprehend the magnitude of the Shangtong sword's power? Meng Yi replied, Meng Yi, shouldn't we have a serious discussion? I gazed deeply at Meng Yi. Guo Cuo, do you realize that with this strike, the spirit of this girl named Xiaorong will be utterly shattered? Never to be reborn, she has already lost even the most fundamental essence of her soul, completely dissipating into the vast cosmos, never to exist again. Guo Cuo, do you understand how cruel this is? I glared at Meng Yi, entirely at a loss regarding her words. Why have you done this? Meng Yi demanded. I helplessly shook my head, attempting to collect my thoughts. Suddenly a realization struck me, and I shouted at Meng Yi, wasn't this sword given to me for precisely this purpose? It was you, all of you, along with that mysterious woman. Wasn't it you who compelled me to act? Meng Yi seemed taken aback by my outburst, gradually regaining her composure as she regarded me. I struggled to catch my breath, awaiting Meng Yi's retort. Some matters, perhaps, we cannot control. Meng Yi's tone softened to an almost gentle cadence. Guo Cuo, there are things you cannot yet know. However, do you believe that Meng Yi would harm you? I looked at Meng Yi. Suddenly, a surge of fury erupted from within me, and I pressed toward Meng Yi, demanding, tell me, where exactly is this place? Why does it disappear at night? Who are you? Why do spirits roam here? What is the significance of the blood jade armor and the Shangtong sword? Where do they originate? What is the purpose of the woman who brought me here? Was all of this premeditated? Why was I chosen? What do you truly want from me? Meng Yi retreated step by step. Do you not lack for money? What? I pressed closer. Meng Yi, now backed against the door, suddenly flung it open and fled. In a frenzied rage, I kicked the door open and pursued her, only to find the corridor desolate. I abruptly lunged toward the window, peering down. The desolate wilderness was equally barren. It seemed as though in an instant, everything had vanished. In this world, in this room, there was only me left behind. My teeth chattered, my agitated emotions still uncalmed, and in a sudden flash, I vividly recalled Xiaorong. The expression in her eyes as she disappeared. I finally comprehended the nature of that sentiment, that profound despair, that state of utter collapse. I slumped down against the wall, defeated, and sat on the ground inexplicably. I cradled my head in my hands and wept bitterly. I have finally come to understand the consequences of my actions, and this time, perhaps unintentionally malevolent, I find myself feeling more remorseful than I ever have during previous transgressions. As dawn broke, I opened my eyes. Still nestled in bed, throwing aside the covers, I approached the mortuary cabinet and drew open the drawer containing Xiaorong's remains. Her lifeless body lay within, expressionless, and for the first time, I felt the heavy pallor of death enveloping her. An inexplicable sense of guilt washed over me as I meticulously arranged the cabinet once more. The following morning, the chairman arrived. Before he had even settled into his chair, I was there. I stood before him in his office. Is there something you need? I questioned, sensing his pretense held little significance for me now. I wish to resign, I blurted out. Why? The chairman was evidently taken aback, unable to process my declaration immediately. Only if you agree to one condition. I replied. What is it? He asked, taking a seat. Renovate typing building. How so? Convert the first floor into dormitories. I want to reside there, build a restroom and a library, and ensure there is satellite television, and for heaven's sake, remove those grotesque statues, open windows in the second floor mortuary and assign me an assistant. Is this your condition? The chairman questioned in astonishment. Is it feasible? Just give me a straightforward answer. I steeled myself, knowing I was prepared to leave if necessary. We have a contract, Shagua, the chairman replied with a sigh. I don't care. I've reached my limit. Observing my resolute demeanor, I noticed a shift in the chairman's expression. Suddenly, he relented. All right, I agree, but Shagua, you must work diligently, the chairman said with a strained smile. When have I not worked hard? I retorted, feeling spoiled by the circumstances. Yes, you have always performed admirably. Keep it up. Let us revise this immediately, I interrupted, stating, we begin renovations today. Otherwise, I won't remain here for a moment longer. All right, I'll make the arrangements. Does that sound acceptable to you? I'll call right away. The construction team will start this afternoon. As for your assistant, you must find one yourself, and the salary will be 5,000 a month. Around 8 or 9 in the morning, Xiaorong's family arrived. As her remains were cremated and interred. Chapter 24, Righteousness. Are there any tickets? It is not that we lack friends. In fact, I have quite a few. We seek quality over quantity. For instance, a friend like Guo Cuo will drop everything at the sound of my call, undeterred by rain or shine. As I surveyed the modest spread of 2 dishes, a bottle of liquor, and a bowl of seaweed and egg soup, Guo Cuo remarked, I might as well have stayed home to eat. You, my friend, are like a tailor who has lost his scissors. I ordered a couple of dishes in advance, anticipating your arrival. Choose whatever you like. It's all on me. With that, I pulled out a pack of soft cigarettes from my pocket, lit one for myself, and tossed the pack to Guo Cuo. He hastily grabbed one and lit it up. Things seem to be going well for you, Guo Cuo commented, eyeing the pack. I usually smoke this brand. By the way, why aren't you ordering? What are you waiting for? The yellow flower. I am quite audacious. I can be casual about it, boss. Bring a pot of braised chicken, Guo Cuo declared. I maintained a stoic expression on my face, while inwardly cursing. Aren't you afraid of overindulging yourself? Stir-fried squid, stir-fried shredded meat, stir-fried vermicelli, stir-fried pig's stomach, stir-fried— Stop. I hastily interrupted Guo Cuo and directed the boss. Just a pot of braised chicken, nothing else. The boss was perceptive, understanding that the one who pays the bill has the final say. I said to Hausi, are you here to extort the rich? With that, I poured Guo Cuo a drink. So what brings you to me? Let me make it clear, I have no money to lend. As you know, I am still living off my parents, Guo Hao replied, raising his glass and downing it in one gulp. Of friends since childhood, neighbors for many years, classmates for countless years, Haozi, I truly feel I've been taken for granted. I took a bite of food, chewing thoughtfully. Guo Hao was not idle either, eating and drinking without needing encouragement, saying, how can you say that? When have I ever borrowed money from anyone? That's just who I am. I'd rather starve than beg, never bowing for a handful of rice. Guo Hao, indeed, you'd do it for 6 handfuls of rice, damn. Can you speak properly? Of course, I can now. What is it that you want? I lit another cigarette. Haozi, to be honest, you should be the one treating for this meal today. Guo Hao instantly froze. He glanced at his watch. Fine, when has an elder brother ever let you down? If there's good news, I am the first to think of you. Guo Hao raised his head to look at me. Good news? There is a job available, with a monthly salary of 5,000. Are you interested? I got straight to the point. No way, is it really that good? Why don't you take it yourself? Guo Hao replied. In truth, Haozi is quite a clean and meticulous person, particularly regarding his attire. He always appears in a suit or a well-coordinated outfit, with shoes that shine like mirrors and sneakers that are impeccably white. Haozi loves to work out and excels at soccer, maintaining a commendable physique. By all accounts, Haozi is quite presentable, yet his little schemes, shifty thoughts, and penchant for petty gains reveal his true character over time, giving off an impression of being lewd and scrupulous, and cunningly opportunistic, unreliable. Really, consequently, people began to distance themselves from him. However, I have known Haozi long enough, since our bare-bottom days, it has been nearly 20 years, I believe Haozi is actually a very genuine person. Who said I haven't applied? My salary is 8,000 a month. What? Following this exclamation, Guo Hao was left dumbfounded, utterly speechless. Have you heard of Shishan Funeral Home? It's just past Dongda Bridge, west of the development zone, in Shishan Village, Kongji Town. Still don't know it, right now. I need an assistant. The boss said I can choose my own, that's why I came to find you. Otherwise, do you think I would ask you for money? I am here to offer you a job. What kind of work? Guo Hao's expression shifted from jesting to earnest. At the funeral home, the provisions for food and shelter are satisfactory, and the work is relatively relaxed, albeit accompanied by a rather unsavory reputation. But what does reputation matter? The crux of the matter lies in the tangible benefits. Take me for instance, I have work tomorrow, and I am currently engaged in my duties today, yet I can still manage to step out at will. I merely gaze upon the deceased in the evenings, an income of 8,000, quite practical indeed. So will you partake? Engage in what? Viewing corpses, transporting them, performing miscellaneous tasks. What else is there to do in a funeral home? Are you capable of cremating a body? Yes, I am. Guo Hao interjected, cutting me off. What? I looked at Guo Hao in astonishment. Have you worked in a funeral home before? I can learn. I used to apprentice under a chef at a restaurant to master the art of roasting duck. Guo Hao replied. Does that even relate? Guo Hao insisted. It does. You can arrange it however you wish. After all of the salary, is it truly 5,000? What, do you not even trust my words? Why is it you can earn 8,000? Guo Hao remarked with a hint of jealousy. I chuckled softly. You claim to have worked in a restaurant, yet the head chef and a dishwashing attendant are hardly comparable. Guo Hao's expression instantly stiffened. The roast chicken was served. Guo Hao indulged heartily, and we polished off a bottle of liquor together. Guo Hao lowered his head, wiping his mouth. Upon returning from settling the bill, I took a sip of tea and asked, when do you plan to start work? Shabao, brother Bao, I feel a bit perplexed. Brother Bao, that job is genuinely quite good. Nonsense, would I harm you? It's merely dealing with the deceased. You, what is it? I fear I may not be able to handle it. Oh, just now. My family would definitely oppose it. Haozi, I suppose you've had your fill. TSK. I shook my head in disappointment. You truly are a hopeless case. I provided you with the opportunity. Whether you choose to seize it is entirely up to you, Guo Hao replied. Then I shall return home and discuss it first. We shall see. Guo Hao's words became increasingly indistinct to me. At that moment, 4 men entered the restaurant. Among them was a tall man. The old rascal has actually emerged. The old rascal seemed to have spotted me. He began to whisper to the tall man. Oh, old rascal, here you are. Come, let us go to the private room. The restaurant owner greeted with a smile. Get lost. The tall man suddenly shouted to the restaurant owner, utterly baffled, scratched his head in confusion. Guo Hao followed my gaze to look back. Guo Hao was suddenly taken aback. The old rascal, notorious in his own right, had caught sight of him. The old rascal fixed his glare upon me, and I lowered my head in silence. Suddenly, Guo Hao glanced at his watch and said, Brother Bao, I have something to attend to. I must leave now. Without waiting for my response, Guo Hao rose from his seat and departed. Damn, I cursed under my breath and promptly stood up to leave as well. Little brother, it seems we meet again. The tall man blocked my path. It was the old rascal speaking. As I looked at the old rascal, a wave of dread washed over me, a palpable fear rising within. This was an indelible psychological shadow. In the naive days of youth, the name of the old rascal struck us with tremendous impact. Even then, I had elevated him to the status of an idol. At that time, I astonishingly took pride in the mere fact of knowing that old curmudgeon. In this chaotic era, such individuals now appear rather inconsequential, and they should have long been discarded by society. However, it is precisely for this reason that this old curmudgeon now seems to be an exceedingly perilous character. Shall we step outside for a chat? As he spoke, the old curmudgeon had already draped his arm over my shoulder. Chapter 25, A Descent into Danger, Part 1. Guo Cuo hurried along, arriving at the main street. The lights blazed brightly, and pedestrians bustled about. Guo Cuo's home was not far from here, as it turned out that he lived next door to me. His father worked in a mine and soon came into some wealth, particularly during the earlier part of the decade. Guo Cuo's family amassed a considerable fortune, allowing them to purchase a new home and relocate from the schoolyard. Now that the mine was no longer thriving, Guo Cuo naturally had no desire to work there. He had been seeking an alternative path, yet unexpectedly, he rejected my companionship tonight. The more Guo Cuo pondered. If Guo Cuo's words were indeed true, it wouldn't be so bad after all. What kind of good job could I find with my qualifications? Was it not merely a position at a funeral home? Notorious as it was, as long as it paid well, in this day and age. The more Guo Cuo considered, the more he felt. Bao Guo was indeed a loyal friend, but I was utterly disloyal. How could I abandon Bao Guo? Guo Cuo turned around, hastily retracing his steps. Who would have thought that as I stepped out of the restaurant, taking advantage of the old curmudgeon's momentary distraction, I would bolt away. In a mere blink, I vanished at the intersection of that street. The old curmudgeon and his companions seemed momentarily stunned. In a rush, let us find out where he lives, said the tall man. The old curmudgeon chuckled, saying, well, a monk may flee, but the temple remains. Let us go and drink, replied the tall man. The four of them entered the establishment. Let's sit here, no need for a private room. It feels much more open at the entrance, remarked the old curmudgeon. The proprietor promptly nodded and bowed, presenting fine wine and sumptuous dishes without even needing to take an order. The four of them relaxed, indulging in a hearty feast, while nearby patrons hurriedly settled their bills and departed. Here, as the old curmudgeon and his companions drank heartily, Guo Cuo burst in, clutching a brick in his hand. For a moment, 5 pairs of eyes met, and the air grew tense. With a crash, the tall man shattered a beer bottle, brandishing it as he lunged at Guo Cuo. The old curmudgeon bellowed, slamming his hand on the table, and charged forward. The red-haired man even overturned a dining table, charging in with an imposing presence, cursing vehemently. The proprietor dared not utter a word, his heart bleeding. Guo Cuo hurled the brick at the old curmudgeon. Seizing an opportunity to flee, the old curmudgeon and his 3 companions gave chase, while Guo Cuo sprinted desperately. Stop, damn you, Guo Cuo, you've damned me. Run, you think you can escape? The tall man kicked Guo Cuo, sending him sprawling, still trying to run. With that, the old curmudgeon landed a punch, knocking Guo Cuo back to the ground just as he attempted to rise. Damn it, where does that kid live? The tall man asked. I don't know, Guo Cuo. True. The tall man exchanged a glance, prompting the 2 individuals beside him, one with red hair and the other with yellow, to restrain Guo Cuo. Ouch! Guo Cuo cried out in agony as the tall man thrust the shattered bottom of a beer bottle into his backside. Guo Cuo indeed had a tough constitution. He resolutely refused to divulge anything. This is your last chance. I ask you again, where does he live? The grim-faced man inquired. Blood dripped from the corner of Guo Cuo's mouth. I truly do not know where he resides, but I am aware of his workplace. His workplace? Which institution does he belong to? The grim man pressed. The funeral home, Guo Cuo replied. What? I mean the crematorium. The tall man interjected. I see, so that's South, the kind of place it is. No wonder this fellow looks like a specter. He's practically courting death. Where is he now? I intend to deal with him tonight. The grim man was evidently impatient. He should be at work. He eats, drinks, and resides there. He has to go to work early tomorrow, so he must have returned by now, Guo Cuo explained. In retrospect, Guo Cuo had not truly betrayed me. I felt a sense of gratitude towards him. There was no way Guo Cuo could be oblivious to my address. He had refrained from leading these individuals to my home, and in truth, he had done his utmost. Where is this funeral home located? The tall man inquired. A Shishan funeral home. I've never been there, so you'll have to find it yourselves, Guo Cuo replied, wiping the fluid seeping from his backside with a bloodied hand. Hurry and take me to the hospital. Take him along, the grim man commanded. The yellow-haired individual drove up in a van. The 4 of them loaded Guo Cuo into the vehicle, which then headed towards Dongda Bridge. After passing the bridge, the night thickened. Red-haired individual produced a large fishing bag, revealing an assortment of prohibited knives and even a makeshift gun. The grim man seized the gun, while the tall man distributed the machetes. Claiming one for himself along with a hammer, Guo Cuo feigned unconsciousness. Beneath the moonlight, the main street of the development area remained quite lively. After passing Kongji, the night deepened further. Shishan village, a place likely unfamiliar to the grim man and his accomplices, was so remote that one would wonder who had ventured there for leisure, perhaps for a soul-calling ceremony, but certainly not for a casual outing. What a ghastly place, the tall man remarked. A fine location indeed. The grim man retorted. Oh, a night of murder under the cover of darkness and wind. The tall man chuckled, glancing back at the seemingly unconscious Guo Cuo, sneering coldly. This territory was ideal, perfect for killing without the risk of burial, as no one would ever know. Indeed, the grim man possesses such talent for selecting the right spots, the yellow-haired individual noted. Keep an eye out. Aren't we approaching? The red-haired individual inquired. Is the road ahead easy to traverse? The tall man asked. A cement road led directly to the Shishan funeral home. By the time I returned in a taxi, the night had enveloped Shishan village. This village was quite impoverished when daylight broke. It was bright, but at night, it was engulfed in darkness. Who claimed that the funeral home vanished at night? It was right before my eyes. What brings you to this desolate wilderness? The driver casually inquired. To work, what of it? I pointed towards the funeral home before me. The master glanced in the direction of my finger. The fog was dense, obscuring everything from view. The master appeared somewhat anxious. I fished out 10 yuan and extended it towards him. 20 yuan, he complained, deeming it insufficient. I opened the car door, stepped out, and called to the master through the window. This is all I have on me. How about this? You come with me to the funeral home, and I will get you more. The vehicle made a swift turn and sped away. Xiaomei Wu remained seated in the guardroom, as still as a statue. I truly wondered if he had been sitting in that position all day long. "Oh, Wu," I greeted, tossing him a cigarette. He caught it and lit up. I strode towards the Taiping building. To my surprise, renovations had indeed begun. The 4 grotesque statues had not yet been removed, but construction materials had already been brought in. I ascended to the second floor, pushed open the door, and entered the mortuary, plopping down on the bed. And then lying back. It was peculiar. I wasn't afraid of ghosts, so why did I fear those thugs? With all my abilities, why did I hesitate to confront them directly? Blood jade armor, the morning sword. I possessed magical artifacts. Damn it, where was that gust of wind at a critical moment? Where was that beautiful sister? Not a single one was of any use. Right, a Wu. Yes, I should seek a Wu's assistance. Let him help me resolve this matter. Indeed, with a Wu's demeanor and presence, he could certainly intimidate them. What a splendid idea. I descended to find a Wu. Chapter 26, Seeking Death, Part 2. A van finally reached the end of a concrete road. There was nothing here, Huang Tufa remarked. Before us loomed a dense fog. I told you to play dead. A tall man slapped Guo Cuo on the back, causing him to yelp in pain and feign unconsciousness. Where's the funeral home? The tall man inquired. Isn't it right there? Guo Cuo, bewildered, could see nothing. Kid, you really have some guts. Your time is up. The old man with a grim face stated. No, there must be something. As he spoke, Guo Cuo attempted to exit the vehicle. What are you doing? The tall man blocked him. I want to take a look, Guo Cuo replied. The tall man was on high alert. Likely influenced by my earlier escape, he was wary. Xiaoyi, are you still afraid he'll run away? The old man addressed the tall man. It turned out that this tall man was infamous on the streets as Xiaoyi. He was even more ruthless than the old man, with more vicious methods. Seeing Guo Cuo's legs quaking in fear, the old man chuckled. Everyone out of the car. The 5 of them alighted, the headlights still illuminating the area. Go. The red-haired man shoved Guo Cuo, who limped a few steps forward. Xiaoyi remained vigilant, observing the thickening fog surrounding them. Suddenly, Guo Cuo bolted, plunging into the dense mist ahead. Damn, he dares to run. Watch me take you down, the old man shouted as he chased after him. Xiaoyi and the other 3 swiftly followed suit, emerging from the dense fog. Before Xiaoyi, the old rascal, the blonde, and the redhead. Stood the Shishan funeral home. Directly ahead was a modest 3-story building. The main edifice of the mortuary. Up, commanded the old rascal. The small door creaked open, and the 4 entered in single file. Suddenly the blonde was startled. He had been taken aback by the large bear visible through the glass window of the guardroom. Aw's face proved to be quite effective. Blasted. The blonde was genuinely frightened, his spirit almost half lost, and in a fit of rage, he rushed into the guardroom. The old rascal and the others promptly followed. Aw, still rising to his feet, had not yet straightened up when the old rascal raised his makeshift firearm, the dark muzzle pressed against Aw's head. Move and I'll shoot, the old rascal growled menacingly. Aw remained silent and sat down. What about that kid who just dashed in? The old rascal inquired. Aw gestured inward. He is being kept an eye on. If he dares to call the police. Shoot, the old rascal declared, handing the gun to the blonde. The blonde took the weapon, pulled up a stool, and sat behind Aw, the gun poised against the back of Aw's head. This scene was clearly witnessed by Guo Cuo, who had come down seeking Aw. Guo Cuo quickly retreated, slipping into the Taiping building, taking refuge behind the wall, observing the old rascal and his companions. How dare they trespass into my territory? Bold indeed. To have found their way here, they are courting death. Search, commanded the old rascal. It was evident that this band of ruffians, notorious for their murderous and thieving ways, displayed no fear of this place. They regarded the mortuary and crematorium with utter disregard. They were evidently unperturbed by the supernatural. Had they believed in such things, they would not be who they were. The old rascal seethed with rage, while Xiaoyi emanated a menacing aura. It seemed that only the redhead appeared somewhat timid. However, this was not entirely true, as the redhead harbored a wicked cunning full of malice, and was not to be underestimated. Xiaoyi gripped a hammer to the left, while the redhead brandished a cleaver to the right. The old rascal drew forth a dagger from his bosom, its blade glimmering ominously with a crimson hue, likely stained with the blood of many. Each of these individuals radiated an intimidating ferocity, none willing to back down. Surrounding them, only a solitary daylight lamp in the Taiping building remained lit, and the old rascal made his way toward it. Xiao Yi proceeded to the room of the morning hall. The redhead headed toward the main building of the funeral home. Guo Cuo, moving stealthily, hurried up to the second floor, promptly extinguishing the daylight lamp in the mortuary. Guo Cuo would soon find himself regretting this action. Was it not blatantly inviting the old rascal's attention, signaling him that someone was present on the second floor? Indeed, that was precisely Guo Cuo's intention. A few wall lamps in the corridor emitted a dim, yellowish glow. For some unknown reason today, Guo Cuo had returned to find the main door of the Taiping building left unlocked. It seemed construction was underway. Hence the door remained ajar. The old rascal pushed the door open. The statues of the ox-head, horseface, and the black and white impermanence loomed before him. The old rascal could not help but draw a sharp breath. It was evident that there was someone on the second floor, for he had noted the light extinguishing moments ago. Initially intending to call for Xiao Yi and the redhead, he found that neither was in sight. The elderly curmudgeon was reluctant to reveal his true self, even more so to allow others to perceive a hint of fear within him. Those ruffians typically persisted, stubbornly shedding tears only upon confronting the specter of death. For they would not relent until faced with the Yellow River. The red-haired figure stepped into the main building of the funeral home, its door ajar. Upon entry, a peculiar odor assaulted his senses. Clutching his machete tightly, he observed that the first floor of the funeral home offered patrons a place to rest, dine, and access restrooms, as well as several rooms akin to those found in a hotel. Both single and double occupancy, Xiangzi, Awei, Lele, and Aunt Meng's quarters were located here. It was likely that Awei and Lele were fast asleep at that hour. The red-haired individual ascended to the second floor. The second floor housed the hall, equivalent to a memorial chamber, which was now devoid of any presence. After a cursory glance, he proceeded to the third floor. It seemed these individuals were merely indulging in reckless abandon. Perhaps fueled by alcohol. At the very least, they were not genuinely searching and were merely going through the motions, ready to call it a day after a brief exploration. In the southeast corner, there was a courtyard housing the cremation room, its iron gate a grand, arched portal. Guo, breathless, felt his body's movements gradually subside. Leaning against the iron gate of the cremation courtyard, he covered his rear. The gate opened a crack, and Old Fan exchanged glances with Guo Hao. At that moment, a cacophony of footsteps and shouts erupted from the entrance. A yell from the blonde-haired individual suggested that several people had burst into the guardroom. Come in. Old Fan beckoned. Guo hesitated momentarily but then stepped inside. The iron gate closed behind him. Guo lay on Old Fan's bed as Old Fan pulled down Guo's trousers. The congealed blood having adhered to the fabric, the sudden tug caused Guo to cry out in alarm. Quickly, Guo covered his mouth. It's fine, they can't hear us. Old Fan reassured him calmly. Where is this place? Guo inquired. The cremation room. Old Fan replied. Oh, Guo Cuo sent me here for an interview. Elder, are you the master of cremation? Guo asked. Old Fan nodded. Then teach me. I wish to learn the art of cremation. Guo was not entirely unlearned. He had read extensively and understood various matters. At least this is the domain of the mortician, akin to a temporary mortuary. Here, the deceased undergo their final cosmetic preparations before being transported to the mourning hall, where they will rest in their casket, allowing friends and family to bid their last farewells before cremation. The room is modest in size, its walls adorned with images of the deceased post-makeup. Reminiscent of hairstyle posters in a salon, this is indeed a place dedicated to the art of beautifying the departed. The red-haired individual appears somewhat knowledgeable, likely having attended numerous funerals. After all, one can be familiar with the sight of a pig even without having heard it squeal. Moonlight filters through the window, illuminating the space, dispelling the darkness. In the center of the room lies a gurney, draped with a white sheet and coverlet that stand out starkly. The red-haired individual continues to illuminate the area with their phone. Gazing at the images on the wall, are these truly the deceased after their makeup? Real-life figures, models, perhaps? The red-haired person studies intently. Suddenly, a chill breeze sweeps across their back. The red-haired individual spins around abruptly. It finds nothing there. The atmosphere is laden with an eerie heaviness. It is unwise to linger. Fear grips the red-haired individual. As they take a step forward, suddenly they sense something amiss. That gurney it seemed unoccupied moments ago. The 36 stratagems. The red-haired individual dares not ponder further and hastily rushes towards the door, only to discover that it will not budge. Bang, bang. The red-haired person shakes the door in desperation, realizing it seems to have been locked from the outside. Cursed fate. A tremor of fear courses through them, yet they maintain their composure. They grasp their phone. Alas, with a shriek, the red-haired individual instinctively flings the device away, just as they were about to dial for help. A pale woman's face suddenly materializes on the screen, approaching ominously, nearly lunging at the red-haired individual. Instinctively they gasp, and the phone slips from their grasp. However, the cleaver remains in hand. It is their only means of defense. And without it, they would be utterly defenseless. Suddenly, a realization dawns upon the red-haired individual, and they cautiously turn their head toward the gurney. What lies beneath the white cover? A person, a woman. The figure begins to rise slowly. Her lower body remains still while her upper body straightens abruptly. The white cover slips away, revealing a woman with long hair concealing her face, clad in white through the strands of her hair. A ghastly pale visage becomes discernible in the dim light of the room. The woman's pallid complexion is strikingly conspicuous. Abruptly she turns her head sharply, her upright gaze fixated on the red-haired individual, whose instinct to flee is thwarted as they collapse to the ground in terror. Clatter. The cleaver slips from their grasp. The woman in white descends from the gurney, taking small, deliberate steps towards the red-haired individual. In a frantic attempt, they scramble to retrieve the cleaver, hands clawing at the ground, retreating backward only to realize to their horror that behind them lies an endless void. The red-haired individual glances back hastily, only to confront a bottomless abyss. Meanwhile, the woman in white suddenly vanishes from view, reappearing right before them. One cannot fathom where the audacity emerged from, as the red-haired figure suddenly let out a thunderous roar and swung the blade towards the woman clad in white. With a sharp cry, the strike missed its target, only to land upon his own leg. Despair enveloped the red-haired man. At that moment, two silhouettes materialized beside him, gradually becoming discernible. It was none other than the Oxhead in Horseface, who seized the red-haired man and dragged him into the abyss of darkness. To the west stood a quaint two-story building, facing east and west. Adjacent to the right of this edifice was a row of 3 tile-roofed houses. A rarity in these times. I was once oblivious to their purpose. They resembled a secret chamber nestled between the western and northern buildings, poorly situated and seldom graced by sunlight. Peering through the grimy, dust-laden windows, one could see the dimly lit interior, exuding a chilling, eerie atmosphere reminiscent of a mortuary. It was later revealed to be a spirit-calling place, colloquially known as a mourning hall. This hall was seldom utilized, though occasionally, customers would require a 3-day vigil for the deceased, often those from distant lands seeking work. Xiaoyi tightened his grip on the iron hammer and pushed the door, which surprisingly creaked open. With the door ajar, it would be unreasonable not to enter. After all, if pride was at stake, how could one possibly refrain from stepping inside? Deciding to investigate, Xiaoyi entered the mourning hall. Suddenly, the door slammed shut. He swiftly turned around, but the door had already closed. Hastily, he attempted to reopen it, only to be startled by a sudden illumination from behind. He pivoted once more, and this time he was left dumbfounded. The flames in the fire basin flickered chaotically, casting a faint glow upon the damp, shadowy room. To his astonishment, seated with an air of solemnity behind the altar was a figure adorned in flowing robes. No matter how Xiaoyi looked at him, the man resembled a character from a traditional New Year painting. Yama. In an instant, Xiaoyi's wild nature dissipated, transforming him into a meek and submissive little kitten. Ha ha! Roared Gurgle. Hee. Eerie laughter resonated from all directions. Amidst the laughter, the Oxhead and Horseface, the black and white impermanence, sprang forth from the surrounding darkness. Chinshupo, do you comprehend the multitude of sins you have committed? Yama inquired. Me. Oh, I am truly a good person. I've merely had too much to drink tonight and inadvertently offended the esteemed deities. I deserve punishment. Indeed, I shall never commit wrongdoings again. In truth, I have never done anything wrong. I have always been a devout Buddhist. As Chinshupo spoke, he suddenly realized he still clutched the iron hammer and hastily tossed it aside. Nonsense, Chinshupo, you were already here, and yet you dare to fabricate lies. Bring forth his tongue. Upon hearing this, the Oxhead stepped forward and restrained Chinshupo, whose struggle felt akin to being pinned beneath 2 massive mountains. Meanwhile, the white impermanence, silent and unyielding, approached and pried open Chinshupo's mouth, reaching inside to grasp his tongue, pulling it as if handling a lifeless puppet. The cold cruelty he exhibited would inevitably be met with cold retribution. The cruel indifference shall inevitably be repaid with cruelty. The bloodthirsty and cold-hearted evildoers will ultimately confront their own merciless retribution. The laws of nature are cyclical, and retribution is unerring. When the moment arrives, it is of no avail, even if one feels remorse. It is merely heartfelt. The principles of ethics are evident, urging you to embrace benevolence. Chapter 28, Seeking Death, Part 4. This 2-story small western building is indeed the Taiping Building, nestled at the foot of the western mountain. It faces east and is flanked by vast open fields at the rear, where a few scattered graves can be seen in the distance. This land could be considered quite fertile upon entering the Taiping Building. One is greeted by a spacious entrance. The grand wooden double doors are fashioned in an ancient style. The walls are adorned with yellow paper talismans and statues of the black and white impermanence, as well as the bull-headed and horse-faced deities. However, the place is now in utter disarray, for the proprietor is preparing to renovate it according to my specifications. The mortuary is situated on the 2nd floor. The premises are interconnected, and at the end of the corridor lies a back door leading to the mortuary, which features a circular mirror affixed to it, with daylilies placed upon the doorframe. The main entrance is located to the left at the foot of the staircase. Inside the expansive hall of the mortuary, there is a full-length mirror directly facing the door. I intend to keep this mirror, as it seems to hold some significance. Though it may seem somewhat out of place, it is precisely because of this awkwardness that I believe it possesses a certain utility, just like my presence here, where everything feels irrational. Yet thus far, everything has proven useful. Upon entering the mortuary, to the right of the door is a large bed draped with a mosquito net. Adjacent to the right, against the 2 northwest walls, A storage room has been constructed, they have arrived, they are coming up. I find myself hiding at the entrance of the corridor, inexplicably tense. By writes, this is my territory, and I am in control. No, this will not do. I must reassess the strength of both sides. The old rascal, in terms of stature and strength, is undoubtedly my superior, yet I am young, endowed with the stamina to endure. Yes, guerrilla tactics, he wields a dagger. While the Shangtong sword hovers before me, I feel a surge of confidence. I snort derisively and smile inwardly. Very well, if you insist on seeking death, then I shall accommodate you, at this moment. My thoughts have solidified speed, stamina, weaponry, and familiarity with the surroundings. All these factors grant me complete control over the situation, therefore, what follows is merely a game. The old rascal finally musters the courage to approach. Fueled by liquor, he begins to curse and berate himself for courage. Damn you, get out here, he bellows. What, are you feigning cowardice? That kick you landed on me the other day was quite bold, come out. The old rascal strikes a pose, posturing with bravado. I deliberately make a noise as I enter the mortuary, and indeed, the old rascal rushes over at the sound. He opens the door to find it empty. A solitary bed, the bedding neatly folded, the full-length mirror captures the old rascal's attention. He strides toward the mirror. I observe him from beneath the bed. At this moment, I realize that he is indeed captivated by the reflection. In the shadows, a small creature materializes in my palm. The Shangtong sword hovers. I begin to slowly approach the old rascal. As I completed the incantation in my mind, the Shang sword suddenly unfurled with a fierce intensity. And I leapt forward, wielding the sword to stab at the old man. He caught sight of a green light illuminating the darkness behind his reflection in the mirror. Suddenly, a figure flickered behind him. And the old man hastily turned around, his back already drenched in sweat. I was certain I had struck him, yet he remained unharmed. My heart sank with the realization that this magical artifact appeared utterly ineffective against humans. A chilling breeze swept through the window directly opposite. The door swung open, the large glass pane pushed aside, allowing the mountain wind to rush in with a ferocious gust. The sweat-soaked back of the old man met the cold air, prompting him to sneeze. Oh dear, anxiety began to stir within him. He weighed the dagger in his hand, glancing around. The room offered little in the way of concealment, and it was evident that, despite the dim light of the corridor, he could see quite clearly. With a loud crash, the old man instinctively turned to investigate the noise emanating from the row of morgue cabinets. He approached. I, too, could play tricks, and I was beginning to find amusement in this. Since I could not kill you, I shall toy with you instead. Could it be that this young fellow has hidden himself among these cabinets? The old man pondered, then bellowed, Come out, young lad, listen well. Emerge, let us converse. I have taken an interest in you, and we might become friends. Hear me clearly, I shall count to 3, after that, humph. The old man abruptly flung open a morgue cabinet and shouted, 1. 2. He opened another cabinet, only to find it empty. At that moment, he noticed some movement in one of the cabinets, which seemed not to have been shut properly. The old man approached that cabinet. Mentally bracing himself, he tugged at it, and it was indeed heavy. With a determined pull, he opened the cabinet, and there I lay inside. The dagger in his hand was already raised, poised to strike. I lay calmly within. Expressionless and motionless, the old man appeared momentarily dazed. Hey! I suddenly opened my eyes and shouted at him. The old man, taken aback by this unexpected fright, immediately crouched down. I leapt from the cabinet, laughing heartily, and vanished without a trace. The old man, infuriated, sprang to his feet, gripping his dagger tightly as he began to search frantically. I had provoked his wrath. Just as you, audacious little rascal, you are truly courting death. In a moment of rage, the old man felt a surge of anger rising from his heart, a malevolence fueling his intent to kill, and he was determined to end my life post-haste. I hastily dashed towards the doorway. The old man scrambled to his feet and pursued me. At that moment, I was brimming with confidence, utterly assured. Compared to Lu Zhu, this old man was significantly lacking in both speed and explosive power. His beer belly stood as a testament to this reality. Thus, I felt no fear, rather, I reveled in the thrill of the chase. The old man followed closely behind. Instead of descending the stairs, I sprinted towards the back door of the morgue. The door had long been ajar, and as the old man closed in within mere steps of me, I deftly slipped through the entrance. Initially, I was concerned that this old man might, like Lu Zhu, attempt to hurl a knife at me, but it became apparent that for him, the dagger was merely the last lifeline he clung to. He would not relinquish it. Seeing me so near, the old man lunged at me, but I evaded him and slipped into the morgue's rear entrance. With a thud, the old man stumbled and fell to the ground. He had gone mad, frantically leaping towards me. I was utterly unprepared for this beast-like assault. Alas, he still fell short, rising to his feet. The old man astonishingly charged towards me with remarkable speed. However, this was precisely what I had anticipated. I bolted through the main door, with the old man trailing just a foot or two behind. I could even feel the chill of the dagger in his hand approaching my back. Suddenly, I executed a swift spin, pivoting on my heel and coming to an abrupt halt. In that instant, I wrapped my arms around the old man's waist, utilizing his momentum. I heaved him upwards, and with a cry, he was flung out of the window. Outside, below, amidst the wild grass and soft earth, the old man surprisingly stood up quickly after his fall. Yet, climbing back up would prove difficult for him. Just as I was about to mock him with derision, I was taken aback. Shadows began to emerge in clusters from the graveyard. Wandering souls and restless spirits converged upon the old man. It was evident that he too perceived them, and I could only imagine his astonishment, terror, and dread. He uttered not a sound. Perhaps he had lost the courage to even cry out. One by one, the shadows enveloped his form. I was uncertain of the scene concealed beneath that overwhelming mass of darkness, but one thing was clear to me: it could not be pleasant. Chapter 29, Courting Death, Part 5. Suddenly, Huang Tufa jolted awake, having dozed off moments before. The gun's barrel had shifted off course, while the guard seated in front remained upright and still. I could not ascertain how long I had been asleep, but thankfully, the guard seemed rather obedient, not daring to move about. Do you have a cigarette? Huang Tufa inquired. Ah replied, there are some inside. Huang Tufa rose, glanced at Ah, and said, you better not pull any tricks. Just say so if you're looking for trouble. After the warning, Huang Tufa stepped into the inner room. Yellow paper, white flowers, firecrackers, and a bottle of wine. What is this? A portrait is affixed to the wall of the inner room. Directly facing the entrance to it is an image of Guo Cuo, his visage fearsome. The more one gazes, the more it resembles. The yellow-haired individual felt a chill run down his spine, his hair standing on end. What on earth? The yellow-haired man, feeling unnerved, dared not linger any longer. The fright had nearly diminished his inebriation. As he turned to leave, he noticed a few packs of cigarettes on the shelf beside him. The cigarettes, encased in white packaging, are traditionally used for offerings at gravesites. They are not of fine quality but merely serve a ceremonial purpose. Nevertheless, he thought, as long as he could smoke, that sufficed. He extracted a cigarette, lit it, and took a deep drag, feeling somewhat invigorated. Once again, he cast his gaze upon the portrait. It seemed less menacing now. As the yellow-haired man stepped outside, the guard was no longer present. Damn, just as he was about to pursue him, he saw three individuals approaching the entrance: Lao Guo Xiaoyi and Hong Tuofei. Lao Guo snatched the dirt gun from the yellow-haired man's hand and led the way out the door. Hong Tuofei and Xiaoyi followed suit, the trio silent as they strode forward. By this time, the fog had thinned considerably, revealing the van not far ahead. The yellow-haired man hurried over to the vehicle. Finally, the workday was over. He was eager to leave, wishing to escape this cursed place. The van sped away quickly. Soon, they had exited the cement road of Shishan village. Where to? The yellow-haired man inquired. The other three remained mute, as if struck dumb, ignored. Perhaps they had not found him. The yellow-haired man, feeling somewhat sheepish, continued. So brothers, did you manage to find that brat? Did you give him a good beating? Did you really do it? If so, we should hasten to lay low for a while. Suddenly, without warning, the old man in the back seat raised his gun, pressing the barrel against the back of the yellow-haired man's head. Guo, what do you mean by this? A gunshot rang out. The vehicle hurtled violently toward a stone pillar at the roadside. The car was wrecked and all four bodies discovered were promptly taken to the Shishan funeral home. Thank you. That is indeed. The chairman bowed his head and expressed his gratitude with great courtesy. No need for thanks. I am merely extending my assistance to a friend within my authority. It is neither against the rules nor the regulations. Tang Leitang replied. Oh, Xiaoguo, do hurry and brew some tea. The chairman suddenly remembered. Where are the tea leaves? I asked. Shangzi had already brought forth steaming tea, placing green tea on the coffee table. Oh, so you are friends? How unexpected, exclaimed the chairman, genuinely surprised. Deputy Captain Tang Xiaoguo, indeed, extraordinary. As he spoke, the chairman shook his head in excitement, giving a thumbs up. Xiaoguo is capable, efficient, and organized in his work. Oh, Tang Leitang glanced at me and chuckled. Indeed, he is quite capable. I sat silently, unable to discern whether the remarks were complimentary or not, simply engrossed in my cigarette. Internally, I pondered, what a disaster. How did these fellows manage to attract her attention? Last night. I hope it doesn't come back to haunt me. Chairman, please attend to your affairs. I have matters to attend to and shall not disturb you. Tang Leitang, having not sipped a drop of her tea, rose and said, Xiaoguo, please see me off. The chairman was unusually enthusiastic. Accompanying Tang Leitang as she exited, I inquired, a criminal case? A car accident, however. There was gunfire involved. Tang Leitang replied. Who? I pressed. That old scoundrel shot at the driver. It seems to be an internal dispute among gangs. The stench of alcohol was overwhelming. Most likely, excessive drinking exacerbated the conflict. Who knows? Let it be. These individuals are hardly upstanding citizens. They are all repeat offenders with numerous crimes to their names. Oh, I see. So, is the case closing? Closing the case? What else would we do? Do you have new findings? Tang Leitang looked at me curiously. What? I was merely asking. You certainly have an insatiable curiosity. Tang Leitang chuckled, adding, however, from a personal standpoint, this is a positive development. I was momentarily taken aback. Tang Leitang continued. Do you remember that old scoundrel from the last incident when he vandalized that lighting store? Yes. He certainly harbors a grudge against you. I've heard rumors that he intends to take revenge. But it's all quiet now, so don't worry. I've got your back. After saying this, Tang Leitang playfully patted my shoulder. Thank you. I murmured, for what? Tang Lei Tang replied absent-mindedly, merely responding out of courtesy. In mere moments, we had reached the cart. I halted my steps. Tang Lei Tang did not immediately open the door. Thank you, I reiterated. Hee, what is that about? Tang Lei Tang looked at me at a 45-degree angle, her expression a blend of amusement and mockery. You must take care of business in the future. Look how pleased our boss is, with her arms crossed in front of her. She smiled and said, that is fine. It's neither illegal nor against the rules, no problem at all. I just know that you must treat me to a meal. I laughed softly, lowering my gaze. My foot tapping against the ground. What? Speak up. Tang Lei Tang fixed her gaze on me, unaware of my unspoken thoughts. In truth, I was uncertain of what I wanted to convey. Speak up. Why are you hesitating so? Tang Lei Tang exclaimed boldly under her pressing gaze. In a moment of urgency and absent-mindedness, I blurted out, I don't want you to leave. Tang Lei Tang's head seemed to lower further, as if to catch a glimpse of my face. I scratched my head. Tang Lei Tang, you saved my life last time, and I really haven't treated you to a meal yet. How about we plan for this weekend? Oh, and let us invite Xiaoyan as well. Suddenly, 2 loud honks jolted my ears. What are you doing, you little rascal? Tang Lei Tang shouted, slapping the car body. Ge Shuai poked his head out, pouting at me. I say, Bao Gu, you're truly disappointing. You call me when you're in dire straits, but forget me when you're enjoying the good life. Tang Lei Tang shook her head in exasperation, smiling ruefully. I chuckled and said, see you this Saturday, let us head to the scenic area. Alright, good. Shuai immediately responded. In the distance, a chaotic tangle of trees could be seen, shrouded in mist and overgrown grass, stretching far and wide, rendering the landscape desolate and devoid of human presence. In Shishan village, most able-bodied young men had ventured out for work, leaving behind children who generally attended private schools. During school holidays, the elderly took care of the children, while during school hours, they still had to toil in the fields. The arable land was dwindling, and the people were growing older. Although life was sometimes arduous, it revealed genuine emotions amidst its simplicity. While goodness may be as challenging to attain as climbing a mountain, and evil as catastrophic as a collapse, we cannot simply let things flow without restraint. Thus, there exists a framework in this vast world. Sometimes freedom emerges only after constraints, otherwise human nature deteriorates, leading to unbridled desires, and harmony becomes an elusive concept. Chapter 30, The Terrifying Unknown. After bidding farewell to Tang Lei Tang and Good Shuai, I stood atop a rising mound of earth, gazing into the expansive fertile fields at the foot of the western mountains. I lit a cigarette. Buzz, buzz, buzz. I set my phone to vibrate mode. Hello. I answered the incoming call, fully aware of the identity of the caller. Be cautious. You may be in danger. The thought of Xiaorong's situation ignited my fury. Must we communicate in this manner? Why can't we meet face to face? What secrets do you harbor? Now is not the right time. Then when would be suitable? I am eager to meet him and discern his true nature. Is my mere presence so perilous? Damn it. You truly have a knack for excuses. Who exactly are you, and what is your intention? Why would Allah want to harm me? What peril could I possibly be in? I am upright and honorable. I fear not the spectre that knocks at midnight. I warn you, should you continue to play these tricks, you shall find yourself in genuine danger. I threatened vehemently. Young one, you are gaining insight. I sincerely advise you not to underestimate the situation. Hello. The other party had already hung up. Who was that? Meng Yi appeared beside me. Oh, just a friend, I replied evasively. Hauzi had returned early to avoid complications and to escape his parents' inquiries. He had claimed to have fallen after drinking too much the previous night. Hauzi's father was quite busy and needed rest upon returning home, otherwise, he could not regain his strength. Hauzi's mother came to visit and happened to encounter me. She expressed her relief, saying, with you here, I feel at ease. I have matters to attend to, so I must take my leave. I said, Xiaobao, please look after him, and during mealtimes assist with purchasing food. I have left him some money. Rest assured, Auntie, I will take good care of Hauzi, I assured her while discreetly observing Hauzi's mother. In my memory, she had always possessed a slender figure, though I wouldn't say she had a willow-like waist. She was at least well-proportioned. However, upon seeing her now, I was taken aback. Hauzi's mother had undeniably gained considerable weight. The oversized, thick dress she wore did little to conceal her prominent belly. Hauzi's mother remarked as she prepared to leave. Mom, Hauzi called out, halting her. What is it? Oh, I will come by when I am discharged. Hauzi's mother appeared visibly anxious. Hauzi replied, no, Mom, I'm not worried about money right now. You see, I have found a job that provides food and lodging, earning around 10,000 a month. I wish to. What more could you wish for? Such a fortunate opportunity. I wholeheartedly support you and your father. Just focus on your work. If you need anything, feel free to call home. For now, let us keep in touch by phone. Hauzi's mother hurriedly departed. Yes, your mother in a rush to be reborn. I chuckled softly as I sat down, placing the breakfast and lunch I had bought on the bedside table. You are the one who seems eager for rebirth. Although Hauzi found my words rather harsh, he felt a profound sense of helplessness and disheartenment. What is the matter? Are your parents quarreling again? I relish in exposing wounds, especially Hauzi's. Damn, are you never going to stop? Hauzi retorted, taking a fierce bite of the steamed bun. Your mother ought to lose some weight. It would make you look better. Considering her former figure. By the way, why has your mother become so plump? Is she relying on food to alleviate stress? His face drained of color as he said, you should leave, I need some rest. It seemed I had crossed the line with my jest. Laughing heartily, I shifted the topic. Are you planning to come back to work? Halsey replied, yeah. The salary isn't low. By the way, didn't you mention 5,000? What about it? I responded, surprised. The old man said a cremator earns 10,000 a month. Oh, what a slip of the tongue. I suppose I should now address him as master. What, you've taken Lao Fan as your master? What's wrong? I huffed. Halsey, you truly have a knack for digging holes. Damn. Halsey scoffed, shoving another bun into his mouth. Suddenly he recalled something and said, do you know what happened last night? What happened? I adjusted my pant legs and replied. The old gang sought you out for a reckoning. I couldn't stop them. They insisted on going to your home, and Baoge, I truly did my best. I had no choice but to lead them to your workplace. You might want to consider taking an extended leave to hide for a while. I won't be going there for now. What, is that all the ambition you have? I glanced at Halsey, yet he lowered his head in shame. Last night, the old gang had a car accident. All 4 of them perished. What, you didn't know? At these words, Halsey suddenly looked up at me, nearly dropping his bun.my expression indicated I was not joking. Halsey believed me, yet he threw off the covers and began to dress. What are you doing? I asked. Going to work, he replied. In the afternoon, the families of the old gang, Xiaoyi, Huang Tufa, and Hong Tufa, arrived, requiring nothing more than a swift cremation. Subsequently, their relatives took the urns and departed without a backward glance. It felt as though their deaths brought great joy to everyone involved. Considering the lives they led, it was fitting that they met such an end. Deep down, I knew I would never encounter the specters of those individuals again. Though no one told me, I could sense that their souls would be thoroughly tempered, purified, and subjected to endless torment. That night, Halsey hosted a banquet attended by Lao Fan, Wei, Lei, Xiaopang, and Meng, and Shangzi, and naturally, I was included as well. After all, I was the one who made the introductions. The eccentric still did not partake. Halsey, being quite affable, had a sweet tongue, quickly endearing himself to others, calling them Brother Xiang, Brother Wei, Brother Lei, and Brother Xiaopang. He addressed Master and Sister Meng with equal respect. Damn, you call her Meng Jia. While I refer to her as Meng Yi, is it not a deliberate attempt to take advantage of me? I raised my glass, eager to toast with Halsey Lei. The atmosphere was exceedingly lively, with everyone engaging in laughter and playful banter, truly treating this funeral home as if it were their own abode. Halsey approached, and I felt a surge of excitement at the sight of a familiar face. I was genuinely delighted. Although Halsey did not become my assistant, he instead served as Old Fan's aide. Since Halsey was involved in cremation, he had to learn under Old Fan's tutelage. And thus, his dormitory was arranged within this very compound, sharing quarters with Old Fan.as. The revelry subsided and the guests began to disperse. I shared a final cigarette with Halsey before stepping outside. As I was about to turn towards the typing building, I suddenly noticed a figure darting swiftly into the chairman's office. This figure, though distinctly different from their usual composed demeanor, was unmistakably Ao. I quietly approached, pressing my ear against the door to listen intently. With his characteristic candor, spoke without reservation. If this continues, I'm afraid a major incident will ensue. I sensed his struggle to maintain control. But who could possibly replace him? That was the chairman's voice. Continued, he is no longer that Guo. We must search slowly. This might be a necessary phase. Meng Yi seemed to be justifying my position. If we proceed, who can maintain control? Once it spirals out of control, the consequences are unimaginable. For now, we can manage, but should an unforeseen event arise, calamity would be upon us. All appeared resolute in his beliefs. Inside the room, a profound silence enveloped. Meng Yi, is what you are doing not too reckless? The chairman inquired of her. Otherwise, who could draw him out? Only he cannot. He is his only nemesis. I understood that she might attempt to win him over, to manipulate him, yet I placed my faith in Guo. Meng Yi stated. Her unwavering conviction moved me deeply, though I could not fully grasp the intricacies of their conversation. The repeated references to Yi stirred something within me. Xiaorong served as a cautionary tale. All was unwilling to abandon his notions to its merely an exception. Meng Yi argued passionately to is one such exception not enough. The seemingly bumbling All could wield his words with such sharpness. How can one achieve success without taking risks? I still believe in him, Meng Yi insisted. In silence. Let us do this. If it fails, we'll reveal the truth to him, the chairman declared. No, understanding one thing is different from stating it outright. Besides, can he handle it? If it provokes a drastic change in his temperament, who will rectify the situation? All appeared troubled by some ominous prospect. This is a calamity that cannot be circumvented, Meng Yi noted. There's no avoiding it. I will seek an opportunity to gradually impart this to him, the chairman replied. Enough of this debate. Perhaps that young man is eavesdropping right outside, when Ao abruptly flung open the door. I had already reclined on the large bed in the mortuary on the second floor of the Taiping building, the mosquito net swaying gently above me. I was breathless. What exactly does Ao intend to do? A sense of unease washed over me as I pondered. Could it be that the Tempest and their actions are adversarial? Who truly has my best interests at heart, and who is playing tricks upon me? Indeed, it was the allure of that fleeting breeze that led me to extinguish Xiaorong's spirit, yet, she is a ghost, a truly living human being would be impervious to the harm of the Shangtang sword. Could it be that I was indeed mistaken? Have I foolishly believed in flattering words? However, the warning from the gust appears to hold some truth, as one cannot have waves without the wind. On this particular evening, I find myself besieged by a myriad of tumultuous thoughts, unable to bring any semblance of order to them. So many enigmas, alas, I shall take each step as it comes. If fate decrees it, what can I do? After all, should anyone harbor ill will towards me, they must not blame me for the consequences. May we all coexist in harmony. Wu, do not dare to act recklessly. If you choose to confront me, know that I am not one to be trifled with. Chapter 31, the prologue of the wandering soul. It must be said, Tang Leiting truly has a knack for managing my affairs. Naturally, I am but a mere employee, yet if the boss is pleased, my standing will surely rise. I scarcely cast a glance at Wu now. In this day and age, who fears whom? Before me lies a male corpse. The scent of alcohol still lingering in the AIR. It is said that a cerebral thrombosis struck during slumber. His departure was quite serene. Aunt Meng attended to the initial arrangements before entrusting the body to me. The corpse was wheeled into the morgue on the gurney. Housie, ever attentive, assisted in the process. Tang Leiting and Guo also arrived. Thank you. I express my gratitude. No need for thanks. Do not forget about the scenic spot this Saturday. Tang Leiting remarked with a smile. Just renovated, Guo inquired. Indeed, what do you think? I glanced at Tang Leiting, noting the differences from its previous style. It is no longer so eerie. Your boss truly supports you. Tang Leiting commented, that you ought to take good care of him. The boss listens to everything I say. I speak quite candidly. Smoking, Housie did not forget to curry favor with Guo. Cigarette in mouth. Surveyed the surroundings. Not bad at all. The environment is quite pleasant. Did you open this window? Indeed, it is much brighter now. Tang Leiting replied. Here, we shall hang some colorful ribbons. There, we shall affix some scenic paintings. And over here, we shall place a wardrobe, sofa, coffee table. Here. I found myself at a loss for words. What is that place? Guo inquired, looking towards Housie. Housie scratched the back of his head. Being new, he was not well informed. Oh, in that small house, there are stone statues of the 12 zodiac animals embracing stone tablets, beneath which lies a stone pit. The tablets can be inscribed with chalk, allowing for names to be written. The pit is used for burning paper offerings. In the center of this room stands a large incense burner, which is designated for rituals. I explained, quite impressive, the facilities are comprehensive. Guo replied. I continued, to the southeast is the office area. The eastern side features a spacious room that serves as both the boss's office and lounge. Adjacent is a small first aid room. To the south, there are 3 rooms, one serves as the employee cafeteria. And another is a conference room. By the way, you have yet to visit our chairman's office, have you? I shall take you there later, stay for lunch, and I will ensure the chairman treats you well. That sounds delightful, Guo immediately responded. Eat. Tang Leiting admonished. Guo straightened his posture and declared, we cannot drink at noon. I apologize, but I must decline. Perhaps in the evening? Tang Leiting cast a cold glance. Guo chuckled and hurriedly scurried away. When will he grow up? Tang Leiting shook her head in resignation. I truly envy him. Guo, he follows Tang Leiting around all day, living so carefree and blissfully. I long to tell Tang Leiting that I desire nothing from her. I would be content to linger by her side, forsaking food, drink, and sleep. Alright, we shall take our leave now. See you on Saturday. Let us keep in touch by phone, Tang Leiting said. I'll see you off, I insisted. No need, you're busy, Tang Leiting replied, casting a glance at the corpse still lying on the gurney. She understood I had more work to do. Ever since the renovation, business had improved significantly. In the past few days, several bodies had come in, certainly more than before. The cycle of life and death had almost allowed me to grasp some profound understanding. I was adamant about seeing her off, and Tang Leiting did not insist on refusing. Guo and Housie were indeed 2 of a kind, birds of a feather flocking together, in just a short span of time. They had become as close as if they were one. At this point, Tang Leiting was already at the door, and I hurried to follow her. Suddenly someone grasped my arm. What are you doing? Let go. I blurted out, and in that moment I was taken aback. Tang Leiting, Guo, and Housie all turned to look at me. I found myself turned sideways, my face facing backward, my posture poised to straighten, yet I remained motionless. To them, it appeared as though I was fixated on the corpse on the gurney. However, before my eyes, the man. The ghost of the corpse stood before me, clutching my arm, unwilling to release me. I noticed blood oozing from the top of his head. The crimson fluid spilled forth, cascading down his face, his neck. Who killed you? I communicated with my gaze. At that moment, the dark clouds in the sky dispersed, sunlight poured in through the window, and the ghost of the man vanished. While I remained frozen in place, Guo Cuo, Tang Leiting approached me. Xiaobao, what is the matter with you? So startled. Housie also walked over. Guo appeared to be frightened by me, momentarily hesitating to approach. I collected myself and turned to Tang Leiting, who stood beside me, and asked, by the way, do you have the file on this corpse? Tang Leiting regarded me at a 45-degree angle, scrutinizing me. Are you planning to perform an autopsy? She suddenly raised an eyebrow, a blend of curiosity and mischief in her expression. Before I could finish my sentence, Tang Leiting spoke. The deceased is named Kai Jiawei, male, 45 years old, a welder. He had high blood pressure and diabetes. The cause of death was excessive drinking, leading to a sudden cerebral thrombosis. I began to methodically examine the corpse, quite convincingly. I was earnest in my examination. Tang Leiting seemed to trust me immensely, and she too began to observe my autopsy with seriousness. At that moment, Guo Cuo finally approached. I already had an inkling of the fatal wound's location, however, I couldn't be too obvious. Otherwise, given Tang Leiting's professional acumen and attention to detail, she might discern something. It wasn't that I feared her discovering anything about me, but rather that I myself hadn't fully grasped the situation, and I couldn't drag her down with me. I pressed on the deceased's abdomen. Do we need to remove the clothing? Tang Leiting inquired. Well, I was uncertain about the intricacies of autopsy procedures, apprehensive that I might reveal a flaw, so I acquiesced. After all, complicating matters could only be advantageous, showcasing my skills and professionalism. Guo, who accompanied Tang Leiting, was naturally an insider in the field, and he swiftly stripped the deceased of all garments. He was left stunned. Slowly turning his face away, moments later he hurriedly exited, and the sounds of his retching echoed from the restroom at the end of the corridor. Indeed, entangled within the deceased's thick hair were foreign substances, dried blood plasma. To be precise, my hands began to explore the head of the corpse. Don't you wear gloves? Guo Cuo suddenly asked. My heart sank. His words rendered my earlier preparations futile. After all that effort, I had achieved nothing. Guo Cuo, having casually posed the question, began to ramble. In truth, this matter does not fall under our jurisdiction at all. Who knew his wife would make a frivolous report? The hospital should have been called first. After my senior sister and I arrived, the autopsy report revealed that it was not a criminal case at all. However, had it not been for my visit with my senior sister. Would you have this business now? I interrupted Guo Cuo. Upon hearing this, Guo Cuo was momentarily speechless, while Tang Leiting hastily retrieved her phone, activating the flashlight to peer through the hair I had parted. There, on the crown of the deceased's head, lay a circular scar. Chapter 32, The Glimmer of Suspicion. Arrest. The single word from Guo Cuo resonated with authority. Arrest whom? Tang Leiting turned to Guo Cuo. Questioning his wife, Guo Cuo asserted with conviction. Why? Tang Leiting pressed further. She is the suspect, Guo Cuo replied, their exchange flowing seamlessly. What evidence do we have? Tang Leiting continued to challenge him. Guo Cuo fell silent, without investigation. How can there be evidence? No inquiry means no factual basis, therefore no authority to speak. One must adhere to the truth. I smiled at Guo Cuo, as if imparting wisdom in the role of an instructor. In this round, I had gained the upper hand. I found it curious that you decided to accompany us. Wouldn't this be considered neglecting your duties? Guo Cuo expressed disdain at my presence in the investigation. Tang Leiting, seated in the back, feigned ignorance, engrossed in her phone, yet Guo Cuo's words held merit. It reminded me of a scene from a television drama where a wife took advantage of her husband's inebriated state to commit foul play. I remarked purposefully at the horn of a car blared, and Guo Cuo, visibly excited, exclaimed, Indeed, I have seen that drama. I was somewhat at a loss for words. Tang Leiting was unfazed, accustomed to the antics, remaining as steady as a mountain. I understood that Guo Cuo was not without his merits, otherwise Tang Leiting would not have chosen to partner with him. He possessed his own abilities, particularly his adept driving skills. Furthermore, Guo Cuo was obedient. I surmised that the crux of the matter was that Guo Cuo could take the fall. At Kai Jiawei's residence, Guo Cuo wandered about, seemingly observing and searching for something clandestinely. Tang Leiting held a notebook, posing inquiries. I sat nearby, discreetly assessing the woman before me. Before me stands a woman of slightly plump stature, exuding an air of flirtation, her body language animated and exaggerated as she speaks. This woman is Lu Yun, the wife of Kai Jiawei. When the topic of their marital relationship arises, Lu Yun lights a cigarette and exhales a plume of smoke, remarking, Indeed, my relationship with him is far from harmonious, let me tell you. Little sister, he is exceedingly stingy, never buying me anything. During festivals and even on my birthday, I have never seen a single penny in gifts from him. How can one endure such a life? It's not for the sake of the children. And the children? Tang Leiting inquires. They are studying away from home. Lu Yun replies. Is he having an affair? Tang Leiting asks. I do not know. Lu Yun responds. Why is the refrigerator door left open? Why not close it? Guo Cuo suddenly interjects. Oh, there was a power outage last night, and the electricity only returned in the wee hours. I haven't had a chance to tidy up the refrigerator. Lu Yun explains. Well then, how did he return that night? Can you elaborate? Tang Leiting questions. Lu Yun's gaze shifts markedly. Wait, are you implying that my husband did not die of a sudden illness? Lu Yun suddenly realizes. Indeed, Tang Leiting states bluntly. Lu Yun exclaims, springing to her feet. You suspect me? Calm down, madam. At present, none of us harbor any suspicions. We are all within the realm of inquiry. We merely wish to understand the circumstances. And I hope you can cooperate, Tang Leiting assures her. After sitting back down, Luyan takes several deep puffs from her cigarette. When he came home that night, he was utterly intoxicated, barely coherent, and he knocked over many things. Then you all arrived. I initially thought it might be some nefarious person who had drugged him, otherwise how could he have been in such a state? That is why I called the police immediately. As you know, little sister, you were there that night too, weren't you? Yes, just the two of you came, you know, little sister. I preserved the scene meticulously, nothing was disturbed. Luyan appears flawless in her narrative, yet I sense numerous inconsistencies. Tang Leiting closes her notebook and prepares to rise. That evening, who was your husband drinking with? I inquired. Zhang Jun, just that good-for-nothing friend of his. What a worthless companion. My husband has always lent him money without hesitation. What nonsense. I knew that associating with him would eventually lead to trouble. Borrowing money. How much? Is there a promissory note? Has it been repaid? Tang Leiting opens her notebook once more. I am not quite sure about the borrowing. That was my husband's private stash, and I don't think there was a promissory note. 100,000 repaid. Luyan suddenly grows cautious. When was it repaid? I interject. Well, after my husband passed away, he returned the money when he came to pay his respects. Luyan states. In that case, it seems Zhang Jun is rather decent, doesn't it? Many who borrow money simply vanish upon the death of the debtor, especially without a promissory note. If he were to refuse repayment, you would have no recourse, I comment. Observing Luyan's reaction, Luyan lights another cigarette. Let us step outside, get in the car. We are heading to Zhang Jun's residence, Tang Leiting directs. Understood, Luyan replies. Ge Deshui ignited the engine, and an undeniable excitement enveloped him, as if he were celebrating some joyous occasion. The alleyway was quite narrow. With a deft maneuver, Guo Cuo spun the car around and sped away. Do you think it could be her? Tang Leiting suddenly inquired. What do you think? I turned to Guo Cuo. I doubt it. If it were her, why would she have reported it immediately? Guo Cuo responded. Afade, I remarked. She is lying. How can you say she is lying? Tang Leiting asked. Ge Deshui, how do you find the arrangement of her home? I, somewhat at a loss for words, did not respond but turned once more to Guo Cuo. He answered readily, immaculately tidy. This woman is rather industrious. I glanced at Tang Leiting and smiled. What about the items that were damaged? I haven't seen a single one. Furthermore, Tang Leiting continued, Luyan mentioned that Kai Jiawei staggered home intoxicated, which clearly indicates that Kai Jiawei must have returned home before meeting his demise. Only she had the opportunity and means to commit the crime after arriving home. The more we analyzed, the clearer everything became. It seemed Luyan was not only efficient in her work but also quite adept at murder. At Zhang Jun's residence, a coal stove blazed within, with several pairs of foul-smelling socks drying beside it. The odor, yet, the three of us truly possessed remarkable fortitude. We were resolute in not being driven away by the stench. Surprisingly, when faced with Luyan, she displayed no semblance of emotion. Conversely, Zhang Jun wept profusely, overwhelmed with remorse and self-reproach. It's all my fault. I caused my elder brother's death. I am less than human. I am a beast. Why wasn't I the one to die? Brother, I knew you had hypertension and diabetes, yet I allowed you to drink so much. Oh brothers. Chapter 33, The Epiphany of the Wedge. As he cried and shouted, Zhang Jun attempted to dash his head against the wall. But fortunately, both Deshui and I managed to restrain him. Enough. The dead cannot be resurrected. Let's not let your emotions overwhelm you. Can you answer a few questions for me? Tang Leiting inquired. Zhang Jun wiped his tears, but they continued to stream down unabated. Did you ever borrow money from Kai Jiawei? Tang Leiting asked. I borrowed 100,000, and I repaid it, Zhang Jun replied. Did you repay it before his death? Tang Leiting pressed. I just repaid it yesterday, Zhang Jun stated. Did you initially intend not to repay it? What? Zhang Jun's demeanor shifted abruptly. What are you doing? Guo Cuo reprimanded him sharply. Zhang Jun obediently sat down. Do not misunderstand. I am merely following protocol. I have no ulterior motives, Tang Leiting clarified. Did you write an IOU? Tang Leiting continued. No, Zhang Jun answered. You two had a very close relationship, didn't you? It was more than just good. He is my own brother, Zhang Jun replied, choking back tears. When you borrowed the money, did Luyan know about it? No, that was my brother's secret stash, Zhang Jun explained. Were you both employed at the steel mill? I interjected. Yes, Zhang Jun answered without hesitation. On that night, after Kai Dach had consumed so much alcohol. How could you let him leave? I inquired. I was the one who took my brother home afterward, Zhang Jun stated. I only returned after witnessing my elder brother step through the door. He is quite the henpecked husband. Should he remain out for the night, misfortune would surely befall him, Zhang Jun remarked. Humph, it appears that misfortune has indeed struck. I let out a cold snort and said, come out, get in the car. Suddenly, Guo Cuo seemed to have a moment of clarity. Wait, both Zhang Jun and Kai Jiawei work at the steel mill. Look at Zhang Jun's home. It is littered with scrap metal and discarded copper. Yet how is it that not a single scrap of iron can be found at Kai Jiawei's house? Could it be that Luyan deliberately cleaned up? Is this an attempt to obliterate evidence? Dashui, what do you mean by that? Tang Leiting inquired. Senior sister, have you truly never seen that television show? The murderer used a red-hot iron wedge to pierce the victim's skull. Such a technique can indeed stem the flow of blood. The wound is evidently consistent with this method, Shuai explained, but where is the iron wedge, the murder weapon? Tang Leitang pressed on. If the murderer could wedge it in, they could certainly extract it. Would they be foolish enough to leave it behind as future evidence? Guo Shuai suddenly appeared remarkably astute, because encountering you is a beautiful thing, leaving behind traces. Tang Leitang's phone rang. Hello. After hanging up, she patted Shuai on the shoulder. The formal autopsy report has been released. What does it say? Shuai asked. Just as you suspected, Kai Jiawei met his demise in the manner you described, Tang Leitang replied. Hearing this, Guo Shuai's tongue clicked, and he declared, arrest Lu Yun. Understood, Tang Leitang responded. However, I could not shake the feeling that something was amiss. Sitting on the large bed in the mortuary, I found myself in deep contemplation, unable to unravel the mystery. Where exactly had the issue arisen? I awaited, hoping for Kai Jiawei's spirit to reveal the truth. Time ticked away, each second stretching into eternity. I was uncertain who had added a clock to the mortuary's wall, but in this eerily silent and desolate environment, the ticking of the second hand was unnervingly pronounced. Suddenly, with a loud clang, the hour hand pointed to 3 o'clock. Damn, what the heck, why the sudden noise? I nearly dozed off against the headboard, but this shock, combined with my restless thoughts, rendered sleep impossible. I approached the dressing mirror. Glancing over my shoulder, fatally, yet I saw nothing at all. I had grown unafraid of any supernatural apparitions. Acclimatization truly breeds familiarity. I opened the cabinet containing Kai Jiawei's corpse and gazed upon his lifeless face. Hey, are you coming out? I languidly awaited, sitting on the edge of the bed. The Shangtang sword emerged at my call, hovering in my hand as I began to control its rotation with my mind. The blood jade armor could protect me. I suspected it not only repelled malevolent spirits but also possessed the capability to render me impervious to blades. I recalled the night Lu Zhu had stabbed me in the thigh. The blade slipping from his grip, causing pain yet not breaking the skin. Indeed, this artifact was far superior to a bulletproof vest. The Shangtang sword, I slowly discerned its mysteries, mind and blade in harmony. I would soar through the skies, the voice of my sister Meinu echoed in my ears. To achieve the unity of man and sword, to share a deep connection of the heart, and to soar through the skies wielding a sword. One must undergo specialized training. The initial practice does not revolve around the mere recitation of sword techniques or mantras, but rather the cultivation of oneself. One must genuinely learn to transcend the self. Entering a realm devoid of distractions, a pure space of thought where the true essence of swordsmanship can be attained, where intention flows, breath culminates, determination directs, and strength manifests, the body moves in harmony with thought. Reaching all that is desired, with a fleeting thought, the sword emerges from the palm of my hand, free to follow my heart's desire. As I silently recited the so-called incantation of the Shangtang sword, I unknowingly entered that state of pure intention. When I regained consciousness, the day had already dawned. It seemed I had not slept a wink throughout the night, yet I sat cross-legged until morning. Feeling invigorated and brimming with vitality, I felt as though I were awaiting something. The night passed, yet the spirit of Kai Jiawei had not reappeared. At breakfast, I once again took a tray and sat beside Aunt Meng. At the table against the wall, Haozi was serving dishes to Old Fan, ladling out congee, and fetching steamed buns. Aunt Meng, let me serve you some vegetables, I hastily offered. There's plenty, Aunt Meng replied, then let me bring you a steamed bun. I recited the script, attempting to emulate Haozi's mannerisms. That's enough, then what do you wish to do? Aunt Meng looked up at me. I sat down. Aunt Meng, why is it that sometimes I can see spirits, while at other times I cannot? Stop talking nonsense. Where would spirits come from? Have you been dreaming again? Aunt Meng said, her expression unchanged, her heart steady. I gazed at Aunt Meng. She picked up a piece of pickled vegetable. Truly she was unwilling to reveal anything. Very well, I can play coy as well. I pondered silently. After a moment, I spoke again, adopting a different approach. Aunt Meng, if spirits truly exist, wouldn't it be that only when they wish to meet you can you see them? While we humans cannot simply see them at will. Aunt Meng seemed to listen intently, yet without raising her head, she continued to eat. Isn't that what the legends suggest? I inquired. Aunt Meng took another sip of thin porridge and, as if speaking to herself, remarked, that may not necessarily be the case. Some people are born with the ability to see spirits, others may only discover it upon death. This is what I heard from the elders. It is not absolute. Who knows? Chapter 34. The art of summoning spirits. Indeed, I have often heard the elders say that children under the age of 3 can see otherworldly beings. I followed Aunt Meng's lead. Yes, I have heard that as well, Aunt Meng responded. By the way, can some spirits appear during the day? I asked. Aunt Meng replied, generally they cannot. The ultraviolet rays of sunlight can be fatal to certain spirits, causing their souls to dissipate and vanish completely. If spirits possess knowledge, they would surely avoid such risks. So that means anything that appears during the day cannot be a spirit. Spirits can only manifest at night. Aunt Meng chuckled lightly, saying, Little Guozi, have you been bewitched? Why are you bringing up such topics so early in the morning? No, Aunt Meng, I had a dream last night. In my dream, the male corpse that Captain Tang's deputy delivered yesterday said he died unjustly and that he wanted to find me through a dream. Yet he never appeared after making me wait all night. Aunt Meng, well, you still claim it was a dream. If I wish to see his ghost, what should I do? Is it a summoning? But I wouldn't know how Aunt Meng. Alas, strangely, I have indeed heard the elders speak of spirit summoning techniques. It seems that my family used it in the past to summon my grandfather. I still remember the process. Essentially, it involves reciting certain incantations. First, one must find a personal belonging of the entity to be summoned, something they have touched, leaving traces behind. Naturally, facing the corpse makes it easier. The key lies in the incantation. I believe the incantation goes like this. Brightly shining, spirits descend from above, flowing against the current, blossoms bloom even in decayed and the chaos of the universe, drawing the 6 spirits and 7 apertures. From the 3 realms, return from the western realm, water flows like jade, the 5 ling honor the clouds. By this decree, swiftly manifest, I realized that Aunt Meng was actually teaching me the art of spirit summoning. I sensed her pretense from the very start, and thus I focused with unwavering intent, committing the incantation to memory. Following this, I could proceed according to Aunt Meng's instructions, although her explanation was not comprehensive and lacked clarity. I knew that with my innate talent in this area, possessing this incantation would suffice for overcoming any other challenges. After trying for an entire morning, nothing had appeared. During lunch, I encountered Aunt Meng again and subtly sought her guidance. She responded in a half-hearted manner, and although she meandered aimlessly, I discerned her message. Summoning spirits in broad daylight is quite absurd. As night fell, my anxiety grew unbearable. At this point, I understood that the optimal time for spirit summoning was between midnight and 3 in the morning. I had spoken with Tang Leitian earlier, and as I anticipated, her progress was stymied. Although Lu Yun had been temporarily detained, there was no advancement. A search of Lu Yun's home yielded nothing. I recognized something was amiss. The only solution was to summon the spirit of Kai Jiahui tonight for clarification. With a resounding clang, midnight finally arrived. This clock is indeed relentless. Who would hang such a thing for me? I calmed myself and retrieved Kai Jiahui's corpse from the cabinet, placing it on the workbench before moving it to the empty space in the room. After some preparations, I began to cast the spell. Reciting the spirit summoning incantation softly, brightly shining, spirits descend from above, flowing against the current, blossoms bloom even in decayed and the chaos of the universe, drawing the 6 spirits and 7 apertures from the 3 realms. Return from the western realm, water flows like jade, the 5 ling honor the clouds. By this decree, swiftly manifest, with a whoosh. It seemed the window wasn't shut properly. I rose to close it, turning back. There was not a single sound. Was it utterly futile, impossible? Aunt Meng wouldn't deceive me. How could she? I knew she was the only one here truly supporting me. Even old Fan, now enamored with someone new, had turned a blind eye to me. I decided to try again. Once the window was securely closed, even the wind vanished. The air felt as if it had solidified. What was happening? I pondered this for a while. There are still a few more corpses. Let us experiment with alternative methods and verify their effectiveness. Brother, what is the matter with me? I am not in the wrong. I have committed no crimes, nor do I owe you any debts. Why can I not find peace, brother? A ghost kneels before me, lamenting its grievances. Enough, I have summoned another youngster. You possess audacity, daring to call me back. Very well, I commend your bravery. Speak, what is it you desire, as long as I can fulfill it with a mere word? Go ahead. However, let it be known in advance that during festive seasons, you must not forget. Enough, damn you, how dare you refer to me as master in my presence? Do you think that just because you are deceased, I will not take action against you? I silently cursed, releasing my frustration. I summoned yet another young man. What do you seek me for? This female spirit, alluring and enchanting, still exudes such charm even in death. If she were to roam freely, the underworld would surely be thrown into disarray. The female spirit spoke, swaying her form as she approached me. Enough, I hastily dismissed her, wiping the perspiration from my brow. What on earth is this? Each spirit is more unreliable than the last. How can all souls be summoned except for Kai Jiahui? Suddenly, I remembered. Oh, I understand now. Kai Jiahui's soul is indeed gone. I pondered gravely. That day, the newly departed Kai Jiahui, inexperienced and recklessly exposing himself to the risk of being scattered by the sun, eagerly appeared but had not yet revealed the entire truth before. Yet it is evident how great his grievances must have been. Grievances. From family, from friends. That night, he was indeed drinking with his closest companion Zhang Jun. How could Kai Jiahui lend Zhang Jun 100,000 without a second thought? Furthermore, how could Zhang Jun repay such kindness with betrayal? This sum was Kai Jiahui's lifelong savings, painstakingly amassed. Even his wife was unaware of this money, which he willingly lent to Zhang Jun. What motive could Zhang Jun have for harming Kai Jiahui? If Zhang Jun were indeed the one to strike, Kai Jiahui would suffer the gravest injustice. Is this not a point of suspicion? That night, Kai Jiahui drank at Zhang Jun's home, where there was a coal stove. That night, suddenly a realization struck me. Yes, this is an enormous flaw. I quickly pulled out my phone, almost forgot, there is no signal here at night. Since I have pieced together most of the puzzle, I felt a sense of calm wash over me. Time for sleep. I shall address it in the morning. In the morning, I discovered that it was Shui who answered Tang Leitang's phone. It turned out that Tang Leitang had suddenly recalled something in the office. Hastily grabbing only her car keys and rushing out, forgetting her phone entirely. Why are you not accompanying her? Come and get me, hurry. After hanging up, I was left in a state of agitation. Could it be that Tang Leiting had noticed something? Why did she not allow De Shui to follow? This is no laughing matter. De Shui ended the call, appearing somewhat dazed. What now? Must I still heed his words? What is going on? Though reluctant, De Shui soon arrived with his car. Where to? The chairman called out to me. I have matters to attend to. I entered De Shui's vehicle and said, let us go. Where to? The imposing figure inquired with a hint of irritation. The scrap collection station. Ah, I responded, the scrap collection station next to Zhang Jun's house. The imposing figure replied. Oh, the chairman observed me as I departed in a cloud of dust, smacking his lips. Chairman, Housie suddenly exclaimed. The chairman jumped. Turning his head to glance at Housie, who was bent over beside him. Chairman, would you like a cigarette? Housie offered a cigarette. Get back to work, the chairman commanded. Disheartened, Housie hastily retreated. Chapter 35, the weapon of the prologue. Early one morning, Tang Leiting arrived at the office. Senior sister, you cannot continue like this, a good Shui complained. Tang Leiting replied, perplexed, just look at me. When will I ever get a good night's sleep? Rising early occasionally is bearable, but to do so 5 or even 7 days a week is truly unbearable. Senior sister, look at these dark circles under my eyes. Who told you to come in so early? Tang Leiting retorted. Then why do you insist on arriving at such an early hour? Good Shui replied. Tang Leiting merely smiled in response. Oh, this is the fax sent from the telephone company yesterday afternoon, Good Shui said, handing over the fax. Why didn't you mention it sooner? It was now Tang Leiting's turn to complain. Weren't you in a meeting yesterday afternoon? Good Shui had plenty of excuses. Upon entering her private office, Tang Leiting settled into a soft chair, spinning around to the coffee brewed by Good Shui instantly invigorated her. As she glanced at Lu Yun's call log, her confusion deepened. Why were Lu Yun and Zhang Jun in such frequent communication? Furthermore, just prior to Kai Jiawei's incident, their calls had surged to over 10 a day. This was decidedly abnormal. Tang Leiting found herself lost in contemplative recollections. Lu Yun had painted Zhang Jun in an unflattering light, harboring a profoundly negative impression of him. So why was their call log so extensive? Could it be that Tang Leiting suddenly recalled the words of a cleaning lady she had spoken to while visiting Lu Yun's neighbors? It seemed that her suspicions were not unfounded. Lu Yun often left during Kai Jiawei's working hours. According to the leadership at Zhang Jun's workplace, he exhibited a remarkably lackadaisical attitude, frequently requesting leave for trivial reasons, often leaving early and seizing opportunities to sneak out of the factory when the supervisors were preoccupied. Was there a connection? Did Lu Yun and Zhang Jun on that fateful night? Did Zhang Jun enter Kai Jiawei's home when he escorted her back? If so, could they be conspirators? If not, then Tang Leiting rose abruptly, retrieved her car keys, and departed. Senior sister, Good Shui called out. Tang Leiting, lost in thought, did not hear him. It was only when her phone rang that Good Shui answered Guo Cuo's call. Dressed in casual attire, Tang Leiting approached, leaving the scrap station owner bewildered. Although the scent here was not as foul as that of a landfill, it was distinctly pungent. The sight of such an elegantly graceful woman arriving in this place. What brings you here? Don't tell me you've come to purchase scrap. The plump middle-aged owner stared at Tang Leiting, his eyes wide and unblinking. Owner. Tang Leiting initiated the conversation. What can I do for you? The owner secretly pinched his thigh, finally managing to regain his composure. Are you here to sell scrap metal? Tang Leiting inquired. Even the most worthless scrap is desired, however. As for the price. While they quote one figure, you offer another. Whatever you have, I shall take it all, the proprietor declared with a thump of his chest. Is it true that no one has come to sell scrap metal in the past couple of days? Tang Leiting inquired. It seems that A Jun carried in a bag a few days ago. The owner murmured, straining to recall. A Jun? Oh, you mean Zhang Jun, right? We know him. Tang Leiting quickly interjected. Yes, that's A Jun, just up ahead. You must be from A Jun's factory. Correct, I know nothing about it. In this business, it's simply a matter of mutual agreement. When someone delivers goods, regardless of their source, I accept them all. That's how we operate in this line of work. Otherwise, how would we survive? Starve perhaps. Please don't misunderstand. I am not from that so-called shabby factory. I accidentally left something at A Jun's place the other day and can't seem to find it now. I hope A Jun hasn't mistaken it for scrap. I came to look for it. Boss, is that item still here? Yes, that is quite common. Thus, we in this profession, guided by our industry conscience, typically keep items for a period. We fear someone might come looking for their belongings. Over there, let me show you. The owner was quite enthusiastic. Tang Leiting expressed her deep gratitude. The proprietor sifted through the heap of scrap metal. With time, place, and individuals all aligned, the next task was to extract clues from this pile of worthless metal, as that would unravel the cause, course, and outcome of the event. Suddenly, Tang Leiting sensed something amiss. She quickly turned around to find the owner standing right behind her, still lingering. Damn. Tang Leiting hastily rose and adjusted her attire, asking, do you have anything further to discuss? Hey. Oh no, please take your time searching. If you find it, just take it away. No worries. Of the plump proprietor finally regained his composure. Thank you so much. Tang Leiting's flattery had thoroughly disoriented the rotunda owner, leaving him bewildered, reluctantly, with lingering attachments and an air of bittersweet parting. He finally wandered off. Aside, Tang Leiting lamented her frequent sense of helplessness. The matter at hand was urgent. Her professional integrity rendered her unfazed by dirt, fatigue, or even unpleasant odors. How foul could it possibly be? Could it be worse than the stench of a decaying corpse? At last, Tang Leiting made a discovery. She quickly cleared away some nearby items and grasped an iron awl. One end of the awl was blunt, while the other was sharp, bearing signs of having been forged. Yes, this is it. Tang Leiting looked around, preparing to find a bag to store it. In a moment of distraction, she caught a glimpse from the corner of her eye and inwardly cursed. Damn. Not again. Tang Leiting assumed the rotund proprietor had stealthily returned behind her. Now that she had found the item, she was determined to give the man a piece of her mind. Yet, as she turned to confront the source of her irritation, her expression darkened when she discovered it was Zhang Jun standing behind her. In an instinctive reaction, Tang Leiting swiftly concealed the iron awl in her sleeve. How did you get here? Zhang Jun's words interrupted Tang Leiting's speech. Zhang Jun's expression was even more grim than Tang Leiting's had been moments earlier. It was only then that Tang Leiting noticed the iron rod he was holding. Instantly, she was drenched in cold sweat just a moment ago, but if she hadn't turned back in time, it would have truly been perilous. She discreetly rubbed her palms against her waist to wipe away the sweat. However, Zhang Jun misconstrued her actions, assuming she was reaching for a gun. It must be noted that Tang Leiting had indeed been exceedingly reckless this time, forgetting to bring anything: her bag, her phone, and even her firearm. Zhang Jun's misunderstanding proved fortuitous, otherwise, he would have already tightened his grip on the iron rod, its end beginning to lift ominously. Chapter 36, The Prologue of Betrayal. They say that Jun's weather changes as swiftly as a child's whims. Zhang Jun's expression transformed even more rapidly. Deputy Tang, you certainly have a leisurely spirit, coming here. Are you investigating a case? Zhang Jun jested with a broad smile. Tang Leiting had sensed Zhang Jun's intentions and dared not lower her guard. Oh, what are you doing here? She asked, assertively taking control of the conversation. Well, this is a bit embarrassing. Zhang Jun scratched his head, his contrition evident. I merely came to retrieve a bit of pocket money from the factory. But this scrap metal really isn't worth much. It would just rust and decay there, so I took a little out. Deputy Tang, I promise I won't do this again. In truth, he had only done it twice, and he swore that there would be no third time. Zhang Jun was deliberately diverting the topic, steering the conversation away from the crux of the matter, yet Tang Leiting underestimated him. The primary aim of Zhang Jun's words was to lower Tang Leiting's vigilance. That's understandable, Tang Leiting replied. Indeed, I am here for a matter related to a case, but I don't think I need to report to you, do I? Deputy Tang, look at what you're saying. By the way, about my older brother's situation, what exactly is going on? And suddenly Zhang Jun fell into a state of anguish. Deputy Tang, actually, I have concealed some matters. I think I should tell you. Perhaps my brother in heaven will forgive me for it. What is it? Tang Leiting inquired, her brow furrowing. I actually had an affair with my sister law. As he spoke, the iron rod slipped from Zhang Jun's grasp, clattering to the ground, and he immediately crouched down. Cradling his head in despair, Zhang Jun's confession left Tang Leiting momentarily disoriented. Deputy, the truth is that my brother and my sister-in-law have always had. My brother is quite simple-minded, while my sister-in-law is rather cunning. Knowing that Kai Jiawei is simple-hearted, why would you engage in such actions? What kind of brother are you? Tang Leiting remarked, observing the shifts in Zhang Jun's demeanor while deliberately maintaining her distance. It was my sister-in-law who initiated it. Zhang Jun stood up, asserting one hand cannot clap alone. Tang Leiting refrained from commenting on Zhang Jun's words. Indeed, Zhang Jun now presents an impression to Tang Leiting akin to that of a relentless stirrer, intent on muddling the waters. He has succeeded in this endeavor, leaving Tang Leiting momentarily unable to discern right from wrong. As he spoke, he cast a glance into the distance, where the scrapyard owner was staring fixedly in their direction. Captain Tang, this is not a proper place for conversation. Let us go to my home, Zhang Jun suggested. No sooner had he uttered this than he hastily added, I will disclose everything to you. In truth, I have even harbored doubts about your sister-in-law. Tang Leiting scrutinized Zhang Jun. He appeared gaunt, lacking a robust demeanor, and exuding a hint of internal heat. It was evident that even if Zhang Jun were to confront her with a metal rod, she would not be intimidated. Moreover, Tang Leiting possessed a concealed weapon. Unbeknownst to Zhang Jun, the iron cone had transformed into her means of self-defense. Remaining silent, Tang Leiting gave no indication of refusal, and Zhang Jun assumed that she had acquiesced to visiting his residence. Zhang Jun walked ahead while Tang Leiting followed, maintaining a distance of 3 feet between them. This fellow. Truly fortunate in matters of romance, mused the scrapyard owner, drooling as he watched Zhang Jun lead Tang Leiting away. His heart brimming with envy and bitterness. Upon entering the house, Zhang Jun gestured for her to proceed. Tang Leiting stood still, poised and vigilant, determined not to allow Zhang Jun to surprise her from behind. Zhang Jun chuckled lightly, stepping inside first. He hurriedly tidied the coffee table, the kettle on the coal stove had boiled and he promptly set about brewing tea, only then did Tang Liding cautiously enter. Leaving the door ajar, Zhang Jun's abode faced the street, with the main road just beyond the threshold. Naturally, the area was quite noisy, even at night, as large trucks emerged to make deliveries, perhaps in an effort to prevent Tang Liding from feeling repulsed or due to some aversion to germs. Zhang Jun retrieved a sealed package of disposable cups, dramatically producing a fresh cup before her eyes. No need for that. You needn't go to such trouble. I shall not be drinking any water. Tang Liding declared, having no intention of consuming anything at Zhang Jun's home. Undeterred, Zhang Jun produced a small package of Tiguanyan tea, meticulously sealed, and tore it open on the spot, pouring the leaves into the disposable cup. He then lifted the kettle and prepared to brew. Zhang Jun, possessing his own teacup and Tiguanyan, brewed a cup for himself as well. Speak, what is it that you wish to tell me? Tang Liding inquired. Her voice elevated slightly above the clamor of traffic as the door remained open and the noise persisted. Zhang Jun showed no inclination to shut the door. Captain Tang, the matter is as follows. Initially, your sister-in-law sought me out merely out of loneliness. As for me, a solitary man, you know I have my needs. I feel remorse towards your brother. I have discreetly advised him to pay closer attention to your sister-in-law. Tang Liding could scarcely bear to listen. You truly possess a kind heart. Zhang Jun, do you not intend to pursue a lasting relationship with Lu Yun? She questioned. I have contemplated that, he replied. Zhang Jun fell into deep contemplation. To be honest with Captain Tang, we have all considered it, especially Lu Yun, who insisted on divorcing her elder brother to be with me. If it weren't for my persistent persuasion. What did you persuade? Isn't that exactly what you desire? Tang Liding interjected. I had no such intention, it was entirely Lu Yun's wish. I believe it is best for Lu Yun to remain with her elder brother. What could I possibly offer? Moreover, I adhere to the principle of preserving a marriage over dismantling it. I would never engage in such unscrupulous actions. Disgusting. Tang Liding nearly retched, feeling a bit parched. Zhang Jun lifted his teacup, tilted his head back and drank it all in one go, then refilled it. Tea, Zhang Jun offered politely. Tang Liding replied, taking a small sip before setting the cup down. Zhang Jun, are you suggesting that Lu Yun might have caused Kai Jiawei's demise in order to be with you? That is precisely my implication, Zhang Jun exclaimed, his excitement akin to finding a kindred spirit after a long wait. Did Lu Yun consult you about this beforehand? Tang Liding scrutinized Zhang Jun's expression. I am uncertain, I truly do not know the details. I merely speculate that her elder brother may have been harmed by Lu Yun. After speaking, Zhang Jun felt a wave of anxiety and quickly raised his teacup again. Gulping down another cup of tea, after refilling his cup, he courteously offered to pour some for Tang Liding. Despite her strong aversion toward him, traditional virtues compelled Tang Liding to take a sip in gratitude. After pouring water for Tang Liding, Zhang Jun placed the kettle back on the coal stove. He then stood up, retrieved a bag of sunflower seeds, and inquired if Tang Liding wanted any. She shook her head. Thank you, I've been feeling quite overheated lately. Zhang Jun did not press further and began to snack on the seeds himself. Zhang Jun, what prompted you to invite Kai Jiawei for drinks that night? Tang Liding asked. To settle a debt, Zhang Jun replied. A debt? Wasn't it only after Kai Jiawei's death that you settled it? Tang Liding questioned. Indeed, Zhang Jun acknowledged with a grunt, spitting out a seed shell. Suddenly, Tang Liding sensed something amiss. Zhang Jun's demeanor appeared to shift abruptly, as if he had unknowingly transformed. He continued to crack seeds, his gaze blankly fixed ahead, seemingly oblivious to anything around him. At that moment, Zhang Jun's patience with Tang Liding seemed to wane. The sound of him spitting out seed shells grew increasingly pronounced. His demeanor toward her also shifted, becoming less respectful, as he propped one leg over the other. What is wrong? Where did it go awry? Water. Zhang Jun had certainly consumed a fair amount. Perhaps it was the tea leaves. Or the cup. At this point, concerns about water, cups, and tea leaves were futile. Zhang Jun stood up and closed the door. Chapter 37, The Madness of an Unhinged Heart. Third update, why venture to the scrapyard next to Zhang Jun's house? Guo Cuo chattered incessantly along the way, and I was genuinely annoyed. Find your senior sister, I replied, my tone laced with impatience. When did she take up this side job? Guo Cuo questioned. Never mind, I might as well tell him. Cuo, do you recall if there was a power outage during the first half of that night? No, Guo Cuo responded. What? I gazed in astonishment at Guo Cuo. It seems that my home has always had electricity, he remarked. I clarified, I am not referring to your upscale community, I mean Lu Yun's house and Zhang Jun's. Guo Cuo replied, oh right, the electricity only arrived in the latter half of the night. I sighed deeply, striving to regain my composure. What do you think Lu Yun's family uses to cook? You observed them for quite a while that day. Didn't you notice anything? Guo Cuo responded, oh, an induction cooker, but Zhang Jun's family uses a coal stove. While waiting at the red light, the car jolted, and the engine stalled. Ge Cuo turned to me, this implies that regardless of whether there is electricity or not. Could Zhang Jun have potentially heated that iron weapon? Yes, Guo Cuo confirmed with his expression. I asked, Cuo, if it were you, how would you dispose of such a weapon after committing a crime? Guo Cuo replied. Just throw it away. I inquired. Do you think it would work if I sold it alongside a pile of scrap metal at the recycling station? Guo affirmed that would work. I pondered. Do you think my senior sister is currently searching for the weapon at that recycling station? I rubbed my temples. It's quite possible, however, it is extremely dangerous. Ge asked. Dangerous? I replied. Indeed, it is right at Zhang Jun's doorstep. Ge questioned. Does Zhang Jun definitely know my senior sister has gone there? I reflected, a criminal capable of such a methodical murder must possess a meticulous mind. These days are crucial. With Lu Yun detained, Zhang Jun is likely observing. He may be acutely aware of any activity at the recycling station. Let us hope Zhang Jun does not encounter your senior sister. Ge asserted. Isn't my senior sister definitely there? Search for her. I shouted. As the red light turned green, Guo shifted gears and pressed the accelerator. The sirens blaring and lights flashing, Tang Leitang's every effort seemed in vain. She understood that the best course of action now was to delay, but how long could she stall? Zhang Jun placed the iron spike, which had fallen from Tang Leitang's sleeve, back onto the coal stove. The spike began to glow red. Her head felt heavy. Tang Leitang nearly succumbed to unconsciousness several times, yet she continued to hold on. Stop holding on, it just sleep, Zhang Jun said, already wielding a hammer and pliers. Zhang Jun was well prepared. Tang Leitang in a fleeting moment. Zhang Jun exhaled a breath of relief, for the bustling thoroughfare outside was teeming with the usual flow of vehicles. What was there to feel anxious about? Zhang Jun adjusted Tang Leitang's body and head, grasping the already glowing red iron spike with a pair of pliers, while firmly holding a hammer in the other hand. With a resounding clang, I was the first to rush in. Before me, there was no one but Tang Leitian. I immediately threw myself upon her, completely shielding her from harm. Tang Leitian lay beneath me, and I could acutely sense the mingling of our breaths. I was uncertain if my face brushed against hers, but at that moment I disregarded everything, paying no heed to Zhang Jun, who still held the hammer aloft. Don't move, move again, and I'll kill you. Guo drew his gun with a speed that surpassed even driving. Before his words faded, Guo had leaped into action, delivering a kick towards Zhang Jun. It seemed that Guo's earlier shout had rendered Zhang Jun weak at the knees. Upon seeing him, Guo's kick sent Zhang Jun sprawling to the ground, reduced to a mere puddle of soft mud. When I looked down at Tang Leitian again, she had succumbed to unconsciousness. With a loud bang, the revived Tang Leitian kicked the door open and stormed into the detention room, glaring fiercely at Lu Yun. Lu Yun appeared to be paralyzed with fear. Speak. What is your relationship with Zhang Jun? Tang Leitian shouted. After a moment's hesitation, Lu Yun finally trembled and spoke. Can you spare me a cigarette? Lu Yun was released, deemed innocent yet at a loss. The death of Kai Jiawei bore no direct connection to Lu Yun, yet it was intricately linked by a web of relations. Zhang Jun, caught in the act, offered no resistance, spilling the beans like beans from a bamboo tube. The case was finally unraveled. It was revealed that Lu Yun had discovered Kai Jiawei's hidden fortune of 100,000 int. Unwilling to share this knowledge, had lent it to others, which incited her turmoil. In desperation, Kai Jiawei pressed Zhang Jun for repayment. As Zhang Jun had dug his own grave, his entanglement with Lu Yun had not been a fleeting affair. After a tempestuous encounter, the boastful Zhang Jun shamelessly recounted the entire matter, even flaunting that Kai Jiawei treated him far better than he did Lu Yun. As the saying goes, the speaker may be oblivious, but the listener is not. This led Lu Yun to a fierce confrontation with Kai Jiawei. Pressured relentlessly by Lu Yun, Kai Jiawei found himself cornered. He had no choice but to incessantly urge Zhang Jun for the money. One day, lying at home watching television, Zhang Jun was consumed with frustration over how to evade repayment. Suddenly, a particular scene ignited his nefarious thoughts. You are heartless, and I am ungrateful. Zhang Jun was enveloped by malevolence. Thus, the sinister plot was born. That evening, under the pretense of repaying the debt, Zhang Jun lured Kai Jiawei to his home, where he drugged him. Subsequently, he drove the searing iron spike into Kai Jiawei's skull, the hot metal stanching the flow of blood. Afterward, Zhang Jun extracted the spike, believing he had orchestrated an impeccable cover-up. Yet, as the adage goes, if one wishes to keep a secret, one must first refrain from wrongdoing. That night, when the power went out, Zhang Jun was already aware, thus orchestrating his plan. Zhang Jun, utilizing a tricycle borrowed from the owner of a scrapyard, transported the lifeless body of Kai Jiawei back home under the cover of night. It was Zhang Jun who first entered the house, masquerading as Kai Jiawei. Once he had discreetly placed the corpse onto the bed, he seized the opportunity to slip away unnoticed. That night, Lu Yun, in a fit of anger, buried her head under the covers, neglecting everything around her. It was not until the early hours of the morning, when a forgotten light illuminated the room, that she awoke and got out of bed. Upon noticing that Kai Jiawei was not covered by a blanket, she sensed something amiss. A mere touch confirmed her fears. There was no breath. In a panic, she promptly called the police. Thus, it became evident that Zhang Jun was the perpetrator, deliberately crafting a fade to divert suspicion towards Lu Yun should the truth come to light. It is pertinent to note that Zhang Jun and Lu Yun were entangled in a romantic relationship. How could Zhang Jun possibly repay his debts while Lu Yun remained involved? The debts owed to Kai Jiawei would transform into irreparable losses. Ultimately, it is the relentless pursuit of wealth that incited this calamity. Had Kai Jiawei not lent money to the gluttonous, slothful, and gambling-prone Zhang Jun, perhaps he would have avoided such a tragic fate. Emotional turmoil within a marriage often breeds disastrous consequences. Finding an exit is the superior solution. Indeed, when love has faded, parting amicably can serve as a form of relief and acceptance. Life must persist. When one door closes, another will inevitably open. This wisdom has long been grasped by the ancients. When the cart reaches the mountain, a road will surely appear. When the boat reaches the bridge, it will naturally align. It is not the case that the boat sinks at the bridge. Chapter 38. Listen, upon entering the Shishan funeral home, the two-story small western building is the Taiping building. The mortuary is located on the second floor, where the rooms are interconnected. At the end of the corridor, there is a back door adorned with a round mirror, with daylilies placed upon the door beam. The main entrance is situated to the left at the foot of the stairs. The chairman executed my instructions to renovate the Taiping building, according to my vision. The first floor was to be transformed into a dormitory equipped with a restroom and a lounge with a television. The main door was to be replaced with a glass door for a brighter ambience. While the glass door was indeed installed, the additional lounge, television, and dormitory I desired were not. However, the four statues that once loomed on the first floor have vanished, leaving the space feeling more open yet grounded. It spared me the daily discomfort of traversing beneath the watchful eyes of those four spectral figures. This minor renovation has positively impacted the business, resulting in a notable increase in clientele. Furthermore, with Tang Leitang assisting within her capacity, I have become quite the prized asset in the eyes of the chairman. On this day, Tang Leitang once again contributed to my business. Early in the morning, a female corpse was brought in. The deceased was named Su Jingyi, a writer, to be precise, an online novelist. Despite her youth, she was sensitive and prone to melancholy, eventually succumbing to depression. Unable to cope, her condition deteriorated into incoherent ramblings. Her family was deeply troubled by her plight. Su Jingyi seemed to harbor inner turmoil, leading to a debilitating illness from which she could not recover. In the prime of her youth, her life was tragically extinguished. Such a loss is profoundly lamentable. The condition of this female corpse appeared unremarkable, with a death certificate issued by a reputable hospital confirming her demise. Her family was eager to proceed with cremation that afternoon, but the chairman, with gentle persuasion, explained that there was insufficient time for arrangements and suggested extending the stay by a couple of days. The family of the deceased woman was understandably displeased. For each additional day of keeping the body incurred further mortuary fees. However, perhaps out of respect for Tang Leitian, the family reluctantly acquiesced. After much discussion, it was settled that the cremation would take place 3 days hence. I find it perplexing why the chairman insisted on prolonging the process. It seems rather blatant to pursue profit in such a manner. Customers should be treated like royalty. Shouldn't we cater to their wishes? Yet, he insists on being obstinate. Alas, it appears our chairman has not experienced a life of ease. Now that business is beginning to flourish, he feels the need to assert his individuality. This is hardly a sustainable approach. Nevertheless, it matters little to me. After all, it's merely an additional day of gazing upon a lifeless form. A minor inconvenience at best. In the southeastern corner of the establishment lies a courtyard, home to the cremation chamber, marked by its iron, fan-shaped entrance, which remained ajar. I found myself in Housy's small quarters, indulging in liquor amidst a table strewn with sunflower seed shells and peanut husks. The state of disarray on the floor was quite remarkable. Truly, Housy presents a facade of brilliance while residing in squalor. Aside from his polished exterior, he neglects to maintain his own living space. Has he taken to vegetarianism? Housy had invited me for drinks, yet all he offered was a bag of sunflower seeds and a packet of spiced peanuts. Oh, do not mention it. Housy seemed to harbor some unspoken turmoil, yet he eventually confessed, Baoga, it's not that I'm stingy. Can you really eat meat here? Just the sight of it makes me nauseous. I suspect that ever since he first laid eyes on a corpse, he has yet to recover from the shock. One simply must grow accustomed to it. Let us not make excuses. If you are frugal, then so be it. I have no qualms. I adapt to circumstances. Having something to eat is a blessing in itself. Housy, being well accustomed to my frequent teasing, did not take it to heart, though he still furrowed his brow. What's the matter? Has life treated you too well that you've become spoiled? I cracked open a peanut, crushed the shell in my hand, and playfully blew the remnants toward Housy's face, then popped a kernel into my mouth, savoring the rich oil within. Come on, Baoga, mind your image. Housy is quite the rascal, insisting on calling me Baoga when we are alone, yet referring to me as Xiao Bao in the presence of others. I choose to ignore it, curious to see what antics he might conjure. Come on, Baoga, let us toast. Housy raised his glass, the potent liquor swirling within. I was unbothered. After all, the worst that could happen would be returning home to collapse into a deep slumber. I drained my glass, and Housy promptly refilled it. Hey, I gestured with my lips, indicating that my own glass was still empty. Housy chuckled. Baoga, you truly are not one to suffer losses. I scoffed. Housy, don't think that just because you've taken old Fan as your mentor, you're somehow superior. You still have much to learn. Housy replied. Indeed, I only earn 2,000 more than you. What? Do you think I only make 8,000? That's just the base salary. Your measly wage pales in comparison to my bonuses. Do you not understand? I could not allow myself to lose face in front of Halsey, so I took advantage of the liquor to boast extravagantly. To my surprise, Halsey seemed to believe my tall tales. Bobga, you're impressive, you truly are impressive, even the chairman defers to you. Humph, what, are you envious? No need to rush, take your time. Those with genuine talent will naturally be respected. I too possess a certain aptitude for climbing the proverbial ladder. As Haoko hesitated to continue competing with me, he shifted to the main topic. Brother Bao, it's no wonder the wages are high in this area. Oh, what do you mean? It's haunted. The moment those words escaped Haoko's lips, he seemed startled by his own proclamation. His complexion changed instantly. Oh, what do you mean by that? I had long since acclimated to such tales. Let me tell you, Brother Bao, during my time at the crematorium, I often heard eerie cries emanating from the incinerator. It was chilling, it could scare one to death without consequence. Haoko's words were likely not unfounded. Oh, I responded, Brother Bao, do you think working here poses a risk to my life? We cannot solely focus on high wages. What use is money if one's life is forfeit? Haoko's consideration was indeed quite thorough. I pursed my lips. Then you should spend it on me. Hand over the money, and I shall treat you to a meal, perhaps some meat. Damn. Haoko turned his head away, thinking to himself that this little Bao was merely taking advantage of him. I come to your territory, and you don't even offer me a warm welcome. Instead, you plot to consume my resources. I felt that treating him to a drink today was already a generous gesture. I fumbled around the table but could not find a single intact peanut. So I stood up, clapped my hands, and declared, let us go, it's time to sleep. I need a good rest. After all, I have a date tomorrow. The date? Haoko echoed. Yes, Tang Leitang has invited me to spend the day at the scenic area tomorrow. What's the matter? I said, beaming with pride as I glanced at Haoko. Having been classmates since our early years through to high school, Haoko naturally knew Tang Leitang as well. However, their relationship was rather lukewarm. Merely a cordial acknowledgement, this could hardly be blamed on Tang Leitang. It was entirely Haoko's own doing. To speak frankly, he was not particularly well liked during our school days. I, however, had no choice but to befriend him, as we were neighbors and childhood companions, and thus I could not simply cast him aside. With Haoko's expression reflecting both envy and resignation, I felt a sense of satisfaction, brushing off the remnants of peanut shells from my attire. Just as I was about to exit, I suddenly heard Haoko exclaim, listen. Observing the sheer terror on his face, I strained my ears, and indeed, there was the unmistakable sound of a woman's weeping. Quite pronounced. Chapter 39. Listen. To the living dead. The sound was intermittent, and as I strained to listen, it faded away. Tonight, I shall sleep with you, Haoko declared, grabbing a pillow. I'm not accustomed to that, I quickly replied. It's been ages since we had an all-night talk. Come on, let us catch up, Haoko insisted, pushing me along. Disregarding my discomfort, Haoko, let me make it clear. The atmosphere in my place is rather heavy with energy. I want to prepare you mentally. I wanted to ensure he was forewarned. Should the morgue be haunted, I had no absolute assurance that I could quell those spirits. Come on, with you around, what is there to fear? You can ward off evil, Haoko replied, and somehow, I found his words rather comforting. Since the first floor of the Taiping building had shed those ghastly statues, it had lost much of its previous eeriness and chill. Haoko and I ascended the stairs, illuminated only by the dim light of the wall sconces in the corridor. The daylight lamps in the morgue remained off at night, not due to the onerous frugality, but rather because I simply could not endure it. As soon as the light was turned on, it completely disrupted my circadian rhythm throughout the night. I realized that whether the light was on or off, the effects were eerily similar. With the light on, slumber eluded me entirely, yet in its absence, I found myself drifting into sleep effortlessly. It is not that I am devoid of emotions, rather, I am open and unburdened, which naturally allows me to enjoy a satisfying meal and restful sleep. Heisey stealthily trailed behind me. When I sensed something amiss and turned to look, I found Heisey gripping the hem of my garment like a child in an unfamiliar place, his head tucked behind me. I felt discomforted by Heisey's grip. Hey, I exclaimed, Heisey, are you really suited for this place? If not, perhaps it would be best for you to leave. Only then did Heisey straighten up, hastily pulling out a cigarette. At this moment, we had arrived at the entrance of the morgue. The sliding door was made of glass, and I mused that if it were replaced with a wooden door, it would render the interior quite somber. The glass door was preferable, as at dawn, the light streaming in from the opposite window would brighten the morgue, while the walls facing outside also featured windows, allowing natural light to flood the room, diminishing the damp and gloomy atmosphere. This renovation was indeed commendable. Little did I expect it would also serve as a warning signal. At that very moment, the effect of this warning became apparent. Just as I turned to chide Heisey for his timidity, he hurriedly offered me a cigarette, when suddenly, the hand preparing to light it began to tremble. The cigarette he had been holding in his mouth slipped from his lips and fell to the ground. Following Heisey's gaze, I too felt a wave of anxiety wash over me and turned to look back. The unlit cigarette I had been holding also drooped and fell to the floor. Though the light was dim, it was sufficiently illuminating, yet perhaps it was an incredible psychological suggestion, for when I glanced over, I seemed to faintly perceive the silhouette of a person lying on my bed. Apart from a few windows that had been installed on the wall facing outward, nothing else in the morgue had changed. The spacious room contained a dressing mirror, the wall with the mirror directly opposite the entrance. To the right of the door was a large bed, adorned with a mosquito net adjacent to the inner right wall. A storage room was built against the northwest walls. My bed, complete with a mosquito net, was situated not far from the entrance on the right side, from this angle, through the mirror facing the entrance. One could clearly see the scene on that bed. Initially, I had intended to shift the bed closer to the storage room, yet a thought crossed my mind: by keeping it where it was, I could observe the situation inside through the mirror, including what lay upon the bed. In hindsight, my consideration was not unwarranted. Since starting to work here, I have learned much and become wiser. In this moment, I fully understood the purpose of the mirror on the wall opposite. Just as I was about to take action, a sudden exclamation escaped my lips. I noticed Heisey had gripped my wrist tightly, leaving it red. "What are you doing?" I growled in a low voice. Let's go, Heisey stammered, his teeth chattering. "You are the one who wanted to accompany me, and now you wish to leave. You may go on your own," I scolded, and Heisey looked at me in utter disbelief. "Are you not afraid?" he exclaimed. Little did Heisey know of the experiences I had endured. "What is there to fear? Look at your pitiful state." I inwardly chuckled at Heisey's timidity, yet I was aware that had it been the former version of myself, I would have already lost control. Heisey dared not walk on his own. My confidence provided him with a sense of security, and I imagined he must feel that being by my side was the most reliable choice at this moment. Heisey clutched the hem of my clothing tightly, his grip unshakable. I began to silently recite the incantation of the Shangtong sword. Suddenly, Heisey jolted, causing me to take a few steps back as well. Upon closer inspection, I noticed that the figure lying on my bed had actually risen. Perhaps the noise at the door had awakened her? She faced inward, now sitting up, and through the mirror directly in front of me, I could clearly see her features. She was truly a mesmerizing ghost. Beneath her bare face, she appeared undeniably radiant. Such a woman indeed fulfilled the saying, since ancient times. Beautiful women have often met with tragic fates. The ghost's mournful gaze. Goodness, wasn't that the writer Su Jingyi, the spirit of Su Jingyi? Did she have some unspoken grievances to share, prompting her to emerge in the dead of night? Was she yet another soul wrongfully lost? Heisey had also assisted in transporting Su Jingyi's remains today, and upon seeing her now, his legs buckled, and he fainted. The impact of what we saw and heard was not overwhelmingly great, which explains why many believe in the cycle of karma yet remain unable to control their greed, anger, ignorance, delusion, and resentment. It is only when confronted with stark reality that they seek repentance in desperation. This was Heisey's first encounter with a ghost, and he could not withstand the psychological strain. For me, Heisey's fainting was a fortuitous occurrence, sparing him from hindering my actions. I discreetly summoned the Shangtong sword, preparing to seize the opportunity for a surprise attack. Just as I held my breath, focused and ready to pounce, I saw Su Jingyi stand up and approach the mirror. What was she doing? Was she preparing herself? After her death, Su Jingyi had been dressed in the free gown provided by our funeral home, which we commonly referred to as a shroud. However, this garment was exclusively for the deceased. At the time of dressing her, it was Mang Yi and I who had done so. In the presence of the corpse, I naturally harbored no inappropriate thoughts, yet, when faced with Su Jingyi's body, I had felt a surge of impulsiveness. It is worth noting that Su Jingyi's death was not due to external injuries, and what astonished me even more was that I could still sense a hint of warmth emanating from her. Reflecting on her lifeless form, how should I describe it? Tender, perhaps. It was certainly unlike the typical rigidity, pallor, chill, and lifelessness of a usual corpse. Mang Yi also seemed moved at that moment, a peculiar expression crossing her face. Chapter 40, Haunting False Death. With this thought, I discreetly sheathed the Shangtong sword. I was well aware of its power. While it was useless against the living, it could ensure that the souls of the deceased would never be reborn. Their essence obliterated, faced with a spirit like Su Jingyi, I found myself unable to act. Alas, always having changed clothes for others, I suppose one could say there is a certain bond formed. Nevertheless, let us set that aside. Besides, observing Su Jingyi, she appears serene and remarkably gentle. Unlike the ghastly specters one might imagine, I have decided to drag Heisey away tonight, making do in his disheveled abode for the evening. Just as I was contemplating my departure, a woman's voice suddenly wafted into my ear. She was weeping once more. I hastily crouched down and rolled to hide behind the door, casting a sidelong glance at Su Jingyi. This female author seemed unwilling to shed her melancholic and solemn demeanor even in death. A shadow flitted alongside her gentle footsteps. How curious! Su Jingyi had taken her place beside my grand Betty. Gazing at her tear-streaked visage, I felt an overwhelming urge to comfort her, though I pride myself on my rationality. Su Jingyi truly is a bewitching spirit. As if recalling something, she sighed deeply and murmured, "On a sunny day in May. Is this not the very line from In the Verdant Fields of Early Spring?" I inadvertently exclaimed. Quickly, I covered my mouth, holding my breath. I observed. As anticipated, Su Jingyi lifted her gaze and began to scan her surroundings. She did not leave the bed, but rather uttered, "Lilac flowers, hundreds, thousands, countless. Who dares say my literary talent is lacking? Poor grades do not define one's worth, do they? Am I not allowed to have my areas of expertise?" An impulsive urge surged within me, compelling this otherwise composed individual to speak. One drop of cold water. 2 drops, 3 drops. My voice was scarcely above a whisper, even lower than my previous exclamation, yet in this profound silence, Su Jingyi heard me distinctly. I could see the glimmer of joy on her face. Su Jingyi rose from the bed, stepping cautiously toward my concealed position. Just as I believed she would push the door open, her footsteps halted abruptly, and she recited, "Before the ancient wood upon the rocky hill." This would shall serve as fuel. I dared not respond, however. I remembered the subsequent line. It was undeniable that the white nightgown lay right before my eyes. Of course, this couplet was not solely my own creation. It was not Su Jingyi's original work either, as I had encountered it in a magazine, its origins unknown to me, only to later discover it documented in the biography of Shi Nian. Su Jingyi lingered in silence, returning to the bed, lowering the curtains, and drifting into slumber. After a while, I quietly hoisted Haozi's lifeless body and descended the stairs. Good heavens, help, it is broad daylight, yet we are haunted. Haozi's harrowing cry summoned everyone forth. Upon entering the courtyard, I was taken aback. Su Jingyi's ghost stood before all, draped in her form-fitting white nightgown. In the sunlight, why did she not appear to be a mere wisp of spirit? She still cast a shadow. Suddenly, I recalled the shadow I had noticed trailing her last night. Could it be that shadow was her own? Our preconceived notions led us to believe she had perished. Thus Haozi firmly believed he had encountered a ghost last night, rendering him faint with fright. The truth at last revealed itself. It turned out this female author, Su Jingyi, was very much alive. In medical terms, this phenomenon is referred to as apparent death. Although a death certificate had been issued, she was indeed not dead. After the corpse had been left for several days, the seemingly lifeless individual still managed to return to life. Aunt Meng informed me that this was precisely why our funeral home often insists on prolonging the time of preservation. Upon reflection, the depth of knowledge contained within this practice is profound. How significant it is. To save a life, you might wonder, just how significant could it be? Su Jingyi's body appeared somewhat frail, undoubtedly weakened by hunger. Aunt Meng promptly summoned the chef, Xiao Peng, to prepare a light breakfast for her. Having not eaten for several days, it was only reasonable that she would hesitate to consume a large meal. The chairman looked on with satisfaction as he observed Su Jingyi. Indeed, it would be intriguing to see how her family would respond now. They would surely argue, after all they had brought her back from the brink of death. It would be fascinating to witness their reactions. Do you realize you nearly frightened me to death last night? You came back to life, while I was almost left behind, Haozi reproached, dramatically placing his hand over his heart as if still recovering from the shock. I am truly sorry, Su Jingyi replied. Haozi quickly broke into a cheeky grin. I was just joking, I'm not that easily frightened, just a jest. By the way, you composed that couplet last night, didn't you? Su Jingyi gazed at Haozi with hopeful eyes. Haozi scratched his head. Ever since that fateful night when he had been terrified by the living who resembled the dead, it seemed his courage had indeed increased. He now ventured unaccompanied to every corner of the funeral home without a hint of fear. Encountering a corpse no longer made his heart race. It had become a mundane affair. He no longer insisted on sharing my bed. Upon returning to my quarters, I noticed the bedding was neatly arranged, and the sheets were impeccably straight, evidently tidied up. There was even a faint scent of freshness lingering in the air. Perhaps I had once again succumbed to a bout of hysteria. I leapt onto the bed, reclined with my hands behind my head, closed my eyes, and savored the moment, feeling utterly content. How had I never realized how comfortable this bed could be? The moonlight shone brightly through the spring water. At that moment, silence enveloped me, and I began to boast, 3 days is crystal clear. The words escaped my lips, and I was taken aback. Springing up suddenly, Su Jingyi was already seated at the edge of the bed, right beside me. She tilted her head in a seemingly challenging manner, gazing intently at me, as if attempting to peer into the very depths of my soul. With a half-smile, her long eyelashes fluttered, her mischievous demeanor vividly apparent. At that moment, Su Jingyi was the complete antithesis of the melancholy, desolate, sorrowful, and lonely figure from the night before. It was as if she had transformed into an entirely different person. Could it be that she had been possessed by another spirit? Had the souls of the departed borrowed her body to return? Are you also a lover of literature? Su Jingyi inquired. I only know these 2 lines. I thought they were rather good, so I memorized them, I replied, feeling a sense of restlessness creeping in. Su Jingyi was sitting too close for comfort. Her fragrance was becoming increasingly intoxicating. I wanted to shift away slightly, yet feared she might misconstrue my actions as disdain. But even remaining still, I could feel her breath gently brushing against my neck. Did you wake up on your own yesterday? I attempted to steer the conversation. Why did you put me in the drawer? Su Jingyi asked, with a hint of grievance. That would be the preservation cabinet. At that time you believed you were dead, did you not? It was part of my duties. This is my job, I stammered, feeling a tad flustered and somewhat incoherent. There is no way around it. My male hormones are simply too vigorous, and I find it somewhat challenging to exercise self-control. Chapter 41, Feigned Death Hauntings, and a blaze of activity. This nearly suffocated me. Su Jingyi pouted, her lips forming a delicate line. I directed my gaze elsewhere and remarked, fortunately, the design of our mortuary drawers allows for easy outward opening from the inside. The external latch is merely stable, not securely locked, otherwise, you would have suffered greatly upon awakening yesterday. By the way, How did you muster such audacity? Aren't you afraid? Naturally, upon discovering that this woman had feigned death and was indeed alive, I could not help but harbor a profound admiration for her. Her courage was truly remarkable. Last night, when I engaged her in a verbal exchange, she remained so composed and even matched my wit. One can only imagine that such a woman would not react like others, who would have been screaming for help. Even if they were burly men, just like the grand spectacle this morning with Hausi. What is there to fear? I fear nothing. Su Jingyi shot me a sidelong glance and chuckled. I must have frightened you. Didn't I? What do you think? I replied, maintaining my composure. I heard that Hausi was genuinely terrified last night. Su Jingyi proclaimed proudly. He is he, and I am I asserted, adopting a rather manly demeanor. By the way, did you two share this bed? Su Jingyi's recovery was remarkably swift, her energy was quite exuberant, and her questions flowed incessantly. No, he is a cremator, and I am merely here to guard the corpse. Then where were you last night? Su Jingyi inquired. What were you two doing in the dead of night? I turned my attention to her, sensing something peculiar in her words, and coupled with her odd expression. I suspected she was teasing me. I was drinking with Hausi. Did you end up crying? She continued. Your cries frightened Hausi. Upon seeing that I was returning, he dared not stay alone in the room and came along with me. I spoke candidly to avoid any potential misunderstandings about my virtuous integrity. So then, why did you not dare to emerge at that time? Su Jingyi pressed on. I was afraid I would scare you to death. I countered, attempting to suppress her bravado. You were the one who was scared, she retorted. By the way, what happened next? Su Jingyi asked. After I saw you had fallen asleep, I carried Hausi downstairs. I recounted the events of the previous night, providing an almost accurate portrayal of the circumstances. Su Jingyi responded, falling silent. In the ensuing quiet, I was contemplating an excuse to depart when Su Jingyi interjected. Do you write novels too? Not at all. I replied, then allow me to include you in my novel. Su Jingyi suggested. You dare? My reaction was somewhat exaggerated. Su Jingyi pouted, displaying an overly dramatic expression of displeasure. I took a moment to compose myself and said, what could possibly be worthy of writing about me? Oh, there's plenty. You are the male protagonist in my ghost story, Su Jingyi declared. The male lead, you say? Who then is the female lead? I inquired with amusement. I am. Su Jingyi declared, transforming her anger into laughter. So where does our romantic subplot commence? I asked, intrigued. It begins with you changing into the sleepwear I provided, she replied. Su Jingyi smiled gently, her lips pressed together, as she gazed deeply into my eyes. Upon hearing her words, I was taken aback. How could she possibly know? My face flushed with embarrassment. No, it was Aunt Meng who helped you change your clothes, I hastily clarified. I didn't say anything, so why are you so anxious? Su Jingyi remarked. Who told you? Wait, who is tarnishing my reputation? Is it that rat? I inquired, inwardly cursing the rodent 100 times over, mentally replacing the name Hausi with her at. It was only later that I discovered it was Aunt Meng who had informed Su Jingyi. No wonder all my explanations seemed like mere cover-ups in her eyes. Goodness, is Aunt Meng trying to play matchmaker? Here, this is my phone number. Don't forget to keep in touch, Su Jingyi said, having thoroughly teased and flustered me before she left. Full of delight, I thought to myself, after this episode, perhaps Su Jingyi's melancholy would be lifted. Indeed, later on, her depression seemed to have vanished without a trace. She blossomed into a brighter, more vivacious version of herself. Su Jingyi's transformation began to reflect in her writing. As her style shifted, the humorous and satirical anecdotes increased, while the sorrowful tones that once permeated her prose diminished, such as life, without enduring a tempest. How can one behold the beauty of a rainbow, without traversing through the flames? How can one awaken to a new existence? One must inevitably gain experiences that transcend ordinary life to genuinely appreciate the simple yet profound beauty of life's gentle stream. Eventually, I learned what truly troubled Su Jingyi's heart. It was not a matter of romance. She came from a rather conservative family that discouraged early relationships. Her family did not rush her into romance. Believing that if one were to date, it must lead to marriage, they preferred quality over quantity in potential partners. Moreover, Su Jingyi was rather naïve when it came to emotional intelligence, having little engagement with romantic matters and no close friends. Focusing solely on her writing, once she wished to craft a novel but lacked material, so she sought to immerse herself in that lifestyle for first-hand experience. Her family vehemently opposed her, forbidding her from leaving home. Although their intentions were well-meaning, their rigidness and lack of communication stifled Su Jingyi's free-thinking spirit. Consequently, the sheltered Su Jingyi's mental world crumbled, leading her to succumb to depression. This was how her struggles began. However, this experience not only transformed Su Jingyi but also prompted her family to reconsider their educational approach and communication style with her. It is never too late to mend one's ways. Surely Su Jingyi's family will become more harmonious and happy. When Su Jingyi's family arrived, it was only upon witnessing her vibrant presence, full of life and spirit, that they finally believed. Her family expressed endless gratitude, their faces awash with emotion as they bid farewell, and the chairman, along with our group, felt a deep sense of solace. Hausi stood beside the chairman, continuously waving at the car as it drove Su Jingyi and her family away. On the morning of the following day, Su Jingyi and her family arrived once more, overwhelmed with gratitude, bearing a plaque and a letter of thanks. The resounding sounds of gongs and drums filled the air, accompanied by the crackling of firecrackers. Since that moment, the crematorium began to flourish. As the saying goes, the fragrance of wine does not fear the depth of alleys. Some customers even boldly requested, please extend the stay for a couple of days. It's not an issue, the cost is of no concern. We run a crematorium, yet it seems to have transformed into a place of healing and salvation. Those bringing the deceased appear to have placed all their hopes for resurrection in our once aptly named Rebirth Crematorium. I pondered the reason behind the name change and decided to inquire with the chairman. Asking, Chairman, wasn't our funeral home originally called Rebirth Funeral Home? Why have we now renamed it Shishan Funeral Home? Wouldn't the original name be more fitting? After a couple of coughs, the chairman replied, the name change was indeed to align with the village's sentiments. After all, we are operating within their jurisdiction, and it is essential to maintain good relations all around. Do you think we exist in a realm untouched by the 5 elements and beyond the reach of the 3 realms? After some reflection, I conceded that he had a point. Gradually, the business truly began to thrive. As the funeral home prospered, the villagers also found themselves uplifted. Vendors sprang up along the roadside near the entrance, offering yellow paper, red candles, stone tablets, floral wreaths, firecrackers, and spirit money, everything one might need. Additionally, fruit stands, breakfast stalls, and shops selling cigarettes and miscellaneous goods began to flourish. The villagers' lives started to blossom as well. Chapter 42, Nanshan Scenic Area. I was suddenly jolted awake by a phone call. They had all been waiting for me. We had agreed to meet at the foot of Nanshan, a location quite close to my workplace. To my dismay, they had all arrived, while I, the host, had yet to make my appearance. Thanks to Guo exceptional driving skills, he swiftly navigated to my workplace. I had already changed into my outfit and was ready. Just before I got into the car, I noticed Haozi looking forlorn, huddled in the corner. It was Saturday, a day off, and I had considered inviting Haozi along, but Gu Qiaoyun was also present, so I boarded the car alone. Back in high school, Gu Qiaoyun had quarreled with Haozi, vowing never to associate with him again. To avoid any unnecessary awkwardness, I regrettably had to forego that idea. The main point was that in the car were Guo, myself, Tang Leitang, and Gu Qiaoyun, 2 men and 2 women. If I added Haozi, my chances would have been utterly diminished. I had come to understand Haozi's knack for stirring up trouble. Cadillac, impressive. Shuai was driving his private car today. Wait a moment, you almost left me hanging again, I exclaimed. Xiaobao, do you have any sense of time? Gu Qiaoyun truly had a knack for being punctual. I hadn't even made an appointment with her. Xiaobao. Guo glanced at me, seated in the passenger seat, murmuring, Shuai, Xiaobiao. Gu Qiaoyun had thrown me into disarray. What's the matter? Aren't you all off today, working overtime? Tang Leitang handed me a bottle of drink. Don't mention it. Would you believe what I'm about to say? I declared, intrigued. Is it haunted? Gu Qiaoyun interjected just in time. It is indeed haunted, I said, deliberately leaving some suspense. Guo turned to me. Xiaobao, do you think it's true or not? Well, it seems Guo has learned my nickname. I recounted the incident of Su Jingyi's fake death, embellishing it with fervor, leaving Guan Xiaoyun utterly dumbfounded, while Guo stared blankly and even Tang Leitang appeared dazed. Indeed, the family of the individual in question had come to take her away, and I had completely forgotten in my busyness. I must confess, I exaggerated. I wasn't busy to the point of forgetfulness. Rather, I was enthralled by Su Jingyi, completely captivated by her presence. However, upon seeing Tang Leitang, my entire being returned to me. I was not mentally unfaithful. My admiration for Su Jingyi was purely aesthetic, while my affection for Tang Leitang was profound and heartfelt. Naturally, this was merely my one-sided sentiment. What did she truly mean? Who could know? To put it plainly, I was harboring a secret infatuation for Tang Leitang. Thus, the earlier notion of infidelity may not be entirely appropriate. But who cares? In any case, I am in love, so what? My affection remains unwavering. Through the rearview mirror, I gazed at Tang Leitang seated in the back, my thoughts swirling chaotically, lost in a reverie. Alas, after hearing my tale, Guan Xiaoyun suddenly slapped my shoulder, exclaiming loudly, which startled me, what was that for, such a fright? I was concerned that she might inadvertently reveal my feelings, so I quickly straightened my posture. Did you bring the money? Guan Xiaoyun inquired. Obviously, I did. Guan Xiaoyun. How much? 500, perhaps 600, I replied with confidence. So little, that wouldn't even suffice for a meal. What's the point of this? Xiaobao, you were so stingy, even when pursuing a girlfriend. Guan Xiaoyun's remarks grew increasingly absurd. What did she mean by pursuing a girlfriend? Was she about to mention my high school days? I hastily interrupted. Hey, Sister Yun, we're here to have fun, not to bicker, alright? Had I known you were coming, I would have brought 5,000 or 6,000. Now how about this? Let us make do today, and I'll owe you a grand meal, alright? As long as I could temporarily silence her, I would concede to anything. I was unaware if Guan Xiaoyun had privately informed Tang Leitang about my past attempts to win her over, which involved some questionable tactics and bribery. Nonetheless, I certainly did not want Guan Xiaoyun to blurt out those tales, turning me into a laughingstock in this card. I could not afford to lose face. My imagined rival Guo was present too. thank goodness you're sensible. Guan Xiaoyun fell silent. Xiaoyun, is it really fair to pressure someone to part with their money? Oh, is this how you conduct your insurance business? Tang Leitang remarked, addressing Guan Xiaoyun. I secretly rejoiced, however, to treat 500 or 600 as a treat was rather unamusing. In this day and age, expenses are exorbitant. It had been quite some time since I had gone out for leisure. It would be utterly dull if I couldn't enjoy myself. Guan Xiaoyun's words made it seem as though I were a fool. Waiting for the axe to fall upon me, such bluntness suggested she held me in little regard. After all, she had a firm grip on my vital interests. With Guan Xiaoyun's astuteness, she may have already discerned my subtle affection for Tang Leitang. Naturally, I dare not challenge her. After all, she is a dear friend, a confidant of many years. How could I possibly act rashly? Dare I speak out of turn? Dare I refuse to back down? Dare I engage in a verbal sparring match? One word from her, and I would be cast far from happiness. Though perhaps I am still gazing at the moon from a distant tower, at least I can still admire it. By the way, Xiaoyun, what type of insurance do you specialize in? Is there anything suitable for me? I wish to. Before I could finish my sentence, Guan Xiaoyun perked up once more, but this time, she approached the matter with great thoughtfulness. Meticulously introducing various insurance products to me, she was exceedingly polite, speaking with a gentle tone, her voice remarkably sweet. Tang Leitang stifled a laugh. I could not fathom the reason behind her amusement. Did she see through my intentions? Indeed, I aim to spend money to avert calamity. Purchasing an insurance policy from her seems a reasonable course of action to safeguard myself. It is prudent to be prepared. Nanshan Scenic Area, the sole tourist attraction in this city. There is nothing particularly striking about it. The landscape is merely a lush expanse of trees and mountains, rivers meandering through, crystal clear waters shimmering, and boats gently swaying. Atop the mountain stands a temple, where visitors engage in the customary rituals of burning incense and bowing in prayer. A few Taoist priests would approach, inquiring if one wished to draw lots for divination. The crowds of tourists were so plentiful that these priests had long since become adept at discerning people's intentions. Only speaking when they deemed it necessary. Upon encountering the four of us, the priests paid no heed, allowing us to carry on with our rituals undisturbed. Tang Leitang clasped her hands together, standing before the statue of Laozi. Bowing 3 times as a sign of her admiration and reverence. Laozi, known to all, originally named Lier, was the renowned sage of the spring and autumn period, reputed to be the founder of Taoism. Guan Xiaoyun knelt before the statue of the primordial heavenly venerable, repeatedly bowing her head, performing the elaborate ritual of 3 bows and 9 kowtows with utmost respect and devotion. Ge persistently urged the priest, who was striking a golden bull, to offer him a divination, yet the priest merely shook his head dismissively, finally exclaiming, "Why are you so superstitious?" Chapter 43, Explosion. I had long been waiting outside. Within the temple grounds, there stood a rock wall, upon which there was said to be a naturally formed celestial cave. The cave was winding and secluded, rumored to be quite deep, akin to a bottomless pit. Local lore even suggested that immortals had once frequented this cave, hence its designation is the Immortal Cave. As we ventured inside, the air grew colder. And the passage narrowed to the point where only a child could fit. Of course, at this juncture, no adult would dare to press further. "Look here," Guan Xiaoyun pointed out, the last in line. Consequently, Tang Leitang, Gudashwai, and I turned simultaneously, captured in a candid moment by Guan Xiaoyun. I attempted to squeeze further into the cave. "Wazwa, let us go. Haven tea. We've seen enough of this year after year. Don't turn back and get stuck," Tang Leitang remarked. "Thank you for your concern, Deputy Tang," I responded cheerfully, half seriously. "Who was concerned about you? What if you really do get stuck? That would be quite troublesome. Please don't bring us any distress," Guan Xiaoyun interjected. By the way, Xiaoyun, could you elaborate on the types of insurance later? Please provide more details. I suddenly interjected. As anticipated, Guan Xiaoyun's face instantly lit up with joy. "Brother Bao, let us venture outside. It is dark and ominous in here, and I fear a snake might leap out and bite your dairy." Hee-hee-ha! Tang Leitang and Gudashwai, already bent over, erupted into laughter, their mirth transforming them into rolling balls of joy. We 4 stepped outside, greeted by a radiant sun. Let us see how it looks." Gudashwai exclaimed impatiently, snatching Guan Xiaoyun's phone. With unwavering confidence, Guan Xiaoyun declared, "This brand of mine boasts high pixel quality. It has no other merits." Indeed, the clarity was remarkable. Even I, positioned at the back, was captured with astonishing precision. Tang Leitang, averse to having her picture taken, incessantly lamented her lack of preparation, insisting the photo was unflattering and must be deleted. Naturally, Guan Xiaoyun vehemently refused, and the two engaged in a playful tug-of-war over the phone. One chasing while the other fled. As Tang Leitang erupted into her spirited antics, I couldn't help but worry, fearing she might stumble. As for Guan Xiaoyun, I was indifferent. Tang Leitang and Guan Xiaoyun began to circle around Gudashwai, who stood frozen in place like a pillar, his arms drawn inward, fearful of being toppled. Suddenly, Guan Xiaoyun made a sharp turn, colliding head-on with Tang Leitang. In such a confined space, even with Tang Leitang's agility, the pursuer had a considerable advantage. Just as Tang Leitang realized she was on the verge of capture, unwilling to surrender, she called out to me, "Xiao Bao, catch!" With that exclamation, she hurled the phone in my direction. My phone, you crazy girl, have you lost your mind? Just wait and see how I will deal with you. Guan Xiaoyun, forsaking the phone, lunged at Tang Leiting, aiming for her armpit die in an unexpected turn of events. The two tumbled to the ground in a fit of playful struggle. A sister, mind your image, Guo Cuo felt compelled to remind them. Alright, I surrender, Tang Leiting conceded, begging for mercy. Guan Xiaoyun, recognizing the moment to relent, was untroubled knowing the phone was safely in my possession. She had no fear that I would withhold it from her. After tidying their clothes and brushing off the dust from each other, Guan Xiaoyun and Tang Leiting approached me alongside Guo Cuo. You give it to me. Guan Xiaoyun extended her palm towards me, anticipating my offering. What are you staring at? Tang Leiting noticed my unusual demeanor. Are you truly analyzing a single photo? You are quite something, Guo Cuo remarked as he too stood beside me. Although Guan Xiaoyun was petite, she insisted on joining the gathering, squeezing her way into my embrace. Yet, her comical antics did not elicit laughter. Everyone was absorbed in what lay before us. At that moment, Guan Xiaoyun too was captivated, gazing intently. It was merely a photograph, the one she had taken of us in the cave. Yet, in the image, beyond Tang Leiting and leaping over Guo Cuo behind me. What was that? It resembled a pair of eyes, but they were a ghastly shade of crimson. Initially, when I was the sole observer under the sunlight, I had noticed nothing amiss. Now, flanked by Guo Cuo and Tang Leiting in the shadow's embrace, those eyes appeared to be set within the triangular head of some creature. A night owl, Guan Xiaoyun exclaimed. A fox, sis, Guo Cuo interjected. Tang Leiting turned her gaze towards me. Who cares? This is my little rhyme. Delete it, she said. Wait, send me a picture first, I replied. I want one too, Guo Cuo added. Ultimately, this photo became ubiquitous. Yet, it remained undeleted. Among the scenic spots in Nanshan, the most entertaining one was undoubtedly the immortal cave of Presely. A precarious new glass walkway had been constructed amidst the towering peaks of Nanshan. This glass pathway was ostensibly intended for passage, but its primary purpose was evidently to attract tourists and generate revenue. The so-called glass walkway, as the name suggests, is a cliffside corridor constructed of glass. To heighten the thrill, this walkway was almost suspended over the steep precipice, and for anyone daring enough to glance down, the majority would likely succumb to panic. The weather today was splendid, with the sun shining brightly. The area was bustling with visitors. Guan Xiaoyun had managed to traverse half the distance with her eyes shut, when suddenly I shouted from behind. The glasses cracked. Guan Xiaoyun could no longer maintain her balance, losing her grip and collapsing onto the ground. Initially, she had hoped to find solace in Tang Leiting, who had already moved ahead. Guo Cuo was drenched in cold sweat, his face paling, yet he managed to press on. Guan Xiaoyun turned her trembling head to look back at me, and I wore a mischievous grin. Suddenly, I began to jump and bounce around. Guan Xiaoyun, abandoning all semblance of dignity, shrieked and wept uncontrollably. Undoubtedly, even the boldest of souls would quiver on this glass walkway. Everyone knew it was secure, yet the sensation of being suspended in midair, with the mountain winds howling on either side, instilled a sense of fear and trepidation in all. I had been cautiously treading, shivering amidst the gusty winds, but upon witnessing Guan Xiaoyun's fearful demeanor, I couldn't help but feel amused. To frighten her even more, I leaped about, which earned me a chorus of scolding from the onlookers. I settled down. Suddenly, a sharp crack echoed ahead, and a fissure appeared in the glass directly beneath Guan Xiaoyun's feet. Indeed, the glass had split. The crack itself posed no real danger, yet in this context, it was alarming. Guan Xiaoyun, overwhelmed with tears, fainted. This escalated the situation, prompting Tang Leiting to rush over, disregarding the peril. Guo Cuo hurried to follow, but slipped and fell, unable to rise. Chapter 44. A final song. It must be true. I too had realized it, however. Perhaps it was not as dire as it seemed, yet at that moment, who would dare to guarantee anything? In any case, the priority was to extricate ourselves from danger. Fortunately, Guan Xiaoyun was petite and nimble, making it effortless for Tang Leiting to either carry or support her. However, given the precarious circumstances, the well-trained Tang Leiting opted for the safest approach, dragging Guan Xiaoyun to safety. The glass surface was slick, but with little effort, Tang Leiting successfully led Guan Xiaoyun away from danger. The glass walkway, upon which I tread, bore a minor crack, a mere blemish that I instinctively knew posed no real danger. Yet, the ensuing scene unfolded in a manner that took everyone, including myself and all those present, completely by surprise. It was nothing short of a calamity akin to an aerial bombardment. Not far behind me, a middle-aged couple suddenly erupted into tears, their eyes reflecting a profound helplessness and despair, accompanied by heart-wrenching wails that could move even the heavens and frighten the spirits. Those who had yet to traverse the walkway, or had only taken a few steps, hastily turned back, retreating to the safety of the opposite bank. On either side of the walkway, people cried out, extending their hands towards those still on the glass path, those who had crossed halfway or not at all. Some crawling, others creeping along the surface. A few immediately knelt down, murmuring, "Oh God, where are you? Amen." The sounds of weeping and cries pierced the air. Prayers and pleas filled the atmosphere, whether divine or celestial. If they could be of assistance, it would suffice. The agony of parting and the finality of death laid bare the human experience. In the face of such calamity, I found myself bewildered and at a loss, pondering the vastness of the heavens and the transience of life. The moon, cold and solitary at times, may eventually fade, while the relentless smoke of the world lingers endlessly. The setting sun and the brilliance of the stars illuminate a road resplendent with myriad hues. While the winds of the North Sea stir tumultuous waves that astonish countless souls, why, throughout history, have the mighty and the rulers borne such bitterness, as the petals of the mugwort fall like snowflakes? They merge into purity. How is it that I, amidst this chaos, find myself the most composed of all? Guo Cuo, are you mad? Come here, called out. Naturally, I was not paralyzed by fear, rather, I had suddenly unearthed something beneath my feet, the glass surface below me. Smooth and crystal clear, below the precipice, trees stood tall, their pine needles reaching skyward, and then, in a sudden flash, something leapt swiftly into view. What was it? A figure with long hair, a dark mass, not quite a shadow, but rather a man. From my vantage point, he appeared to be a robust individual, remarkably tall and agile, moving through the forest like a creature of the wild, yet, I could affirm he was unmistakably human. Not a monkey, not a gorilla. He wore light clothing blending seamlessly with his sparse gray hair. Who could this individual be? A savage, while I could ascertain he was no beast I had ever encountered. I dared not speculate further about his true nature. He stood there right beneath me, his head raised defiantly, his features indistinguishable, with a broad face and a mouth that seemed almost too large for his thin attire. Was he gazing up at me? I turned my gaze toward him, sensing that he had indeed spotted me. My heart raced suddenly. Was he waiting for me to fall, just a mere crack, and I could plummet? I looked again at the fissure. Was it man-made? Was it the handiwork of that creature below, crafted to ensure my descent? Was he the one I had spoken to on the phone, even if he were a divine being? Had he merely orchestrated this to await my downfall? Such an improbable occurrence is surely beyond even the most divine of beings, and so he is. Guo Cuo, have you lost your mind? Come here. Alas, what has come over you? Tang Leiting grew anxious and approached. At that moment, I found myself alone upon the glass walkway. I rose to my feet. Suddenly, a thought struck me. Could it truly be the result of my earlier leaps? Beneath the azure sky, what manner of demon lurks? If it is indeed the work of man, peril is inevitable. Should it be an accident, then this fissure would amount to naught. With this thought, I impulsively leapt once more. This time, I put a tad more force into it. Tang Leiting dashed over, intent on pulling me away, yet, lost in contemplation, I completely forgot that she was approaching. My sudden leap startled her with my bizarre behavior. And as my feet touched down, a sharp crack resounded. This time, it was a definitive shattering. However, the break did not occur beneath my feet, but rather just ahead, where Guan Xiaoyun had previously collapsed. At that very moment, standing upon that segment of shattered glass was Tang Leiting. Following the resounding crack, that piece of glass plummeted. The recently revived Guan Xiaoyun, supported by Guo Cuo, was oblivious to the unfolding chaos, only witnessing Tang Leiting suddenly plummet from the glass walkway. Without so much as a sound, Guan Xiaoyun fainted in Guo Cuo's embrace. Whether it was the shock of Guan Xiaoyun collapsing into his arms, a chill that spun his head, or some other affliction, Guo Cuo also fell to the ground, dumbfounded, unable to see, reduced to mere breath. The air was filled with screams. Shouts of terror. A horrifying cacophony of fear enveloped the crowds at either end of the walkway. Security and staff finally arrived, tossing ropes into the fray. Indeed, we were still here. In that infinitesimal moment when Tang Leiting began to fall, I grasped her. This was the most explosive display of strength I had ever summoned. I held on to Tang Leiting with all my might. A mere fraction of my body remained upon the glass surface. Tang Leiting dangled precariously. Suddenly, I glimpsed that strange figure. No, that monster. It raised its head. Waiting, that creature regarded me with anticipation. It viewed me as its delectable feast, yearning for a sumptuous banquet, awaiting a serendipitous windfall. I could sense its thoughts, as though I were sharing a silent communion with the beast. Though I could not see clearly nor distinguish fully, I perceived a figure below, gazing up at me with its head held high. I could distinctly feel the sinister grin upon its face and the drool trickling from its lips. Just as I was lost in contemplation of that monster, I suddenly felt a sinking sensation. This is bad. Cries of alarm erupted, swiftly followed by a heavy silence. I imagine the onlookers have ceased their idle curiosity by now. In truth, I find myself at a loss for words to adequately describe this situation. With a tremendous force, peril looms. In a precarious situation. It is important to understand that when a person is suspended, their weight, due to the pull of gravity, can triple, causing an increase in mass. At this moment, I find myself devoid of any supportive force, with only my legs resting on the glass surface, relying solely on them. Oh, my weary legs, my dear companions, that day when you faltered, you nearly cost me my life. Today, ought you not to make amends? Chapter 45. Now this is what swinging feels like. Tang Leiting's body dangled completely beneath the glass. No longer distracted by that monstrous entity, my gaze was solely fixed upon Tang Leiting. She had been staring deeply into my eyes, and at this moment, as I concentrated my focus on her, her visage unfolded, revealing not a trace of fear. When our eyes met, hers were filled with profound affection, tenderly gazing into mine. Trust me, even if the heavens were to collapse, you would not fall. I spoke with unwavering confidence. Each word deliberate and measured, devoid of any fervent assurance or resounding tone. I merely expressed it calmly. A faint smile graced Tang Leitang's lips. It was a smile that conveyed complete agreement with my words. Out of the corner of my eye, I noticed the rope, and my other hand groped for it. Prepare yourself, I shall pull you up. Tang Leitang remained silent. Her body began to ascend gradually. The rope proved ineffective. Rendered useless in this moment, only my strength, my perseverance, my innate courage and confidence could prevail. Tang Leitang dared not move recklessly. Suspended in midair, any slight exertion or movement on her part would be exceedingly burdensome for me. Yet Tang Leitang is indeed Tang Leitang, a trained professional. She understood the mechanics of force. She realized that she must channel all her strength into pulling me closer, although her efforts sought to draw me towards her. I too was pulling her towards myself. In this tug-of-war, as long as my strength exceeded hers by a quarter, I would have a 50% chance of lifting her up. In the course of this ascent, Tang Leitang would possess an 80% chance of not falling again. While it might require more effort, it would be far more secure. This mutual exertion allowed us to hold on to each other more tightly. To grip firmly. At this moment, all those surrounding the walkway held their breath, their gazes fixated upon my arm. With the strength of my legs, arms, and core, I was a transformed being, a stark contrast to my former self. In the past, I might have faltered, but now, I was confident. As long as I remained focused, thus little by little, I pulled Tang Leitang upwards, until suddenly she straightened her waist, one leg now perched on the edge of the glass. In an instant, the glass surface dipped. Thankfully she did not plummet. At that moment, I swiftly wrapped the rope around her arm, intertwining it. Until our arms were firmly bound together, we were inseparably entwined. Now, I began to shift backwards. Yet, everything seems far from straightforward. It is not yet the time to let down our guard. As I shifted backward, I could sense the fragility of the glass beneath me. It appeared that, amidst the struggle, the glass had reached its breaking point. It began to show signs of weakness. Indeed, an unexpected turn of events ensued. Tang Leitang's leg, which was already precariously positioned on the glass surface, suddenly caused a shard of glass to plummet beneath her. Despite her agile maneuvers, the vast space around her rendered her unable to grasp any other glass surface. Tang Leitang's body once again fell. This time, the force of the descent was overwhelming. The weight of suspension combined with the force of gravity caused both of us to begin sliding downward. In that critical moment, the belt around my waist caught on the shattered glass. I halted my downward slide. Tang Leitang and I were firmly bound together by the rope, and I no longer needed to worry about her slipping from my grasp. Unless, of course, we both fell together. Guo Cuo, let it go, Tang Leitang unexpectedly suggested. I grimaced, a mischievous smile creeping across my face. Ting, you shall not escape my clutches again. How could I dare utter such words? Now that I had spoken them, I was acutely aware of our dire circumstances. Though I feigned bravado, I truly understood the gravity of the situation. Hope seemed exceedingly remote. The rope was excessively entangled around our arms, and its other end was frustratingly short, resting a considerable distance from the opposite shore, leaving it abandoned on the glass walkway, unanchored. I could not fathom how such an error had occurred, yet, at this moment, no one dared to take the risk of venturing onto the walkway. In this brief span of time, cracks on the glass path had begun to proliferate and extend. The ominous sound of shattering echoed in my ears, accompanied by startled gasps from the crowd. Astonishingly, Guo Cuo remained foolishly rooted in place. Had he lost his senses? As for Guan Xiaoyun, I could no longer count on her. She was still unconscious. A sudden crack resounded. Then came a loud explosion, and the glass shard remaining at my waist fell away. It plummeted and disappeared. A rush of air swept past my ears as my body began to descend. I too was now dangling below. In this moment of swing, I fell again, nearly suspended in midair, with only my feet still clinging to the glass surface. Tang Leitang did not scream. There was no trace of panic on her face. She merely gazed at me. Ting, are you afraid? I chuckled. This is merely a swing. With a soft laugh, Tang Leitang burst into tears. The tears in her eyes were not born of fear or worry. I understood. I knew what those tears represented. My body continued to sway, while Tang Leitang's body swung with greater amplitude in the air. The mountain breeze sent shivers through her. With tears mingled with laughter, Tang Leitang said, I want you to hold me. Upon hearing this, I pressed my lips together, a smile forming as I secretly gathered all my strength. Suddenly, I shouted with fervor, I love you, Ting. Though the roar was loud, it was swiftly dispersed by the mountain wind. I am unsure whether Tang Leitang comprehended my call. Nonetheless, I shouted it out. However, the last two syllables, Ting, roused Guo Cuo from his reverie. Ting. Ge Cuo fixed his gaze upon the scene, which appeared almost surreal. I found myself precariously balanced on the glass surface, my body suspended in mid-air. As for Tang Leitang, she seemed to float ethereally, akin to a celestial being poised to ascend to the heavens. With the force of my previous shout, I summoned all my strength and hoisted Tang Leitang once more. My immediate intention was to exert every ounce of my strength to propel her upward. First, I untied the ropes that bound Tang Leitang and me. At that moment, she was still unaware of my intentions. However, as I tightened my grip on her wrist and began to sway, she appeared to suddenly grasp my plan. She shook her head in a gesture of protest, yet she was powerless to stop me, for I held her wrist firmly. Chapter 46, The Power of Mortals with the Mountain Wind Propelling Us. Our movements grew increasingly expansive precisely as I had hoped. Once I discerned the rhythm of our swinging, I seized the final opportunity and shouted, "Run!" With that last cry, I genuinely hurled Tang Leiting upwards. She landed upon the glass surface. Go! My shout served not only as a warning for Tang Leiting to flee from the perilous glass but also as a poignant farewell that I had done enough. I bore no regrets. I had grasped her hand and professed my love. I had not been at a loss. The glass beneath Tang Leiting began to shatter further. While I plummeted, instinctively, I clutched the rope. Feeling as though I were grasping at nothingness. In the end, my gaze remained fixed upon Tang Leiting. To my astonishment, she did not flee. Instead, she lunged toward me. Suddenly, my body jolted. At that critical moment, my abrupt halt startled Tang Leiting, causing her to freeze in her movements. How close it was! Had I not halted, she would have truly leapt down. I was certain of it. It turned out that my shouts had awakened Guo Cuo, who in a frenzy disregarded the attempts of others to restrain him and sprinted toward the walkway. In a timely intervention, Guo Cuo grasped one end of the rope but was immediately dragged toward the shattering center by my weight. Tang Leiting, quicker than most, could not afford to linger over my situation. She turned and rushed toward Guo Cuo, seizing the rope. Help! Tang Leiting cried out to the crowd. Remarkably revived, Guan Xiaoyun, as if possessed by the spirit of Guangong, was the first to respond to Tang Leiting's call for help. The three of them pulled the rope with all their might, yet, instead of ascending, I found myself descending even further, albeit at a slower pace. I sensed something beneath me, as if it were pulling me downward. That monster, indeed, it was still lurking below. Just when I thought all hope was lost, suddenly my body began to ascend. And then it started to rise rapidly, only to discover that it was the people who had come to my aid. Fearing the glass might shatter further, creating unforeseen dangers, everyone grasped the rope and hurriedly retreated, lifting me up with swift momentum. United in strength, we were an unstoppable force. At that moment, the collective determination of the crowd rendered the eerie pull beneath me powerless. Just then, a loud crash erupted. Following that was a cacophony of shattering as all the glass on the walkway collapsed. I lost control, my body crashing against the mountain wall. Clutching the rope tightly in my hands, I was reassured by the knowledge that the other end was firmly held by the crowd. I realized I was completely safe. I had been rescued. Emerging from the infirmary, I, Tang Leiting, Guo Cuo, and Guan Xiaoyun found ourselves seated at a pavilion. The four of us gathered around a stone table. Guan Xiaoyun appeared to still be in shock, while Guo Cuo was panting, equally speechless. Tang Leiting and I had merely sustained superficial injuries, having applied a few adhesive bandages, though just surface wounds. It was crucial to remember the precariousness of the situation we had just escaped. Guan Xiaoyun, hiding in Tang Leiting's embrace, was overwhelmed by the memory and began to sob once more. What's wrong now? Tang Leiting chuckled. You heartless soul, laughing at a time like this. Guan Xiaoyun playfully smacked Tang Leiting. Here, have one. Ge Shui offered a cigarette. I had no intention of smoking in front of Tang Leiting, but upon seeing the brand, I was taken aback by its expense. Shui, didn't you say you don't smoke? Guo Cuo nodded. Well, who says one can't carry cigarettes just because they don't smoke? I chuckled, exhaling a puff of smoke, then placed my hand atop Guo Cuo's with earnestness. Thank you. Guo Cuo quickly withdrew his hand, brushing off the goosebumps on his arms. I told you, Xiaobao, don't do that. I'm not made of glass. A burst of laughter erupted from Guan Xiaoyun, causing her to snort. Guo Cuo, I saved your life too, Guan Xiaoyun proclaimed triumphantly. Should I offer myself in return? I squinted, holding the cigarette. Get lost. Who would want someone who deals with corpses? Go find your dead buddies, Guan Xiaoyun retorted. Her words were undeniably sharp. Perhaps only aimed at me. Xiaoyun, Tang Leiting gently admonished. Suddenly, Guan Xiaoyun recalled something. Xiaobao Shui, see, I told you to buy insurance early on. You wouldn't listen. Now look how worthwhile it would have been. At her words, both Shui and I turned our heads toward the towering mountains. Let us go eat. My treat, Tang Leiting announced. On what grounds? Everyone agreed that today, he would be the host, Guan Xiaoyun chimed in. Referring to me, of course. Little did they know, my funds were nearly depleted. That wretched glass walkway charged 100 per ticket, and I had nearly sacrificed my life for it. The dining options in the scenic area were exorbitantly priced. We hadn't consumed much in our small private room, just one beer each, and when it came time to pay, we were left dumbfounded. After rounding off, it's 1,000, the waiter informed us. 1,000, and shall we disregard the change? How much is it without the change? At that moment, I was tempted to find an excuse to wriggle out of it. Tang Leiting had already begun to reach for her money. Suddenly, Guan Xiaoyun's eyes sparkled with excitement. Naturally, mine too could not be concealed in that moment of revelation. There stood Guo Cuo, already brandishing a thick stack of cash, counting it meticulously, and then tossing a tenth of its thickness onto the table, only to extract a single bill and place it down, declaring, "This is your tip." Of the waitress, a mere girl, who had initially worn a dull and apathetic expression, her face taut as if someone owed her a great deal, was now unable to suppress her beaming smile. Ge Shui tucked the remaining cash into his jacket pocket and said, "Well, this meal is on me, a treat for Shiji and Baoga to calm their nerves." What a show-off, I silently scolded him. A Cadillac lavish and extravagant. Indeed, the rumors of Guo being a wealthy second generation are likely true. He certainly makes no effort to hide it. Fine, Shiji, I have accompanied you for this long. Consider it tuition fees. Tang Leiting did not decline either. Moments later, the young waitress brought a pot of tea. Shall we sit for a while? Guo asked the young girl. Yes, let's sit, as long as you like. After all, there are no guests at the moment, let's just take a break, she replied cheerfully. Thank you for your hard work. Guo then pulled out 100. The young waitress was remarkably quick. In a flash, the bills in Guo's hand vanished without a trace. Tang Leiting shook her head helplessly, not out of amusement at the waitress, but rather out of exasperation at Guo's ostentation. Guo was being attentive, pouring tea and washing cups for everyone. I observed this and thought to myself, what on earth is this all about, after suffering a defeat on the front lines? He has now turned to attack the rear, a flanking maneuver. Naturally, I was well aware of Guo's intentions towards Tang Leiting. After the harrowing experience we had just endured, my confidence surged, yet, I did not expect Guo's guerrilla tactics to be so sharp. Money paired with courtesy, a big stick wrapped in a sugar-coated shell. Indeed, it seemed that Guan Xiaoyun was nearly captured. Her gaze towards Guo had become dreamy. Chapter 47, That's my mother. Please support. Mother still insisted I jump over the fire pit. My sister still arranged a banquet to welcome me. My brother-in-law took me to the bathhouse for a hot soak. My father still treated me to a small drink along with a lecture. My nephew still listened to my ramblings and gossip. After returning home and resting for a day, I finally felt truly relaxed, comfortable. At the Shishan funeral home, during lunch, everyone gathered in a circle, animatedly discussing something. Hauzi sat beside old Fan, seemingly lost in thought. It appeared that Hauzi could not endure solitude for long. In just a short time, no one was paying him any attention. I couldn't be left out. I needed to blend in, after all. Hey guys, what is going on? I approached the group. Wow, you're in the headlines, Awei exclaimed, and I instantly understood what was happening. Kid, you've got guts, saving the damsel in distress. Lei Lei remarked enviously. Even the chef, Xiaopeng, rushed out. Let me see, wow, you're amazing, fearless in the face of danger. You have the demeanor of a general, but your face in this photo looks a bit distorted. Not flattering, it needs to be retaken. I stood there, dumbfounded. The crowd no longer gathered around Shangzi to gaze at the images on his phone. Instead, they surged towards me, clamoring for an explanation. What is going on? Inquired Awei, who possessed a penchant for gossip. You really are something. Are you off on an outing or playing with fire? Lei Lei, harboring a grudge against me, interjected. Who is this woman? Well, I see now she is that deputy Tang. He continued, so you two have become an item. Little Pang remarked, his tone dripping with envy. Haha, Shugwazi, have you truly considered who is more suitable for you, Su Jingyi or Tang Leiting? After all, we are in an era of monogamy. Mengyi seized the opportunity to tease me yet again. What can I say? I stammered. At that moment, I had little thought to spare, and now I dared not even ponder it. The dread of regret loomed large. Thus, amidst the laughter of the crowd, we dispersed. Hauzi, having finished his meal, wiped his mouth and passed by me. Without so much as a glance, I could tell that Hauzi was likely upset. Hauzi, I called out, chasing after him. He acted as if he had not heard me. I quickly grasped his hand. What are you doing? Hauzi exclaimed loudly. His outburst irked me momentarily. Yet I soon composed myself. Hauzi, it wasn't that I didn't take you the day before yesterday. Guan Xiaoyun was also there, I explained. Come on, you think I ought to be around? Guan Xiaoyun might as well eat people. Hauzi was clearly miffed about this incident. No, fine, it's my fault. I should have taken you. If you had gone, nothing would have happened, I replied with a smile. Yeah, right, I ward off evil. Hauzi retorted coldly. Keep your voice down. They might overhear and wonder what is going on with us. I cautioned, hastily lighting a cigarette. What could possibly happen? You are you, and I am me. One invites you for an outing, and the other leaves you a phone number. It's all you. You're quite the catch. Every girl in the world must be at your beck and call. What am I, just a brother? Am I worthy? Hauzi swatted away the cigarette I offered. I was somewhat taken aback. What on earth was bothering Hauzi? Was it the fact that Su Jingyi left me her number? Or was it about Tang Leiting that had him so vexed? I found myself utterly bewildered. After a moment, I hastily dug into my pocket. The small piece of paper with Su Jingyi's phone number had been crumpled and forgotten after washing my pants yesterday. I pulled it out, now wrinkled and worn. Here, this is Su Jingyi's number. Which I can hardly recall, I said, cautiously unfolding it. Only to find that several digits were missing. Get lost. Hauzi once again swatted the paper from my hand. At that moment, I felt an irritable surge rising within me. Just as I was about to explode and confront Hauzi, he received a phone call. What? Now? Right now? Okay, I'll head over. Hauzi hung up and began to look around frantically. Is something the matter? I asked softly. Just then, Shangzi emerged from the crowd. Hauzi rushed forward and grabbed Shangzi by the arm, saying, Shangzi, could you drive me to the hospital? I knew Shangzi had an unpredictable temperament, and there was no guarantee he would acquiesce to Hauzi's request. Observing the urgency in Hauzi's demeanor, I hurriedly stepped forward to advocate for him. To my surprise, Shangzi responded promptly, let us go. Get in the car. I quickly joined them in the vehicle, and Hauzi did not insist that I get out. Xiangzi remained silent, focusing solely on driving. Before long, we arrived at the hospital. Xiangzi, thank you. You may head back now and assist me in requesting a leave of absence, said Haozi, and help me with a leave as well. I quickly added, all right. With that, Xiangzi departed. Thud, thud, thud. I hurried alongside Haozi into the building and entered the elevator. What on earth is happening? I inquired. Is someone in trouble? Is it a family member of yours? Your family is the one in trouble. Haozi exclaimed, damn. Once again, it was a case of warm enthusiasm meeting cold indifference. I decided it was best to remain silent. Bursting out of the elevator, I was confronted with the emergency room. Obstetrics and gynecology? Confusion washed over me. What was going on with Haozi? The red light was on, indicating that the situation within was dire. The anguished cries of a woman echoed out. I turned to Haozi. At that moment, the door suddenly swung open, and a nurse rushed out. Nurse, Haozi dared not stop her, merely shouting out, severe hemorrhage. The nurse replied, continuing on her way without pause, severe hemorrhage, obstetrics and gynecology, a patient in labor experiencing hemorrhage? I stared incredulously at Haozi's cigarette. Haozi finally spoke to me. I quickly handed one over. A few nurses hurried past, and it appeared that a doctor was among them. That female doctor looked so familiar. Yet, I couldn't place her at that moment. Perhaps it was because she wore a mask and cap, allowing only her pair of bright, expressive eyes to be seen. My mind was too preoccupied to dwell on the identity of that female doctor. No smoking here, the female doctor shouted as she approached me, and Haozi, her voice immediately snapped my attention back to her. Good heavens, as she ran, her figure was undeniably captivating, though her white coat veiled her form. It could not entirely conceal it. Just a hint of her contours was enough for anyone to discern that her physique was extraordinary. As for her face, although I could only see her eyes clear and piercing, I could ascertain that she was not unattractive. It wasn't only me who was taken aback. Haozi was equally mesmerized. However, he quickly regained his composure and shouted at me, "Are you out of your mind?" I was taken aback. How had Haozi learned to play the blame game? Just as I was about to retort, Haozi preempted me. "No smoking here. Didn't you hear?" Finishing his words, Haozi strode towards the corner stairwell that I followed, brimming with irritation. After taking a few puffs of my cigarette, I suddenly chuckled to myself and said, Haozi ignored me. "Haozi, you really are something. You've hidden it well." Huh? Haozi turned to me. "What? Someone asked me out and left a number. I haven't taken any actual steps." "You really are something, or perhaps you're well prepared for action. What's the matter? Did the gun go off accidentally? Or are you avant-garde, planning a shotgun wedding?" The more I spoke, the more animated I became. Completely oblivious to Haozi's reaction. If that wasn't enough teasing, I pulled out 200 yuan. "Haozi, congratulations on your impending fatherhood." With a sharp crack, Haozi knocked the money from my hand for the third time that day. Once is chance, twice is coincidence, but thrice is unacceptable. I was furious. Little did I know Haozi was even more incensed. "You bastard, that's my mother." The 200 yuan lay quietly on the floor, and for a moment, my mind went completely blank. With a blink of the eye, I still could not grasp the situation. Chapter 48, Awakening. Haozi Guo Cuo. In my heart, I often berated him as a rodent. His father was a teacher at the school, and his mother was a homemaker. Haozi grew up alongside me, a childhood companion in our innocent days. During that time, we were neighbors, and both of my parents worked at the school as well. Being an only child, Haozi was quite pampered. Even in elementary school, he exhibited a sense of superiority. If anyone crossed him, he would not seek revenge himself. His mother would intervene. The teachers at school dared not discipline Haozi, and his academic performance plummeted. No matter how bright a child may be, without diligence and effort, it is all in vain. After all, there is the cautionary tale of Shang Yong. From a young age, Haozi developed the habit of being self-centered, always wanting to gain the upper hand. I was the exception. Haozi's mother treated me kindly, and Haozi felt helpless towards me, for I was the leader among the children. If I ever displeased him, Haozi's mother would only gently admonish me, never raising her voice in anger. I understood that everything has its pros and cons, since Haozi was not to be provoked. I chose not to provoke him and let him contend with my adversaries, thus achieving victory without engaging in battle. In those days, Haozi held me in high regard. He would do whatever I said, relying on me to establish his own authority. Without my presence, no other playmate would consent to join him in games. Haozi was clever, yet he often indulged in trivial pursuits when he set his mind to serious endeavors. He truly excelled. After graduating high school, I merely attended a vocational college, while Haozi went on to a university, indeed one in the provincial capital. The city where my college was located paled in comparison to Haozi's university town. One year, during a festival, Haozi invited me to visit. I outwardly agreed, yet inwardly had no intention of going. I thought to myself that Haozi was merely seeking to show off in front of me. Given his nature, I knew that if I went, I would have to treat him to a meal, and I certainly did not have the means to squander. In my own city, the festival was utterly desolate. With not a soul in sight. I had boasted to my classmates about going to the provincial capital to celebrate, and I certainly did not make the trip in vain, as the bus entered the main avenue of the provincial capital. I spotted fireworks being set off, the crackling sounds filling the air. How exhilarating it was at that moment. Heisey personally came to greet me at the bus station. It was truly unimaginable how warm-hearted Heisey could be. That evening, after a hearty meal and some leisurely strolling, we returned to Heisey's dormitory. He graciously offered me his bed while he squeezed in with others. Just before bed, Heisey brought me a basin of foot-washing water. And I was moved to tears. The provincial capital was indeed a world apart. Everything was different. The university where Heisey studied was just another institution nestled within the university town, which boasted numerous schools of varying quality. Although Heisey's university was a degree-granting institution, it was rather ordinary, lacking any notable reputation. Within this university town, however, there were prestigious and renowned establishments. Naturally, Heisey and his group of male friends often gravitated towards the campuses of these esteemed schools, where they genuinely had the chance to meet potential partners. It is indeed the case that within esteemed educational institutions, the majority of female students are not particularly striking in appearance, while male students from such prestigious schools often gravitate toward lesser institutions, where the female population eagerly awaits their attention. This creates a scenario whereby young men from esteemed academies seek companionship among the students of lesser schools, whereas the males from these lower-tier institutions are able to find partners among the more accomplished female students. On the second day of my arrival here, Heisey took me on a tour of a renowned school. Gaining entry was effortless. With a student ID, one can traverse the university town without hindrance. Upon entering, I felt as though I had traversed time and space. As evening approached, the vast playground was alive with the preparation of numerous bonfires, orchestrated by the class committee members. In the distance, a wooden platform had been erected. A stage for a performance. "Let us eat something first and then come back for some fun later," Heisey exclaimed, acting as if he were a student at this very institution. To my surprise, this prestigious school boasted a vibrant food street. After a long absence, I indulged in 2 bowls of clay pot beef soup. Heisey, ever generous, insisted on treating me, and with the addition of some savory pancakes. The total was a mere 15 yuan. What a bargain! It is indeed true that esteemed schools carry a distinct charm. After dinner, we returned to the playground, and my goodness, what an astonishing sight! The bonfires were ablaze, and students from various classes were seated together, naturally mingling, with many stepping forward to volunteer performances without the need for encouragement. The atmosphere was lively and vibrant, with social dances becoming a unique spectacle here. I longed to join them in a dance, yet I held back, mindful of my status as a newcomer. In truth, I felt quite self-conscious. What right did I have to dance with students from such illustrious institutions? One could only imagine their academic credentials. Indeed, one must endure hardship to rise above the rest. These students have toiled for a decade, and their efforts are finally bearing fruit. Observing the festivities around me, I couldn't help but reflect on my own school life. I imagined my roommates were likely fast asleep by now, or perhaps they were immersed in video games, playing soccer, drinking, or even pursuing romantic interests. Here, however, the revelry reached new heights. I was truly enlightened, my heart swelling with excitement. I was filled with genuine envy and profound emotion. Heisey, seemingly unfazed by the spectacle, led the enthusiastic me to the wooden platform, which proved to be far more than a mere stage. Every corner was alive with entertainment. A myriad of games awaited, ensuring there was something for everyone. Balloon darts, candle-blowing contests, ring tosses. It was reminiscent of the makeshift stalls set up by visitors during festive seasons at our local parks. Yet this was a university. These students certainly knew how to have fun. Though the stalls were simpler, they held deeper significance. There were also chess games laid out, challenging one's strategic thinking, alongside various high-intellect games that left me utterly baffled. Naturally, there are costs involved. 10 circles for a single yuan. A whole breath to extinguish a row of candles also costs 1 yuan. The darts for popping balloons are 10 for a yuan. And there is a game where a rugged track has been constructed, granting you a marble to roll towards the final box. Failing to do so incurs a fee of 1 yuan for each marble. It's all a matter of 1 yuan at the stall. Of course, whether it's 1 yuan or 2, the essence remains the same. What truly matters is the joy derived from the experience. And such joy often requires a slight material stimulus to ignite it. There is also a drinking contest, involving beer, where one must finish a bottle and one go to see who is the fastest. A minute passes, and he finally completes it, adjusting his glasses and claiming first place. Such a form of drinking seems rather inappropriate, doesn't it? I inquired. Heisey replied, "What are they going to manage? He is an associate professor here." An associate professor, not a student. Goodness. No wonder so many girls flock around him. If I were a girl, I would have already thrown myself at him. What a handsome figure, truly a blessing for the nation. The competitors are all teachers, Heisey explained. I felt like a frog at the bottom of a well. I have finally witnessed the vast sky. In this university town, there exists another institution of equal renown. And seizing the moment, Heisey and I ventured over there to explore. It was desolate, a stark contrast to the other place. A university focused on the sciences indeed has its own distinct atmosphere. Chapter 49, The Moonlight, Where is everyone? Have they all gone over there? I asked. Halsey glanced up and walked towards the wall ahead. A notice was affixed to it. The esteemed Huazai will be present for a small meet and greet and concert. Students of this institution may enter with their student ID. Time. I shivered with excitement. I exclaimed, let us go see. Hey, you can't even get through the door. Halsey quickly pulled me back. Why not? Don't you have your student ID? Halsey whispered, I'm not a student here. He elaborated that such celebrities frequently visit this esteemed institution. Wei Zai, Xing Zai, Jia Lin, Wei Lin. Many students don't even bother attending. I was not only widening my eyes but also my ears. Halsey sometimes boasts, spinning tall tales, yet such statements are beyond his imaginative capacity. Even if he could, who would dare concoct such a fib? It's unimaginable. Yet, what I had once thought impossible turned out to be true. Renowned institutions are indeed aptly named. Their significance transcends merely having a multitude of high achievers, the essence of youth nurtured in such prestigious environments. I could hardly fathom. La. 1 2 3 4 5 6 7. The elegant hum, the enchanting melody, beneath this resplendent moonlight, such sounds truly transport one into a realm akin to paradise. They drew Halsey and me closer. We rounded the serene pond and approached a building. This place hosted various interest halls, and the celestial music that could only belong to the heavens emanated from the art hall. Inside the art hall, there were dance studios, singing classes, piano rooms, music chambers, and instrument rooms. In one of the rooms, a piano stood elegantly. Halsey and I peered in curiously, then leaned against the doorframe, captivated and motionless. She, with her fair complexion and stunning beauty, played the piano with a captivating grace. Her visage unparalleled, her expression enraptured. Each movement she made exuded the elegance of a celestial being, her eyes shimmering like crystal, enchanting the soul. One person, one melody, the lingering notes danced in the air. Her voice, akin to the dawn moon, resonated with an intimacy that was utterly mesmerizing. The beauty in her exquisite performance. I, alongside Halsey, found ourselves at a loss, unsure whether we were admiring her or simply lost in the music. My apologies. She has finally noticed us. Halsey, possessing slightly better looks than I, was the first to receive her outstretched hand. He shook hands with her. I hurriedly prepared, discreetly wiping my hand on my backside. Readying myself for a handshake, Halsey held on tight. Halsey, I discreetly pinched his thigh. He jumped, returning to his senses. However, this interruption meant I missed the opportunity to shake her hand. She donned a short-waisted jacket, paired with jeans, her student haircut presenting a strikingly vibrant appearance. If she were to be deemed the flower of this institution, it would be an understatement. She was undoubtedly unparalleled, her fingers intertwined gracefully before her, and with a blush gracing her peach-like complexion, she shyly remarked, I saw no one around, so I came in for a look and couldn't help but play a piece. Is that alright? I hope I haven't violated any school rules. Indeed, she was not a student of this school, yet she assumed Halsey and I were students here. No problem, I responded first. Halsey glanced at me. And you are? I inquired. I'm from the medical university. My name is Xiaoyu. And you? She directed her question toward Halsey. I'm Guo Cuo, he replied. I'm Guo Cuo. I followed suit. You two are brothers? That's quite remarkable. Both gaining admission to this university, what a stroke of luck, she chuckled. Did you burn some incense for good fortune? Do we look alike? I explained. We just share the same surname. Xiaoyu replied, somewhat embarrassed. Halsey seemed lost in thought, remaining silent. I pondered how to continue the conversation. Should I allow her to believe that Halsey and I were students of this university? Was it necessary to clarify? Revealing the truth might induce more awkwardness. I was merely a passerby, returning to school tomorrow. Why complicate matters? It seemed unnecessary. So, have you not attended Huazai's concert? Xiaoyu asked. What is so great about it? It's just the same old thing, I replied, inadvertently exposing my fade as a pseudofan. Your playing was truly beautiful. Halsey suddenly interjected. It seemed he had wrestled with his thoughts and ultimately chose not to disclose our true identities. Can you play? Xiaoyu inquired. Just as Halsey was about to respond, I chimed in. I can listen. You two should stop being modest. Xiaoyu assumed that Halsey and I must possess considerable skill. Otherwise, what business would we have here? Given my earlier dismissive tone regarding Huazai's concert, she likely believed I was a connoisseur of music. Thus, the misunderstanding deepened significantly. Both Halsey and I were sidestepping sensitive topics. Maintaining a facade. Are you hungry? Let me treat everyone to a late-night snack, I offered. I had heard from Halsey that the food court at this institution was quite affordable. I'll cover it. I should extend my hospitality. You are all guests, Halsey said. Hospitality? Is your home located within this city? Asked Xiaoyu. No, I am here for my studies. He is my friend, just visiting, replied Halsey, gesturing towards me. I inhaled sharply. What the hell? What does this mean? It turns out that Halsey's earlier contemplation was not about whether to continue the deception but rather how to set me up. I glanced at Halsey, while Xiaoyu's gaze shifted towards me. I smiled faintly, nodded, and refrained from saying anything further. I feared that if I spoke, I might unleash a torrent of expletives. I did not expose the origins of Halsey's visit. After all, I am but a stranger in this foreign land. If I were to fall out with Hausi now, where would I find shelter tonight? Subsequently, I scarcely had any opportunity to speak. Hausi held forth with great enthusiasm. While it seemed Xiaoya's attention was solely affixed upon him, rendering me insubstantial. Ultimately, Hausi and I escorted Xiaoya back to her university. The medical university boasts an expansive campus, certainly far larger than Hausi's school, which I now regard with disdain. The medical university is prestigious, and due to the uniqueness of its disciplines, graduates from there often find themselves in advantageous positions, sometimes even surpassing those from renowned institutions. The profession of a doctor is destined to become one of the most sought-after careers in the future. Are you upset? Hausi finally noticed that I was still present. Not at all, I said. This is your territory, you are the landlord, and I would not dare to harbor any anger. Smoking. Hausi produced a cigarette, saying, it is not that I wish to exclude you, but you are entirely unfamiliar with this place and its nuances. I fear you might inadvertently reveal something, and neither of us would escape unscathed. Oh, so it's about protecting yourself at my expense, I remarked. Brother Bao, are you foolish? You are returning tomorrow, while I remain here. Once you leave, the warmth will dissipate. What do you expect, to fly high after being a fleeting presence? Thus, you must protect me. Your chances are bleak, but I still have hope, don't I? That does hold some validity. Brother Bao, rest assured, I am truly serious about her. You are my matchmaker. I shall be eternally grateful to you, Hausi declared, and what more could I say? However, Hausi, have you considered that you will eventually discover your true identity? I advise you to reconsider. Do not let longing turn into regret. Hausi dismissed this with a scoff. Then let it be. What is done is done, and a cooked duck cannot fly away. Hausi accompanied me to the bus station and even bought me some cooked duck wings and chicken legs. I expressed my heartfelt gratitude to him. Hausi, I have nothing more to say. You are truly generous, Hausi smiled and replied. I'm glad you understand. I patted Hausi on the shoulder and said, you are indeed generous. I won't indulge in empty pleasantries, I mean it. Hausi urged, speak. I pondered for a moment and said, Hausi, when pursuing a girl one must be generous. You cannot be stingy and expect to catch the wolf without letting go of the cub. I sincerely hope the two of you succeed. Xiaoya is a wonderful girl, treat her well. Chapter 50. The devil in disguise in the hospital. Who could have imagined that waiting outside the delivery room were two individuals? One being the son of the expectant mother and the other a friend of his. Just as I discarded the cigarette, but Hausi's father arrived drenched in sweat. How is it going? Hausi's father inquired. Visibly anxious, there has been significant bleeding, I replied. Hausi's father rushed into the emergency room. Thus, we toiled until the clock struck late into the night. You should head back, said Hausi. Where am I to go? I retorted. At such a critical moment, with my brother in distress, how could I possibly stand idly by, indifferent to his plight? Hausi's father was receiving an intravenous drip, waiting anxiously outside the delivery room. Hausi's mother had thankfully emerged from danger. Hausi was bustling about, nearly on the verge of exhaustion. Naturally, I too was occupied, though the psychological burden weighed less heavily on me. I still had a bit of energy left. Time ticked away, and by approximately 11 o'clock a nurse emerged, cradling a child. At that moment Hausi's father had also finished his drip, and several other relatives and friends had arrived, with his aunt already prepared with a bundle of small blankets. After about half an hour had passed, Hausi's mother finally exited the delivery room. By this point, Hausi appeared utterly drained. Everyone gathered around his mother and newborn brother, pale as a ghost. Hausi seemed to have been rendered superfluous. Only I remained by Hausi's side. I'll go buy some late-night snacks, I said, squeezing his hand. At that moment, all I could do was show my concern and care. Otherwise, who could say whether Hausi would be left with psychological scars? That would be truly unfortunate, especially since he was still so young. If this were to trigger a psychological disturbance, it would be dreadful. Hausi did not respond. I descended the stairs, opting against the elevator, which was currently quite busy. Just then, a patient was being wheeled in, and the elevator was filled with family members and nurses. I felt it best to avoid the hospital lift, particularly at this hour. It was already past midnight. With my hands tucked into my pockets, I hummed a little tune to myself as I walked, intending to buy some late-night snacks to share with Hausi. Many of the small shops across from the hospital were open 24 hours, charging higher prices at night as they were more profitable, so the business owners preferred to stay open late. The night breeze wafted in through the corridor window. I shook off my lethargy and descended another flight. As I walked out, I found myself alone in the corridor. What floor was this? It seemed devoid of patient rooms. Why was there not a soul in sight, not even a family member fetching water? A peculiar odor suddenly wafted into my nostrils. How familiar! It was a scent that emanated only from the deceased. Naturally, it was not the stench of a decaying corpse, thus it was not overpowering, yet I could still discern it. After all, in a hospital, life and death coexist as a matter of course. The larger the hospital, the more bodies come and go. This is a common occurrence, nothing to find strange of the mortuary. No wonder. I turned my head and saw the 3 characters inscribed on a sign. It is entirely normal for a hospital to have a mortuary, though it differs from our local funeral home. Here, it is merely a temporary holding facility, at most for 2 days before the body is sent off. Typically to a funeral home, it functions like a transit station. There is no charge for holding a body in a hospital, unlike in a funeral home, where costs apply. In our area, surveillance cameras are mandatory. There is no question about it, without them, one cannot operate. In contrast, a hospital's mortuary may or may not have cameras. There is no enforced management system. Just as I was about to pass by, I noticed the door of the mortuary ajar. Unintentionally, I found myself peering inside. And upon doing so, I was abruptly halted in my tracks. What was it? A corpse, a lifeless body lay upon the gurney. No, the pressing question was, who was it? Next to the body stood a figure. A mortician. Had he just transported the body and was now tidying up? But would a mortician dress in such an incongruous manner? A drab grey robe enveloped him. Could this be his work attire? Indeed, it stands to reason that we should also don uniforms for our tasks. Yes, I shall ask the boss to arrange that tomorrow. What was he attending to? He appeared to be rummaging through the deceased's belongings. Rummaging. It seemed he had discovered something from the corpse. Could he be a thief? He pulled something out and suddenly crouched down. Burying his head in his hands, it seemed as though he was consuming something, greedily gnawing at whatever it was. Suddenly, he turned his head to look at me. My heart raced with a curse. And I stumbled back, my back pressing against the wall. Thump, thump, thump. My heartbeat quickened, and my entire being trembled. As he turned, I clearly beheld his visage, a ghastly green-faced figure with sharp fangs. The eerie hue illuminated the darkness with an unsettling brilliance. Any trace of light made it painfully conspicuous. That was certainly not the face of a human, but had I truly seen it clearly, I had encountered spirits before, more than one in fact. Thus, I began to conclude that the entity was indeed a ghost. Most likely a vengeful spirit. I had once discussed such apparitions with Aunt Meng, who recounted tales she had heard from the elders, stating that man-eating ghosts were rare, and vengeful spirits did not consume flesh but rather instilled fear that could lead to death without recompense. However, man-eating ghosts were a different matter altogether. Those had succumbed to madness, commonly referred to as demons. Demons, without exception, must be vanquished, for all demons are steeped in malevolence, perpetually committing wicked acts. For an ordinary person, encountering a demon was tantamount to a death sentence. Reflecting on this, I steadied myself, only to realize that one of my feet was precariously positioned against the door across from me, my leg extended, bracing against the entrance, fearful of the demon's emergence. Yet, there was no sound. Instinctively, I turned my gaze downward to my right palm, where the Shangtong sword had materialized. I was prepared. I gripped it with my other hand, concealing the radiance emanating from the blade. I was uncertain if my current abilities would suffice to confront a man-eating demon, let alone have any assurance of success. Suddenly, the lights in the corridor began to flicker. Several bulbs extinguished one after another. A bead of sweat fell to the ground. I focused intently, holding my breath, my mind wholly concentrated. It was coming. The demon appeared at the far side of the corridor. To my right, fearing detection, I temporarily withdrew the Shangtong sword back into my being. I slowly lowered my leg. I endeavored to regulate the rising and falling of my chest. I was terrified. How could I not be? I was not a professional exorcist, I was merely a professional mourner. The demon approached me without any pretense. I remained fixated on the door of the mortuary, my head unmoving, while the peripheral vision of my eyes vigilantly monitored the demon's every motion. It suddenly halted. My mind raced with countless thoughts, whirling ceaselessly. Now was the moment of life or death. Either it would perish, or I would. The devil, it is said, is a soul transformed after death, a metamorphosis that occurs upon consuming human flesh. Whether by chance or some other circumstance, the devil resides between the underworld and the realm of demons, often beyond control. The netherworld seeks to govern it, while the demonic domain harbors it, yet fails to impose strict regulation, deliberately allowing it to wreak havoc upon the mortal realm. These tales I have heard from Aunt Meng, who in turn learned them from the elders. Chapter 51, Extermination of Evil Spirits, a Mysterious Resurgence. Is the devil still a ghost? Can I truly vanquish it? Does the Shangtang sword hold any power against the devil? According to the beautiful sister who gifted me this item that fateful night, the Shangtang sword possesses the ability to cleave monsters, slay ghosts, and vanquish demons. But how can I ascertain whether she was merely embellishing the truth? What if it proves ineffective? Beyond wielding the Shangtang sword, what else can I employ? My pleas for mercy, my adorable charm, my cuteness, and supplications to exchange for a modicum of goodwill from the devil, hoping it might spare me. It began to advance toward me once more. I closed my eyes briefly, reopened them, steadied my nerves, and calmed my thoughts. Did it truly believe I could not perceive its presence? Yet, had it not considered my reaction upon first observing it? Could it be a devil of limited experience? Perhaps I resolved to test my hypothesis. A blast. What on earth is this? Are there corpses here as well? This is utterly terrifying. I patted my chest with my left hand, exclaiming, what bad luck. So should I turn and leave? Or I turned to leave, retracing my steps, moving away from the devil. In the dimly lit corridor, I retrieved my phone. I pretended to fiddle with it, though I did not activate it. I merely utilized the screen to observe the scene behind me. But in the enveloping darkness, the devil suddenly vanished. I gazed at the phone screen, silently counting 1, 2, 3. Suddenly, the screen illuminated, casting the reflection of my face. A chilling wind swept through. In an instant, my visage morphed into one of green skin and sharp fangs. A gaping maw erupted with a foul stench. Just as something seemed poised to pierce my neck, I spun around abruptly, and simultaneously the Shangtang sword, which I had prepared, shot forth. A surge of azure light erupted. The hilt pressed against the devil's abdomen. I felt no blunt force or resistance. The blade completely penetrated its form, and before me, the devil's crimson eyes widened in disbelief, although its features were indescribable. I could discern its incredulity through its gaze. Its claws had already ensnared my neck. At that moment, I was devoid of fear. Before me stood a foe, one who sought either my demise or my victory over it. In the face of an adversary, one must embody greater ferocity to survive, regardless of the nature of the enemy. With a swift motion, I twisted the Shangtang sword within its body, stirring it violently. With a sharp sound, I withdrew the sword horizontally, cutting through the devil's waist. The force of its claws faltered, and its fangs retracted, revealing an expression of profound terror. Its wide-open eyes dimmed from their blood-red hue. I hastily leaped backward, distancing myself to a safe range. I feared it might retaliate with a sudden strike. With a deafening roar, the demon's body collapsed lifelessly to the ground. In an instant, it seemed as though fragments of stars scattered into the air. The corridor lights flickered back to life. Fearing that it might not be extinguished, I thrust my sword once more, yet this time, it pierced nothing. On the floor lay only a few tattered remnants. I kicked at them, and they fluttered away. At that moment, I found myself retreating, until I plopped down onto the ground leaning against the wall. I felt the urge to see her white. My tears were not for the soul I had just vanquished, nor for the demise of a demon. Rather, I was relieved that I had survived. It had perished, and I had lived. The weapon of war is a fearsome instrument, one that the sage must refrain from wielding. I praised myself without hesitation, for merely surviving was a feat in itself. Suddenly, I recalled my great benefactor, the Shangtang sword. Indeed, were it not for it, I might have perished several times over. What a fine companion! It did not fail me in this critical moment. I opened my palm, silently reciting the incantation, and in no time, the little beanworm emerged. This time, it appeared slowly wriggling its way out. I noticed that the Shangtang sword truly resembled a green beanworm. As if it possessed life, could it truly be a transformation into a creature? I mused. From its initial icy demeanor, exuding a chilling aura, I was now able to sense its warmth. You have achieved yet another feat. Dear beanworm, what do you wish as a reward? I spoke as if in conversation with myself. Very well, drink to your heart's content. Go ahead, don't be shy. No sooner had I uttered these words than the Shangtang sword swiftly dove into my body, and I felt waves of blood pulsing through the artery in my wrist. Damn, you are quite the glutton. Slow down and take it easy. I've just come from battle and am still weak. Are you trying to drain me dry? I nourished the beanworm with my blood. Damn it, I couldn't help but chuckle. With a thud, I kicked open the door to the morgue. Armed with the Shangtang sword, I felt emboldened. I scanned my surroundings, finding nothing amiss. I approached the corpse. To my astonishment, the abdomen of the body remained completely intact. Could it be that I had not actually vanquished a demon? No, that couldn't be right. The corpse's abdomen was clearly sunken in. When Halsey awaited my return, he had already fallen asleep on a bench outside the ward. I had brought along a substantial bag of provisions. Never mind. Let Halsey sleep well. In no time, I devoured the entire bag of food with the swiftness of autumn winds sweeping away leaves. Finding a bench, I too laid down and fell asleep in my clothes. The following day, I returned to the unit. Halsey was still at the hospital. His mother had given birth to another boy. During lunch, as I animatedly recounted my tale, everyone laughed until they doubled over. By the way, I encountered a ghost last night. Once the laughter subsided, I assumed a serious demeanor, intending to delve into the matter at hand. The crowd dispersed in a rush. I smacked my lips, feeling just as bewildered as they were. I in the main building of the mortuary await Lele and Shangzi had already gone back to their dorms for a nap, while Aunt Meng ascended to the third floor alone. Heading to her workspace, there was still a body that required her attention. Aunt Meng donned her mask and gloves. Aunt Meng, I spoke softly, turned around, and closed the door behind me as I stepped inside. The corpse lay in a state of utter disarray, its internal organs grotesquely exposed, and its visage distorted from the violent impact, appearing even more terrifying than the demon from the previous night. Yet, I had grown indifferent to it all. Is there something wrong? Aunt Meng inquired, her hands deftly stitching the skin of the corpse. The demon you mentioned before, I truly encountered it last night. Oh really? Well then. It's wonderful to see you back alive, Aunt Meng replied with a chuckle. I am not jesting, I stated earnestly. Jesting? Haha, Aunt Meng responded in her usual playful manner. I intended to discuss the matter of the Shangtang sword. I knew that Aunt Meng was aware of the artifact in my possession from that night when I inadvertently extinguished Xiaorong's soul, but the events of that evening felt dreamlike. I wished to clarify everything to Aunt Meng, yet suddenly the words eluded me. Aunt Meng, how did this person die? What could have led to such a tragic state? I shifted the conversation. Car accident, Aunt Meng replied. Oh, by the way, Aunt Meng, what do you make of this? I pulled out my phone and displayed a photograph of this image captured the day when Tang Leiting, Guo Shuai, and Guan Xiaoyun visited the Nanshan scenic area. At that moment, Guan Xiaoyun had taken a photo of the three of us in the Immortal's cave. Aunt Meng, look here, is that not a pair of eyes? Do you see the outline? It resembles the head of some triangular creature. Doesn't it? To my surprise, upon seeing the photograph, Aunt Meng halted her needlework, her expression momentarily frozen, and I noticed it keenly after a brief yet peculiar pause. Aunt Meng smiled and said, "Which of these two girls is your favorite?" Her words were laced with innuendo, and I could not discern whether she referred to the two girls in the photograph, Tang Leiting and Guan Xiaoyun, or if she alluded to Tang Leiting and Su Jingyi. Aunt Meng continued with a laugh, "Do you know how Meng Jiangnu and her husband, Wan Shiliang, became a couple? It was merely by chance, as Wan Shiliang happened upon Meng Jiangnu's arm while working at her home. Believing she had lost her virtue, Meng Jiangnu felt compelled to marry him. Little Guozi, you've seen Su Jingyi's figure in its entirety. As she spoke, she resumed her needlework. I gazed at Aunt Meng, aware that she was deliberately diverting the topic away from the photograph in my hand, since she had intentionally shifted the conversation. Further inquiries on my part would be futile. Aunt Meng, how could you possibly discuss this with her? It would be so awkward, I exclaimed as I turned to leave. I knew that as I turned away, Aunt Meng had already ceased her work. Chapter 52. It is very safe. The night was deeply enveloped in darkness. I sat alone at the edge of the bed, feeling the cracked screen of my phone. IT was still operational. The previous night's battle against the man-eating demon had taken its toll, however, upon reflection. This phone was not even mine. I had spent not a single cent on it, as it had been a gift from a passing breeze. This phone was not limited to a single line of communication. It could still connect, and I could access the internet. Quite remarkable, but I pondered, where has that breeze been lately? In retrospect, it seemed that every time it called, it was to send me on a mission to slay. Oh no, to exterminate demons. Indeed, he had warned me that this place was perilous, especially regarding that fellow Odd. However, upon reflection, I couldn't shake the feeling that this locale felt safer than any other. Grandmother was right. It truly is secure here. Just as the sun reached its zenith, Hausi returned during lunchtime. He greeted everyone he encountered and even began to smoke, but upon seeing me, his expression hardened. Damn, I owe him nothing. Frustrated, I stubbornly sat beside Hausi with my plate of food. I longed to proclaim that I nearly met my demise while waiting for his delivery, yet before I could utter a word, Hausi glared at me and asked, "Do you know who I ran into?" "A ghost," I blurted out. "Xiaoyu," Hausi replied. "Xiaoyu." I recalled her, and suddenly a mischievous grin spread across my face, and I couldn't help but laugh. A devious chuckle escaping me. "What are you laughing at?" Hausi inquired. I composed myself and asked, "How is she here? She shouldn't be. With her qualifications, why hasn't she gone to a big city?" "I have no idea," Hausi responded. "Wasn't she the one who delivered your mother?" "She studied obstetrics," I queried. "General surgery, primarily focusing on surgical operations. She is the lead surgeon," Hausi clarified. "Oh, I see." I was taken aback. "So she delivered your mother." "It was a cesarean section. There was significant hemorrhaging, and no one dared to operate. Ultimately, the hospital specifically assigned her. Thank goodness it was her. Otherwise, my mother would have been in grave danger." Hausi expressed with heartfelt gratitude. "Hausi, you seem to only remember the good deeds of others. What about me? Do you overlook my contributions? Do you have any idea what I went through that night?" "Never mind, have a bit of conscience, will you? You were good to me." Hausi hesitated. I was taken aback. What was he trying to imply? I scrutinized him. After a moment, I thought, forget it, he is just that kind of person. "By the way, did you two really rekindle your relationship? Did you reminisce during this meeting?" I had already surmised the situation. Back then, Hausi undoubtedly failed to succeed. "Not you. We already have children now," Hausi suddenly exclaimed. At that moment, Awei and Lele turned to look at us. "Damn, are you not ashamed? Why are you shouting?" I said in a low tone. Hausi fell silent. "Why is it always me? What have I done?" "Back then, you exposed me, yet I said nothing. Wasn't that to your benefit? If you lack the ability, don't place the blame on me. Remember what I told you when I left." "Shut up." Hausi interrupted impatiently. I glared at him with resentment. "Did you write to her?" Hausi asked. "How? What are you talking about? If you didn't write to her, how did she find out my true identity so quickly? Were you scheming behind my back? Is it that if you cannot have her, you won't let me have her either?" Faced with Hausi's barrage of accusations, I was left speechless. "Do you admit it?" Hausi pressed. "I admit you're a big-headed fool," I finally exploded. With a loud shout, I slammed my plate into Hausi's face. He was left covered in rice, vegetables, and grease. "Damn you!" Hausi retaliated by smashing his plate onto me. "Damn!" I swung a fist at him. Hausi kicked back. But it didn't connect. I seized Hausi by the hair and unleashed a flurry of blows. Hausi, disregarding his image, rolled out of his seat, causing the surrounding chairs to be pushed aside. He delivered a kick to my abdomen. At that moment, Awei, Lele, Xiangzi, and Xiaopang rushed over to intervene. Awei and Lele restrained me, while Xiangzi and Xiaopang held back Hausi. Hausi, resembling an enraged lion, struggled fiercely against them. What are you doing? Do you still want to fight? If not, get lost, Old Fan emerged. After all, Old Fan was House's mentor, and his shout indeed quelled House's fury simultaneously. I also ceased my aggression. What is the meaning of this? Why resort to violence? You two are truly something. Aren't you brothers? Old Fan bellowed. Who considers him a brother? I retorted. I feel disgusted even sharing a surname with him. They are still family. After all, an ancestor was locked up 800 years ago. Meng Yi chuckled as she approached. All right, youthful tempers flare, but it's all in the past. What harm can come from a little brawl between good friends? Who threw the first punch? Old Fan demanded sternly. He started it, Housey exclaimed, filled with indignation. Why did you have to fight? No matter how wrong Housey may be, he is still your responsibility. Can't you discuss things amicably? Old Fan turned to me, questioning. Enough, you didn't come off worse. Meng Yi seemed to be defending Housey. Everyone gather around. The chairman has arrived, she announced. With that, the chairman, hands clasped behind his back, turned and headed back to his office. Thus Meng Yi nudged me, while Old Fan guided Housey. And the four of us proceeded to the chairman's office. Meng Yi and Old Fan took their seats, while Housey and I stood before the chairman's desk. Speak, what is the issue this time? Can't you manage 2 peaceful days? Are you simply bored? The chairman seemed genuinely upset. Both Housey and I remained silent. You go first. The chairman pointed at me. There is nothing to discuss. It's a personal matter. I replied, speak. The chairman turned his gaze to Housey with a long sigh. Housey admitted, Chairman, I was in the wrong. It was all my fault. It's always wrong to throw the first punch. Old Fan interjected. Isn't that referring to me? Goodness, this mentor is truly worth his weight in gold. I mused. Old Fan was right. Even if Housey was at fault, one should never initiate a confrontation. Thankfully, there were no outsiders present. Had anyone seen what a disgrace it would have been, Meng Yi remarked, that if you are not ashamed, I still have my dignity to uphold. The chairman muttered softly, all right, I apologize, Housey, I'm sorry. Shagway is quite magnanimous. Meng Yi quickly added, Housey, your skills may need refinement, but you certainly learn the ways of mischief swiftly. Old Fan commented. The chairman appeared somewhat bewildered as Housey and I stepped outside. Old Fan and Meng Yi remained behind. Housey unexpectedly pulled out a cigarette and offered it to me. I accepted it. Housey, how foolish can you be? Do you think I would stoop to such antics? Why would I engage in such sordid behavior? How could you even suggest that? Housey seemed to believe me. It appeared that my earlier actions were not in vain. Had I not confronted him, he might have doubted my resolve. How do you think she discovered it? Housey inquired. I took a drag from the cigarette and exhaled. Do you think everyone else is a fool? They might just see you as a simpleton. True, Housey replied. Chapter 53, Rationalizing the Unthinkable. The ringtone of Housey's phone echoed through the air. Hello, Housey abruptly ended the call. Who was it? What was the matter? I casually inquired. Xiaoyu, Housey replied. She has invited us to dinner. Invited us? I furrowed my brow. Did I really leave such a profound impression on Xiaoyu? It seems improbable. Yes, she mentioned that both you and I are to attend, Housey stated. You may go, I replied. Are you going or not? Housey asked earnestly. Hey, you rascal, are you out of your mind? I am truly baffled by your insistence. You must go, Housey asserted, unwavering. Damn not you, I refuse to attend. I truly do not believe in your nonsense. Brother Bao, here's the situation. Housey chuckled as he pulled me into his small room. I was utterly bewildered. It turned out that Xiaoyu was contemplating a job change. After hearing Housey mention the lucrative salary at the funeral home with a monthly income of 10,000, Xiaoyu inquired whether she could join. Housey, without hesitation, thumped his chest in assurance. Housey, why do I feel something is amiss? I leaned back against Housey's bed. What seems off? Housey asked, seated on the stool opposite the bed. Do you have any idea how much a chief surgeon earns in a month? I queried. 3,000. Housey answered, that is merely the base salary. What about bonuses, red envelopes, the additional income from private practice? I continued. Housey, surely a hospital is far superior to our funeral home, especially a reputable one. Is she out of her mind for wanting to come here? Oh, by the way, could it be that she has some mental issues? A sudden realization struck me. Get lost. You are the one who's crazy, Housey retorted. No, Housey, think about it. What kind of educational background does Xiaoyu possess that she would choose to work here? Furthermore, why would a perfectly good attending physician abandon her profession to join a funeral home? Does that seem normal to you? Housey fell silent, deep in thought. Then let's meet her. You can ask her directly. True, Housey conceded. All right, let us attend this banquet. My curiosity was piqued. Wait, are you not going to change your clothes? Housey hastily interjected. So, you find me repugnant? I retorted. Forget it, I won't go. Housey quickly waved his hands, saying, no, it's not that. There is a certain odor about you. What odor? It couldn't possibly be the scent of the deceased, could it? You spend all day surrounded by corpses. It's inevitable you'd carry a smell. Change your clothes. Housey earnestly suggested. I genuinely leaned down to take a whiff of body odor. I should not have that. There was indeed a peculiar scent that occasionally wafted by, the stench of death, that seemed unlikely. It was probably just the sweat from our earlier tussle. Forget it, I can wear this suit out. Oh, I had an epiphany. Housey had ulterior motives. I realized we were going to see Xiaoyu, the goddess in Housey's eyes. Housey deliberately wanted me to dress down. so as to highlight his own charm. Oh Hatsi, you clever little schemer, I refuse to change, it's merely a gathering. What grand affair is it? I have seen far greater spectacles, if you find me a nuisance. You may go alone. Hatsi was clearly seeking something from me, and in the end I had no choice but to acquiesce to his request. Just moments ago, I had engaged in a fierce battle with Hatsi. And later, after finishing work in the afternoon, I found myself walking hand in hand with him, shoulder to shoulder, as we ventured out for dinner together. This sight left our colleagues utterly astonished. Xiaoye chose a rather unremarkable venue, a simple restaurant with a small private room for 3. Serving ordinary food and drinks, after exchanging a few pleasantries, we settled into our seats. As we shared a few glasses of wine, we began to reminisce about the past. In those youthful days, there was an abundance of awkward moments and a plethora of childishness. Yet they were all beautifully cherished. The stories seemed endless, repeated time and again, each repetition unveiling a different narrative, each recounting an intoxication of the soul, and each evoking boundless emotions. In that moment, the 3 of us conversed freely. Nearly indistinguishable from one another. Xiaoye, I addressed her. She responded, her cheeks flushed as she turned to me. I glanced at Hatsi and asked, what brings you here? To find you both, Xiaoye replied with a smile. Prompting hearty laughter from Hatsi and me. After my parents' divorce, my adoptive father needed to work, so he brought us here, Xiaoye explained. But why did you come along? I inquired. Because of my mother, she is gravely ill and cannot be without me. Xiaoye replied. It seemed Hatsi comprehended everything in that moment. Isn't the work at the hospital satisfactory? Why resort to a funeral home? I asked. In this unfamiliar place, with both of you here, I feel less fearful. Xiaoye said, that reasoning. I chewed on a piece of food, pondering, what could there possibly be? This isn't the infiltration of spies between the Kuomintang and the Communist Party before liberation. What motive could anyone have to embed themselves among us? Gathering intelligence? What for? Yet, I simply could not understand. I needed clarity to feel at ease. I can't stay at the hospital any longer, not even a single day. My adoptive father comes daily demanding money, causing a scene if I refused. I can't endure it anymore. I truly cannot bear it. Xiaoye suddenly burst into tears. It appears the situation is quite dire. Xiaoye truly bears unspoken burdens, Hatsi exclaimed with indignation. Doesn't your mother care? He pressed. She can no longer manage, Xiaoye replied. I wish to bring her to your place after I settle in. The funeral home is filled with a heavy atmosphere, and my adoptive father believes in that sort of thing. So he shouldn't cause trouble. Does your mother agree? I asked. My mother is in an urn. Xiaoye sipped her drink. Hatsi lost his composure. I began to grasp the gravity of the situation. Xiaoye, this place is not suitable for you to linger. Have you considered seeking opportunities in a big city, perhaps reconnect with your university classmates and broader horizons? I suggested, maintaining my rationality. But what about my mother? I do not wish to leave her again. Xiaoye's tone betrayed a sense of despair. Come, I promise, both Xiaobao and I will take good care of you. I will fund a proper burial plot for your mother. I will visit her grave every day. Hatsi declared fervently. Thank you. Xiaoye managed a forced smile. Xiaoye, you must think this through. A funeral home is not a sustainable solution, I cautioned. Who can sustain anything? Xiaoye sighed deeply. Damn, this girl has truly been wounded. Could it be due to the passing of her mother? Has she been wounded so profoundly? Are there perhaps other underlying reasons? Did her adoptive father do something to her? Might it also pertain to romantic entanglements? I find it difficult to inquire further, and the words elude me. In my mind, Xiaoye remains a vast enigma. Nonetheless, her reasons are evidently ample. As we conversed and sipped our drinks, to my astonishment, Xiaoye suddenly buried her face in her hands and began to weep. Just as Hatsi was about to offer comfort, Xiaoye unexpectedly plunged into my embrace, sobbing uncontrollably. I glanced at Hatsi. He too was at a loss. He could not place blame on me, for this was Xiaoye's own action. Ordinarily, I was seated at a greater distance from Xiaoye than Hatsi, who was practically beside her. Moreover, throughout our conversation Hatsi showered her with kind words and gentle reassurances, displaying utmost tenderness and compliance, while my tone lacked such fervor. Imbued instead with a hint of skepticism and inquiry, yet who could have anticipated that Xiaoye would seek solace in my arms? After we parted ways, Hatsi and I took a taxi to escort Xiaoye back. But she expressed her reluctance to return home and instead opted for her workplace. Currently, she resides in the staff dormitory of the hospital. It's up to you now, Baoga, Hatsi remarked during our journey back. I shot a glance at him and retorted, if you dare to call me Xiaobao in front of others again, just try it. Hatsi chuckled, if you manage to resolve this matter, I will call you Baoga at any time. I promise. I fell into deep contemplation. Chapter 54. 3 sentences from Grandma, seeking recommendations. Are we not there yet? The driver had long since begun to regret his decision. Almost there, just a bit further ahead. Hatsi assured. Where exactly? The driver's speed gradually diminished, as he seemed increasingly hesitant to proceed. It was not that the road had become more desolate. The real concern lay in the fact that 2 young men like Hatsi and I were seated in the vehicle. The car came to a halt, refusing to advance any further. Hatsi, feigning a tantrum, refused to pay, and I tossed him a 10 yuan bill. Baoga, you shouldn't have given him any money. We haven't even arrived at our destination. Why pay him? Halsey grumbled indignantly. It was merely a short walk ahead, akin to a leisurely stroll. I spoke gravely. That's not how it works, Halsey, I interrupted him. Halsey turned to me. Halsey, since you keep calling me brother, allow me to share a few words with you. I said. Baga, what are you saying? What bond do we share? Speak plainly. There's no need for such profundity. If you're still harboring thoughts about what happened at noon, feel free to strike me twice. I won't retaliate. Halsey, when inebriated, could be quite boisterous, yet his words undeniably stirred my emotions. However, I was acutely aware that I should refrain from saying too much. Excessive dialogue would be futile and might even drag Halsey down with me. The crucial issue was that I still could not see the situation clearly. I truly could not jeopardize Halsey. After all, how many years had we walked this path together? Halsey, I called out once more. Baga, is something troubling you? Halsey sensed my unease. Halsey, in truth, there are certain matters. How should I put it? I cast a glance at Halsey, and his expression revealed that I had genuinely unsettled him. The funeral home is haunted, I blurted out. Halsey fixed his gaze upon me. You are right, that place is indeed unclean. It is truly haunted, I asserted. So what? Halsey inquired. I was momentarily taken aback and replied, so do you truly wish for Xiaoye to come here? Are you not concerned that she might be harmed? Then what do you mean by inviting me here? Are you not afraid for my safety? Halsey retorted. I pondered how to deceive Halsey. You may leave. The sooner, the better. I truly could not devise any clever ruse to mislead Halsey, and moreover, why should I even attempt to mislead him? I ought to send him away. I should depart, and the sooner the better. Why do you not leave? Halsey queried. Halsey's demeanor had shifted, and I understood his thoughts about me. Regardless of the circumstances, I was in the wrong, and I accepted that initially it was indeed for my own selfish reasons that I sought a familiar face to accompany me in that place, without considering the potential danger to others. Now, I find myself wanting to save someone. I signed the contract, I stated. Oh, you signed the contract? Halsey nodded in acknowledgement. Halsey, I know your thoughts. I truly cannot leave you, however, can depart at any moment. I urged him. Then, good heavens, do enlighten me on how it is haunted. What do the spirits look like? Halsey pressed. I saw my grandmother, I replied. Naturally, Halsey, having known my grandmother in his youth, should comprehend the depth of my affection for her. When I said I encountered her, it was to assure Halsey of my sincerity, for I would never jest about my grandmother, yet I could not divulge too much. What did she say? Halsey asked. My grandmother spoke 3 sentences to me, I replied. Halsey, what were those 3 sentences? I paused. The first, she told me that this place is very safe. Halsey burst into laughter. I exclaimed. That was meant for me. Halsey stifled his laughter but continued to smile. And what of the second? They are all spirits. Upon uttering this, a shiver coursed through me, and I was overtaken by a wave of goosebumps, my scalp tingling, accompanied by a chill that enveloped my entire being, particularly a numbing sensation in my thighs. I tightened my clothing. They Halsey responded, already wearing an expression of disdain. Just as I was about to speak, Halsey interjected. And the third, one must always guard against the malicious intent of others. Why not say one must guard against the spirits? Halsey scoffed, countering. I concede. While Halsey's seemingly jesting remark did cross my mind, I must speak the truth. My grandmother did indeed impart those 3 sentences. Enough. Tell me, what do you truly mean? Halsey asked earnestly. What do I mean? I gazed at Halsey, suddenly realizing he had completely misunderstood my intent. From the moment I uttered the first sentence of my grandmother's words, I regretted it. I feared Halsey would spread this information indiscriminately. It mattered little if he mocked me, but I was genuinely concerned that he might attract misfortune upon himself, for I increasingly came to believe in the truth of my grandmother's 3 sentences. Brother Bao, you have Tang Leiting by your side, and with Su Jingyi as a backup. Why can't I be with Xiaoyu? Brother Bao, are you not being a bit selfish? Must everyone revolve around you? Are you the son? Enough, Halsey, I have agreed to this matter. I will take care of it. Amidst the thickening fog, I unknowingly found myself at the entrance of the Shishan funeral home. Halsey said nothing more and returned to his little room. As I passed by the guardhouse, I glanced up and saw Ob still there, his gaze fixed on me. Halsey is impatient. Fine, since I have promised, I shall see it through. I knocked on the chairman's office door. What now? The chairman's gray hair quivered as he saw me, almost as if he had encountered a ghost. I couldn't help but stifle a laugh. The chairman is now genuinely afraid of me. It's one thing for him not to trouble me, but quite another for him to be constantly worried about me causing him trouble. Chairman, I wish to find an assistant to aid me. I got straight to the point. What? The chairman reacted strongly. Isn't one Halsey enough for you? Are you planning to start a brawl? This time it's a female. I clarified. What female? The chairman asked. I thought for a moment. Chairman, this time it's not about us seeking someone. This time, we must extend an invitation. Extend an invitation. The chairman nearly leaped from his seat. She is a top student from the medical university. My eloquence, Chairman, you must understand, a talent like her coming here would be a loss for her. Then will she come? The chairman scratched his head. So we must offer a high salary. If it's less than 10,000 a month, I doubt it will work. I immediately took advantage of the moment. Xiaoguo, do you think this is a gold mine? Are you calling people to pan for gold? Chairman, do you see me as someone unscrupulous? I introduced Halsey. Did he not perform well? Chico asked Old Fan. He is quite pleased. The chairman was momentarily outmaneuvered by me, left with no choice but to huff in resignation. Besides, you promised me, you said you would find an assistant. I did bring Housie, but is he truly my assistant now? He is currently old Fan's favorite disciple, and I have no connection to him. Now, I must find an assistant for myself. Chapter 55. A meeting of minds. The chairman sighed helplessly. How many more do you intend to find? You must clarify this for me. Just this one, I replied. She is a medical student. When she comes, she will be Aunt Meng's assistant. You want to be pleased then? The chairman remarked. I am fine with her being Aunt Meng's assistant. Is that your statement? Yes, it is. All right, just this once. No further exceptions. That's your word. Finally, the chairman dismissed me from his office. Well, Housie immediately approached me. Housie, you tell me, do I have a plan when Brother Bao is handling matters? Of course, there is a plan. Housie, already in the know, smiled as if he were the most willing of participants. After sending Housie away, I returned to the morgue. I lay back on the bed draped with a mosquito net. Gazing at the ceiling, I closed my eyes to gather my thoughts. I could sense that Xiaoyu harbored no feelings for Housie whatsoever. Her gaze revealed everything. Of course, this does not imply that Xiaoyu held any particular sentiment for me either. In her eyes, both Housie and I were devoid of significance. If there were genuine feelings, her eyes would not be so indifferent and flickering, nor would they waver. At that moment, I was reminded of Tang Leitang. Her eyes. That day on the glass walkway. A life hanging by a thread. I held onto Tang Leitang tightly as she dangled below, gazing up at me, the look in her eyes. Devoid of pleas or blessings. Offered no messages, she simply wished. To behold me a little longer. Tang Leitang. I abruptly sprang up from my bed. That day had nearly cost both her life and mine. As for me, I could let it slide. For the past is the past. However, Tang Leitang had nearly lost her life because of it, and I would never overlook that. I sensed it was no accident. It was murder. Who sought to end our lives? Perhaps it wasn't specifically aimed at Tang Leitang and me, but since this matter had embroiled me, it would not be so easily dismissed. Chairman, I called out loudly. The chairman was standing in the courtyard, facing away, observing away. Lei Housie and Shangzi as they carried a corpse from the extended van, just recently delivered. The chairman nearly jumped at my shout. What is it now? The chairman was clearly alarmed. I stepped out for a moment. I need to request some leave from you, I stated. The chairman was initially taken aback but then waved his hand dismissively, as if shooing away a pest, saying, Go on. The chairman seemed eager to rid himself of me. I didn't care. I had pressing matters that could not be delayed. Just as I exited the village gate, Housie caught up with me. Baoga, where are you headed? I turned to Housie. Are you going to fetch Xiaoyu? Bring Shangzi along. It would be much more convenient if he drives you, Housie suggested. Are you planning to have Xiaoyu lie there and come? I retorted sharply. Housie chuckled foolishly, saying, Baoga, tell the chairman that I'll accompany you. I have matters to attend to, and I won't engage in idle banter with you. I left him with that remark and walked away. After exiting the village, I walked a short distance to the bus stop at the entrance of Shishan village, where I boarded a bus heading to Nanshan Scenic Area. The bus was en route to Nanshan Scenic Area. I sat in the vehicle, gazing out the window, and soon the peaks of Nanshan, rising and falling in majestic layers, came into view. I had arrived, yet my thoughts were far from settled. What lies within the immortal cave? How did the glass walkway collapse? What manner of creature was lurking beneath the cliff? How could the staff allow such an incident to transpire? Was it deliberate, or merely an accident? What caused it? Was that monster waiting for something to fall? For a moment I felt an eerie weight settle over this place. To evade the fare, I had scaled the mountains. Descending from the heights, I directly entered the scenic area. Ahead loomed the administrative office of the scenic area. I intended to seek out the relevant authorities to inquire. What exactly is our responsibility? Who are you to speak so recklessly? The record has been taken, and you have also collected the files. You come to interrogate us multiple times a day, incessantly questioning us. Are we to be left with no peace? Just as one departs, another arrives. Please present your work ID for inspection. What exactly do you do? A middle-aged woman at the reception, with a prominent dark mole on her right cheekbone, unleashed a barrage of words upon me, akin to a machine gun's relentless fire, nearly sending me flying. My apologies, he is my colleague. To my astonishment, Tang Leitang suddenly appeared at the doorway. Are you still dispatching people? The woman with the dark mole, though her tone remained harsh, had significantly lowered her volume. My apologies, Guo Cuo, let us leave, Tang Leitang said to me. I shot a glare at the woman, who defiantly returned my stare. Upon stepping outside, we exclaimed in unison, What brings you here? Once again, we spoke in unison, and laughter erupted between us. After a brief moment of silence, Tang Leitang broke the ice. What brings you here? I felt that the incident from that day was far from a mere accident. I think the same, I replied. What have you discovered? I immediately inquired. Intuition, Tang Leitang responded. And you, have you found anything? I fell silent. My discoveries were too peculiar. Should I voice them? I felt it unwise. Firstly, it was unlikely that Tang Leitang would accept them. Secondly, I might inadvertently mislead her. And thirdly, there were many things I simply could not articulate to her. I acknowledged my reservations about people. Tang Leiting was not housey. With him I could share certain thoughts without much concern. However, Tang Leiting was different. She was my greatest worry. What's wrong? Tang Leiting asked, noticing my contemplative demeanor. Oh, it's nothing, I was just. Oh, who is that? Her words interrupted my train of thought. Following her gaze, I looked over. Indeed, it was Guo Cuo and Guan Xiaoyun. How delightful, secretly meeting behind my back, Tang Leiting exclaimed with excitement. I too felt exhilarated. If Guo Cuo and Guan Xiaoyun were to become an item, I would have one less rival. From a distance, at a gazebo, Guo Cuo and Guan Xiaoyun were seated around a stone table. Guan Xiaoyun held a stack of what appeared to be materials. At that moment, she seemed to be chattering incessantly while Guo Cuo lounged with his legs crossed, listening but appearing somewhat distracted. Perhaps the density of Guan Xiaoyun's words demanded his undivided attention. While she remained engrossed, by the time Tang Leiting and I stealthily approached them from behind, they were still oblivious to our presence. This risk is just suited for you, right? Don't worry, I've got your back. Internal pricing at 80 to 90% off, Guan Xiaoyun said. Ge Dashwai remained silent. Speak up, will you? What Guan Xiaoyun urged, growing impatient. How bold, Tang Leiting suddenly exclaimed. Both Guan Xiaoyun and Guo Dashwai were startled, tumbling from their stone seats to the ground. Well, you two, having a secret rendezvous, planning to elope, are you? I added. Ge Dashwai, oh Guo Dashwai, skipping class to indulge in romance, choosing beauty over power, are we? I continued. At that moment, Tang Leiting and I had left Guan Xiaoyun and Guo Dashwai utterly speechless. With not a shred of opportunity for rebuttal, Tang Leiting and I erupted into laughter. You scared me to death, you little rascal. Guan Xiaoyun finally regained her composure. She sprang up to chase after Tang Leiting, who deftly dodged around the pavilion, the two women giggling and playfully sparring once more. What about you two? Guo Dashwai also stood up, brushing off the dust from his clothes, when a sudden thought struck him. And he turned to me with a question. I gave him a mysterious expression, subtly conveying that Tang Leiting and I had also come here for a clandestine meeting. Ge Dashwai appeared quite disheartened. So when did you two become an item? I inquired. Don't be ridiculous, it's not like she is here to sell me insurance. Guo Dashwai's mood took a turn for the worse. Selling insurance here? Are you trying to fool someone? I chuckled. Indeed, she is here to pull a fast one on me, Guo Dashwai replied, bemused. I genuinely thought my senior sister would be here, and Guo Dashwai abruptly fell silent. It is indeed true that Tang Leiting is present, but so am I. Ge Dashwai seemed perplexed, while I observed with clarity Guan Xiaoyun had evidently developed feelings for Guo Dashwai, which is why she arranged this meeting under the pretense of discussing business. Most likely the insurance pitch was merely a ruse to spend time with him, hoping that love would blossom over time. However, Guan Xiaoyun had become quite earnest, and in the midst of their banter, she had truly become invested. That seems to be the case. Once Tang Leiting and Guan Xiaoyun had finished their playful tussle, the four of us finally settled down together, since we didn't have a proper outing last time. Why not? Seize the day, now that everyone is here. Shall we go to Lianhua Lake for some fun? Last time, we nearly lost our lives, Tang Leiting exclaimed. What could possibly be entertaining at Lianhua Lake now? Guo Dashwai remarked. And you dare say that? Why aren't you at work? What are you doing here? Tang Leiting retorted. After all, she is Guo Dashwai's superior, his direct boss. It is precisely for this reason that Guo Dashwai refers to her as senior sister. Although he affectionately calls her that, he is not necessarily younger than Tang Leiting. Senior sister, what brings you here? Guo Dashwai had the audacity to retort. However, his tone made it clear that he was not questioning her but was genuinely curious. The crux of the matter was that Guo Dashwai was sincerely worried that Tang Leiting had indeed come here to meet me. Don't you think the previous incident was rather coincidental? Even if it was an accident, someone must take responsibility. I must uncover the truth behind it all, Tang Leiting declared his senior sister. I share your sentiments, Guo Dashwai added. I nearly burst into laughter. Are we going or not? Let us go. Guan Xiaoyun was completely caught up in the excitement, disregarding all seriousness. Let us go, I suggested, wandering around, as perhaps we might uncover some clues. Naturally, to row a boat with Tang Leiting would be a delightful experience. However, it seemed that everyone was unprepared today, as none had brought much money with them. The boat rides here do not accept card payments. Anyone can have fun if they have money, but true enjoyment lies in playing without it. I knew of a back entrance that led directly to the end of the lake where the boats docked, and since those were meant to take tourists back, boarding was free. We boarded the vessel from that location. And the staff undoubtedly assumed we were all returning patrons who had purchased tickets, which would grant us a complimentary cruise. Guan Xiaoyun truly has a knack for cleverness, doesn't she? Is that reliable? I inquired. It is not my first time, Guan Xiaoyun replied. I smiled knowingly. My smile, however, went unrecognized by Tang Leiting and Guo Dashwai, but Guan Xiaoyun instantly perceived the mischievousness behind it, causing her cheeks to flush unexpectedly. Chapter 56, The Capsizing. After traversing 2 more mountains, we arrived at the site of the glass skywalk, which is currently sealed off and inaccessible. The narrow path here is flanked by lush greenery. With each tree boasting at least a decade of age, the trunks intertwine and extend their dense foliage, forming a natural canopy overhead, stretching all the way to a natural archway. This is not a backdoor. but rather a cleft that seems to have been shaped by human hands. Indeed, it appears that Guan Xiaoyun is not the only one aware of this shortcut for evading the ticket fee. Ahead, there was a clearing perfectly suited for parking, and Guo Cuo was about to drive in, intending to secure a spot. Suddenly, a compact car unexpectedly darted in from behind, occupying the parking space. Damn, Guo Cuo exclaimed. Mind your manners, Tang Leiting and Monish.Ge Shui promptly fell silent. A couple emerged from the car, the man in a vest and the woman in a mini skirt. Such scant attire is quite rare for this season. Yet the sunny weather over the past few days has made it pleasantly warm around noon. Their attire didn't seem overly inappropriate. The couple embraced each other and passed through that cleft. Guo Shui had no choice but to awkwardly park behind the compact car. There truly are those who evade the ticket fee, I remarked. This is what they call there's no wall that doesn't let the wind through. Guan Xiaoyun chuckled. Indeed, you have described it aptly, I replied with a laugh. With banter and laughter, the four of us also made our way through that opening. Before us lay an expanse of verdant beauty. Resembling a primeval forest, although small, it is all about perspective. This area stretches out, and it must encompass at least 100 acres. I dare not exaggerate. One could measure and find it to be several times that. After walking for approximately 10 minutes, we arrived at the dock. Several boats had just departed, filled to capacity. The remaining vessels would not set sail until they too were filled, a measure taken to conserve resources. The so-called Lotus Flower Pool is presumably a slip of the tongue by Guo Shui. Indeed, Guan Xiaoyun was correct. It should be referred to as Lotus Lake. This lake is quite expansive, its emerald waves undulating. With ripples forming, how could a pool stir such waves? The width of Lotus Lake may be limited, but its length is immeasurable, stretching out endlessly. Let us board, I exclaimed eagerly. Come on, let us get on the boat and secure a prime position. Sitting at the edge of the boat will surely be exhilarating, Guan Xiaoyun suggested, as she attempted to usher Guo Shui and Tang Leiting aboard. By the way, how do we return after we go over there? Tang Leiting queried. This evidently posed a question. How long would it take to walk back? Tang Leiting inquired further. The quickest way would be to take the boat back. If we were to take the long route on foot, it would likely take at least an hour, Guan Xiaoyun acknowledged, sensing the inconvenience of the situation. Never mind, you all go ahead, I shall return and drive over to pick you up, Tang Leiting declared. Ah, you're not coming, Guan Xiaoyun was momentarily taken aback. I'm feeling a bit unwell indeed. Tang Leiting's cheeks appeared slightly flushed. Perhaps she is simply exhausted. Let us all go together. Come on, what do you mean by not going? We've already arrived, let us just go. It will be quite enjoyable, Guan Xiaoyun persisted. If not, I shall also refrain from going out. I certainly wish to remain and accompany Tang Leiting. What, are you afraid of being caught without a ticket? Guan Xiaoyun exclaimed towards me. Perhaps I should stay behind to keep senior sister company. Ge Shui also joined the fray. Alright, I truly am feeling a bit fatigued. Besides, I am carrying a firearm, which is rather inconvenient. You all go ahead, just go. Shui, hand me the car keys, Tang Leiting commanded. Ge Shui obediently handed the car keys to Tang Leiting. Naturally, Guo Shui would not allow me to remain and accompany Tang Leiting. My absence would render him uneasy. With Guo Shui not staying behind, Guan Xiaoyun would certainly cease her pursuit of Tang Leiting. If she continued, she would surely fear that Guo Shui would also choose not to go. Once aboard the boat, due to the earlier delay, only a few prime seats remained, yet Guan Xiaoyun eagerly snatched a spot by the window, while I seated myself beside her, and Guo Shui took a seat in the middle of the boat. Guan Xiaoyun wore a displeased expression. I paid her no mind. It seems Tang Leiting, having learned from the previous incident involving Zhang Junyi, now understands the importance of carrying a firearm when out in the field. Just in case, the boat began to move. I withdrew my thoughts and gazed out the window. The waterways varied in width, twisting and turning. With sharp bends, water birds guided our path. Fragrant herbs stood sentinel, while reeds and brambles mingled with tall trees, forming a landscape both deep and shallow, obscured from view. The scenery was indeed delightful. The boat glided low, the water surface mere inches away, waves rolling forth, until it settled into a pristine mirror, a splendid expanse of azure and emerald. As we approached a bend, the boat tilted, causing a sudden flutter in my heart, a most pleasurable sensation, filled with endless fascination. How foul, Guan Xiaoyun suddenly exclaimed, turning to look at me. I was taken aback. How many days has it been since you last changed clothes or bathed? You smell quite musty. Guan Xiaoyun frowned. Enough of that. I understand her sentiments. Ultimately, I switched places with Guo Shui. I noticed Guan Xiaoyun smiling, engaged in lively conversation with Guo Shui. Damn, I muttered under my breath, prioritizing romance over friendship, as we rounded another bend. I found myself seated in the boat, unable to fully appreciate the joy of being by the edge, and instead felt a sense of oppression. I truly regretted sacrificing my own happiness for the sake of others. At that moment, I glanced at Guan Xiaoyun. She was feigning a scream as the boat tilted, dramatically leaning into Guo Shui's embrace. Ge Shui clearly had no feelings for Guan Xiaoyun, merely responding out of obligation. Flip the boat then, let us see how much fun you'll have. I felt my irritation rising. You, Guan Xiaoyun, are utterly lacking in self-awareness. At this moment, even if I were like her, I would not find her appealing. Suddenly, I began to sense that something was amiss. The tilt of the boat seemed to be increasing. Guan Xiaoyun truly let out a scream in her eagerness to behold the scenery outside, and in pursuit of authenticity and naturalness. The windows beside the boat were flung open. At this moment, water unexpectedly surged in, drenching Guan Xiaoyun entirely. The cacophony of women screaming in the cabin grew increasingly intense, their voices rising in a crescendo. Meanwhile, water began to flood into the cabin like a relentless cascade. The captain, however, appeared remarkably composed, as if he were grappling with some unseen challenge, while I found myself seated at a precarious angle of 45 degrees. Some individuals began to rise from their seats, and men shouted accusations at the captain, yet, when the torrent of water from Guan Xiaoyun's side poured into the vessel like a waterfall, it was already too late. My body quickly adjusted to a vertical position. At that moment, I found myself inexplicably relieved. I was thankful that Tang Leitang had not come over. Chapter 57, The Slaughterhouse, Part 1. The captain surprisingly leaped from the boat to escape. Chaos erupted as the crowd began to scatter. A tumultuous pandemonium ensued. The shrieks drowned out all other sounds. Suddenly the boat capsized. I felt indifferent to my own fate. Thankfully, Tang Leitang was absent. Otherwise, I too would have been flustered and in a state of panic. As I sat within the vessel, I had no time to flee before being submerged beneath the water. One must understand that once the boat turns over, it becomes exceedingly difficult for those inside to escape due to the overwhelming suction. Soon, we were entirely engulfed beneath the surface, the weight of the vessel forcing us downward, many already gulping mouthfuls of water. Thud, thud, thud. I clawed at the hull, striving to reach the exterior of the boat. If I could just break free from the vessel, I might float to the surface. It seemed the boat was on the verge of sinking to the depths. The lake was indeed deep. But at this moment, time dictated everything. I began to scramble with all my might. It grew darker and darker. Being pressed to the bottom would mean certain doom. I summoned every ounce of strength and surged forward. Just as the hull sank to the depths, I had managed to extricate most of my body, yet it was not over. Below my waist, I remained trapped. Unexpectedly, a powerful current propelled me outwards in a fleeting instant. I was thrust far from the sunken vessel. Upon reflection, it was not entirely unexpected. The central section of the boat had descended first, naturally displacing water due to the pressure, and at that moment, I had already been near the edge of the hull, most of my body outside it. With no time to ponder, I needed to surface quickly. I could swim, albeit not with exceptional skill, yet now my aquatic proficiency seemed extraordinary. As I broke the surface, confusion engulfed me. Had I managed to breathe underwater during that tumult, I felt as though I had not swallowed any water at all. It was as if I had thrived beneath the waves. Could it be the blood jade armor I wore that protected me? It seemed highly plausible. Was I perhaps the incarnation of a turtle spirit? A wave crashed upon me, and in my unpreparedness, I inadvertently swallowed a mouthful of murky water. This has infuriated me. After enduring fierce winds and tumultuous waves, I am now met with the unwelcome intrusion of water. How utterly vexing. Suddenly, I sensed movement beneath the surface. A shadowy figure. It appeared to be relatively small, but upon estimating its size based on the depth, I surmised it could very well be a colossal creature. Perhaps an alligator, regardless of whether it is some other formidable fish. I stand no chance in this watery expanse. Hastily, I swam towards the nearest shore. Upon reaching land and taking a look around, I found myself surrounded by dense reeds, seemingly endless in their reach. The wilderness appeared to be devoid of any human presence, leaving me in a state of despair, as if my cries for help were met with silence. I promptly stripped off my soaked clothing and wrung it out, my phone drenched and rendered useless. I dared not turn it on, fearing it might truly be beyond repair. Thus, I wandered aimlessly, yet resolutely, towards a singular direction, hoping to eventually find my way out. How could misfortune strike again? Here I was, still within the confines of the South Mountain scenic area. Was it mere bad luck, or perhaps a coincidence? Or I had yet to spot a single soul from the boat. Wait, who is that? Suddenly, I caught sight of two figures. I rushed towards the grassy area ahead. Emerging from the thicket of reeds, the visibility on the grassy expanse improved significantly. With only towering trees surrounding me, devoid of any obstructive underbrush. Two individuals were walking ahead, their silhouettes oddly familiar, as if I had encountered them before. Oh, it dawned on me, they were the couple clad in vests and mini skirts. Just as I was about to call out, a creature sprang forth from the underbrush. A wild boar, perhaps. Instinctively, I leaped back, ready to flee, only to see a man and a woman approach one after the other. To my surprise, it was Guo Cuo and Guan Xiaoyun. They must have been seated at the edge of the boat, which potentially spared them from being trapped beneath the capsized vessel, allowing them to swim ashore. They were indeed quite fortunate, as I had scarcely seen a handful of others make it to land. Wait for me, Guan Xiaoyun called out. Suddenly she froze, her gaze locking onto me, disappointment evident in her expression. Indeed, my presence had shattered their intimate bubble. Xiaobao, you're still alive, Dashuai exclaimed, rushing towards me for an embrace. Both he and Guan Xiaoyun appeared to have wrung out their clothes as well, leading me to wonder if they had joined forces in this endeavor. I cast a mischievous glance at Guan Xiaoyun. What are you doing here? She inquired. Come on, Guan Xiaoyun, what are you saying? Do you wish for my demise? I retorted, irritation bubbling within me. Alright, enough bickering. We must find a way to escape this cursed place. Why urged her. Guo Cuo, take out your phone and make a call. Ours are all out of commission. As if my phone is any more waterproof than yours. I replied. So what now? Why asked, earlier I saw someone walking ahead. Let us catch up with them. We can brainstorm together. Right, it must be those two couples who stole our parking space of them. They truly are a persistent nuisance. Guan Xiaoyun exclaimed, what bad luck, keep your comments to yourself. Why interjected. At that moment, the sun was setting in the west. Haven't you two noticed? I asked. Why's expression revealed that he had seen nothing. Let us catch up first, I suggested. Thus, the three of us hastened forward. Despite our relentless pursuit, we failed to catch up. Just as the sun began to cast a reddish hue, a small wooden cabin appeared in the distance. There were indeed inhabitants. Guan Xiaoyun felt invigorated by this prospect. Why also perceived a glimmer of hope. Suddenly, I paused and asked, Why, do you have a gun? A gun? I didn't bring one. Why? Why replied. Do you think everyone wishes to carry a gun wherever they go? It depends on one's status. With that, Why continued on his way, leaving me at the rear of the group. I glanced around. Surrounded by foliage, the distant calls of birds chillingly resonating in the air. This place is quite eerie, I muttered. Why are you so timid? Guan Xiaoyun retorted. In this desolate wilderness, my murmurs were surprisingly overheard by her. The small cabin resembled the dwelling of a scavenger. The area in front was cluttered and filthy, with various items strewn about. Oddly enough, several lines of barbed wire outside the cabin were adorned with strips of fresh and cured meats. Could this be a small workshop for meat processing? Why appeared puzzled as well. Guan Xiaoyun surveyed the surroundings. The door to the cabin was locked. How could there be so many clothes? Why remarked, standing before a heap of garments. They must have been collected from the trash. Guan Xiaoyun replied. Suddenly, a flash caught my eye. What was that? I approached. Two garments. A vest and a mini skirt. I touched them. They were damp. Chapter 58, The Slaughterhouse, Part 2, It's past midnight. Upon feeling the vest and mini skirt, a shock coursed through me. Could it be that ghosts lured us here? This thought I dared not voice. I certainly did not wish to frighten Guan Xiaoyun into a state of panic. However, vigilance was imperative now. Why, look at these clothes, I said. Why crouched down. Do they look familiar? I inquired, glancing at him. Why seemed utterly perplexed. Guan Xiaoyun came over to take a look and exclaimed, oh, aren't these the clothes of the couple who occupied our parking space? Why, look, these clothes are still damp. I remarked, did they change outfits? Why mused. I was incredulous. How could Why not recognize the strangeness of the situation? Suddenly, a gust of wind carried a distinct sound. Someone's here, I blurted out, where? Guan Xiaoyun stood up. Scanning the area, get down, I commanded in a hushed tone. At that moment, my demeanor startled both Guan Xiaoyun and Why. Guan Xiaoyun, being petite, likely did not draw attention when she stood. What's wrong? Why's expression grew serious. I was uncertain, not completely understanding the situation, but I acutely sensed the eeriness and danger surrounding us. We must hide, I urged. Just then, a loud noise was carried by the wind. Hide, I ordered firmly. I quickly surveyed the surroundings and noticed two large, dilapidated jars among the weeds in front of the cabin, large enough for a person to crouch inside. I hurried over, and Guan Xiaoyun and Why followed closely behind. The situation was dire. And there was no time for contemplation. I hastily placed Guan Xiaoyun inside, while Why crouched in another dilapidated vat. The vat had a hole that allowed a clear view of the small wooden cabin, which was precisely why I had rushed over. My curiosity compelled me to ascertain the circumstances. However, at this moment, both Guan Xiaoyun and Why were ensconced in their respective vats, while the roaring sounds grew fainter, revealing the approaching sound of a vehicle. As the noise diminished, it appeared we had arrived. I could see the vehicle now. It was a small truck, a 2-seater. In a moment of panic, I could no longer hesitate. I leapt sideways and dove into a thicket of weeds. What was that round object rolling about? I instinctively grasped it and brought it before my eyes. Astonishingly, it was a human skull. Indeed, a human skull. I recognized it immediately. I promptly tossed the skull aside, where it tumbled onto a patch of grass. This development did not go unnoticed by Why. I glanced at him. His expression was undeniably one of acute anxiety. Sweat began to bead on Why's brow. The eerie atmosphere had also enveloped Guan Xiaoyun, who seemed to grasp the gravity of the situation. The small truck came to a halt right in front of the cabin. The door swung open and a figure emerged. I nearly screamed. I had seen him before. He was the creature, yet it turned out he was merely a man, not a true monster. He stood nearly 2 meters tall. With an exceptionally robust physique, his bald head was adorned with sparse graying hair that hung loosely over his shoulders. His skin bore a grayish hue, perhaps due to the drab clothing he wore, a coarse gray fabric resembling the greasy coat of a butcher. His nose was large, and his mouth wide, revealing a set of black and yellowed teeth that gleamed unsettlingly. A foul stench seemed to emanate from his very being. He was indeed a monster. This creature moved with agility and swiftness reminiscent of the terrifying figure I had glimpsed while trapped on the glass walkway, darting through the jungle. My heart began to race. Through the concealing weeds that covered my face, I glanced at Guo, who was also looking at me. Then I turned my gaze to Guan Xiaoyun, who appeared utterly dazed. The monster opened the truck's rear compartment and began to haul objects down from the vehicle. One by one, he lifted them. Suddenly something sprang to its feet and attempted to flee, only to be swiftly overpowered by the creature, who flipped it to the ground and stomped on its head as if crushing a fish's bladder. It was a person. Those were not mere objects or cargo. They were human beings. There were men and women, young and old, fat and thin, all resembling fish just pulled from the water. Each one had their hands bound behind them. And it seemed that even without the restraints, they were barely clinging to life. No one cried out. They appeared utterly exhausted. Perhaps they had been so thoroughly frightened that they lacked the courage to scream. It seemed as though their mouths had been stuffed with something, preventing any sounds from escaping. I spotted a few who still had the capacity to move. Others were completely immobile. Those unable to move were dragged aside and unceremoniously tossed away. A testament to the creature's formidable strength. I looked again at Guo, who was fixated on me. I comprehend the meaning conveyed by his gaze, yet I find myself powerless in this moment. At this juncture, I can only resign myself to fate. Concealed and motionless, if I manage to evade this peril, it would indeed be akin to crossing yet another treacherous threshold. However, this time, the malevolence of the situation is undeniably more hazardous than the prior incident on the glass walkway. I cast my eyes once more upon that monstrous being, fixated on its every movement. One individual, who still had the capacity for movement, was seized by the creature by their garment and lifted off the ground. Subsequently led to a tree stump, the monster placed the unfortunate soul upon the stump and then approached a pile of debris in front of a dwelling. When it emerged, it wielded a formidable axe. The axe was immense, yet in its grasp, it appeared as if it were merely a butcher's cleaver. What transpired next was nothing short of horrifying. It is a tale that chills to the core. With a single swing of the axe, the once lively individual was tragically decapitated. The severed head rolled away round and lifeless, while the headless body collapsed from the stump, lying motionless on the ground. A piercing scream echoed. It was Guan Xiaoyun. I had foreseen that calamity would strike, yet, it was already too late. The scream did not emanate solely from Guan Xiaoyun. There was another living soul beneath the truck who, upon witnessing the creature's actions, could no longer contain their terror. Initially, the monster seemed oblivious to the source of the sound, mistakenly believing it originated from that individual. The person in question was a corpulent woman, her figure ample. And the monster approached her. The overweight woman was utterly petrified, her humanity seemingly stripped away by fear. The creature, displaying a horrifying detachment, raised the massive axe. Tragically, Guan Xiaoyun, after her initial scream, found herself unable to cease her cries. Understandably so, for who could withstand such a ghastly sight? The monster finally took notice, yet, at that moment, it adopted a leisurely demeanor, lifting the plump woman by one leg and tearing her asunder. Her entrails spilled forth, saturating the ground. In an instant, what had merely been an eerie wooden cabin transformed into a hellish realm. Chapter 59, The Slaughterhouse, Part 3. After the monster had vivisected the woman, it turned its attention towards the dilapidated vat where Guan Xiaoyun and Guo were concealed. I trust one have not revealed our position, but Guan Xiaoyun, Guo, am I to stand idly by as they meet their demise? The Shangtang sword. Utterly useless, ineffective against humans. What shall I do? I possess one skill, and that is the ability to flee, but if I run, what of them? In my desperation, the monster had already approached the broken vat. As it neared Guan Xiaoyun, she had fallen silent. Yet, the moment had passed. When the creature stood before the vat, peering down, I could not fathom why Guan Xiaoyun remained mute. Was she perhaps paralyzed by fear? If she were to perish from fright at this moment, it might ironically serve as a blessing. Just as the monster extended its clawed hand towards the vat, unexpectedly, Guo burst forth. With a resounding crack, he leapt and struck the creature's head with a brick. The impact reverberating through his hand, causing it to tingle and the brick to shatter. The monster turned its gaze upon Guo. In a sudden and fierce motion, the creature seized Guo by the neck, lifting him off the ground with an overwhelming force. Guo found himself suspended in midair, his legs flailing helplessly as he struggled in vain, resembling a small rabbit caught in the grasp of a hunter. Fighting a desperate battle for survival, his neck flushed crimson, his face mirrored the same hue, and his legs began to lose sensation. Desperate, I searched the surroundings until my gaze fell upon the massive axe. Alas, it was far too distant. To confront an ordinary person at this range would be akin to being within arm's reach, yet I understood that for this monstrous entity, it was an insurmountable distance. I had witnessed the creature's reflexes, agility, and speed. Despite its colossal size, it was no less formidable than I. My only option lay in a nearby brick, jagged and angular, as my alternatives dwindled just as Guo teetered on the brink of demise. I seized the brick and leaped from the grassy nest. It was right before me. When the creature abruptly turned to face me, I was not intimidated. Without hesitation, I struck its face with the brick. One edge of the brick struck fiercely against the creature's left eye, leaving it momentarily stunned. Perhaps it had not anticipated my boldness after having spotted me. With that blow, the creature's grip finally loosened. Godashwai collapsed to the ground like a heap of lifeless clay. The monster instinctively covered its face with its hands, emitting a strange cry as blood gushed between its fingers, seizing the opportunity. I struck the creature with several more bricks, yet it seemed impervious to my efforts, fixated on the blood flowing from its hands, even daring to lick a taste. My heart raced with astonishment. This being was no longer human. It was a true monstrosity. For my final blow, I aimed at the creature's vulnerable spot. The monster finally lunged at me in retaliation. At that moment, I had already retreated several paces. The distance I had gained was alarmingly short. As it leapt effortlessly behind me, I refrained from turning, aware that doing so might cost me my life. Instead, I propelled myself forward with a swift stride. The creature loomed just behind me, and I could sense its putrid breath. Suddenly, it lunged, grasping at my outer garment. In a split second, I shed my coat and surged ahead with all my might. I ran with a fervor. My confidence lay entirely in this flight. Yet, I knew I was not facing a mere human. The creature's speed was astonishing. Though I did not look back, I could feel it gaining on me. The distance between us perilously thin. Panic surged within me. The creature's endurance was alarmingly robust. Godashwai was roused from his stupor by a series of slaps from Guan Xiaoyun, who cried out in urgency, "Run!" Yet Godashwai unexpectedly retorted, "We must save them." Indeed, amidst the tangled mass of bindings, there were still lives to be spared. Who should we save? We must flee. The monster will return. Guan Xiaoyun was utterly frantic, gripped by sheer terror. "Let us escape," she pleaded. Tugging at Godashwai with desperation. Dashwai pondered for a moment and conceded that there was no way out. Uncertainty loomed regarding whether anyone was truly alive. The crux of the matter was, what if that creature were to suddenly return? The only outcome would be death. Just then, a gust of wind seemed to blow through. Oh no, could it be coming back? In a moment of desperation, Godashwai seized Guan Xiaoyun and dashed toward the small truck. Upon reaching the vehicle, however, they discovered the key was missing. This predicament was akin to a smoker craving a cigarette without a light. Cursing under his breath, Godashwai kicked the truck in frustration before urgently pulling Guan Xiaoyun back out. Where to run? Godashwai glanced around, urging, "Let's flee." At that moment, Guan Xiaoyun had already run out of tears. Where to escape? All right, I know. Godashwai had discerned the creature's labored breathing. Indeed, it was returning. I was in a deadly pursuit, my legs propelling me to run. I plunged into the woods, cloaked in darkness. The sky had already turned black and the forest was pitch black. The creature, immense in size, was hindered by the trees, while I benefited from the advantageous terrain, ultimately managing to shake off the beast. I concealed myself in the shadows, watching the creature intently. It sniffed the air. I too could detect it. The musty odor emanating from my body intensified. Sweating profusely, my clothes were soaked again, drying momentarily before becoming drenched anew with each gust of wind. I gasped for breath, observing the creature approach, poised for an assault. I swiftly turned and fled. It was a fleeting moment. My heels nearly brushed against the creature's claws, yet I evaded its grasp. The monster had encountered a formidable opponent, and after a relentless chase, it was compelled to relent. Go inside. Godashwai pried open a small wooden cabin, forcefully pushing Guan Xiaoyun inside. "Hide well. I'll draw it away." He locked the cabin door from the outside. Godashwai then re-entered the small truck. At that moment, the oil lamp before the cabin was lit, casting a glow. The creature advanced leisurely, seemingly regarding Godashwai and the others as easy prey. Finally, Godashwai extracted the ignition wire from the vehicle. With a creak and a groan, the engine roared to life. However, the vehicle remained stationary, unable to move. The creature loomed behind, lifting the rear of the truck. The back wheel spun helplessly in the air. The inability to grasp me was the very source of his fury, and now, the seemingly ordinary individual dared to approach him, demonstrating a blatant disregard for the monster that loomed before him. With a sudden roar, the creature unleashed a wave of putrid stench towards Godashwai. Although Godashwai had already raised the wrench in his hand, he refrained from striking. To my astonishment, Godashwai collapsed to the ground. The monster fell silent, bent over, and extended its hand. With a resounding thud, a brick struck the back of the creature. With a howl, the monster spun around in a fit of rage upon realizing it was me. Its expression seemed to convey an expectation. It had anticipated my presence. I watched as the monster slowly bent down, bracing itself on all fours. Suddenly, it leaped into the air, lunging towards me. Fortunately, I had already been on guard. The distance between my position and where the monster had initiated its attack was a full 30 meters. As the beast launched itself, it covered that 30 meters effortlessly, while I had already sprinted an additional 20 meters away. When the creature lunged again, I was already in motion, swiftly controlling the distance to approximately 30 meters. At that moment, even I could scarcely believe my own eyes. The only sound in my ears was the rush of wind, and everything around me appeared to be hurtling backward. Behind me, it felt as though I were being targeted by a heat-seeking missile. A frantic chase ensued. The monster was faltering. It seemed to have realized it could no longer keep up. In a fit of desperation, it turned back, only to find me trailing closely behind. The creature, aware of my relentless pursuit, suddenly spun around, poised to ambush me, but upon focusing, it noticed I was 50 meters away. It recognized that at this distance, I posed no threat. Clearly, the monster was at a loss regarding how to handle me. It turned and began to retreat, with me following closely. Meanwhile, Guo remained unconscious from the fumes. The monster approached him. I hurled brick after brick, with a tremendous impact. This strike proved formidable. I had struck the creature's head, drawing blood. One can only imagine the turmoil within the monster's mind at that moment. Ultimately, it succumbed to despair. This time, it disregarded all caution and charged at me with reckless abandon. I understood that being captured would mean certain death. I was fighting for my survival. It sought to seize me out of rage. My speed offered me a chance at life, while its sluggishness meant it could not die. In the end, in a contest of survival against vengeful fury, my speed prevailed. The monster retreated once more, its head drooping in defeat. At last, Guo awakened. Upon opening his eyes, he beheld the monster once more. Guo was secretly astonished. How had he survived? Did this creature truly intend to wait for him to regain consciousness before claiming his life? Was it not a torturous form of torment? Guo resolved to fight back. What other outcome could there be? Grasping the wrench at his side, he charged forward. The monster, with a deafening roar, surged towards Guo. As the monstrous creature lunged forward, Guo deftly evaded its grasp, slipping beneath its formidable form to position himself behind the beast. With a resounding roar, he leapt into the air, delivering a powerful blow to the back of the creature's head. Remarkably, this strike proved effective. The monster staggered, nearly losing its balance. Guo, undeterred, launched a subsequent assault, aiming a fierce strike at the creature's chin, swinging upward with all his might. What a strike! What a release! The creature's teeth flew forth, a jet of blood erupting from its maw. Yet, Guo was not I. He had no time to retreat as the frenzied beast's colossal form bore down upon him, pinning him beneath its weight. The foul stench and filth emanating from the creature overwhelmed Guo, rendering him unconscious, his body limp as a puddle of mud. The monster, lifting him with ease, tested his breath at the nostrils. Guo was still alive. The bricks I hurled fell relentlessly, much like a feral beast tormented by incessant flies, stung by their persistent bites, shifting from madness to fury to helplessness. Yet, this creature seemed far from conceding defeat. Suddenly, a movement from it filled me with dread. Indeed, it appeared to sense something amiss. The monster hoisted Guo, disregarding the barrage of bricks raining down upon it. With one hand, it seized one of Guo's legs. What was it planning? Stop! I shouted, stepping forward. Reluctantly, I approached the creature. It was using Guo as leverage against me. I understood that if I persisted in my defiance, it would surely rend Guo apart. Alright, you win, I conceded. The creature, one hand gripping Guo, prepared to advance toward me. It was poised to pounce, wary of my potential escape. I closed my eyes, realizing that my act of standing firm was ultimately futile. Yet, if I did not stand up at this moment, even if I managed to flee, how could I ever face the world again? At such a juncture, one often chooses the path of righteousness. Human nature is inherently good. I felt myself being lifted off the ground. The creature had grasped my leg. I remained motionless. What would happen next? I no longer wished to know. I sensed something tumble from my pocket. Clink, clink. My phone rang. A call was coming through. There was signal. But what good was it? I kept my eyes shut, just kept them shut. A roar echoed in my ears. Was that a tone of triumph? A sense of satisfaction? What was it proclaiming? Victory. I braced myself, awaiting the final agony of being torn apart. I aimed to truly experience the pain of my dismemberment, so that in the afterlife, I could recount my tale to the spirits of the netherworld. My body swayed. When I opened my eyes, I saw the earth shifting. Oh no, the creature was carrying both me and Guo toward the small wooden cabin. Were they sparing us execution? Did they intend to prolong our demise? With a resounding crash, the monstrous being kicked open the door. The scent within the room, that odor, it was so overpowering that it jolted Guo awake. Stay still, I instructed. Upon regaining consciousness, Guo began to struggle. And upon hearing human voices, he turned to see me, similarly grasped by the creature. Guo glanced at me. I blinked. Indeed, I was still alive, and as long as there was breath in me, I would not abandon the faintest glimmer of hope. Yet, what transpired next led both Guo and me to believe we had already succumbed, trapped in the depths of hell. Chapter 61, The Butchery, Part 5. To our astonishment, there were 2 living women still in this dreadful place. Guan Xiaoyun had vomited extensively and was now awake, curled up in the embrace of another woman. That woman, too, was nestled in Guan Xiaoyun's arms. They had not dared to huddle in the dark corners, for those were even more sinister. The horrific sights within this abode surpassed even the terror of the monster itself. It resembled a slaughterhouse, but instead of livestock, it was littered with human limbs. As the creature carried us, our heads hung downward, allowing us to glimpse one gruesome vat after another. One vat filled with hands, another with legs, a third with entrails, and yet another with severed heads. The monster seized a length of wire, binding me securely. Guo, with a casual twist of his hand, was ensnared and thrown beside me, landing adjacent to Guan Xiaoyun and the other woman. Guan Xiaoyun still wore her clothes. Having entered of her own volition rather than being captured, however, the other woman was bereft of her attire. Yet, by the flickering light of the oil lamps scattered about, I recognized her. She was one half of the couple. Clad in a miniskirt, what of the vest? The miniskirt had not perished. Could it be that the specters I had seen earlier were not mere phantoms guiding us, but rather the spirits of her in that vest leading us to our doom? It seemed they had encountered their misfortune ahead of us. Both the miniskirt and Guan Xiaoyun remained unbound, for the creature paid no heed to their existence. Indeed, it had no fear of Guan Xiaoyun freeing us. She was utterly incapable of loosening the wire bindings. As for the miniskirt, the wire constraints were akin to impenetrable fortifications for these fragile women. Perhaps the creature would not grant us another chance to escape. Guan Xiaoyun collapsed into Guodashuai's embrace, no longer crying or wailing, merely sobbing softly, biding her time. The miniskirt leaned against my shoulder, utterly devoid of her former humanity. I could not discern whether she had been ravaged by the monster or had lost her sanity in terror. I dared not inquire, nor did I wish to ponder it. The situation was beyond dire. It was the most harrowing scene I had ever witnessed. In the center of the room stood a large cutting board, unmistakably designated for the purpose of slaughter. Indeed, it was a board for executing humans. At that moment, a corpse lay sprawled upon it, a man whose belly had been ripped open, much like a pig after being slaughtered. His insides had been extracted and laid bare. The monster seized the people outside, tossing them into the room with brutal efficiency. After only a few trips, a heap of individuals had been dragged inside. Many were already dead. In truth, death would be preferable. The living shall endure unimaginable torment. The monster severed the head of the male corpse upon the chopping board, then cleaved it into substantial chunks with a mighty axe. Detaching the thighs and upper limbs before employing a sharp blade to slice the flesh into strips, this evoked memories of the fresh and cured meats dangling outside. The miniskirt draped over my shoulder gazed on with indifference. I knew that the body of the man was likely that of a vestige. Is he your boyfriend? I inquired. I could not remain silent. The oppressive atmosphere was unbearable. Yes, what is your name? I asked. Sun Xinshin. Fear not, we are not yet dead. Perhaps. My words trailed off as Sun Xinshin interjected. There is no fear now. Did he violate you? I pressed on, though it seemed futile to utter anything further. It was merely a means to alleviate the tension. Sun Xinshin shook her head. How did you encounter this abomination? I queried. Sun Xinshin appeared weary, rendered mute, as though she yearned to end it all, to conclude her existence. Suddenly she spoke. I had hoped he might survive. Ah! I turned my gaze toward her. Sun Xinshin had lifted her head. He is a devil. He possesses no carnal desires. He simply craves human flesh. At her words, I found myself momentarily at a loss. I glanced at the monster. Only to realize that it was Sun Xinshin who had willingly disrobed. This woman was quite resolute. Alas, before a devil, humanity is but a mere morsel. Guan Xiaoyun, could you attempt to loosen the wire for me? Guodashuai inquired. Guan Xiaoyun obliged. As I had anticipated. In truth, all opportunities had vanished, and even the slightest glimmer of possibility would transform into an opportunity. Is this an isolated island? Guodashuai asked, uncertain to whom he was directing his query. He too was grappling with an unbearable internal strain. Dashuai, if we all survive, I shall marry you, Guan Xiaoyun declared. Dashuai chuckled. Very well, I shall wed you. To my surprise, Guan Xiaoyun laughed as well. After dealing with the vestige, the monster tidied the chopping board, lifting another from the ground and placing it upon the board to continue its gruesome task. This person still clung to life. As the blade sliced through the abdomen, blood gushed forth, and a scream erupted, yet soon, that intolerable sound ceased. To endure even a second longer would surely drive us to madness. Thereafter, the monster repeated its gruesome method. Producing strips of flesh freshly deceased, the meat was still tender, drenched in blood. The monster seized a bloodied strip and devoured it voraciously, chewing and swallowing until it was consumed. The creature was replenishing its strength. Indeed, it was evident now that it was no longer human. It was a fiend. What manner of creature was it? It is not human. Suddenly, I recalled the Shangtang sword. If it truly was not human, then the Shangtang sword, why should I not give it a try? At this juncture, what did I have to lose? After all, if I were to fail, I would merely meet a grim fate. It could not possibly worsen. I began to recite the incantation. The monster was now approaching us. He seized Sun Xinshin's hair with a fierce grip. Guan Xiaoyun, seemingly emboldened by an unknown source of courage, suddenly leapt up and struck the creature across the face with a resounding slap. Guan Xiaoyun's mouth erupted into a torrent of foul language laced with obscenities and vile curses. The creature regarded her with an unsettling gaze. Guodashuai delivered a swift kick, striking the creature's leg, causing it to stumble back a few steps, yet it paid us no heed. Both Guodashuai and Guan Xiaoyun were on the brink of despair. Suddenly, I felt an itch in my hands, bound behind my back. I turned my head to look, and there it was, a green caterpillar, crawling upon my hand, gnawing at something, metal wire. It was consuming the wire. Tears streamed down my face. Oh heavens, this little creature had finally remembered to save my life. I had nourished it daily with my blood, indulging it, and now it had finally developed a conscience. I concealed it with my sleeve. Hurry, hurry, I urged silently within. I quickly twisted my head back to face the creature, fearful that it might notice. Indeed, this caterpillar was the embodiment of the Shangtang sword. I wondered if this tiny creature could succeed. But was there any better option at this moment? Xiaobao, cry if you must. I wish I could shed tears. It must feel rather relieving to weep now, Godashwai remarked. Ge suddenly spoke to me. Pulling me from my thoughts, I hastily replied, I am not afraid, I merely find the situation too tragic. If given the chance, I shall ensure this fiend is obliterated, never to be reincarnated, Guan Xiaoyun interjected. That would be showing a kindness. As we conversed, a piercing scream suddenly interrupted us. Sun Xinxin's agonized cry shattered our dialogue. Brute, cease at once, Guan Xiaoyun exclaimed, attempting to rush forward. Ge Dashwai swiftly restrained her with his body. Xiaoyun, he called out, it is inevitable that we shall all perish, what is there to fear? Guan Xiaoyun shouted in response, yes, then let us cling to life for just one more second, I said. Guan Xiaoyun turned to me. Perhaps my calm demeanor and lack of fear influenced her. It seemed she too felt that every second of life was worth holding on to, yet soon we each experienced a different sensation. Each second alive was another second of torment. Why don't you kill her? Guan Xiaoyun yelled at the creature. The monster paid us no mind, absorbed in its gruesome task. Blood spattered, flowing freely. The cries were heart-wrenching, a spectacle of unimaginable horror. I could hardly bear to witness it. Sun Xinxin, so vibrant moments ago, the very same who had exchanged words with me, was gone just like that. She was dead. Chapter 62, The Slaughterhouse, Part 6, in the wake of Sun Xinxin's tragic demise. Guan Xiaoyun crumbled. Ge Dashwai stood in a state of numbness. My eyes bled tears. After the creature had finished with Sun Xinxin's body, it began to approach us. Among the three of us, me, Godashwai, and Guan Xiaoyun, who would be next? Regardless of who it would be, the other two would only endure torment and suffering, a pain that was unbearable. Not even for a single second, the monstrous figure stood resolutely before Godashwai. Its hand reaching out toward him. Suddenly, Guan Xiaoyun burst forth in a frenzy, overwhelmed by despair. She could no longer endure the torturous weight, a weight more excruciating than being torn apart by 5 horses. With a sudden rush of determination, she collided headlong into the creature's abdomen, unexpectedly forcing it to stagger backward. Guan Xiaoyun charged at the monster, regaining its composure. The creature seized her by the hair, lifting her effortlessly before slamming her onto the butcher's block. Guan Xiaoyun struggled ferociously, yet the monster appeared momentarily daunted by her fierce resistance, hesitating to strike. It seemed as though the creature reveled in its cruel game with the flesh upon the block. One hand pressed down on her legs, while she screamed, roared, and thrashed in vain. Not until her strength waned completely. The bone knife glimmered ominously under the dim light, radiating a chilling icy aura. With the knife in hand, the monster poised the blade against Guan Xiaoyun's body. She bore a cold, indifferent expression, locking her gaze onto the creature's eyes. No longer resisting, she merely stared into those eyes, watching until the monster itself felt uneasy. Blood trickled down the blade. Guan Xiaoyun remained silent, fixated on the monster's eyes. As the knife penetrated her flesh, she seemed to feel nothing. A profound stillness enveloped the scene. Outside, a cacophony of commotion erupted, seemingly emerging from nowhere. At that moment, I finally heard, hurry, hurry. The green caterpillar continued gnawing at the wires binding me, evidently accelerating its efforts and intensifying its gnawing force, yet the wires remained unbroken. I too struggled to free myself. My wrists felt the heat from the fraying wires. Pain began to radiate from my wrists. The areas bound by the wires, under my desperate attempts to escape, developed deep grooves, soon giving way to raw, bleeding flesh. Blood welled forth. Ge Dashwai fell repeatedly, yet rose again, and I thought it was not that his legs had grown weak, but rather I believed I understood, for at such a moment an ordinary person would have long since succumbed to unconsciousness, awaiting death, resigned to whatever fate may unfold. Yet Godashwai stood once more. Finally rising, he took measured steps toward the creature. With a howl that echoed through the air, he charged at the monster. Just as he took his first stride, the creature swung a massive axe, striking him with its blunt edge, causing him to collapse against the wall. The monster, wielding the bone knife, seemed poised to change its approach. The knife penetrated Guan Xiaoyun's body, slipping between flesh and bone. Now, the creature was deftly preparing to commence its gruesome task of butchery. A thunderous roar erupted outside. What was that sound? The noise of an engine. A vehicle. Someone was approaching. Who? My first thought inexplicably turned to Tang Leitang. Had she come for help? Did she drive here? Was this not the isolated island surrounded by the waters of Lianhua Lake? Is there still a way out here? Indeed, this place is so vast, it cannot possibly be an isolated island. Lianhua Lake is merely a lake, not a boundless ocean. Instantly, a profound sense of unease began to envelop me. Could it truly be Tang Leitang? If not her, then who? Suddenly, the voice of Tang Leitang echoed from outside. Knock, knock, knock. Is anyone there? She inquired. Following the shipwreck incident, Tang Leitang was promptly informed. After an extensive search, the rescue team had only managed to recover a handful of bodies. Neither I nor Godashwai nor Guan Xiaoyun could be reached by phone. Tang Leitang's intuition led her to fear that we may have encountered a grave misfortune, yet, inexplicably, she believed we were still alive and undoubtedly within the vicinity of Lianhua Lake. After the helicopter search yielded no results, the other colleagues withdrew. However, Tang Leitang resolutely decided to continue her search alone. As she navigated her vehicle into an exceedingly narrow thicket she barely managed to drive through, Tang Leitang felt an increasing sense of peculiarity about this wilderness. It was a place of winding paths and hidden shelters, veiling the true nature of the terrain, which grew increasingly ominous, yet her instincts whispered that she was drawing closer to us. The sky had long since darkened, and she lost all sense of direction, only to discover a small wooden cabin, Tang Leitang rapped on the door, and an unsettling sensation washed over her. Her hand instinctively moved to her waist. The sound of heavy breathing, akin to that of a monster, filled the air. The creature paused its actions and advanced towards the door. "Run, senior sister," Guo Cuo suddenly shouted. At that moment, the monster forcefully flung open the cabin door. And with a swift motion it exited the small dwelling. Bang, bang, bang. Followed by a volley of gunfire. Time was of the essence. I let out a desperate cry, and miraculously, I tore through the steel cords binding me. I knew not how I had broken free. I simply dashed out. A quick glance revealed Tang Leitang collapsed on the ground, with the creature looming before her. Just as I appeared, the monster was about to seize her. Damn it, I lost my mind. The creature abruptly turned to face me, disbelief etched across its features. It had not anticipated my emergence. It certainly did not foresee how I had freed myself, unlike its reaction to others. The monster regarded me with a fleeting glance before lunging towards me. In that fleeting moment, the Shangtong sword emerged in my grasp. In the blink of an eye, a surge of azure energy pierced the creature's body. Did it work? It is not human. This is a gamble for my life. The monster's visage loomed before me, its nose almost touching mine. At this moment, my speed was utterly futile. If it were to grasp me, I would descend into an abyss from which there was no return. In truth, I had already been ensnared in such a predicament, yet, I had never expected, not in my wildest dreams, that I would emerge victorious from this calamity. Chapter 63, concluding in the wake of unimaginable tragedy. As I opened my eyes, before me, the entire visage of that monstrous creature loomed, its features blurred due to its proximity. I was uncertain of its intentions. Perhaps it would rend me asunder, yet, it remained motionless, gradually collapsing, falling down in Tang Leitang. Suddenly, the thought of Tang Leitang surged within me. I hastened a few steps to her side, quickly lifting her up and checking for breath. She was alive. The handgun lay not far from her, and I distinctly recalled the sound of a gunshot, yet the creature appeared unscathed. I could hardly believe that Tang Leitang's aim was so poor. I glanced towards where the creature had been. It had vanished without a trace. In that moment I understood. Indeed, it was not of human origin. Were it human, my Shangtang sword would have been utterly ineffective against it, and it would not have dissipated so swiftly. A ghost? No, then what was it? No wonder Tang Leitang had knocked on the door. At this moment I cast my gaze toward the entrance of the small wooden cabin. Where were the severed heads? The rotting corpses, the bloodstains, all had disappeared. It was as if there were no remnants, akin to the scene when Guo Cuo and Guan Xiaoyun had discovered this cabin. Tang Leitang, I called out for her. Ding-a-ling-a-ling. The sound of my phone ringing jolted me. Yes, it was my mobile. I recalled vividly that when the creature had lifted me, I was already resigned to my fate, and it was then that the phone had begun to ring. Subsequently, Guo Cuo and I were drawn into the cabin. Hello, my voice trembled slightly. I saved you. As soon as the wind spoke, I recognized it to be him. It was the wind. I barely uttered a word before the call was abruptly terminated. Suddenly, I turned to see Guo Cuo leaning against the doorway, utterly spent, gazing at me. Everything had come to a close. Guo seemed to sense it too, nearly looking at me. I quickly scanned the surroundings. I rushed to Guo Cuo and untied the iron wire binding his hands. He looked at me, perhaps still in a daze. Without a moment's hesitation, I urged, "We must leave at once." I lifted Tang Leitang into my arms. While Guo Cuo carried the unconscious Guan Xiaoyun to the vehicle, after a vigorous rubbing of his face, the car roared to life. It was Tang Leitang's car, the one belonging to Guo Cuo. And we sped towards the path ahead. The narrow opening of the thicket lay before us. Guo Cuo proceeded with caution. At this moment, the threshold of life and death had approached, and he seemed to have transformed into a figure of poise and maturity. I glanced at my phone. Not someone had answered a call. I recalled, when the creature had lifted me, it emitted a short low growl. Could it be the wind? Had the monster answered the wind's call? Suddenly, a brilliant white light flashed at the intersection ahead. I saw nothing, only that Guo Cuo had halted the vehicle. The phone displayed the number 5. Was it a reminder of something? I looked at Guo Cuo. He paused momentarily. Was Cuo. Senior sister fired 5 shots. What of the monster? I was taken aback. Guo Cuo continued. When I emerged, I only saw you and my senior sister. Where did the monster go? After some contemplation, I found myself at a loss for words. Commander Guo slowly maneuvered the vehicle out of the thicket. The car had now reached the highway. It seemed that Commander Guo had more to say, but upon noticing my heavy thoughts, he paused, contemplating something, and ultimately chose silence. The car then surged forward, racing towards the city. Tang Leitang had only suffered a minor concussion and was recuperating in the hospital for a few days without any significant issues. Miraculously, Guan Xiaoyun had only sustained superficial injuries. It appeared that all was well. Both Commander Guo and I felt as though we had sustained internal wounds. For several consecutive days, Commander Guo refrained from returning home or attending work. Opting instead to engage in psychological counseling. I remained in the hospital, although uninjured. I lay there idly. In the secret room, Tang Leiting arrived. After presenting her credentials, she entered the confidential chamber. Upon her recovery, Guan Xiaoyun transformed into a storyteller, captivating the nurses and doctors alike. Since embarking on psychological counseling, Commander Ge gradually regained his steadfast character. I had been in the hospital for over a week. When my family visited, I merely mentioned that my courageous actions warranted a period of recuperation. My health was intact, without any issues. I took this opportunity to rest and recover, especially since it was all covered by insurance. My family was reassured. No one from my workplace came to check on me. Not even Hauzi, the chairman, however, did call advising me to rest well and not rush my discharge. I jested with the chairman, naturally, as he held me in high regard. I couldn't afford to appear ungrateful, remembering his kindness. I felt touched. Days passed, and it seemed time for me to return. In truth, I could have left earlier, but certain matters were beyond my control. Finally, I received the notification that I was to be discharged. There was little to pack, so I casually tidied up, preparing to leave. Turning around, I found Tang Leiting standing at the door, holding a bouquet of chrysanthemums. Once again, chrysanthemums. I was at a loss to discern the meaning. If they were meant as a romantic gesture, surely roses would have sufficed. Are you feeling better today? Tang Leiting inquired, placing the bouquet into a vase. I smiled, with Tang Leiting unharmed. What more could I desire? Do you like them? She asked. Chrysanthemums? I replied. How did you know I liked chrysanthemums? Tang Leiting chuckled, pressing her lips together. You seemed quite happy when I brought them the first time. What a statement. Would I not be happy with anything you brought? Seeing you is what brings me joy, I silently mused. Discharge? Tang Leiting asked, feigning ignorance. Yes, I replied. At that moment, I felt a twinge of discontent. Tang Leiting's demeanor seemed unchanged, ordinary and rather cliché. I pondered the reasons behind my feelings. Never mind, I would not dwell on it. In truth, her safety was all I desired. Did I truly wish for her to be gravely injured so that I could tend to her bedside? I decided against such a scenario. Recollecting my thoughts, I said, I shall take my leave now. You should go check on Xiaoyan. By the way, have all the records been completed? There are no remaining issues. Right, if you need anything, feel free to call me. The case is closed, Tang Leiting suddenly announced. Closed? Oh, I responded. Do you think it can be closed? She asked. Are you asking me? I am but an amateur. Tang Leiting interrupted me, saying, are the glass walkway and the sunken ship incident at Lianhua Lake merely coincidental? I turned my gaze towards Tang Leiting, who had seated herself at the edge of the bed. I joined her. Guo Cuo, what do you make of this? Tang Leiting inquired, producing a photograph from her bag. I was taken aback upon seeing it. The image depicted none other than the creature. I recognized it at once. Although the creature in the photograph appeared relatively youthful, with a fuller head of hair and fewer wrinkles on its face, I nonetheless identified it immediately. It was indeed that monster. This photograph was taken 100 years ago. Tang Leiting explained. What? I gasped in astonishment. My surprise was overwhelming. Do you think it resembles the same individual? Tang Leiting asked. I found myself at a loss for words. Chapter 64. I like you, Tang Leiting. Tang Leiting produced a photograph, revealing that the individual depicted was none other than the creature from the Lianhua Lake shipwreck incident. Chapter 65. The woman is affectionate, the man is indifferent. To my surprise, today Sujingi came to escort me out of the hospital. Chapter 66. Reincarnation. Chapter 67. A sudden outburst. I had assumed Xiaoyu had forgotten. Chapter 68. Destiny. For updates, seeking votes, and collections. Oh, Hauzi shouted. Chapter 69. Inji. Chapter 70. Disclosure. A glimpse of the divine, who rests beneath the heavens, once bewildered and at a loss. Chapter 71. Ghostly heroes, within the morgue. Chapter 72. Battle with the demon beast. This is as far as we can go, the motorcycle rider stated. Chapter 73. The Immortal's Cave. Just as the Inji charged forward, it became lost once more. Chapter 74. Delivering the unusual offspring. The entrance to the cave ahead was such that an adult could not penetrate it. Chapter 75. Frenzied battle in the demon lair. The mother Inji ventured into the inner chamber one after another. Chapter 76. The massacre. Amidst the frantic escape, I gradually regained my composure. Chapter 77. Fate, cultivation, the heart of the great Buddha, within the chamber, as the Inji sought to protect its young, the remaining two Inji, driven by a fierce maternal instinct, charged in as I had anticipated. Chapter 78. The world turns in the demon lair. At last, I laid my thoughts to rest. Chapter 79. Withering in ruin, ghostly deities. The demon howled. Just as I was nearing the cave's exit, a most bizarre occurrence transpired. Chapter 80. Having experienced, cherish, Aunt Meng gifted me several bags of milk powder. Chapter 81. The statue from 10,000 years ago. Just as General Guo announced the impending joy of his union with Guan Xiaoyun, our conversation was suddenly interrupted by a seemingly self-reflective question from Tang Leiting, drawing all our attention. Chapter 82. Seizing an opportunity. Focus your attention, it will soon be well, Aunt Meng remarked. Chapter 83. A solo meeting. I was instantly taken aback. Chapter 84. A night at the tavern faced with the harshness of Su's parents. I thought. Alas, let it be. Chapter 85, the intersection. The corner ahead leads to another street. Chapter 86, this is murder. Has the block been lost? Chapter 87, are you cornering me or pressuring me? As the words "this is murder" escaped my lips, Tang Leitang ultimately refrained from voicing her question. Chapter 88, a dilemma. My painful choice: Xiao Longbao paired with soy milk, simple yet nutritious. Truly delectable. Chapter 89, the tricks of a charlatan morning. Chapter 90, the haunted doll. Your leg ailment remains unresolved. Furthermore, the pain will escalate with each episode. The root of the illness, however, does not lie within you. But here, saying this, the fortune teller rapped his hand against the ground. Chapter 91, the lonely soul. My sister's home has inexplicably become haunted by a child's spirit. Long Long still plays with him joyfully. Chapter 92, my utter panic, my selfishness. Upon arriving at the hospital, Sue's parents could finally breathe a sigh of relief. Chapter 93, not playing the game. Officer Sue and Li Jusin sat in the hospital room as I entered with breakfast. Chapter 94, guardian of the spirit realm. You inquire about the return date, yet there is none. The night rain in Bashan swells the autumn pond. When shall we share the candlelight at the western window? Reminiscing about the Bashan night rain, in a couple of days, I shall bring you to my home. Fear not, return safely. Su Jingyi kept her gaze fixed on me until I vanished from sight at the community gate. I spent a day at Su Jingyi's home. By the time I returned to the funeral home, dusk had fallen. I in the chairman's office, it seemed someone was present, though in a daze, I still caught snippets of conversation. The curtains were not drawn, and I beheld a chairman, about 60, with a gray, parted hairstyle and spectacles, engaged in an animated discussion with a frail, slightly hunched, black-haired old man. Cannot let Heisei have it. Aunt Meng was also present. Is this to counterbalance Guo Cuo? The chairman inquired. Not entirely. The primary aim is to deal with that demon. Vold Fan countered. Once the black salamander technique and the black salamander sword are passed to Heisei, do you realize there will be no retreat? Aunt Meng added. The great battle is imminent. At the very least, Heisei perhaps can still protect himself. Old Fan's tone seemed to soften. It appeared he had developed a mentor-student bond with Heisei. With a creak, the door opened. Old Fan stepped out. I quickly sidestepped. In the southeast courtyard, where the cremation room is located, the courtyard's entrance was an iron fan-shaped door. Old Fan ambled heavily inside. The door was not fully shut, and I followed suit. Indeed, Old Fan knocked and entered Heisei's room. A moment later, I leaned against the window to observe. I saw Old Fan holding a wavy belt, a black item that could be fastened around the waist. Resembling seaweed, Heisei was earnestly listening to Old Fan's instruction, kneeling on the ground, hands accepting the belt. Could that be the black salamander sword, an artifact as well? I racked my brain, exerting great effort to extricate Heisei from this quagmire, only to find that in the end Old Fan had dragged him down into the depths. Old man, what do you mean by this? Old Fan began imparting skills to Heisei. The black salamander technique. Suddenly someone tapped my shoulder. As I abruptly turned my head, I found myself face to face with Xiaoyu. What are you doing? She inquired. Xiaoyu, are you looking for Heisei? I retorted. Xiaoyu quickly denied it, saying, no, I merely saw you come in. Why don't you go inside? Oh, it's nothing, I'm going back to rest. You should also return to rest. Lao Fan is currently instructing his disciples, I replied with a smile. Xiaoyu craned her neck to glance towards Heisei's room, only to have the lights extinguished suddenly within it. A look of astonishment crossed her face as she turned to me. I, too, shook my head in bewilderment. We stepped outside, gently closing the courtyard door behind us. Xiaoyu departed, and as I was about to head back to Taiping Building, someone unexpectedly tapped my shoulder, prompting me to turn around abruptly once more. It was not Xiaoyu this time, but Aunt Meng. Aunt Meng, I exclaimed in surprise as I looked at her. In this eerie place, anyone who approached me from behind would surely startle me. Aunt Meng's expression bore a somewhat serious demeanor. Xiaoguo, come with me, she instructed and walked away without further ado. I had no choice but to follow her. Aunt Meng led me to the spirit hall, situated between the west building and the north building, which served as the spirit summoning area. I entered the hall first, and as I turned back, I noticed Aunt Meng closing the door behind her. In a moment of distraction, I caught a glimpse of a fleeting shadow at the entrance. Just then, Aunt Meng spoke. Guo Cuo, listen to me carefully. I nodded, adopting a serious demeanor. Aunt Meng paced the room. Igniting the candelabra within the room, devoid of electric lights, appeared quite primitive. After completing a circuit around the room, Aunt Meng lit 8 candles and approached me. She stood before me, contemplating how best to convey her thoughts. I realized she was about to discuss something of great importance. Her gaze suddenly sharpened, and I felt a surge of tension. Guo Cuo, this place is indeed the entrance to the spirit realm of imprisonment, Aunt Meng declared. Entrance to the spirit realm of imprisonment? I murmured. Indeed, this is the entrance to the spirit realm of imprisonment. Should the demon lord Longjing conquer this place, he shall gain direct access to the underworld, thus establishing dominion over both the mortal realm and the netherworld. The spirit realm would then be in grave peril, Aunt Meng explained, her eyes fixed upon me. What can I do? I responded, feigning innocence. The underworld operates on a cycle of 50,000 years. The demon lord Longjing, who venerates all things sinister and aberrant, seeks to become its master. Long Jing, the sovereign of the demon realm, is insatiable in his greed and aspires to dominate the universe. Years ago, we devised a trap to ensnare Long Jing, successfully launching an assault that left him gravely wounded. At the time, he took refuge in a graveyard, which we had anticipated as a potential death trap. A severely injured Long Jing could not possibly endure for long. Without blood to heal him, his demise was inevitable, yet, for reasons unknown, he managed to escape. It is likely that he found blood, otherwise even a mere strongman could have slain that apocalyptic demon lord in such a weakened state. In that graveyard, not even a living rat could be found unless someone ventured inside. We are powerless against humanity. What's done is done, let us not dwell on it. Guo Cuo, remember this, here lies the gateway from the mortal realm to the underworld, as well as the spirit communication gate leading to the higher realms. Ant-Man continued, indeed, to destroy this place is to obliterate the realm of mortals, as well as the passage to the spirit world. By controlling this gateway, one holds dominion over both the human realm and the netherworld. Thus, we must eradicate this site, denying that so-called Long Jing any opportunity to exploit it. I replied, Ant-Man, with a calm smile. Stated, no one can annihilate the spirit realm gate, but I can seal it with my own soul, albeit only for a limited time. It was the first time Ant-Man spoke so candidly in my presence, and I found myself somewhat taken aback. I nodded, both understanding and perplexed. In my heart, I grasped nearly everything. Wouldn't that mean we could endure? My tone blossomed with hope. Upon hearing this, Aunt Ming suddenly appeared somewhat astonished as she gazed at me. In that moment, it struck me, would that mean Aunt Ming might perish, completely perish? If the demon race cannot open the spirit realm gate within 3 years, this cycle would indeed be survived, Aunt Ming remarked. What, 3 years? The variables here could become vast, I exclaimed. Indeed, Aunt Ming acknowledged, I cannot guarantee that even if I seal the spirit realm gate with my soul, the demon race might still find a way through. Perhaps I may not even succeed in sealing it at all. Having witnessed Long Jing's repeated failures, I could scarcely fathom the depths of his demonic power. And now it seemed, Aunt Ming once again fixed her gaze upon my eyes. Acceptance. After all, I had already boarded this treacherous ship. Guo Cuo, you are now the guardian of the spirit realm gate. Aunt Ming finally revealed the secret she had harbored all along. This is my fate. This is the very essence of why I have come here. Upon returning to the mortuary, I discovered that someone had disturbed my bedding and the items on the cabinet against the wall. My teacup, jar, toothbrush, and towel all seemed amiss. The changes were subtle yet unmistakable, leaving me with an eerie sense that someone had been there. Who could it be? However, that strange feeling was particularly pronounced. What were they searching for? Suddenly, I recalled the fleeting figure I had seen in the morning hall. Who was that? In the mortuary building, situated at the foot of Shishan, facing east with a vast expanse of wild terrain behind it. I gazed down from the window of the corridor. Shadows of spirits loomed dark and indistinct, seemingly engaged in some form of training. I recalled Aunt Ming and old Fan's conversation in the chairman's office. A great battle loomed ahead. In the distance, the spectral soldiers moved through the passageway as a gust of wind surged, tilting the trees and swirling the remnants of leaves, leaving a desolate ambience. The blood jade armor enveloped me like a second skin, imparting a profound sense of strength. Once donned, the initially crimson hue of the armor began to fade, transforming seamlessly to resemble human skin. Impervious to blades and bullets, it offered protection against malevolent forces. The blood jade armor became my battle attire, my war garb, and I too became a part of the spectral army. A general among them, I lifted my head towards the heavens, my heart proclaiming, I always knew I was destined for greatness. Chapter 95, Family Changes. My father held the small cup of liquor suspended in mid-air. My mother's chopsticks hovered motionlessly above the table. My elder sister had just dashed out of the restroom when my little nephew, Long, promptly exclaimed, wipe your bottom. In an instant, my sister hurried back into the bathroom to tend to his needs. Only after washing her hands did she rush over to join us. I stood in the midst of the dining room, while Sujingi seemed to tremble slightly, evading direct eye contact, tightly clutching my arm and holding my hand. Moments later, my mother swiftly returned to the kitchen. Really? Why didn't you give me a heads up? My sister lamented about my sudden appearance. Sujingi was taken aback as she had assumed I had informed them beforehand. Indeed, I ought to have given prior notice. My nephew was overjoyed, for Sujingi had brought an abundance of snacks and beverages that delighted him, along with an extravagant Transformers toy. My father set down his wine glass, not having had the chance to sip from it. Just as he was about to rise, I interjected, Dad, this is my girlfriend. Naturally, everyone discerned the connection, but I felt it necessary to make a formal introduction. This is my father. Hello, uncle, I said. This is my sister. Hello, sister. Sujingi greeted each of them with a respectful bow. Very well, my sister exclaimed, promptly bringing over my nephew, who had flung himself into Sujingi's embrace, urging her to take a seat. My mother entered with steaming dishes and soup. Sujingi hurriedly rose to assist, saying, Auntie, let me help you. Please sit down and take a rest. Don't be shy. My mother chuckled warmly. Indeed, no need to be formal. We're family here. Dad, this is the fine wine that Sujingi brought, I stated as I placed the bottles before him. He nodded and inquired, would you care for a drink? I shook my head. My younger brother rarely drinks or smokes, devoid of any vices, yet he is stubborn and seems to never grow up. You must guide him more in the future, my sister remarked with a broad smile. Su Jingyi nodded in agreement. Su Jingyi, your name is lovely, my mother noted. Thank you, Auntie. Su Jingyi replied graciously, her eloquence intrigued my family. I casually remarked, Su Jingyi is a writer, having penned numerous novels. Oh my, it appears we have truly welcomed a learned individual into our home. Our family is comprised of intellectuals, my sister quickly added. Yes, I heard from Guo Cuo that uncle, auntie, and my sister are all esteemed educators, shaping young minds, Su Jingyi acknowledged. My mother continued to serve her dishes with enthusiasm. My sister opened a bottle of beverage. And lunch concluded in a harmonious atmosphere. After the meal, fruits were served, and everyone engaged in pleasant conversation for a while. Mom, Dad, sister, Su Jingyi has some matters to attend to this afternoon, perhaps I should take her home, I suggested, feeling quite impatient. Alright, don't delay her, my sister responded promptly. She and my mother accompanied us to the door. Your family is incredibly warm, Su Jingyi exclaimed, filled with delight. What a pity, I sighed. Su Jingyi looked astonished. I cast her a glance, scoffed lightly, and said, that is only because the main point has yet to be addressed. Do you think it possible for me to become a live-in son-in-law? Upon hearing this, Su Jingyi's expression began to shift, but fear not, I have made up my mind. If it truly comes to that, I shall sever ties with them. My face was enveloped in an overwhelming numbness. Suddenly Su Jingyi tightly embraced my arm and exclaimed, don't be foolish, you should listen to my parents. What do I care about their opinions on marriage? Our families are so close. You can stay at my place for 2 days. And then I can stay at yours for 2 days. It's perfectly fine. The new house has 2 guest rooms, one for your parents and one for mine. How delightful it would be. The more the merrier, just thinking about it feels so warm and cozy. To my astonishment, Su Jingyi seemed to grow increasingly joyful as she spoke. I gazed at her nestled against me, momentarily taken aback and at a loss for words. This is bad, this girl has even come up with a solution. As for the children, that would be even easier. We could have 2 children, one bearing your surname and the other mine, and any subsequent children could all take your surname. How does that sound? Su Jingyi blushing giggled as she buried her head deeper into my embrace. No, I cannot allow her to succeed. Su Jingyi paused, taken aback. I cannot let her disrupt my plans. I fear my parents would never agree to such arrangements. All the children must carry my surname. It is non-negotiable that they be named Gui. Regarding the matter of purchasing a house, the expenses should be split equally between our families, but the property deed must bear only my name. It can only have my name on it. The guest rooms are solely for my family. Yours cannot stay overnight. Su Jingyi halted in her tracks. Don't argue here, I urged hastily. Su Jingyi looked at me in bewilderment. Are your family really that unreasonable? I could only shake my head in resignation. Alas, that's why I have prepared myself mentally. Jingyi, rest assured, I will go through with this unconventional marriage even if they disagree. They will have to accept it. If not, I will elope with you. Su Jingyi hesitated. I knew she couldn't let go of her family. Alright, leave this matter to me. I will speak with my family. If I can persuade them, then all is well. If not, I will go my own way. At worst, I'll sever ties. No, Su Jingyi blurted out. Then what do you propose? Are we to break up? I retreated strategically. Guo Cuo. I quickly wrapped my arms around Su Jingyi, reassuring her as we walked. I can't bear to part with you. I would never break up with you. For now, you needn't worry or inquire about this matter. It is entirely my concern. Let me handle it as your man. You just need to focus on being my future bride. By the way, the new house and all related matters, as well as the wedding photos, will be entrusted to you. But even if we are together, without the blessings of your family, will you truly be happy? Su Jingyi asked with concern. Oh, you silly thing. In time, once we have children, the elders will yearn to hold their grandchildren, and everything will resolve itself, I replied as if I had meticulously planned it all. But regarding the children's surnames, your family. Don't be foolish. It's merely a surname. Ultimately, they will still be the flesh and blood of the Guo family. A surname is a trivial matter. Eventually, my family will come to understand. Su Jingyi nodded in agreement. Yes, my parents will come to terms with it. They just need a little time. Exactly. A cunning glint flashed in my eyes. Upon reaching the entrance of the university and arriving at the parking lot, Su Jingyi opened the car door, but I said, you should head back first. I still have some matters to attend to. Su Jingyi immediately grew anxious. Does this concern our relationship? I scratched my head and said, it's nothing, just speak plainly. Su Jingyi replied, her voice tinged with tears. I couldn't help but chuckle, my laughter bewildering Su Jingyi and creating an illusion for her. However, the intuition of a woman is indeed formidable. Upon returning home, I found the dining table still unkempt. It was evident that my parents and sister were engrossed in some conversation. Oh, my sister looked at me in astonishment. I turned back, but it was fine. My parents immediately assumed a serious demeanor, preparing for an interrogation. Little brother, you certainly have some skills. You've managed to deceive such a girl, my sister remarked, genuinely pleased for me. Does she even understand our family's situation? Have you misled her in any way? My father inquired. Dad, look at you, I merely mentioned it casually. Do you really think Xiao Bao is deceiving her? My sister defended me. Do her parents know? My mother asked. Of course they know. She has conditions, I stated plainly, laying out everything I had to say about the conditions. What? My sister could no longer remain seated. The contrast was indeed stark. Children taking their family name and still expecting a formal marriage? Is it a marriage into the family? Indeed, it is, I replied. Then are you not allowed to see the child? My mother was bewildered. These stringent conditions were all proposed by her family. I too found them unreasonable and attempted to negotiate. No way, absolutely not, my father exclaimed loudly. I agreed to everything. After uttering this statement, the room fell into a profound silence. Mom, Dad, sister, I've thought this through. It is truly not easy to find such a good family. I am not seeking misery. It's not just about reputation, which is irrelevant to me. What I seek are tangible benefits. What did you just say? My father sprang up, glaring at me. Dad, please don't get agitated. Little brother, what kind of talk is this? Has something happened to our family? What conditions are lacking? What has compelled you to resort to marrying into our family? Have we wronged you in any way? My sister was equally alarmed. However, this was precisely the reaction I desired. I steeled myself. At this point, the desired effect had been achieved, and I could not back down. Sister, our family is good, but her family's conditions are even better. What does it matter if they have a life of luxury? I seek spiritual fulfillment. Their financial wealth can satisfy all my needs. A resounding slap echoed through the room. And why mother had struck me. This time, my sister did not rush to my defense. It was my mother who had taken action. It was important to note that, regardless of her anger, my mother would never normally hit me. Xiaobao, have you lost your mind? My sister rushed forward. Her sister, do you really want me to break up with Su Jingyi? I shouted. What is Su Jingyi's stance? My sister asked, calming slightly. Hearing this, my parents also turned their gaze towards me. My father's anger temporarily subdued as he awaited my response. Su Jingyi, of course, sides with her family, I replied. Oh, she knows to side with her family, but what about you? How have you behaved? Moreover, the conditions proposed by her family are excessively harsh. It is quite clear that they want you to sever ties with your family. Are you willing to do that? Although my sister continued to argue her point, it was evident that she too was becoming increasingly exasperated. Indeed, my family could never have anticipated that, at this critical juncture, I would prove to be a traitor from within. Although I may not have achieved much in life, I am undoubtedly a devoted family member. However, today's events have left my family utterly astounded. Sister, Mom, and Dad, please refrain from saying anything. Just pretend I am not your son. I cannot bear to be apart from Jingyi. I knelt down. My sister immediately began to strike me. Father overturned the dining table. Mother, in a fit of anger, was rendered speechless. Look at the son you have raised. I could hear my father's furious roar behind me. I stepped out of the house, feeling disoriented and unsteady, and before I knew it, I found myself heading toward the dam. Descending from the dam, I arrived at the riverbank. This place was where I had fortuitously encountered the beautiful elder sister, the goddess who saved the 5 clans and 3 realms 5,000 years ago, that bird with the black, white, and red beak. That beautiful sister. That serendipitous encounter, which took place right here, has led me to this moment. The gains and losses are beyond my articulation. In truth, being an ordinary person is truly wonderful. Chapter 96. The tale of the prince on a white horse. Is no longer here. The night shift is now handled by Shangzi Wolfan Lele, and Away taking turns. Tonight it is Away's turn, who, unlike the others, is not so aloof. He has consistently shown me care and warmth upon seeing me return. Away stepped out of the duty room to greet me. My spirits had plummeted to a low point, and I had little desire to engage in idle chatter with Away, yet he insisted on pulling me into the duty room. Here Away offered me a cigarette. I accepted it. What's up? Just out wandering aimlessly, lost some money. Away chuckled. I silently drew on the cigarette. How have things been recently with that deputy Captain Tang? Away teased. Is it that you're feeling jealous seeing Heizhi and Xiaoya getting along? You shouldn't always be looking at what's in the pot while eating from your bowl. It's all yours anyway. Only you would leave without a word. If it were any of us, the chairman would have already shown his displeasure. I continued to smoke in silence. Oh, by the way, have you noticed, Xiaoya has recently become quite familiar with our place. I find it puzzling. Why would someone like her come here to take our meal? Is our food that enticing? Away remarked. I looked up at Ai. It seemed there was more to his words than met the eye. One must always be on guard. Away suddenly interjected with this remark. I was taken aback. It dawned on me that Xiaoya lived on the 3rd floor of the northern building of the funeral home, with the 1st floor serving as a resting place for customers, where Xiaoya, Shangzi, and others resided. The 2nd floor housed the hall, while the 3rd floor contained the embalming room. Indeed, Xiaoya was well acquainted with that environment. The southeast courtyard, where the cremation room is located, is also where Heizhi resides. It stands to reason that Xiaoya has been frequenting there and has become quite familiar with it. Could it be that someone has been sneaking around in my absence? And it is Xiaoya. I gazed at Away, who wore an air of carefree nonchalance. Could it be that Xiaoya has discovered the little spirit in the shadow I have been nurturing? That cannot be. If she had found out, Heizhi would have surely made a fuss about it long ago. Why do you look so grim? Forget it. I won't chat with you any longer. Go rest. Who knows where you've been wandering all day, Away said, rubbing his face, putting on his headphones, lying down comfortably, and closing his eyes. As I stepped outside, I noticed a spacious building to the east, which housed the boss's office and a first aid room. To the south were 3 rooms, including a canteen. There was a fleeting shadow within. Who else could it be but Xiaoyu? What could she possibly be up to? I discreetly approached, my footsteps silent, driven by an insatiable curiosity to discern her intentions. Xiaoyu remained oblivious to my presence as she made her way toward Taiping building. I hastily followed suit. Xiaoyu, out of nowhere, Hao Zi appeared, startled by his call. Xiaoyu turned abruptly, and I found myself caught off guard. Hao Zi glanced between me and Xiaoyu. What brings you here? I've been looking for you. Xiaoyu quickly approached Hao Zi, deliberately ignoring me as if I were invisible. I called out to them, you too. Hao Zi gestured towards me. I just returned from outside, I explained hastily. Hao Zi still regarded Xiaoyu with a perplexed expression. Suddenly, Xiaoyu playfully punched Hao Zi, saying, weren't you supposed to show me a magic trick? Goodness, when did these two develop such a rapport? Sensing the moment, I tactfully declared, you two carry on, I shall head upstairs first. Hao Zi stared at my retreating figure but refrained from uttering another word. Upon entering the storage room, I found Long Yan and the little rascal both at ease, causing no trouble. Long Yan had grown remarkably fast. Grazing brought me great relief, as I no longer needed to fuss over procuring grass. The area behind the building was abundant with it, including mugwort and various other herbs, all gathered by the little imp I had named Ji Yuan. Reclining on my bed, I finally grasped the meaning behind Xiaoyu's words. It was likely that Hao Zi had learned some spell from old Fan and was eager to show off in front of her. That Hao Zi, quite tight-lipped around me, though I found Xiaoyu's sudden fondness for him rather suspicious, yet she was merely an ordinary mortal, a fact I could discern. What danger could she pose to Hao Zi? What could he possibly offer her? It occurred to me that Hao Zi was rather unremarkable. Old Fan had taken him as a disciple. Could Hao Zi teach Xiaoyu? That seemed improbable. Old Fan would never permit such frivolity. Was I engaging in such myself? Today I had a falling out with my family. Just as I was wallowing in thoughts of my family, Hao Zi called, hey, come down, let us drink. The call abruptly ended. Damn, at least that rascal has shown some thoughtfulness. I quickly sprang from my bed and descended the stairs. Chef Xiao Pang had evidently been charmed by Hao Zi, as the latter had managed to bring him much joy lately. Not only had he left a back door open, but he had also prepared food and drinks. By the time I arrived, Xiao Pang was already quite inebriated. You all clean up after, absolutely, rest assured. Hao Zi escorted Xiao Pang to his bedroom. Upon Hao Zi's return, I had already downed 2 cups of liquor. Eager for a drink, are we? Hao Zi remarked. Xiaoyu lifted her glass, declaring, I want a drink too. With that, she downed her drink in one go. Hao Zi promptly refilled our glasses. Come, let us toast. We 3 drank heartily. Xiaoyu, having had too much to drink, began to sob. Hao Zi, Xiao Bao, thank you both. Xiaoyu, this time, took the initiative to mention Hao Zi first. Xiaoyu, what is troubling you now? Hao Zi, upon seeing Xiaoyu in tears, was at a loss for words. Alas, every family has its own difficulties to contend with. I sighed, feeling a deep sense of empathy. Xiaoyu began to recount a story. It was during her early adolescence, when she had an encounter with her stepfather that led to a violent altercation, prompting her to flee from home. Lost and without direction, Xiaoyu wandered aimlessly, ultimately finding herself disoriented. She had no idea where she had ended up, and it seemed she had stumbled upon a desolate graveyard, surrounded by wild tombs. After wandering for what felt like an eternity, exhaustion overcame her, and she could no longer run. Starving and freezing, fear gripped her heart as she curled up in a clearing. The eerie sounds echoing around her. As darkness enveloped the sky, the strange noises grew more insistent, and she could have sworn she saw ghostly figures flitting about. In that moment of utter helplessness, a figure suddenly appeared beside her. Terrified, Xiaoyu dared not open her eyes. Little girl, are you lost? She heard, and instinctively she assumed it was a ghost. Yet, when the figure gently placed a hand on her head, she felt the warmth radiating from it. With bated breath, she lifted her gaze to meet the stranger's eyes. Beneath the moonlight, the man's fair visage and finely chiseled features instantly put her at ease. In that moment, the thought of him being a villain never crossed her mind. The idea of him being a ghost was utterly dismissed. Xiaoyu followed the man, getting into his car, and he soon became her imagined Prince Charming. The prince drove her to a fast food restaurant, treating her to an abundance of delicious food. Xiaoyu feasted heartily, while the prince watched her with a gentle smile, fulfilling her every wish. Xiaoyu's stepfather had squandered all the family's funds, even withholding her school fees. Her mother's finances were similarly controlled by her stepfather. However, from that moment on, the prince generously deposited money into Xiaoyu's account each month, supporting her education and various extracurricular activities, including her piano lessons. In essence, the prince provided Xiaoyu with everything she desired. At that time, Hao Zi and I listened in astonishment. During the summer before Xiaoyu's university enrollment, a phone call summoned her away. It turned out that the prince had suffered severe injuries, or perhaps a grave illness, and was in need of care. Xiaoyu willingly took on the responsibility of caring for him. The prince lacked nothing financially, So Xiaoyu procured whatever he needed without question, viewing it as a way to repay his kindness. For over a month leading up to the start of university, Xiaoyu did not return home. Yet, in that time nothing transpired between them, Xiaoyu added. I surmised these words were directed at Hao Zi. What happened next? I inquired. What became of the prince? He died, Xiaoyu replied. Both Hao Zi and I exclaimed in unison. I do not know the nature of his illness, Xiaoyu continued. In any case, he ultimately passed away in the hospital. In my heart, I have never truly let go of him. However, today I have come to a realization. I consider this my act of gratitude, a debt of kindness that I have repaid. As Xiaoyu spoke, her gaze shifted towards Hao Zi. Hao Zi raised his glass and solemnly declared, I toast to the spirit of that kind-hearted elder brother in the heavens. After the revelry, we each returned to our respective abodes. I found myself back in the mortuary. What did Xiaoyu mean by saying all this tonight? Her words seemed disjointed, riddled with inconsistencies, and the crucial question remains, why share these thoughts with us? Was it truly necessary? Could it be that Xiaoyu was hinting at something? From beginning to end, all I discerned was Xiaoyu's helplessness. Or perhaps she is attempting to fill the gaps in her own narrative? Has she already discovered my inquiries into her, or was she deliberately speaking for someone else's benefit? After our feast, the three of us departed without a thought to clean up the remnants of our meal. Yet, just moments after we left, the chef, Xiao Pang, emerged from his quarters, gazing at the table laden with leftover dishes. Xiao Pang displayed neither anger nor outrage, seemingly lost in thought. Was he reflecting on our conversation? Did he eavesdrop, or were we simply too boisterous for him to ignore? Perhaps Xiao Pang is reminiscing about Xiaoyu's tale of the White Horse Prince, Chapter 97, heart bleeding inside the Athena wedding photography studio. As I watched Su Jingyi don one wedding dress after another, I had long since grown numb. Su Jingyi was unusually exuberant, eagerly asking me, do you think it looks good? My response was monotonous, it looks good. Su Jingyi frowned. They all look good, they all look good, I replied. What more could I say? Well, which one is the best? Su Jingyi pouted playfully. A shiver ran down my spine at her antics. Perhaps my reaction finally sparked doubt in her. When her charm proved ineffective, her expression soured. At that moment, two individuals entered, engaged in conversation. The man remarked, what a hassle, what hassle? The woman retorted boldly, this is the only time in my life, if the photos don't turn out well. Of course, we must retake them. The man chuckled appreciatively at her words. Fine, then do as you wish. The woman acquiesced. Now that's more like it. The voices, both male and female, were so familiar. I turned my head. Through the glass wall, I caught sight of Guo Shuai and Guan Xiaoyan laughing as they entered. Su Jingyi seemed to sense my sudden unease and followed my gaze. I quickly glanced at my watch. Oh no. I feigned urgency, exclaiming, oh no, I have something this afternoon, I'm going to be late. Yet Su Jingyi appeared unperturbed by my concerns, her gaze icy. Under her scrutiny, I found myself faltering, unable to utter my lies. Su Jingyi awaited my excuse, but I was momentarily speechless, unsure of what to say. I asked, there's something wrong. In the tense silence, Su Jingyi began to assist me in my predicament. Well, I could only offer such a vague response. Shall I give you a ride? Su Jingyi's question was laced with evident displeasure. No, I'll take a taxi myself, I hurriedly replied. Su Jingyi nodded and stepped into the fitting room, just as she entered. Guo Shuai and Guan Xiaoyan rounded a corner and were about to pass by me when the keen-eyed Guan Xiaoyan spotted me. Oh, the incredulous gaze of Guan Xiaoyan, goodness, Xiaobao, what are you doing? Guo Shuai rushed over. I must quickly extricate myself, otherwise, when Su Jingyi emerges, my cover will be completely blown. Oh, Shuai Xiaoyan, you, I spoke in a hushed tone, attempting to suppress the usual frantic demeanor I exhibit upon encountering Guo Shuai. It seemed that both Guo Shuai and Guan Xiaoyan noticed my slight agitation. Guan Xiaoyan glanced around, and Guo Shuai immediately began scanning the surroundings as well. I understood their expressions all too well. They likely suspected that Tang Leiting was also present, possibly searching for her, fearing she might be hiding nearby. Who is it? Guan Xiaoyan suddenly blurted out. I looked at her in bewilderment. Senior sister, Guo Shuai responded with exaggerated surprise. Stop rambling, I merely accompanied a friend. Shuai Xiaoyan, I have urgent matters to attend to, we can chat later. As I spoke, I attempted to leave. However, Guo Shuai and Guan Xiaoyan stood foolishly in front of me. Making no effort to step aside. How cunning of you, Guan Xiaoyan said with a mischievous grin. I was genuinely exasperated by her antics, yet I refrained from expressing my frustration. Brother, your secrecy is commendable. Even at this moment, you still keep things under wraps, Guo Shuai said as he threw an arm around my shoulders, leaning in conspiratorially. I cast a glance toward the dressing room, relieved to see that Su Jingyi had not yet made an appearance. Alright, enough of this idle chatter, I truly have pressing matters. We'll catch up later. I said, hastily squeezing past Guo Shuai and Guan Xiaoyan, darting out of the establishment. I paid little mind to their thoughts. Nor did I consider Su Jingyi. I quickly hailed a taxi and jumped inside, instructing the driver, Shishan Village. What? The driver responded, Kongji Town. I shouted. Oh, the driver turned out to be rather slow, after we had driven quite a distance. I seemed to finally regain my composure. Suddenly, I realized the potential predicament. What if Su Jingyi encountered Guo Shuai and Guan Xiaoyan upon her exit? If they were to meet, does Su Jingyi know them? It seems unlikely. I was utterly perplexed, but eventually they would discover the truth. Why should I hide? Isn't this what I truly desire? Just then, my phone rang. It was Guo. Hello, I answered. Alright, I'll go. Ge invited me to lunch. I had a vague sense that this meal would be anything but ordinary. Yake Fengqing. This is a refined establishment offering both Chinese and Western cuisine. The main hall allows patrons to surf the internet while ordering fast food. And the cozy private rooms are both quaint and comfortable, featuring soft seating and long tables. Indeed, Tang Leiting was also present. Ge Guan Xiaoyun and Tang Leiting had been waiting for me for some time. The tea they poured for me had grown lukewarm, and after I sat down, I gulped it down in one go. The black tea failed to invigorate me. This you. Tang Leiting produced a newspaper and placed it before me. Her finger pointing at a notice on the page. Its me. I responded without hesitation. Not on my way here. I had already come to terms with it. Furthermore, Tang Leiting's presence here did not strike me as particularly unexpected. In fact, when she presented the morning paper, I did not find it jarring at all. Since the rift with my family, my sister sobbed me out. I cruelly informed her that I would rather die than be apart from Su Jingyi. And I uttered those words with such resolve that I was unaware of how they escaped my lips. In retrospect, my face flushed instantly, growing warm with embarrassment. My declaration confirmed the notice I had published in the morning paper. Signaling my complete severance from my family, Tang Leiting was visibly taken aback by my words, while Guo let out a sharp intake of breath, just as Guan Xiaoyun was about to speak. The waiter arrived with the dishes steaming hot. I began to eat, but suddenly Tang Leiting knocked my chopsticks from my hand. Shiji Guo urged quickly. Had it not been for Guo's intervention, I feared Tang Leiting's hand would have landed squarely on my face. Ting, listen to what he has to say. Guan Xiaoyun defended me. Tang Leiting looked at me as if she were ready to devour me. No matter what, you cannot sever ties with your family. And to publish it in the paper, you must explain, what on earth is going on? I straightened my posture and pulled out my phone, dialing a number. Hello, it's me. I'm at the Yake Fengqing in the Prairie private room. I hung up. The phone belonged to Tang Leiting. Her sudden gaze toward the device jolted my memory. I realized I had made a mistake. I should not have used that phone. Who was that? Guo inquired. I ignored his question and focused on Tang Leiting, articulating each word. I am getting married. As those 5 words left my lips, I believe they carried more weight than any other utterance. I had no need for further taunts or provocations. Upon proclaiming my impending nuptials, Tang Leiting sank into her seat. It was clear that Guo and Guan Xiaoyun were not fools. My betrothed was certainly not Tang Leiting. You're getting married. To whom? Tang Leiting murmured. Su Jingyi, the girl you know, I replied nonchalantly like a defiant pig unbothered by boiling water. Oh, the one who emerged from the fitting room at the bridal shop this morning. Guan Xiaoyun remarked. Yes, did you encounter her? A smirk crept across my lips. Suddenly Guo leaped up, seizing my collar with the ferocity of a wild beast. I remained unperturbed. You little brat, have you lost your mind? He shouted. Dashu, what reasoning is that? Why should I be insane for wanting to marry? I retorted with a cold scoff and a smile. Ge Dashu was left speechless. It seemed he must have heard something about my secrets from Guan Xiaoyun. I was acutely aware that Tang Leiting harbored feelings for me, feelings that appeared to have been present all along. My heart bled. Chapter 98. My fiancé, you are truly mad, Guan Xiaoyun finally shouted at me. You lunatic, what is Su Jingyi to you? Why must you? Xiaoyun, Tang Leiting interrupted, turning to me. Marriage is a good thing. I simply do not understand why you must sever ties with your family over it. Because I have chosen to be a son-in-law, and my family disapproves. It is as simple as that. I shook my head vigorously, wearing an expression that invited a beating. Are you out of your mind? You still want to be a live-in son-in-law? Guo suddenly pushed me, releasing my collar. What makes her so special that you must become a live-in son-in-law? Tang Leiting inquired, her eyes slightly reddened. Struggling to contain her emotions, I turned to the adjacent dining table, puzzled, and exclaimed, Oh, who's treating today? Where's the wine? This is rather stingy, isn't it? Waiter, bring the wine. Tang Leiting abruptly flung open the door and shouted out. Her voice startled me. Ge Dashui and Guan Xiaoyun were equally alarmed and dared not intervene. Just as the wine arrived and I was about to pour, Tang Leiting snatched the bottle away, demanding, what makes her so appealing that she insists you become a live-in son-in-law? Seriously, Xiao Bao, are you foolish or just plain foolish? If that girl were truly a good person, would she force you into such a situation? By the way, when did you two start your romantic involvement? Guan Xiaoyun seemed to sense something amiss. Perhaps the usually composed Tang Leiting had already noticed the inconsistency, but lost in the fog of confusion. How could she remain clear-headed? I couldn't allow them to realize that something was off. I had exerted tremendous effort and determination to reach my goal, and I must not show weakness, in truth. Ever since I saved Su Jingyi, or rather, since I believed she was dead at that moment, I had inadvertently overlooked the significance of it all. After all, I had seen her body, unbeknownst to her. She had gradually developed feelings for me. Tang Leiting, do you remember that time in the hospital? Of course Tang Leiting recalled, but what did you say at the izakaya? Guo interjected suddenly. Guan Xiaoyun smacked her forehead and exclaimed. I remember now, at the izakaya, didn't you say that was all drunken talk? I quickly retorted. Tang Leiting shot me a sidelong glance, her gaze shifted, and after stifling her tears, she began to regain her composure. Indeed, that night I had overindulged and said some nonsensical things. In truth, I had agreed to all of Su Jingyi's family's conditions. Moreover, I realized that I had also fallen in love with her. Suddenly, I felt my stance was too ambiguous. This simply wouldn't do. I hastily reinforced my declaration, stating, I have fallen in love with Su Jingyi. I intend to marry her. This is my ultimate choice. Guo Cuo, what on earth happened? Tang Leiting asked. What happened? What do you want me to say? I am getting married to Su Jingyi, and I am going to be a live-in son-in-law. What's wrong with that? Is it illegal? I exclaimed, my emotions flaring. No reason, huh? Guan Xiaoyun shot back. What do you mean no reason? What reason do you need? Her family is well off. Am I supposed to spend my life working in a morgue? If I go to her family, I'll be living the good life. What is wrong with that ambition? I retorted vehemently at Guan Xiaoyun. Do you have to find Su Jingyi to live well? Guan Xiaoyun countered fiercely, raising her voice against me. What is wrong with me? I slammed my hand on the table. Rising suddenly and naturally, I was merely playing a part. I rose to my feet in a surge of excitement, only to gradually regain my composure. I took a seat, retrieved a cigarette, and lit it. Xiaoyun, Tang Leiting, you are both my old classmates. And you are aware of the kind of person I am. I am but a petty individual, one whom no one holds in high regard. Throughout my school years, I was the object of scorn among my peers. And upon entering the workforce, I continued to struggle with social interactions, remaining an outcast. For many years, I have remained single. Which girl would ever take a liking to someone like me, with my appearance and my demeanor? What girl could possibly harbor affections for me? Yet, it is precisely Su Jingyi who has shown interest in me. It is already a blessing that she does not disdain me. What more could I possibly wish for? You must consider, a girl like Su Jingyi, not only does she come from a well-off family, but she is also exceedingly beautiful. Tell me, what right do I have to turn her away? What grounds do I possess to refuse her? After I finished speaking, Guan Xiaoyun seemed poised to voice something, yet she cast a glance towards Tang Leiting. Ge appeared increasingly anxious, yet remained silent, merely looking at Guan Xiaoyun with urgency. But you cannot sever ties with your family over this. Tang Leiting interjected. What business is it of yours? I retorted coldly. Tang Leiting, what connection do you have to me? This is a matter concerning my family. It is not within your purview. Guo Cuo, what kind of talk is that? At the very least, we are still friends. Guan Xiaoyun shouted at me. As friends, you ought to be happy for me and support me. I exclaimed. What is this, an inquisition, if you think of me as scum? Then let us part ways. I will leave. With that, I stood up ready to depart. Brother, Guo reacted swiftly, immediately rising to grasp my arm. The utterance of brother nearly shattered my composure. Xiaobao, we are not merely ordinary friends. We have endured life and death together. Have you forgotten? Guo's eyes glistened with unshed tears, almost bursting into sobs. Guan Xiaoyun fell silent. Tang Leiting opened a bottle of liquor, filling each glass to the brim. Guo Cuo, you have your own life and choices. Very well. If you refuse to heed anything, then so be it. As a former friend, I shall raise this glass in your honor, hoping that you have no regrets in life. Tang Leiting lifted her glass, preparing to drink. At that moment, Guan Xiaoyun suddenly intervened, halting Tang Leiting. Tang Leiting was taken aback. Ting, can we not phrase it in such a manner? Guan Xiaoyun pleaded. Xiaobao is not truly that kind of person. I know he must have his reasons. Stop with the nonsense. What reasons could I possibly have? Hey, Xiaoyun, do not speak so recklessly. If my fiancé hears this and it jeopardizes my prospects, I will not let you off easily. I will go to great lengths. As I spoke, I raised my glass, declaring, if you truly considered me a friend, please take care of my parents and family for me. I implore you. I raised my head and downed the contents of my glass. With a sharp crash, Tang Leiting smashed her glass, spilling liquor across the floor. What on earth is wrong with you? Tang Leiting seemed on the verge of losing her mind. The door swung open, and Su Jingyi entered. I hastily approached her, and before the watchful eyes of all present, I seized Su Jingyi's lips in a kiss. After what felt like an eternity, I released Su Jingyi and turned to smile. Su Jingyi, my fiancé. Chapter 99. Gravity. To the east lies the boss's office. As I approached the cafeteria, I unexpectedly encountered Haozi. Our gazes met, and Haozi exuded an air of triumph reminiscent of a galloping horse in spring. In stark contrast, I appeared dejected, my eyes clouded with despondency. After exchanging a fleeting glance with Haozi, he strode forward and knocked gently on the door, which stood ajar. Following in his footsteps, I entered the chairman's office. Mangyat and Old Fan were present, along with the chairman. Xiangzi was absent, as was Ah. The night shift comprised Xiangzi, Old Fan, Lele, and Away, making us 5 in total, including Haozi and myself. We stood in the center. As the chairman showed no inclination for us to take a seat, Old Fan cleared his throat and remarked, Haozi, Guo Cuo, you both are now equipped with extraordinary abilities akin to the arcane arts. Compared to ordinary individuals, you have transcended to a level of superiority. Haozi and I exchanged another glance, almost simultaneously. Mangyat then interjected, the 5 clans, humans, ghosts, gods, demons, and spirits, are divided across 3 realms, the human world, The demon domain and the spiritual realm. One must not underestimate the demon clan. It is crucial to remember that in ancient times, the demon domain served as the origin of both the human world and the underworld. The human realm is the foundation, serving as a conduit to the spiritual realm, which is further divided into the lower and upper realms, with the underworld being the lower, while the upper realm constitutes the spiritual realm. The demon domain exists beyond the 5 clans and 3 realms, in an alternate dimension where there is neither life nor death, an eternal void, the chairman interjected, though it may be an endless void. It is also a realm of unending suffering. Existing outside the cycles of life and death is not necessarily a blessing. Consequently, demons have perpetually sought to seize the gates of hell, yearning to plunge into the cycle of reincarnation, thus inflicting ceaseless torment upon the human world. Naturally, despite our vigilant efforts, some demons still fall into the cycle, wreaking havoc upon humanity. However, this does not enable Demon King Longjing to achieve his ultimate ambition, which is to dominate the human realm. The Spirit Gate, which opens every 50,000 years, presents an opportunity for the Demon King. You are the chosen guardians. Why must we? I began, but Housie interjected, we will vow to protect with our lives. I was left speechless. With the impending conflict, the night of the full moon this month may herald unusual occurrences. You must not leave this place recklessly once Longjing initiates a full-scale assault, as Housie stated. We must resolutely defend the Spirit Gate, especially you, the chairman concluded, pointing directly at me. I stood there in bewilderment. Stop wandering aimlessly, the chairman commanded. Oh, I murmured, contemplating voicing my concerns, particularly since I was to marry Su Jingyi soon. There was much to consider, but I thought better of it. After all, my feelings for Su Jingyi were hardly sincere. As I exited the chairman's office, I intended to speak with Housie, yet he appeared utterly exhilarated, seemingly oblivious to my presence, and brushed past me. I wanted to call out to him, but the words failed to escape my lips. Watching Housie's retreating figure, a sense of melancholy enveloped me. Had I truly drawn him into this predicament? Alas, perhaps it is the will of fate. It was utterly dark. The light bulb seemed to be broken. The surroundings were engulfed in an impenetrable gloom. I sensed an unsettling presence. In the pitch-black darkness, all I could hear was the sound of my own breathing. I gently pushed open the door to the morgue, and suddenly a shadow loomed at the entrance of the storage room. Peering from the side, I noticed 2 red dots glaring ominously in the dark. At that moment, the shadow appeared to be attempting to open the door to the storage room, prompting me to rush over. The lights flickered on. In the instant the darkness was pierced by the sudden illumination, a scream reached my ears. It was a familiar voice. As I focused my gaze, I realized it was none other than Xiaoyu. She startled me. Xiaoyu was clutching her chest, trembling visibly. In contrast, I remained remarkably composed. Could it be that I had merely imagined what I had seen? The lights are finally on. You nearly gave me a heart attack. Is this light in need of some adjustment? Xiaoyu remarked. I was at a loss for words. Where is Housie? Xiaoyu inquired. I asked this a question posed with prior knowledge. I mused silently but replied, he has gone back. Oh, I thought he was with you, she said, brushing past me and heading downstairs. I gazed at Xiaoyu's retreating figure. What were those 2 red dots in the darkness? Xiaoyu's eyes, absurd. Suddenly, a thought struck me, and I hurriedly opened the door to the storage room. Inside, the little ghost was curled up in the corner of the cabinet, seemingly frightened by something. Where is Yinji, and where is my pet Longyan? Just as I was about to ask, an object abruptly leapt out of the air. It was not my pet Yinji, but rather I was knocked to the ground by Long Yan. In a moment of sheer panic, I stared blankly at Yinji before me. It had grown to the size of an ordinary pig. Long Yan licked my face, and I distinctly felt its tongue's fleshy spines had retracted, causing no pain, only drool. I quickly rose, feeling its fur. The texture of Long Yan's coat was remarkably coarse, yet it had also become smooth to the touch. I understood that Long Yan harbored no hostility towards me. After all, I had raised it. This shadowy creature had grown so rapidly, as though it had suddenly matured. Wait, how did it appear out of nowhere? Can this Yinji turn invisible? The little ghost remained silent, and Yinji likely did not comprehend human language. Even if it did, it would not speak. However, it could understand the essence of my words. I surveyed the modest storage room, perplexed. Where had this Yinji been hiding? No, it seemed to have emerged from some hidden place. As I examined Yinji's back, I unexpectedly noticed that Long Yan had protruding lumps of flesh on either side of its spine. Could these be tumors? Or perhaps it had grown abnormally? Fortunately, Xiaoyu had not noticed these 2 creatures. Xiaoyu, had she come searching for Housie? What was her actual intention? Yet, I sensed she was not merely seeking Housie. What then was she after? Had she uncovered the secrets of my storage room? I lay on my bed, utterly bewildered. Xiaoyu was increasingly resembling a riddle. In a daze, I caught sight of the black-faced sorcerer I had encountered before, now appearing before me with a smile. However, this time, his presence only intensified my sense of dread. A trace of blood lingered at the corner of his mouth. Had this black-faced sorcerer bitten someone? Or worse, had he devoured a person? I gazed at him directly. Yet he seemed to be looking at something else. His eyes were fixed upon the ground, as if searching for something. He was oblivious to my presence, while I could see him clearly. Was it not he who resided within my dreams? but rather I who had intruded upon his. I understood that, at this very moment, I must surely be dreaming. The cacophony outside the window jolted me from my slumber. It sounded like a quarrel. Perhaps even the sound of weeping. Could it be that Xiaoya's stepfather had come to cause trouble again? No, the cries appeared to belong to a woman. I hurried to the window to look down. And to my astonishment, I saw Su Jingyi's parents below. There were also others, seemingly brought by Su Jingyi's parents, clamoring about something. Su Jingyi's mother was weeping profusely, while her father, in a fit of rage, charged towards Taiping Building, Xiangzi away, and Lele attempted to restrain him, but it was evident they were losing the struggle. Gradually, I began to decipher the situation. They had come to seek me out. Chapter 100, Tragedy upon Tragedy. Su Jingyi's mother. Li Jiasun clutched my collar with an iron grip, refusing to release me. I endured 2 slaps from Su Jingyi's father, Su Jing. At this moment, Haozi stepped in to support me, though I felt numb to the world. I allowed Su Jingyi's parents to drag me into their vehicle, with Haozi following suit, a spectator to our misfortune as we were taken to the Su residence. Tang Leitang and Guo Shuai were among the many staff present. And the Su family had called the police. Haozi offered futile words of comfort as I was pulled into Su Jingyi's bedroom, my outer garments now torn asunder. Upon entering, Su Jing delivered a swift kick that sent me sprawling before Su Jingyi's bed. Su Jingyi's parents and their relatives were about to unleash a torrent of blows, but were hastily restrained by Tang Leitang, Guo Shuai, and Haozi. I in the confines of Su Jingyi's bedroom, under the watchful eyes of Tang Leitang and Guo Shuai. Amidst Haozi's astonishment, and beneath the furious glares of Su Jingyi's parents, I knelt before Su Jingyi's bed. Slowly, I raised my head. Su Jingyi remained in the same pose as in death. Her neck was askew, yet her body lay rigidly upon the bed, her right hand dangling over the edge, where a dried streak of blood had crystallized at her wrist, the remnants of blood cascading down her right hand, with droplets suspended at her fingertips. Beneath her fingertips, a pool of coagulated blood had formed on the floor. Su Jingyi's eyes were wide open, reflecting a gaze filled with resentment and despair. Why did Su Jingyi choose to take her own life? What could have driven her to this? I suddenly cried out, lunging forward. Her cold body bore no warmth. Why, I implored. Su's father let out a roar, rushing forward to seize my hair and deliver 2 stinging slaps, forcibly pulling me away from Su Jingyi's lifeless form. Enough, your daughter committed suicide. What business is it of mine? Guo Shuai stepped forward, interposing himself between Su's father and me. It was he who murdered her. Su's mother pointed a fiery gaze in my direction, her eyes brimming with hatred as if she longed to incinerate me on the spot. Haozi quickly positioned himself symbolically between Su's family and me. Tang Leitang stood in the corner, and I could not discern her expression. That if it were not for him, how could my daughter have met such a fate? Su's father bellowed, hurling a piece of paper my way. The paper floated down, landing before me. It was Su Jingyi's farewell note. Guo Cuo, our fates were destined to intertwine, yet remain unfulfilled. I am aware that you do not harbor feelings for me, yet I am perplexed as to why you chose to marry me. Guo Cuo, let us cease this self-deception. All I desire is your happiness. It is disheartening that you severed ties with your family because of me. Was it truly my fault, or was it something else? Guo Cuo, if I possess any spirit, I shall surely bless you, for I love you. After perusing Su Jingyi's farewell letter word by word, I could no longer bear to read another line, and I crumpled that letter into a ball. Are you intent on obliterating the evidence? In a moment of distraction, Haozi was caught off guard as Su's father charged towards me, delivering a swift kick to my chin, causing my mouth to bleed. Though I felt no pain whatsoever. What are you doing? Indeed, that is evidence of your daughter's suicide. That he may have erred, yet in the eyes of the law, he is blameless, Guo Shuai interjected, pulling Su's father back. No, he must pay with his life. Su's mother screamed in madness, suddenly lunging at me, her hands gripping my arms. I gasped sharply, icy pain piercing through my flesh from her unyielding nails. I glanced at Su's mother, whose face was ashen and devoid of color. I empathized with them, understanding the sentiments of parents. At that moment, a wave of regret washed over me. Had I committed a grave error? Are you truly intent on murder? Guo Shuai shouted at Su's mother in a frenzy, once again pulling her away. Su's mother was momentarily stunned, rendered speechless by Guo Shuai's authority. Suddenly, amidst the silence, a phone rang. Hello, Tang Leitang answered a call. Where? Whose family? Her tone turned anxious and fearful. The crowd turned toward Tang Leitang, drawn by her distress. Gui Jun and Su Jinsong's family. A massacre. What? Tang Leitang repeated in disbelief, as Haozi suddenly exclaimed. I felt as though I had been struck by lightning, my head snapping up to look at Tang Leitang, then at Haozi. Gui Jun was indeed Haozi's father, while Su Jinsong was Haozi's mother. In that fleeting instant, a dark figure loomed in my mind, a sinister presence. Tang Leitang hung up the phone, glancing at Guo Shuai, her breath coming in quick gasps as she uttered, a massacre. Whose family? Guo Shuai inquired. The Guo family and Longtan community, Gui Jun and Su Jinsong. Tang Leitang responded to Dad. Mom. Haozi dashed out in a frenzy. At the door, he stumbled and fell, his forehead scraping against the ground, yet he disregarded the pain and scrambled to his feet. Haozi. I could scarcely believe my eyes. Everything I had dreaded was unfolding before me. I hurried to follow, but Su's parents seized me. Guo Cuo, what is happening? Tang Leitang sought clarification. It must be Haozi's family. I uttered in terror. Let us go. Godashwai pulled me along urgently. Tang Leiting kept pace beside us. Guo, this matter cannot be left unresolved. You shall pay for this. I heard Su's parents' frantic warnings echoing behind me. Fortunately, other staff members intervened to prevent Su's parents from pursuing us further. Here, Tang Leiting, Godashwai, and I hastily boarded a vehicle, and Godashwai pressed the accelerator, speeding away. Before me, Hausi stumbled and ran, falling repeatedly, getting back up and falling again. Hausi, get in the car, I called as I opened the door. Hausi squeezed himself into the vehicle, and without a moment's hesitation, Godashwai swiftly drove away. The Longtan community was indeed the destination. Hausi's complexion had turned ashen, devoid of color. He trembled uncontrollably. I wrapped my arm around his shoulders and offered words of comfort. It may not necessarily be your home. Hausi shot me a fierce glare, and I fell silent, refraining from further speech. Dad, Mum. Hausi dashed inside. Indeed, it was almost as if his family had suffered a tragic fate. The lifeless body of Hausi's father lay in the living room, while in the bedroom were the remains of his mother and younger brother. Hausi was forcibly restrained and carried outside by Godashwai and several colleagues, as the scene had yet to be thoroughly investigated. I stood beside Hausi, uttering a mere expression of condolence before remaining motionless by his side. Hausi crouched on the ground, cradling his head, his anguish palpable. I stood there, my gaze beginning to blur. Was it the doing of the black-faced sorcerer? There was no trace of blood in the room, yet in my dream, the black-faced sorcerer had last appeared amidst a pool of blood. No, he had manifested twice. Was one instance the annihilation of Hausi's family and the other the demise of Su Jingyi? That black-faced sorcerer. Chapter 101, tension in the air. Godashwai and Tang Leiting emerged with grave expressions. Suddenly Hausi sprang up and rushed back inside. I grasped Tang Leiting's arm, causing her to pause in surprise. Gradually, I released her hand and turned to Godashwai and Tang Leiting, saying, Dashwai, I implore you. My vague statement left them puzzled. Ge Dashwai spoke first. Rest assured, we will uncover the truth. Please assist with the autopsy, Tang Leiting added. Could you help look after my family? I finally managed to voice. This was yet another cryptic remark, yet even a fool could discern the underlying meaning. Xiaobao, please don't do anything rash, Godashwai quickly interjected, trying to allay my fears. As for the identity of the murderer, no one knows for certain. Even if you suspect someone, please inform us. It is our duty. So don't act recklessly. Godashwai misinterpreted my intent. Dashwai, I won't act foolishly. You needn't worry. No, I have severed ties with my family, and I seek your assistance in caring for them. Godashwai looked at me in astonishment. Tang Leiting swallowed hard, suppressing her anger as she said, handle your own matters. This is neither our responsibility nor mine. With that, Tang Leiting and Godashwai turned to leave. Godashwai going downstairs first, I suddenly took a step forward, seizing Tang Leiting's arm once more. Promise me. To visit my home often. What am I supposed to say? Tang Leiting replied sternly. Just say that I am well. I responded immediately. Tang Leiting's expression shifted. Are you hiding something from me? I am simply asking you to help me with this favor. Tang Leiting shook off my grasp and departed. I am the Longtan residential community. A grave incident has transpired at the residence of Haizi. Of the 4 members of Haizi's family, he remains the sole survivor. Striving diligently, Haizi had begun to see promising prospects in his career, particularly as Lao Fan commenced formally imparting his skills to him. Moreover, Xiaoyu had started to acknowledge her feelings towards Haizi. Just as he was basking in his achievements, he was struck by a devastating blow. Remarkably, all of this unfolded within the confines of my contemplation, and yet I failed to provide Haizi with any forewarning. My sole focus was on safeguarding my family, the ones I hold dear. That dark-faced charlatan must surely be a harbinger of Long Jing. However, I find myself perplexed as to why he would wish to harm Haizi's family. Is this a warning directed at me? Do they deem Haizi to be insignificant, capable of slaying the chicken to warn the monkey? Yet, this homicide case is far from straightforward. As the investigation deepens, many enigmatic occurrences begin to surface. It turns out that Haizi's family had been deceased for nearly a week. Neighbors from below reported hearing sounds emanating from Haizi's home at night, including the flickering of a television and the cries of a child, which had been audible only in the past couple of days. Strangely, Haizi's family had ordered takeout, and the delivery person corroborated this claim. Even more bizarrely, the delivery person had indeed received cash, only for the owner to discover, during the nightly tally, that the cash box contained paper money for the deceased. How could the deceased have ordered takeout a week after their demise? More than one neighbor had reported hearing the sounds of a child's cries in the past few days. At night, the television was left on, producing noise, while during the day, the house remained eerily silent. Ultimately, the delivery person, Xiao Pan, was incited by the owner to confront the family. He found the door ajar and pushed it open. One can only imagine the terror that seized the delivery person. I am uncertain if Haizi has heard any of this. He has remained at home, silent and invisible, while the neighbors have begun to lose their sanity, hastily putting their houses up for sale, each intent on moving away. In the north-facing building of the mortuary, on the first floor reside Shangzi and others, the second floor is the hall, and the third floor houses the embalming room. Inside the embalming room are Tang Leiting, Godashwai, myself, and Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu drapes white cloth over the 3 corpses of Haizi's family. In truth, Tang Leiting and the others had already received the autopsy report, which prompted the bodies to be brought to the mortuary. Xiaoyu appeared particularly grave. What is it? Godashwai inquired. There are remnants of food in their stomachs from nearly 2 days ago. Xiaoyu replied, this is truly haunting. Godashwai exclaimed. Do not speak nonsense. Tang Leiting interjected, I believe this is a case of a locked room murder. The murderer has deliberately created this illusion to sow confusion and mislead. But why would a corpse still be able to consume food? Xiaoyu questioned. Perhaps the murderer force-fed them, Tang Leiting suggested, albeit weakly. I concur, I responded. What about Haizi? Godashwai asked. He is at home, I answered. You should spend more time with Haizi, Godashwai remarked, patting my shoulder. Indeed, I replied, casting a glance at Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu deliberately averted her gaze from mine, directing her attention towards Tang Leiting, stating, no one wishes to witness such occurrences. I shall offer more comfort to Haizi. The door remained ajar as I pushed it open. A wave of oppressive energy surged forth. No, it was not merely an oppressive atmosphere, it emanated from Haizi. A formidable aura of malice. I pondered that once Haizi discovers the identity of the perpetrator, he would disregard all else, consumed solely by the desire for vengeance, employing any means necessary to achieve it. I sincerely hoped that the culprit was indeed Long Jing and his cohort, rather than an ordinary individual. Haizi knelt before the altar set up in the morning hall, where 3 photographs were displayed, images of his parents and younger brother. Was it a normal death? Haizi suddenly inquired without meeting my gaze. Have you heard the rumors? I retorted. What rumors? I believe it to be true, Haizi replied with a cold smirk. What, even now, do you still feel the need to conceal anything from me? If we are brothers, assist me in seeking vengeance. Haizi, what do you suspect? I asked earnestly, looking intently at him. Long Jing, could a devil not also be human? He spat out the words, Old Fan and Meng, and the chairman have made it abundantly clear. Long Jing is exacting revenge. Haizi gritted his teeth. Suddenly, a thought flashed through my mind. If Long Jing were to choose a target for his retribution, it ought to be me. I was the one who had ventured alone to dismantle the demon's lair at Xianrun Cave and obliterated their slaughterhouse. Vanquishing that abomination and decimating a multitude of demonic beasts, I had destroyed what might have been Long Jing's corporeal form from 50,000 years ago, and through all this, Haizi had played no part. Naturally, I wished for Long Jing's target to be anyone but me, yet, it made little sense. Haizi had only just joined and was newly acquainted with this underbelly of secrets. Did he truly consider Haizi to be easy prey? Haizi slowly lifted his head, gazing at the 3 memorial portraits, murmuring, the devil seeks to torment me, which is why they have targeted my family. Perhaps they believed that while I was in the funeral home, they would not dare approach me, so they chose to harm my loved ones instead. Long Jing slaughtered my entire family, leaving them to die under incomprehensible circumstances. How pitiful it is for my parents and my younger brother. So innocent and young. My parents must have thought they were still alive, going about their meals, watching television, tending to children, and sleeping, because the aura of the devil lingered, as long as I remained in this room. My family was still alive, albeit as mere shells of their former selves. It was only when someone opened the door, shattering the malevolent aura, that the 3 corpses were finally discovered. I listened intently. Suddenly, Haizi turned to me, asking, isn't that so? How was I to respond? Chapter 102, The Night of the Black Star. It has been over 10 days since the catastrophic upheaval at Haizi's home. And during these days, the incessant rain has rendered everything stiflingly oppressive. I find myself devoid of the desire to frolic with my pet Long Yan or the little ghost. My spirits are exceedingly heavy, as if a 1,000-pound weight presses upon my chest, leaving me in a state of profound despondency. In recent days, I have sensed that everyone seems to be awaiting something. The chairman, and Meng, Old Fan, and Shangzi, they all appear to be in anticipation, yet their impatience has bred agitation. Within these past few days, the temperament of everyone at the workplace has soured. Those who could remain silent chose to do so, and business has gradually dimmed. It is no surprise. The quality of service has deteriorated significantly, leaving little room for commerce to thrive. Regardless, everyone is quietly awaiting the arrival of something. I understand that it will be a tumultuous, harrowing. Battle of shadows. At present, I have come to comprehend the identities of Aunt Meng and Old Fan, yet they remain reluctant to speak openly. Is there even a need for such revelations? We all know the truth. They are not mere phantoms, rather, they transcend the ordinary, embodying the essence of spirits. The act of waiting is torturous. I have surpassed the threshold of fatigue, and I find myself questioning whether anything will indeed transpire. Perhaps everything has already passed in tranquility. Within the Hall of Peace, in the morgue, I have yet to rest, still clad in my casual attire. For the past 2 days, I have forsaken my suit. The chill is one reason, but more so, I have long been itching to unleash my pent-up emotions, biding my time for their emergence. I yearn to vent my anger, terror, anxiety, unease, and the dread that accompanies anticipation. Alongside that fleeting thought of death being the worst outcome. I am on the brink of madness, yet I remain ensnared in despair. Still, I have managed to restrain myself. I am at a loss as to what has befallen me. I possess the ability to summon souls. I believe I could call forth the spirit of Su Jingyi to seek clarity, and at the very least, I owe her an apology, yet, I am paralyzed by fear, anxiety, and shame. I cannot bear to confront her. I do not even have the courage to face the souls of Haozi's family. I am uncertain, perhaps I know, but regardless, I am the one who directly dragged Haozi into this quagmire. This deadly pit. I sense something amiss, yet I am unable to articulate it. Stepping out of the morgue, I approach the window in the corridor. Below, at the foot of the western mountain, lies a vast expanse of land shrouded in an oppressive aura, dotted with grave markers. I suddenly realize that the spirits, typically visible at night, have vanished completely. I know they have been trained as shadow soldiers. Could it be that they are now recuperating? A radiant orb catches my eye. It is a full moon. Suddenly clarity washes over me. The rain has ceased, the moonlight is exceptionally bright, and the air feels palpably clearer. I take a deep breath. What is that smell? It must be the stench of decay. After all, where am I? This is indeed the morgue. I look up to see 5 dark spots emerging from the full moon, connected in a pattern that gradually resembles a star. The Star of Darkness. I ponder silently. The manifestation of the Star of Darkness signifies the peak of the earthly shadow realm, a moment when the gates to the spirit world often open spontaneously. Suddenly, I whip around, drenched in cold sweat, only to find Haozi approaching. He is still clad in somber attire, ensnared in his sorrow. The immense grief has long since robbed Haozi of rational thought and clarity, yet he cannot find an outlet for his anguish. Stifling it within Haozi, I call out, moving towards him. With a dark expression, he strides towards me, and as realization dawns, he seizes my collar. Tell me where Long Jing's lair is, Haozi demands fiercely. I do not know. I reply truthfully, you do know. It seems he has gleaned something. Haozi, even if I did know, going there would be akin to courting death. Have you even considered whether we are capable of confronting that demon lord? I attempted to push aside Haozi's hand, yet found it immovable. It seems you are indeed aware. Haozi appeared to have discerned something. Indeed, I may have known before, but now, I suddenly fell silent, as a thought struck me. That time, when I ventured forth alone, later, Aunt Meng and Old Fan led the ghostly soldiers into battle against the demonic forces. We obliterated the demon lair and vanquished the horde of monstrous beasts. Yet, I did not contemplate what followed. Suddenly, it dawned upon me, Long Jing is truly cunning, understanding that the most perilous place is often the safest haven. A wise horse retraces its steps, and the Nanshan scenic area remains Long Jing's stronghold. Indeed, the immortal cave may still harbor hordes of shadowy creatures. It is my brothers who accompany me on this perilous journey. Haozi released his grip, fixing his gaze upon me. Count me in, came Xiaoyu's voice from the corridor. Haozi and I turned to see Xiaoyu approaching, clad in black attire. Xiaoyu, I exclaimed, taken aback. When did she fall into this quagmire? Haozi, Guo, I have long sensed something amiss here. Follow me, Xiaoyu declared, intent on leading us away. Where to? I inquired. I know where Su Jingyi is, Xiaoyu replied. What? I was astonished. Su Jingyi's spirit sought me out, Xiaoyu stated. Nonsense, yet, I could not validate my disbelief. Had I known earlier, I would have summoned Su Jingyi's spirit with the soul summoning technique to inquire myself, are you going or not? Forget it, you always are this cowardly, Haozi remarked, following Xiaoyu without hesitation. I pondered for a moment. I was not feigning cowardice, but leaving Haozi and Xiaoyu to venture forth alone worried me greatly. Haozi was determined to accompany Xiaoyu, and I could not dissuade him, so I followed suit. Xiaoyu guided Haozi and me not towards the main entrance but halted by a wall. We will exit from here, she instructed. Xiaoyu, clarify where you intend to take us. If you do not explain, I shall not go. Furthermore, Haozi cannot go either. I made a firm decision. Haozi seemed equally eager to understand the situation, unwilling to wander aimlessly in confusion. Nanshan scenic area, Xiaoyu replied. What purpose do we have there? I queried. Guo, you know very well why you ask, Xiaoyu responded. Haozi glanced at Xiaoyu, then at me. That is the demon lair. Are we seeking death? I challenged. Weren't you just saying you didn't know? Haozi seized upon her words to inquire. Haozi, you do not understand Long Jing. I demand retribution for blood with blood. Let us proceed, Haozi declared. Xiaoyu, how do you know all of this? I pressed at. Guo, Haozi, trust me and follow me. I shall reveal the true story, Xiaoyu insisted. Haozi, do you trust me? Under Xiaoyu's earnest gaze, Haozi nodded with conviction. In a swift motion, Xiaoyu leaped onto the low wall and jumped down. Haozi followed suit with an agile bound. These two left me no time to contemplate, and I hurried after them. Chapter 103, The Fierce Path of Guardian Spirits. As I sat in the car, I silently recited the soul-summoning incantation taught to me by Aunt Meng. Brilliantly shining, spirits depart from above, flowing against the current, flowers wither yet bloom. In the chaos of the universe, summon the 6 spirits and 7 apertures. From the realms of the 3 worlds, return to the west, water flows gracefully, the 5 carriages offer clouds. By this decree, I command swiftly and surely, yet no trace of Su Jingyi's spirit appeared. I sensed an inexplicable unease within me. My right hand twitched slightly, and it suddenly dawned on me that I had not wielded my Shintong sword in quite some time. I began to silently familiarize myself with its incantations. As I prepared to accompany the Xiaoye to a certain destination, I felt a sense of bewilderment and foreboding. The Nanshan scenic area had been sealed off of the enclosure, rendered Nanshan a hauntingly eerie place. And at this moment, it was nearly midnight. Haizi and I followed Xiaoya as we traversed a mountain, descending into the inner sanctum of the scenic area, just as we were about to descend from the mountainside. A sudden chill swept through. No, it was a gust of ominous wind. Haizi recoiled slightly, glancing towards Xiaoya. I abruptly sensed something amiss, crouching down to peer ahead. Upon witnessing my actions, Haizi instinctively mimicked my crouch. Xiaoya had no choice but to follow suit. From our vantage point behind the rocky outcrop, we beheld a whirlwind arise along the path below, swirling leaves and debris in its wake. Another chilling gust surged forward, and we beheld an array of translucent figures emerging along the road. As our vision sharpened, we discerned a legion of ancient warriors, clad in armor, bearing weapons such as swords and spears. Their features were indistinct, some even appearing skeletal, with ribcages faintly visible. They were spectral soldiers. A realization struck me. Indeed, these were a throng of ghostly troops. What were their intentions? Were they merely passing through, or were they on a march to some destination? Could it be the appearance of the Haizi star tonight? The very moment the spirit gate swings open, suddenly, I heard Xiaoya whispering to herself, her voice barely audible yet discernible to me. I turned to look at her. She met my gaze and motioned for silence. Haizi, overwhelmed by the spectacle before us, was rendered speechless, caught between terror and astonishment. Nearly 20 minutes passed before the formidable legion finally moved on. After a brief interval, Xiaoya rose and swiftly made her way down the slope. Haizi and I exchanged glances. Just as he was about to rise and follow, I grabbed his arm, asserting, Haizi, from this moment forth, you will heed my words. Haizi remained silent, dismissing my grasp and pursuing Xiaoya down the hill. I followed closely, halting in the path. By now, Xiaoya had ascended the slope, heading directly for the immortal cave, with Haizi trailing behind her. A sense of urgency surged within me, prompting me to dash forward and seize Xiaoya's arm. She turned to face me, whispering, what is it? Where are you taking us? I lowered my voice, asking, Xiaoya, what exactly do you intend to do? Haizi chimed in, aren't we supposed to meet Longjing? I will take you to him. Xiaoya replied, Longjing, you know Longjing? I exclaimed in astonishment. At that moment, I focused solely on Xiaoya's response, realizing Haizi was equally taken aback. Neither of us could have anticipated that Xiaoya would utter such words. What followed next left both Haizi and me utterly bewildered. I cannot believe it. Everything Xiaoya had previously divulged to us about her life was nothing but a fabrication. In truth, Xiaoyu has no stepfather at all. The ruckus that day was merely created by hired actors she had summoned. The reality of Xiaoyu's tale is that when Longjing was pursued by the celestial beings and fled to a desolate graveyard, she cleverly concealed herself by merging her own scent with that of the dead. However, Longjing required blood to mend her wounds, but where could she find any, in that graveyard, devoid of even a mouse? A girl unexpectedly appeared. This girl was Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu and Longjing struck a pact, wherein Xiaoyu would continuously supply blood in exchange for Longjing fulfilling her material desires. This is the authentic story of Xiaoyu and Longjing. As for the summer before Xiaoyu's university commenced, during that month, she indeed remained by Longjing's side, during which time she began to learn the art of witchcraft from her. Unbeknownst to me, Xiaoyu had already positioned herself at a certain distance from both me and Haizi. Xiaoyu gazed at us, and we, in turn, looked back at her. Suddenly, I realized how unfamiliar she seemed. Xiaoyu, are you an accomplice of the demon king Longjing? I inquired. Guo Cuo, Longjing is no demon king, she is a savior. You have all been deceived. Xiaoyu immediately retorted, utter nonsense. I quickly countered. Yet Xiaoyu paid no heed to my fervent words and turned to Haizi, asking, Haizi, do you know how your family truly met their demise? Haizi was rendered speechless, yet the question of their death echoed in his mind. Haizi, your family was actually betrayed by Lao Fan. Nonsense, I shouted in protest. Nonsense, humph. Xiaoyu straightened her posture, adjusted her hair, and turned her gaze toward the cave of the immortal. Moments later, she turned back, stating, Longjing is within. Not if you don't believe us, we can confront Longjing directly. She possesses evidence sufficient to prove that it was Lao Fan who slaughtered your entire family. However, it was not solely Lao Fan. They are all in league with one another. Haizi, what evidence? Xiaoyu, let us go. You cannot go anywhere now. I obstructed Xiaoyu's path, demanding, present your evidence now. Since Longjing is here, let her come out. Haizi and I will not enter. Xiaoyu looked at me, momentarily at a loss for words. I understood that since Xiaoyu had laid her cards on the table, it indicated her confidence and that she possessed a strong hand. She was unperturbed. Haizi, do not enter. It is a perilous endeavor. I have been inside. It is a den of demons. Haizi, you just witnessed what passed by. Do you know what that was? They were the soldiers of the underworld, spirits and skeletons forming the army of shadows. Haizi, believe me, you must trust me, I implored fervently. It was uncertain whether Haizi heard my words or absorbed their meaning. Yet without a sound, he suddenly lunged forward, seizing Xiaoyu by her collar, and she was unable to evade. Haizi truly possessed a remarkable talent. In just a few days, he had undergone such a transformation. You claim Lao Fan killed my entire family. I do not believe it. Haizi, menacing and fierce, addressed Xiaoyu one-faced. Xiaoyu replied, what would it take for you to believe? Haizi demanded evidence. Xiaoyu retorted, what evidence do you require? Lao Fan and the others' actions speak volumes, Haozi insisted. Do not try to mislead me. Xiaoyu countered. How am I misleading you? Lao Fan and his companions are clearly attempting to frame others, inciting you and Guo Cuo to despise Long Jing. They are employing deceitful tactics to compel your loyalty. Haozi was thoroughly bewildered, his grip gradually loosening. Suddenly, Xiaoyu flickered and drifted several paces away. At that moment, a black belt from Haozi's waist was swiftly drawn out, and the Haiyan sword fell into Xiaoyu's grasp. A sinister expression crossed Xiaoyu's face. Chapter 104. The vanishing moon of the spirit path in her hand, Xiaoyu wielded the Haiyan sword that Lao Fan had bestowed upon Haozi. With a mocking sneer, she taunted him, yet, even as reality dawned upon him, Haozi refrained from striking at Xiaoyu. She toyed with the belt in her hands. Haozi, do not be foolish, Xiaoyu is a sorceress, I exclaimed. Haozi stared vacantly at me, then back at Xiaoyu. I understood that he still harbored feelings for her. As I took a step forward, intent on confronting Xiaoyu, I found myself rooted to the spot. At that moment, I gazed around and was taken aback to see, without my notice, innumerable wolves stealthily converging from the mountainside. Were they wild dogs? Regardless, I could not discern the distinction. However, they appeared to be wolves. I vaguely recalled that wolves typically had drooping tails. Yes, they were wolves, creatures possessing a fierce, brutal, and cunning gaze. Countless wolves encircled us, lowering their heads and fixating their stares upon me, silent yet seemingly trained. They advanced with purpose. Could it be that these wolves were not mere beasts? Were they also supernatural entities? Perhaps monsters? Alarmed, I instinctively moved closer to Haozi. Even if they were ordinary wolves, the sheer number was intimidating. Xiaoyu was undoubtedly the master of the wolf pack, as they had nearly surrounded Haozi and me. Xiaoyu, let Haozi go. Do not drag him into this quagmire, I implored. Heh. Xiaoyu's laughter sent chills down my spine. More unsettling than the presence of the wolves. At that moment, a gaunt black wolf, devoid of any markings and entirely black, approached. Its eyes glimmered with a chilling red light. This emaciated black wolf circled around Xiaoyu, standing beside her, gazing at me with a gluttonous expression. Was it smiling? Could this black wolf actually be smiling? Meanwhile, Haozi, in a moment of foolishness, suddenly shouted at Xiaoyu, be careful. Haozi charged toward her, but unexpectedly, Xiaoyu was able to wield the Haiyan sword. She uttered an incantation, and with a flick of her wrist, the Haiyan sword was hurled towards Haozi, twisting in the air like a lasso, ensnaring him. As Haozi rushed forward, he was bound by the sword. Tumbling to the ground just as he attempted to rise, Xiaoyu stomped down on him, rendering him immobile. Haozi, do you not see? These wolves are her offspring, I remarked. Xiaoyu, with a mischievous smile, crouched down and ruffled Haozi's hair, disdainfully remarking, Haozi, since you heed Guo Cuo's words, it appears your feelings for me are not genuine at all. Xiaoyu, that's enough. Are you human or demon? Long Jing is merely using you. I have come to realize that Xiaoyu is undoubtedly under Long Jing's spell. Xiaoyu stroked the fur of the black wolf beside her, then suddenly brought her foot down hard on Haozi's head. Standing up, she commanded in an authoritative tone, Hype, it's up to you now. As her words fell, the wolf with unblemished black fur beside her abruptly rose to its feet, its body twisting vigorously. In an instant, its jaws opened wide, its mouth gaping like a cavern, and its head expanded grotesquely. Suddenly, the black wolf clawed at its own head, and with a violent tear, its wolf skin peeled away, falling to the ground in a cloud of fur, revealing a human form beneath. Looking at the other wolves, they too stood upright, transforming into werewolves. Indeed, aside from this black wolf, the rest had morphed into the legendary werewolves. The wolf that had shed its skin now stood completely human. In shock, I recognized him instantly, the black-faced sorcerer. Haozi, he is the demon who slaughtered your entire family. I knew it was him. He is the one responsible. As I roared, my body lunged forward. Despite being encircled by werewolves, I paid no heed to anything else. I was determined to avenge Haozi first. In a flash, I had recited the incantation in my mind, and the Shangtang sword shot out swiftly, aiming for the black-faced sorcerer, but it struck Xiaoyu instead. Pushing her aside, Xiaoyu, I gazed at her in disbelief. She appeared entirely unperturbed. Suddenly, she pointed a finger at my acupoint, and a wave of numbness coursed through my body. My legs grew weak, and I sank to one knee. Looking up at Xiaoyu, she was human. The Shangtang sword was utterly ineffective against her. At that moment, I recalled the last piece of advice my grandmother had imparted: one must never be without a guard against others. As I lay on the ground, I saw countless werewolves fix their greedy gazes upon me. Their fangs glimmered menacingly. I understood they were merely awaiting a command. Moreover, I sensed that Xiaoyu and the black-faced sorcerer were far from finished playing their game. Perhaps there was still a chance. Did you kill my entire family? Haozi, bound to the ground by the Haiyan sword, questioned the black-faced sorcerer. The sorcerer turned to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu smiled mischievously and said, Emoji, you may now reveal the truth to them. It turned out that the black-faced sorcerer was named Emoji. With a sinister grin, Emoji replied, Indeed, after slaying your parents and family, I trapped them within a Chichong field. In the confines of that environment, they experienced both death and survival, yet if anyone rashly disturbed the Chichong field, the energy would reverse instantaneously, causing their souls to dissipate completely, leaving no chance of reincarnation. Heizi, I have indeed granted your family a chance. If the chi field is not destroyed and is opened in accordance with the principles of yin and yang, your family could still be reincarnated. However, at this moment. Heizi, I have shown you my utmost benevolence. Why, I shouted at that demon. At this point, Heizi's eyes were already bleeding, and he could utter not a single word to this inquiry was, in essence, my way of asking on Heizi's behalf. I believed it to be the very reason he yearned to uncover. The demon chuckled ominously. Why? Because you are aiding the wicked. Long Jing is the savior. Yet you choose to ally with a horde of specters against him. Is that not a path to self-destruction? Suddenly, I felt a warm current surge through my right wrist, coursing up my arm and flooding my entire being. I maintained my composure and continued to question, why must our families be implicated? The demon bared its fangs, growling ominously, that is your punishment. In that instant, a wave of profound shame washed over me. Had my scheme truly succeeded, had my severance from my family, and from the one I genuinely cherished, gone unnoticed, I timidly inquired, was it you who caused Su Jingyi's death? To my dismay, the demon confirmed my suspicion, yes. My body no longer felt numb, the warmth enveloped me entirely. Do not forget, I am shielded by the blood jade armor, whether it was the manifestation of the Shang Tang sword or the protection of the blood jade armor. My body had regained sensitivity. I quietly gathered my energy. Closing my eyes as if embracing death itself. At that moment, I suddenly heard a roar. I opened my eyes to see Heizi drawing upon some unknown power, shattering the bindings of the black lizard sword belt that ensnared him. That black lizard sword, such a divine artifact, had, in Heizi's fervor, fractured into segments. With a thunderous crash, Heizi unleashed a punch, yet Xiaoyu stood beside the demon. The demon reacted swiftly, but could not evade the rapid force of Heizi's blow. However, the demon suddenly shoved Xiaoyu in front of itself, catching her unawares. Heizi had no time to withdraw his strike. Nor did he contemplate doing so. Xiaoyu was but a mortal. The Shang Tang sword and black lizard sword were of no consequence to her, yet Heizi's iron fist was formidable. A stream of blood erupted from Xiaoyu's mouth, splattering across Heizi's face, and in that fleeting moment of his closed eyes, the demon had leapt several paces away. Xiaoyu. Heizi's chest heaved as he whispered, cradling Xiaoyu in his arms. She lay there, a profound despair washing over her as she faced the brink of death. Xiaoyu, Heizi called out in regret. Heizi, you. Xiaoyu had not anticipated such a sudden turn of events. It is said that when one approaches death, their words become tender, yet Xiaoyu coldly addressed Heizi. Heizi, I have never loved you. My heart belongs to Long Jing, he is my god, my heaven. Just as Heizi stood in shocked disbelief, Xiaoyu turned to the demon in the distance and declared, Demon, take your time to play, I will return. Heizi, I have never regarded you highly, you were merely a toy once held in my grasp. Xiaoyu was likely contemplating the path of reincarnation. Xiaoyu, do you truly wish to descend into the cycle of reincarnation? Do you believe that anyone can simply be reborn? A person like you would not reap a favorable fate even in death. I uttered in a fit of rage, yet, in response, Heizi bellowed at me, silence. At that very moment, with a sudden forceful grip, Heizi snapped Xiaoyu's neck, extinguishing her breath. Be quiet, you be quiet. It was unclear whether Heizi directed his fury at me or at Xiaoyu. Heizi held Xiaoyu close. Ultimately his love proved to be a futile pursuit, akin to gazing at the moon's reflection in water. Chapter 105, The Restless Souls of the Vigil Path. Xiaoyu perished in Heizi's embrace. I distinctly observed a wisp of azure smoke, resembling a human form, rising from Xiaoyu's lifeless body, drifting towards the celestial cave. Emoji chuckled ominously. Xiaoyu was merely a pawn for our purposes. Her death is of no consequence. Heizi abruptly turned to glare at Moji, who, under the weight of Heizi's gaze, instinctively recoiled. In that very moment, Emoji waved his hand, issuing a command. Surrounding us, the ravenous werewolves, long poised for action, surged forward in a frenzy. I, already prepared, leaped into the air.my body soared into the heavens, while beneath me, the pack of hungry wolves lunged in pursuit. One by one, the werewolves sprang up, each leaping higher and farther than the last, their claws outstretched yet failing to grasp me by a hair's breadth. As I ascended rapidly, I glanced downward and noticed the section of the black lizard sword, previously shattered by Heizi, quivering ominously. Heizi was nearly engulfed by a sea of dark forms. The jaws of the werewolves were perilously close to his face, one with a gaping maw wide enough to consume his entire head. At that critical moment, Heizi unleashed an uppercut, reducing the werewolf's head to mere pulp. As the saying goes, 2 fists cannot contend with 4 hands, yet Heizi's might shone through, proving formidable against the werewolves. However, despite slaying one vicious wolf, he found himself surrounded by a horde of others, undeterred in their ferocity, one already clamping onto his leg. Soon, wave after wave of malevolent wolves descended upon him, a dark mass layering over Heizi. Just as the top layer was about to completely obscure him, a black tendril swiftly darted in. My body plummeted. A wolf's claw latched onto my shoe's sole, and in an instant, the Shangsong sword shot forth. Gripping the hilt with both hands, I positioned the blade against my chest, its tip directed downward, and thrust it into the werewolf's skull. As I fell, the sword penetrated deep within the creature, and with a swift twist, I crouched upon landing. The werewolf's body met its demise as if caught in a meat grinder, being shredded apart from within. In the ensuing chaos, I began to spin, and before my eyes, the ferocious wolves were instantaneously cleaved asunder, some severed at the torso, others missing their heads, limbs, or tails. My rotation completed a full 180 degrees, and wherever my blade passed, clusters of pulverized remains erupted, resulting in the swift slaughter of over 100 wolves. As I glanced towards Heisey, beneath the ominous shadow resembling a demon-suppressing tower, an unexpected commotion erupted. The outer werewolves were still attempting to burrow inward, yet suddenly those within surged forth, not as whole werewolves but as grotesque, flesh-and-blood mushroom entities soaring into the air. A canine tooth fell at my feet. Heisey ascended into the air, accompanied by several famished wolves charging upward, and in mid-flight he swung his hand in a horizontal slash, mercilessly cleaving the bewildered werewolves into dismembered pieces. I cast a sidelong glance at Magia. Magia lurked behind the pack, perched atop the steps of a pavilion across from the immortal cave. Our gazes locked, and Magia trembled with fear. I felt an unwavering confidence. Drawing my sword, I lunged forward, dispatching the dozen or so wicked wolves that charged at me, all the while knowing that danger was closing in from behind. I bellowed, "Magia," as my voice echoed. I turned and thrust my sword backward, piercing the head of an approaching wolf, entering through the jaw and exiting at the brow. It was mine. Suddenly, Heisey shouted at me, looking back at Magia. He initially appeared utterly terrified, but upon hearing Heisey's call, a furious expression overtook him, his anger palpable. Magia, flustered and enraged, screamed, "You little wretch, do you think I am some mere demon? Come at me, both of you, let me show you who Magia truly is. Let you witness before your demise." I remained unfazed, ready to strike first and explain later. Suddenly a forceful impact struck me, sending me hurtling backward to the stone bridge beneath the entrance of the immortal cave. This collision, however, was a balanced push. It was clear that this was not intended to harm me. Without needing to look, I knew it was Heisey's doing. What a remarkable fellow, such strength, though I possess great speed. Heisey's force compelled my respect. I surmised that it was not merely I who had drawn Heisey into this quagmire. It seemed Heisey had long been recognized by the chairman Mold Fan and Aunt Meng as a gifted guardian of responsibility. I no longer needed to blame myself. Indeed, Heisey was exceptional, standing apart from the rest. In comparison, he was not merely a notch above me, he was leagues ahead. Just as I pondered this and prepared to assist Heisey in vanquishing Magia, an astonishing scene unfolded before my eyes. Magia's form began to swell infinitely, his head expanded to the size of a basin, and his limbs, stretching beyond capacity, tore through his clothing, transforming him into an entity resembling a diamond-hard beast. One could only imagine that such a fierce werewolf would make even the legendary diamond bears retreat in fear. Magia let out a thunderous roar, causing the pavilion behind him to collapse. He swung a claw, and Heisey, caught off guard, stumbled, and fell, narrowly evading the strike of the diamond wolf. Magia possessed staggering power. With that, as I brandished my sword and took a step forward, a sudden, harrowing scream pierced my ears. That voice sounded so familiar. Who could it be? A Sujingi, I exclaimed. The wretched cry of Sujingi emanated from the celestial cave. Wasn't the celestial cave destroyed? How could it have restored itself? Or was it merely sealed? And what of Long Jing's stone statue? In that moment, I found myself utterly unsettled by Sujingi's anguished scream. The cries continued to echo. "Shabao, you go ahead, I'll handle things here." At that moment, Heisey shouted to me, conveying that I held no grudge against Xiaoyu. Could it be that Heisey also heard it? Did he witness Xiaoyu's spirit drifting into this celestial cave? Sujingi's screams intensified, each one more agonizing than the last. Just as I was caught in this turmoil, Heisey was besieged by the relentless assaults of the diamond wolf demon, stirring up clouds of dust, as if the very heavens and earth were collapsing. Yet, astonishingly, Heisey remained unscathed. It seemed he could manage. Regardless, if I intervened now, it would only distract me and might even hinder rather than help. I leapt forward, ascending the steps, casting one last glance at Heisey before turning and entering the cave. In this familiar environment, with the terrain I recognized, I swiftly reached the opening. Taking a deep breath, I leaped down. Chapter 106, The Journey of the Guardian Spirit. The Walking Dead. I was drawn into the celestial cave by Sujingi's cries. Upon landing, the chamber was indeed a scene of horror. Sujingi was bound and suspended by the spirit-binding rope, her body hanging in mid-air. To my astonishment, Xiaoyu was also present. At that moment, Xiaoyu was crouched over Sujingi, fiercely biting into the carotid artery at her neck. Yet what flowed forth was not blood, but a clear stream. In the center of the stone bed sat a figure resembling a pale scholar, clad in a long white robe, white shoes, and white trousers. His skin was snow-white, and his chin bore the hint of stubble. His hair flowed like that of an immortal. However, atop his head, two horns seemed to protrude, cleverly concealed by his tresses. That day, I had beheld Long Jing's statue within the celestial cave, and now I recognized this pale scholar at once as Long Jing. "Xiaoyu, what are you doing?" I bellowed. Only then did Xiaoyu slowly rise from Sujingi's body, leaving her behind. Sujingi, now barely clinging to life, exhibited a fleeting tremor upon seeing me. "Once I consume the souls of 81 restless spirits, I shall tread the path of darkness," Xiaoyu declared with a sinister laugh. You, a creature of demonic ilk, still seek such? I question. It is far better than enduring the eternal cycle of life and death, tasting the ignominy of humanity, Xiaoyu retorted. Guo Cuo, I yearn for death. Do you truly believe Haozi could bring himself to kill me? I intentionally led him to do so. Haha, Haozi will bear guilt for a lifetime. Even in death, he shall remain ensnared in the sea of suffering. Xiaoyu, what enmity do you hold against Haozi? I see that, truly, the heart of a woman can be most venomous. At least this woman is undeniably toxic. Xiaoyu stumbled her way into Long Jing. Collapsing into his embrace, yet casting a glance in my direction. Guo Cuo, you now kneel beneath the demon lord. Can you still hope for salvation? A delusion. How could I have been so unwaveringly righteous? I take pride in my arrogance. Guo Cuo, do you still wish to return? Long Jing spoke. I gazed upon this demon king, his true form laid bare before me, and I murmured softly, a gust of wind. It is I. Long Jing could not suppress a cold laugh. Long Jing, I found myself at a loss for words. Guo Cuo, we are fated to meet. If you so desire, I can accept you as my foremost disciple. In the future, you shall stand alone, second only to none in this realm. And dreaming, are we? I retorted mockingly, forcing a laugh. Guo Cuo, opportunities are fleeting. Do you know what has transpired beyond Shishan? The land is already in ruins. And there is no returning for you, Xiaoyu remarked. Impossible. I replied calmly. Without the demon lord's presence, Shishan remains tranquil. Chapter 107. The profound fire of the Xuanwu. A nonsense. I suddenly roared. Do not heed their nonsense. Su Jingyi shouted at that moment. Long Jing chuckled, saying, she is yours now. Only then did I rush forward, with no obstruction from Long Jing or Xiaoyu. I embraced Su Jingyi, whose pallid face bore a lack of vitality. And I hastened to untie her bonds, yet Long Jing interjected, Guo Cuo, should you remain obstinate, do not regret it. I halted my actions, turning my gaze to Long Jing. Long Jing, if you were still alive. You cannot touch the souls of the deceased. This is precisely why your beautiful sister sought your demise. Long Jing's words held a measure of truth. However, I simply could not accept it. I refused to believe. Absolutely refused. In a frenzy, I attempted to free Su Jingyi from her restraints, but to no avail. That I drew forth the Shangtong sword to sever the ropes, and Long Jing muttered, Guo Cuo, be cautious not to harm Su Jingyi. She is a ghost, and the Shangtong sword does not discern. I stood frozen in shock. Long Jing descended from the stone platform, with Xiaoyu in tow. Long Jing stood before me at a distance, declaring, very well, if you seek righteousness, allow me to elucidate what righteousness truly is. Eons ago, the Xuanhua clan was devoured by a colossal dragon, engulfed in flames and reduced to ashes, becoming slaves to the dragon. It was I who fought valiantly to liberate the Xuanhua clan from their suffering, battling the dragon in the form of a white dragon. I vanquished the beast, yet I too bore its wounds. In a moment of sorrow, Long Jing seemed momentarily at a loss for words. I found myself genuinely listening. Long Jing shook his head and continued, I fell to earth as a human, only to be captured and bound within a cage by the Xuanhua clan. They deemed me a malevolent dragon intent on flaying me, extracting my sinews, and draining my blood. Despite their relentless torment, I refused to perish. Fearing my escape and potential vengeance, the Xuanhua clan resorted to the use of Xuanwu fire, a flame never before employed even against the dragon, seeking to incinerate me alive. Xiaoyu appeared to be hearing this tale for the first time. And upon noticing Long Jing's silence, she pressed for more, and then, Long Jing, on a subsequent night, I cunningly persuaded a young girl from the village to release me from my cage. And with her assistance, I managed to escape and ascend. Once I had recuperated, I descended, and transformed into human form, stealthily acquiring the true fire of Xuanwu from the Xuanwu clan. Under the enlightenment of this fire, I successfully mastered the Xuanwu heart method and attained enlightenment. Later, I unleashed the true fire of Xuanwu to annihilate the Xuanhua clan, burning them all to death. Haha, excellent. Xiaoyu listened with tears streaming down her face, ultimately applauding. So you harbor resentment, I remarked. Indeed, yet, in the end, were you not saved by a little girl? I continued. Long Jing, that was due to my deceit. Without that deception, I would have lost my life. This illustrates the fortune of trickery. The bloodshed has also brought me immense joy. Very well, let me speak candidly. I intend to open the gates of hell. Tonight, after traversing the spirit path, I shall gain dominion over the mortal realm. At that time, I will incinerate the entire world, including the upper spirit realm. I shall forge an entirely new universe. Xiaoyu suddenly expressed her dissent. Why must you annihilate the entire world? What did you say? Long Jing turned to Xiaoyu. Xiaoyu stood undaunted. Throughout their interactions, Long Jing had always treated her with kindness, never once losing his temper. Long Jing, do you not understand? The mortal realm is the foundation of all existence. If we were to destroy it, what significance would our dominion over the cosmos hold? Xiaoyu articulated her unwavering truth. Yes, but I am not human, yet you are. All humans must perish. Long Jing suddenly bit into Xiaoyu's neck. From that spot, no blood flowed, only a shimmering essence emerged. I realized that Long Jing was consuming Xiaoyu's soul essence. Once the essence was entirely drained, her spirit would be irrevocably extinguished. Long Jing, release her, she is one of your own. I embraced Su Jingyi, unable to rush forward, only able to shout. When Long Jing finally released his grip, Xiaoyu collapsed softly to the ground, her body becoming semi-transparent. Long Jing, my master Long Jing, why must you treat me this way? It seemed that Xiaoyu was no longer afraid, for the death of the heart surpasses that of the body. I imagined she was experiencing the same agony that had afflicted Haozi. Truly, for every sin there comes a reckoning. Has heaven ever shown mercy to anyone? Retribution is relentless, and better to drown in the world's intoxication. Unexpectedly, Long Jing suddenly turned on Xiaoyu, just as I was struck with astonishment. Long Jing abruptly lifted his head to look at me, and I noticed two bulges forming atop his head. They were emerging horns, and simultaneously Long Jing's visage contorted into a grotesque form, his mouth protruding, eyes sunken, cheekbones jutting out, and dragon whiskers flowing. He revealed his true draconic form. Long Jing roared, "Let you brat taste the sweetness of the true fire of Xuanwu." Hot H.as Long Jing's laughter erupted, a torrent of red surged from his gaping maw, engulfing us in flames. In this confined chamber, there was nowhere to hide, no escape from the inferno. Facing such a blaze, my instinct was to turn my back to the flames. The searing heat tortured me unbearably, as if I were being boiled in water. A sudden roar captivated my attention, drawing my gaze towards Su Jingyi. In that fleeting moment, it seemed I finally comprehended the gravity of the situation. I lunged towards her, but alas, it was too late. Su Jingyi was ensconced in a fiery inferno, flames engulfing her entirely. As I propelled myself towards her, a billowing cloud of black smoke dissipated, and I realized with a heavy heart that Su Jingyi had been consumed by that accursed Xuanwu true fire. Strangely, the unbearable heat no longer tormented me. Perhaps Su Jingyi's utter demise had allowed my rage to take the reins. I emerged from the flames, the soul of Xiaoyu began to fade from my sight. Long Jing was no more, and misguided Xiaoyu, swayed by deceitful words, had become Long Jing's lover. With her fair complexion and striking beauty, Xiaoyu was a distinguished talent from the medical university, the dream of Haozi. She foolishly believed that by consuming the souls of 81 spirits, she could attain demonic powers, yet in her pursuit, she became the prey, her soul devoured by Long Jing, ultimately serving as a mere garment for another. As I lamented this tragic tale, an earth-shattering tremor jolted me from my thoughts. I frantically searched for an escape, discovering only a passageway above. How could I ascend? I leapt into the air. My leap was indeed impressive. I was surprised to find I could still employ my lightness skill. However, it was insufficient, as I was unprepared for the seemingly endless extension of the passageway. Deep and unfathomable, I sensed my momentum waning, my body gradually losing its upward drive. Suddenly, a flash of azure light materialized before me, and I instinctively reached out, grasping it firmly. This radiant force propelled me upwards with incredible speed. Only then could I glance down and hear the thunderous cacophony below. As the tunnel entrance began to collapse, merging and crushing, I quickly retracted my feet, narrowly avoiding being caught. Upon reaching the passageway, I sprinted with all my might. Behind me, the ground crumbled in large chunks, the tunnel collapsing, descending into an abyss of darkness. I stumbled as my heel sank into a crevice, but I swiftly pulled my leg free and dashed forward, an unprecedented speed surging through me. Feeling as though I had become the wind, before me lay the tunnel's exit, a faint glimmer still visible, yet that glimmer diminished, shrinking ever smaller, until I had no choice but to throw myself towards it. My body crashed onto the ground, sliding forward. As I skidded, I collided violently with a protruding rock, my head striking hard. Lowering my gaze, I realized that after passing that sliver of light, my body felt constricted. As if trapped, panic surged within me. Half of my body remained within the tunnel. Holding my breath, I shouted, disregarding everything, thinking that if death awaited me, I would simply sacrifice my lower half. I would escape first. In truth, being trapped within the rock's embrace could lead to my demise. Unexpectedly, the mountain structure shifted perilously close to my rear, nearly dislodging my very essence. Yet, I had emerged. Glancing back, the celestial cave had vanished. I stumbled forth, descending the stone bridge steps with a jarring fall. Chapter 108, The Demise of the Demon Guardian. Upon landing, I was taken aback by an unexpected softness beneath me. I had fallen upon a corpse. I sprang up with alarm, hastily leaping aside, only to behold the figure of Haozi Long Jing, wielding a golden spear, donned in silver armor and a white helmet, adorned with a delicate cap resembling 7 exquisite treasures. Clad in shoes that seemed to tread upon snow while sealing fire, stood resolute, his blood-stained garments still fresh. His sword-like brows met the night sky with a steely gaze. Around us only Long Jing remained. The vicious wolves, the legendary werewolves I had encountered for the first time this night, were nowhere to be found. Not a single wolf carcass littered the ground, only the body of Haozi lay there. No, Haozi was still alive. He was barely clinging to life. Haozi! I rushed toward him. The once formidable Haozi, now aged 25, had met with the dark arts of the Black Salamander and the Black Salamander sword after a tragic massacre in his home within Longtan community. Despite his valiant battle against the Demon Guardian, it appeared that Long Jing's assistance had not sufficed, and Haozi had succumbed. Blood marred his lips and face, his body thoroughly drenched in crimson. The Shangtong sword and the Black Salamander sword combined could vanquish evil. Haozi clung to the last remnants of his breath, uttering, "The Black Salamander sword must merge with the Shangtong sword to become a dragon, to consume Long Jing." Haozi's eyes remained wide open in death. The golden spear plunged downward, piercing my back with a fierce thrust. That spear, akin to a blood jade armor reminiscent of a seamless garment, had once again saved my life. Long Jing's eyes widened in disbelief. Long Jing, are you intent on slaying everyone? I shouted enraged. In my arms, Haizi's body grew increasingly cold. Su Jingi, Shayu, Haizi, who is it that you would spare, the savior, if you were to seize control of the mortal realm? Would everyone not meet their demise? I roared in fury. Long Jing remained silent. I had no assurance of victory. In fact, I felt utterly hopeless, yet at that moment, fear was a distant notion. A dark mist emerged before me. Taking on a cylindrical form, it was the black salamander sword. At that instant, the Shangtong sword in my hand, resembling a green worm, alive and capable of cleaving demons and slaying ghosts while being ineffectual against humans, suddenly shot forth. This cursed entity, existing as a demon, followed its own path, driven by intention and thought, embodying its essence. Long Jing's face reflected sheer terror, yet I sat cross-legged upon the ground, silently reciting the incantation. Where intention goes, energy follows. Where will is exerted, power emerges. The body moves in accordance with intention, reaching all that is desired. With unrestrained desire, the body and sword unite, soaring into the heavens. The notion of unrestrained desire does not imply a lack of restraint. It is a state of being. To achieve true mastery, one must genuinely enter the realm of utmost purity, utmost brightness, and the void of meditation, where your consciousness transcends your corporeal form. Suddenly, Long Jing transformed. Assuming the guise of a white dragon. A violent inferno surged forth, engulfing my cocoon-like form, yet it could not scorch me in the slightest. Long Jing receded, now clad in a flowing white robe, white shoes, and white trousers, his skin a pristine snow, his chin bore the semblance of whiskers, and his long hair cascaded like that of a celestial being. Atop his head, two horns peeked through the veil of hair, yet they were obscured by his tresses. In this moment, Long Jing appeared somewhat dazed. The black pillar extended, taking on the semblance of a sword. The black serpent sword emitted a tremor, and in that instant, the Shangtang sword surged forth, merging with the former, transforming into a colossal dragon that lunged at Long Jing. Suddenly, Long Jing's entire being darkened. With my eyes closed, I felt as if I perceived everything. A surge of black energy engulfed the dragon, yet another wave of darkness pierced its abdomen, soaring into the sky, vanishing into nothingness, as a torrential downpour cascaded down. At that moment, icicles began to rain from the heavens. As Long Jing descended, the immense dragon pounced upon him. Subsequently, the dragon separated. Long Jing's original form was cleaved in two upon the sword's division. The Shangtang sword returned to my essence, while the black serpent sword vanished, extinguished alongside Long Jing's spirit. Rising to my feet, I was suddenly pierced by an icicle, its sharp tip grazing the crown of my head, a sensation I could distinctly feel. A trickle of clear water cascaded down my face. Who was it? Long Jing? No, it was the dismembered form of the Wolverine demon, not Long Jing. Long Jing had long departed from this realm. The entity that had just battled me was the resolute Wolverine demon, intent on my demise. Now it was vanquished by the wrathful self-destruction of the black serpent sword. This was akin to the revenge of Hauzi. The deceased Hauzi and I had united to eradicate this fiend. The black-faced divine trickster demon had finally met its end at Hauzi's hands. As the dark clouds dissipated, the bright moon re-emerged. I invoked the summoning incantation taught by Aunt Meng, brilliantly radiant. Spirits depart from above, against the current they flow, flowers wilt yet still bloomed. In the swirling chaos of the universe, I draw forth the 6 senses and 7 apertures, from the realms of the Wu tribe. Return from the west, water flows gently. 5 stars honor the clouds. By this decree, I urgently command the summoning, yet Hauzi's spirit still did not appear. I could not fathom why his spirit remained absent. Did Hauzi not wish to see me? Or no, I believed the most favorable outcome was that Hauzi simply did not want to meet me. I desired nothing else. Hauzi was indeed petty, a despicable individual. Hauzi was not worth anything, he was a beast. Why would he not see me? Even in death, he wished to avoid me. Truly, he was worthless. I would not entertain any other possibility. It could not be that Hauzi had completely no, it could never be like that. It was simply that Hauzi did not wish to see me, that was all. I convinced myself of this. It was so. Hauzi merely did not want to meet me. Very well, let him undergo reincarnation. Enough, if he does not wish to see me, then so be it. After all, Hauzi did not want to see me, hence my summoning incantation bore no effect. Since the summoning incantation was futile, why should I continue to employ it? Thus, I never used the summoning technique taught by Aunt Meng again. I firmly believed that Hauzi simply did not wish to see me. That was the sole truth. I could not accept any other reason. I could not accept it. Did you expect me to declare that Hauzi's soul had scattered? Damn, I laughed heartily. What a jest. I must pull myself together. I cannot cry. I can never cry. There are still matters to attend to. I knew at this moment, the West Mountain Funeral Home was of utmost importance. I needed to hurry back. West Mountain Funeral Home, the southern gate, everything seemed normal. Thank goodness. No, wait. Suddenly, a gust of wind swept behind me. A chill coursed through my neck. I swiftly thrust my sword forward. My body remained still, the blade slanting outward, piercing from my waist towards my rear. As I turned to gaze, a werewolf began to convulse. Ultimately transforming into a puddle of muck, I dashed forward. Suddenly, a skull tumbled to my feet. The sacrificial chamber, a bungalow encircled by 12 stone statues of the zodiac, each clasping a stone tablet, beneath which lay a stone pit inscribed with names. The pit was ablaze with burning paper, accompanied by a large incense burner. At that moment, skeletal warriors surged forth from that very place. Following closely were countless reanimated corpses. Indeed, they were zombies. The zombies and skeletons entangled with one another, gnawing in a frenzy. Flesh was torn from the zombies' bodies, while the skeletons, devoid of skin and muscle to rend, had their skulls wrenched apart by the zombies. Chapter 109, The Gathering of Corpses on the Spirit Path. As I observed the zombies gradually faltering, the magical skeletal army of Longjing surged from all directions. At this moment, an elder swung his weapon, the black dragon chain, instantly reducing every skeleton it struck to dust. The skeletons scattered in evasion, while the zombies relentlessly pursued. Suddenly, a colossal werewolf leaped into existence, seizing the elder. Perhaps Lao Fan had bestowed the black lizard sword upon Haozi, for the weapon in his grasp was indeed a black chain. Indeed, that little old man was the cremator Lao Fan. Fan Wujiao. Hey Wuchang, this place was certainly not where the spirit path began. The two western floors of the typing building, the glass door on the first floor revealed little. The morgue was located on the second floor, within a vast hall, featuring a dressing mirror. The wall adorned with the mirror faced the entrance. To the right of the door was a large bed. Adjacent to the right, connected to the northwest walls, was a storage room. This was the entrance to the prison spirit world, the very portal of the spirit path. I knew that Xiaoyu had already discerned the precise location of the spirit path, and Longjing surely was aware as well. In truth, I too had come to know that it was the very place my pet Longyan could traverse at will. The storage room within the morgue. As I prepared to cross over, I worried whether the spirit path had already fallen into Longjing's hands, for I had yet to lay eyes on him. Such a large-scale assault surely indicated his presence. Just as I was about to proceed, a sudden droplet splashed upon my face. I paused, looking. Lao Fan had inexplicably vanished. Those two severed corpses, could they be? Hundreds of werewolves surged forth, the dark tide rushing towards the enraged figure of a man clad in white. The zombies were nearly powerless to impede the skeletal soldier's onslaught, save for that man in white, who swung his weapon. The white dragon whip. Skeletons shattered in fragments. Hundreds of werewolves bore down upon him. The man in white retreated rapidly, yet was ultimately engulfed. That man was my colleague, the driver Xiangzi. Xiaobayan, the soul collector. By Wuchang, his head of silver hair vanished amidst the gathering storm. Xiangzi cast one last glance in my direction, and I distinctly saw the final look in his eyes. His gaze held profound meaning. I understood, he had given his all. Of the wolf pack disregarded me entirely. Charging forward. Ahead. In the southeastern courtyard, where the crematory lay, the chairman scrambled in panic, seeking refuge there. At the threshold stood a bull-headed figure wielding a ghostly blade, accompanied by a horse-faced guardian brandishing a spiked club, fiercely defending the entrance. Yet, they were no match for the relentless tide of advancing werewolves. The ferocity of the werewolves was such that wherever they roamed, bones were shattered and corpses lay in disarray. And Lei fought valiantly, but merely managed to parry the onslaught. The werewolves surged forth like colossal ants, leaving desolation in their wake. The chairman swiftly darted towards the hall of mourning nestled between the western and northern buildings, while the pack abandoned their mangled remains to pursue him. And Lei vanished from sight as well. The chairman flung open the door to the hall, preparing to flee inside, but it was too late. The pack surged in, trampling over his body. Suddenly, a brilliant red light erupted, emanating from within the hall and shooting skyward, refracting mid-air. The pack was swept into the heavens by this crimson radiance, vanishing into the night sky beneath the bright moon. Under the moonlight, 5 black dots coalesced into a star-like formation, gradually expanding. At that moment, it seemed poised to take on a circular shape. I knew time was fleeting. Perhaps we just needed to endure a little longer. The cost was devastating, but at this juncture, even if it meant sacrificing everything, we had to press on. I had embraced the notion of self-sacrifice. I hastily ran towards the hall, only to find it utterly vacant. Chairman, I called out, met with silence. Boss, the echo reverberated in the emptiness. Damn it, you are my king of hell. The chairman, with his grey, parted hair and glasses, appeared to be in his 60s, exuding kindness. At that moment, he seemed to materialize before my eyes like a fleeting apparition. Chairman, I rushed towards him, passing through the void. I had signed a 10-year contract with the chairman of this funeral home. Was this how I attained my freedom? Naturally, I felt as though I were trapped in a dream. Just as I grappled with my confusion, a cacophony of crackling noises pierced my ears. A thunderous explosion echoed. What had detonated? I darted outside, witnessing a mushroom cloud rising in the distance. That ominous cloud billowed from behind the peace building. The peace building, I gasped, panting as I sprinted towards it. I was dazed. The zombies were frozen in place. I stood amidst a sea of corpses, and for a moment, the zombies became our foes, while the werewolves turned into allies. Xiao Peng suddenly pivoted, and I hurriedly followed suit. Remarkably, he had opened a passage for me, leading directly to the second floor. As I ascended the staircase, the wolf's head turned in my direction. I couldn't help but admire Xiao Peng's muscular physique at this moment, his chest and abs, which he rarely displayed in everyday life. Be careful, I shouted urgently. Xiao Pang glanced back and swiftly crushed a zombie's skull with his bite. He charged towards the horde of corpses, transforming them into mere playing cards in his grasp. Fueled by exhilaration, Xiao Pang was in his element. Just as I felt ready to ascend the stairs, a dark shadow suddenly darted past. Xiao Pang had no time to react, and the shadow pounced upon him, sinking its fangs into the werewolf's throat. To my astonishment, the shadow was a monstrous ENG. Xiao Pang let out a thunderous howl, a true wolf's roar. In my bewilderment, he retaliated, sinking his teeth into the ENG's throat, silencing it swiftly. Unexpectedly, countless ENG surged through the doorway. In an instant, Xiao Pang vanished from my sight. So swiftly the setting resembled a vast courtyard funeral home, familiar yet haunting, crossing the city defense river bridge to the east. Turning westward away from the development zone, passing Kongji, it was less than half an hour's journey to the foot of the western mountain. This place had once been a realm of joy. Yet now, I felt as though time had frozen, as my colleagues faded away one by one. Aunt Meng, I rushed upstairs. Up behind me, the monstrous ENG was already perilously close. The ENG, once a beast of war from the underworld, is known for its ferocity. Confined in the realm of the dead, later, it was chosen by the demon clan and trained as a beast of magic. This particular ENG, a formidable creature, possessed immense strength and a single sturdy horn atop its head. Once pierced, it could extract the essence of any being, human, ghost, demon, or monster, leading to their utter destruction. Now, the ENG had become a premier entity among magical beasts. Chapter 110, The Path of Vigilance and the Sealing of Spirits. I nearly tumbled up the last staircase to the second floor. Leaping over 7 steps in a single bound, stumbling unsteadily, I collided with a window along the corridor, shattering the glass into a multitude of shards. Blood streamed from my head. The ENG, being a bloodthirsty beast, would only grow more frenzied at the sight of blood. Unable to stand, I quickly huddled by the window. Before me loomed a dark mass, with countless ENG bearing their grotesque visages rushing toward me. I recalled how, in times past, this place had exuded an atmosphere that was both unusual and harmonious. Here, I had come to regard it as my home. At that moment, a sudden chill swept through. A cold wind, or rather, an ominous breeze surged in, yet it felt like a friend rather than a foe. As the wind enveloped me, I felt an unexpected surge of vitality. The leading ENG lunged at me, its cavernous maw threatening to consume my entire head. All I could see was a vivid crimson haze, and in an instant, my head was caught within its jaws. Yet, moments later, my head was exposed to the air once more. Before me, the leading ENG disintegrated into nothingness, not merely into powder, but gradually fading away. Amidst the spectral winds, countless spectral soldiers surged forth, evoking an oddly familiar sensation within me. I suddenly realized, these spectral soldiers were our own. It is from the desolate barracks nestled at the foot of the western mountains, behind the Taiping Tower, that the shadowy soldiers emerge. The spectral beasts are caught unawares, swept up in a sudden gust of ominous wind. In an instant, wherever these phantoms tread, the monstrous shadows are torn asunder. Surely these spectral warriors have been meticulously trained by the chairman himself, employing some targeted methodology or perhaps some preordained curse. Ultimately, the spectral beasts remain oblivious to the nature of their assault. Defenseless as they are systematically dismembered and dissipated, the cacophony of explosions fills my ears incessantly, leaving me bewildered as to the unfolding chaos. Seizing the moment, I hastily rise and dash toward the corridor, coming to an abrupt halt at the entrance of the mortuary. Inside, a shroud of mist envelopes the space, rendering everything indistinguishable. I glance back only to witness the shadowy soldiers suddenly disperse, as if encountering some unforeseen predicament. Retreating in haste, the army of souls, under the overwhelming onslaught of Longjing's formidable magic, scatters like birds and beasts, those who linger too long finding their spirits utterly shattered. Surprisingly, even the undead recoil from death. The once disciplined and diligently nurtured army of souls, invested with the chairman's utmost efforts, instantly devolves into a disorganized rabble. Longjing's figure materializes at the far end of the corridor. In that fleeting moment, a radiant white light emanates from him, momentarily blinding me, compelling me to instinctively rush into the mortuary. Through the haze, Aunt Meng suddenly grasps my arm, pulling me into the storage room. I realize I have entered this chamber, yet I am taken aback by its inexplicable vastness. Xiaobao, do not speak, merely listen to me. I find myself at a loss for words. Aunt Meng continues, I shall seal the channel of spiritual communication, but the Black Star's cyclical return after 50,000 years will manifest one last time. Longjing will undoubtedly remain relentless. Remember, defense is paramount. Aunt Meng, I wish to express my thoughts, yet they elude me. My mind is flooded with questions, so many things I do not comprehend. Ignoring my plight, Aunt Meng presses on. Xiaobao, hear me, the reappearance of the Black Star may occur in 2 years, or perhaps sooner. But regardless, you cannot thwart Longjing. I will seal the channel of communication with my soul, yet it will only be temporary. You must protect your life, endure. Aunt Meng Xiaobao, your primary task tonight is to escape. Flee this place at once, remember to train diligently. Once you have achieved mastery, return immediately. I have made arrangements. At this juncture, Aunt Meng suddenly thrusts me outward. Go, as her voice fades, a blinding white light bursts forth, Signaling Long Jing's arrival, before Aunt Meng can speak again, I pivot abruptly, wielding the Shangtang sword in my hand, sweeping it in a wide arc. Indeed, it seems something behind me hastily retreats. As I swing the weapon aimlessly, I call out to Aunt Meng, this is not the final moment, do not act so recklessly. In truth, I have long sensed that Aunt Meng's intention to seal the channel of communication likely involves a grave sacrifice on her part. Perhaps, Aunt Meng, if flames engulf the mist, and the scene before me gradually clarifies, the mysterious Xuanwu true fire unleashed by Long Jing swept away all the mist laid by Aunt Meng. At that moment, as Aunt Meng's soul suddenly transcended her physical form and her chrysalis was consumed by the flames. Her spirit transformed into a colossal peachwood sword, hovering ethereally at the entrance to the spirit realm. The terror in Long Jing's eyes conveyed his resolute determination to thwart Aunt Meng's intentions. Long Jing lunged forward. Suddenly, he found himself unable to move as a small ghost unexpectedly grasped his ankle. Upon looking down, he realized it was not my little ghost Ziyuan, but the very same. Without hesitation, Long Jing struck down with his palm. His hand came crashing down upon the small ghost's crown. Go, Aunt Meng's voice echoed once more in my ears. Ziyuan, I cried out, yearning to rush forward and confront Long Jing. To my astonishment, my Shangtang sword inexplicably retracted into my being. Eluding my summons, suddenly a shadowy beast leapt towards me. I made no attempt to evade. I knew it was Long Yan. I cannot fathom how I ended up atop its back, yet I was resolute in my intention to confront Long Jing. At that moment, Long Yan unfurled its wings. I was taken aback. Long Jing, upon witnessing this transformation, regarded my pet Long Yan with a newfound expression, one of insatiable greed. The spectral beast, with its triangular head and blood-red eyes, thrived in obscurity, where light could not reach. Its blood emitted a dark purple luminescence. This ghostly creature, devoid of gender, possessed the ability to shapeshift. Among them, the celestial unicorn ghost was the most extraordinary, sporting wings that allowed it to ascend to the heavens. To my astonishment, what I had retrieved from the fairy cave was indeed the flying unicorn ghost. My Long Yan was a celestial mythical beast. Long Yan charged toward the doorway. The little ghost clung desperately to Long Jing's ankle. With a swift motion, Long Jing hoisted the ghost's soul into the AI in the embrace of the Xuanwu true fire. The little ghost's essence emitted a series of anguished wails. Ziyuan, I shouted, after all this time spent together. Despite being merely a little ghost, he had become dear to me. After Long Jing obliterated Ziyuan, he set his sights on me, eager to seize my Long Yan. The flying unicorn ghost, the Xuanwu true fire, surged toward me. And with a deft movement, I evaded it, only to find Long Jing now mere inches from me. He employed the same tactic again, attempting to strike my crown. I resolved to die rather than allow Long Jing to consume my soul. Refusing to grant him the opportunity to enhance his spiritual value, I took a step back, disregarding the vast window behind me. Directly opposite the entrance of the morgue stood a window, now wide open. I leaped forth. Long Jing lunged at me with a fierce bite. My already out of control body suddenly soared into the air, as Long Jing transformed into a white dragon that stretched out towards me. Just as the dragon's body was about to ensnare me, Long Yan abruptly shot straight up into the heavens, breaking free from the white dragon's grasp. Long Jing, unwilling to relent, followed suit, racing upwards. Long Yan's speed intensified. While Long Jing relentlessly pursued, the only sound in my ears was a rushing whoosh. Gripping tightly onto Long Yan's singular horn, I clamped my legs around it. A glance behind revealed Long Jing's maw snapping perilously close. Mere inches away, before it suddenly plummeted, descending rapidly. My eyelashes felt as though they had frozen, tears crystallized upon my cheeks, cascading down like shimmering orbs. Long Yan continued its ascent. I began to sense something amiss. Long Yan, clinging to Long Yan's neck, I felt an unsettling chill. Suddenly Long Yan's wings flapped once, and I couldn't contain my joy, yet, after that brief moment of brilliance, it plummeted headlong. When I slowly regained consciousness, I found myself in an unfamiliar place. It resembled a deserted island, or perhaps a solitary planet, boundless and infinite. I hurriedly searched, finding Long Yan lying by the riverbank. Perhaps this was the ocean. I rushed over. Long Yan still breathed, but I was at a loss. Had it exhausted too much energy? I scoured the surroundings for herbs, yanking at any grass I encountered, determined to revive it. Now, in this inexplicable realm, we had only each other to rely upon to survive. The sky began to brighten, the morning star ascended. In the vicinity of the Eastern Bridge Development Area, specifically Kongji Town and Shishan Village, police cars were scattered everywhere. What had transpired last night? Godashwai spoke these words with palpable terror, his gaze fixated on Tang Leitang. Surrounding officers continuously removed the bodies of the deceased, stripped bare. Meanwhile, a multitude of clothing remained perfectly intact, hanging from the treetops of Xishan. In a shocking moment, a head exploded, yet a nearby companion remained unscathed, though this gruesome sight drove him to the brink of madness. Livestock were hurled into the air, landing on the backside of Shishan. Numerous boulders were cast into the moat, remaining utterly intact. Such bizarre and unfathomable phenomena were even more terrifying and incredulous than the heavy casualties. The villagers of Shishan scarcely escaped this calamity. Many were missing without a trace. Within the Shishan morgue, not a soul remained, not even a single body existed. The Shishan morgue had become a colossal tomb. In the weeks that followed, Guo Cuo married Guan Xiaoyun. What had truly happened? Guan Xiaoyun inquired on her last night in her boudoir. Tang Leiting replied, in detail. I am uncertain, however, experts have declared it was not a supernatural occurrence, but rather a massive explosion caused by spatial plasma. There is a scientific explanation, Guan Xiaoyun responded with a soft "oh." Tang Leiting murmured, an area of 2.2 square kilometers was affected, equivalent to an explosion of 20 tons of TNT. Guan Xiaoyun asked, what about the epicenter? Could it be an ammunition depot? Tang Leiting, what on earth? The epicenter of the explosion is right at Shishan village, how could there possibly be an arsenal there? Guan Xiaoyun, could it be an illicit workshop for fireworks? Tang Leiting, haven't we already stated that it was a plasma explosion? This is a natural disaster. Guan Xiaoyun, oh right, yet, we have yet to discover. Guan Xiaoyun suddenly fell silent as Tang Leiting's demeanor had already shifted. After a brief moment, Tang Leiting regained her composure and forced a smile. Tomorrow is your wedding day, why bring this up? Yet, Guan Xiaoyun suddenly burst into tears. She remained uncertain whether Xiaoba was alive or dead. Tang Leiting wished to say something, but her words were choked back. It seemed that Tang Leiting was exercising the utmost restraint. I must see him, I must find him. After a while, Tang Leiting unexpectedly blurted out this statement. The lush greenery was home only to small creatures and towering ancient trees, judging by the tree rings. These were indeed ancient trees. This must be an isolated island. The boundless ocean surrounding it, the black waters revealed no signs of life, yet thankfully the island provided an array of plants to replenish my life force. Occasionally Long Yan would even bring back small creatures to satisfy my hunger. I never dared to let Long Yan consume meat, fearing it might provoke its primal instincts, unleashing its inner beast. I only allowed it to eat herbaceous plants. This Long Yan, having never seen the world, would eat whatever I offered, showing no inclination to try meat. It was these unknown plants that gradually revived Long Yan, which had been on the brink of death. As Long Yan slowly regained its vitality, I too remained spirited. The items I carried with me gradually became obsolete as time passed. After my phone ran out of battery, I could no longer recall how long I had been trapped on this desolate island. My clothing had long since become tattered, yet perhaps due to the protective blood jade armor, I felt no chill. The wounds from the shadowy creatures had likely healed, and perhaps Long Yan had fully recovered as well. However, this little creature stubbornly refused to carry me away from this island. Could it be that once bitten by a snake, one is afraid of a rope for 10 years? Is it afraid to fly now? I can no longer rely on Long Yan, nor can I force it. I wouldn't want to earn a reputation for animal cruelty. I understand that I must diligently practice my martial arts and mental techniques. I know that my confinement on this island is only temporary. I must return swiftly, and must I wait until I have mastered the art of flying with my sword before I can leave this place? I once attempted to have Long Yan carry me through the air a few times, but Long Yan flew too low for me to see the entirety of what lay below. Surrounded by the endless expanse of the Black Sea, merging with the heavens, Chapter 112, Enlightenment on the Isolated Island, the grandeur of this waterfall was truly breathtaking, cascading down 3,000 feet. Resembling the Milky Way descending from the heavens, water splashed upon me, and I distinctly felt it. That moment I could not tell whether it was day or night, as I sat in meditation for an indeterminate amount of time. With each strike of my sword, my proficiency had reached a level of skill that made my movements as swift as lightning. In an instant, I opened my eyes and, with a fleeting glance, I suddenly leapt to my feet. My figure surged upward with remarkable agility, nearly reaching the summit of the cliff, when my foot unexpectedly slipped, causing me to plunge downwards. In midair, I strained to regain control. Yet I was ultimately aided by the power of the Shangtang sword. The tip of the sword plunged directly into the pool beneath the waterfall, reaching the depths of the water. And braced against my rapid descent, a tremendous wave surged forth, and I was propelled out, drenched, soaring towards the heavens. When I landed once more, I found myself firmly standing atop the cliff. The rushing water battered my body. Icy and relentless. A fire crackled to life, and my heart raced with urgency. Long Yan lay beside me, its eyelids drooping heavily, as if it could scarcely keep them open. It too had frolicked throughout the day. During my training, it dared not disturb me. Although I was anxious, I felt utterly powerless. Long Yan had made every effort, yet it could not carry me away. Once it had nearly failed to return, almost adrift in that boundless Black Sea, on the verge of perishing. I understood that only by harnessing the highest mastery of the Shangtang sword could I escape the confines of this solitary Blackwater. Yet, I had lost track of how much time had passed. Had Long Jing once again broken through the spiritual gateway and traversed that ethereal path? Had the world already transformed beyond recognition? Aunt Meng had sacrificed herself for righteousness. I could only wonder if she would bear fruit from such noble deeds. Indeed, I could not betray Aunt Meng and her companions' trust in hopes. However, how could I possibly escape? Dazed and confused, I was at a loss. I rested my hand upon Long Yan's back. The once impenetrably firm hair of the shadowy dragon felt surprisingly supple beneath my touch. As if it regarded me as its master. Perhaps, in its heart, I was akin to a father. In any case, it was obedient to my every wish, never daring to defy me, though Long Yan could not utter human speech. I understood it nonetheless. I was not versed in the language of beasts, yet it comprehended me. This was a form of tacit understanding. Might I also require such a rapport with the Shangtang sword? Suddenly, it struck me. I could not merely regard it as a weapon. It was not inanimate. It was a living entity. I should treat the Shangtang sword as I did Long Yan. As if it were my own child. With this thought in mind, I hastily began to mentally recite the incantation. To my astonishment, as I envisioned unleashing the Shangtang sword, it responded forthwith. In truth, the incantations and mental formulas were already second nature to me. I had mastered them to the point of familiarity. Each time I would recite the incantation to summon it. Was this not the path of understanding? As I concentrated, my intent aligned seamlessly with the sword's response, achieving a state of unity between man and sword. In the moment the waterfall spray landed upon me, the Shangtang sword had already intercepted the first droplet. Soon 2, 3, 4, and 5 droplets followed, all deflected by the sword, leaving me utterly untouched by even half a drop of water. It was a speed so extraordinary that it propelled the Shangtang sword forth with an essence beyond color. I was certain that this swiftness exceeded even the speed of light, my intent surpassing it by tenfold. I had reached the zenith of determination, the mastery of energy, the fulfillment of thought, and the reach of the sword. I knew then that my swordsmanship had attained great perfection. A solitary leaf gently descends, seemingly destined to land within the jaws of Long Yuan. Nestled beside me, Long Yuan appears utterly content, its mouth agape, patiently awaiting the arrival of the leaf. As the leaf settles into Long Yuan's maw, it closes its jaws. Revealing an emptiness within. Long Yuan gazes at me with an astonishing expression, unlike anything I have witnessed before. In an inexplicable turn of events, the leaf finds its way into my hand. At that moment, my child Shangtangjian resembles a true larva, burrowing eagerly into the leaf, beginning to consume it. The leaf, now reduced to fragments by Shangtangjian's relentless munching, I crumple into a ball and toss into Long Yuan's mouth. Long Yuan pauses momentarily before swallowing and drifting into slumber. Shangtangjian, capable only of vanquishing demons, proves ineffective against humans, and its power cannot inflict harm upon inanimate objects. It is only when Shangtangjian assumes the form of a creature that resembles a small insect that it can interact with the physical world. Shangtangjian possesses a quality, albeit a remarkably light one, imbued with peculiar capabilities. Ultimately, everything in existence bears a quality. However, the principles of extremity and transformation, along with the idea that quantity leads to quality, have given rise to certain entities, including talismans and divine artifacts, which are merely manifestations of an alternate form of quality that triggers extraordinary powers. This is the extent of my understanding. I begin to experiment with fasting, pondering whether diminishing my weight could enhance my agility and mobility. With closed eyes, I cultivate my spirit, enduring the initial discomfort and challenges of fasting. Indeed, shedding weight brings a degree of comfort, yet it fails to effect significant change. I cannot become as insubstantial as smoke. Am I overthinking? If so, I should think less. Can I not think at all? A time elapses, though I cannot discern how long, until I abruptly open my eyes, drenched from head to toe. A tingling sensation courses through my scalp. I realize I have been seated upon the rock beside the waterfall for what feels like an eternity, completely oblivious to the icy droplets cascading upon me. Rising, I approach the waterfall. I take my seat beneath its torrent. The water cascades forcefully upon my head, yet I endeavor to meditate in such an environment. 3 days later, I successfully enter the realm of the void. Within the void. What greets my eyes is a statue of a Buddha. Yin Zilangguan soars above, gazing down at the statue, as if guarding its master. Suddenly, I discover I can traverse freely between the mortal realm, held out all the way to the demon domain and the celestial realm. It appears that this place, I see now, this Blackwater, all truly belongs to the supreme continent. Here lies a realm beyond the 3 realms. What is the supreme continent? I seem to glimpse something else. I see the Windrise Mountain, the Ithwood Kingdom. And the local Hala people. The Black Salamander Empire rules over this land. This will be a place for the reincarnation of a soul. That familiar figure, it is him. I recognize Longjing. I suddenly open my eyes. The campfire is nearly extinguished. I hastily add twigs and dry leaves, for my lighter has long run out of fuel. I must safeguard this spark of fire. On this solitary isle, I have successfully quit smoking. Chapter 113. The revelation. Rapid running fills me with vitality. Eye in the sky. Long Yan glided gracefully downward. The Shangtang sword entwined my hand in Long Yan's neck. Initially, Long Yan lifted me into the air, swaying gently, but as soon as my feet touched the ground, I was again caught in a frenzy of running. Long Yan seemed to be drawn by my very presence. The rugged terrain beneath my feet felt as smooth as a well-trodden path. Suddenly I came to a halt, frozen in place. The Shangtang sword curled within my grasp, and I was enveloped in a profound ignorance. What was that? A great Buddha, yet it bore an uncanny resemblance to me. A sudden murmur echoed in my ears. The infinite Buddha, devoid of sorrow, joy, or concern, free from attachment and thought, boundless and eternal. It transcends all extremes, great and small, high and low, without beginning or end, free from pain and suffering, devoid of sensation and awareness. Only in the absence of all can one attain the infinite. As I stepped cautiously toward the waterfall, I felt nothing at all. In a state of deep meditation, I soon lost all consciousness. Could it be that I myself was the embodiment of the infinite Buddha? could it be abruptly awakening? I found myself still drenched. My body cold as ice. I was astonished to discover that the blood jade armor had re-emerged upon me. This was utterly incredible. When had that happened? Ever since donning this garment, I had been unable to find any trace of it. Yet now it had manifested itself once more. The blood jade armor turned a deep crimson, standing out vividly against my form. When I reached out to touch it, to my surprise, the armor shattered beneath my fingers. Fragments scattering and drifting away, the blood jade armor now floated upward like petals in the wind. The blinding sunlight obscured my vision, preventing me from seeing where those petals would go. I hurriedly retreated. Backing away, I dashed up a small hill, and there it was, a colossal Buddha. The blood jade armor transformed into a robe, draping itself upon the great statue. What a marvel to behold! Long Yen circled above the Buddha's head. Spiraling endlessly, enveloped by a radiant halo, Long Yen vanished within that luminescence, which turned out not to be blinding sunlight, but rather the light of the Buddha's aura. Long Yen, I gasped, eager to summon it, but suddenly the Buddha's light faded. The sun continued to shine, piercingly bright. What had transpired? The strange occurrences of the past few days left me uncertain whether I was trapped in a dream or facing reality, yet one truth remained: Long Yen did not return. Long Yen had disappeared into the Buddha's radiance. Beside the campfire, I sat alone. What kind of Buddha was that? The infinite Buddha? I suspected it was a predatory Buddha. My blood jade armor, my Long Yen, all had been seized by that entity. Was it the sorcery of Longjing at play? I awoke in a daze, utterly perplexed. I drifted through the day in a stupor, neither eating nor drinking. My head throbbed, a painful pressure building within. By midday, I was nearly incapacitated. As the afternoon wore on, my leg ailment flared up unexpectedly. Truly, it was as if misfortune had descended upon me like a relentless storm. This latest bout of pain was entirely unforeseen, and the agony in my head was so intense that it felt as if my eyes might burst. I began to lose my grip on endurance. Suddenly a fierce wind howled, and torrential rain poured down, extinguishing the campfire, snuffing out my flickering hope. In my anguish, helplessness, and solitude, I began to weep uncontrollably. In this desolate emptiness, I wept and howled unabashedly, my cries echoing through the void. Just as I was lost in my despair, I beheld a multitude of ferocious beasts approaching me. The Shangtang sword was drawn, yet the creatures showed no fear. The sword proved utterly ineffectual. Was that a tiger, a leopard, a jackal, a wolf, wild dogs, and a lion? It seemed as if every formidable creature I had ever encountered in reality was now before me. The pain in my legs led me to contemplate surrendering to death. I found myself immobilized, unable to move. At that moment, all my abilities seemed to have vanished. I closed my eyes, relinquishing all thoughts, desiring nothing, for I had done my utmost. Now, I was beyond saving, not merely in a precarious position, but facing inevitable demise. What else was there to ponder? The West Mountain funeral home, and Meng, the spirit channeling. I had done my best. I was on the brink of death, devoid of any effort left to exert. Ultimately, I released all attachments, letting go of everything, including my family and my deeply cherished Tang Leitang, Godashwai Guan Xiaoyandao, and that little one. The Shangtang sword. I smiled brightly, regarding all the ferocious beasts before me as if they were mere phantoms. And with a radiant smile, I said, "Little one, we are soon to part ways. Go seek out your new master." Remarkably, the Shangtang sword suddenly soared into the air. It ascended sharply, only to twist and dive back down towards my legs. In my bewilderment, the sword miraculously lifted me up. I quickly grasped the hilt tightly, and with a whoosh in my ear, all at once, darkness enveloped me. The night deepened, yet the rain had ceased. I closed my eyes, uncertain of where the Shangtang sword intended to take me. My body still felt the world's myriad flavors of sweetness and bitterness, pain and joy, yet at that moment, my heart was as tranquil as still water. Thoughts of mastering the heart's principles and achieving cultivation had vanished, leaving me with not all desires dissolved into nothingness. When I opened my eyes once more, I beheld a sky adorned with countless stars, a night illuminated with a mesmerizing beauty. I found myself yearning for this earthly existence, still clinging to all mundane thoughts. Let it unfold naturally. Indeed, I should not reject the beauty we possess, nor sacrifice it for the sake of achieving something. What we must discard are greed, endless desires, anger, evil, and malice. Yet we must not abandon the beauty we seek because of the insistence on a particular path. It is truly futile to forsake beauty in exchange for something that may not even be worthwhile. And I began to grasp the concept of boundlessness. Accept what is present, and do not harbor anger over what cannot be obtained. Haste in seeking results often leads to failure. The ancient saying, "One cannot eat hot tofu in a hurry," conveys this simple truth, yet we often scoff at the wisdom of our ancestors, revealing our own naivety and arrogance. Moreover, all external possessions should be grasped lightly, able to be held or released with ease. Thus, I need not dwell on the loss of the Long Yen and the blood jade armor. Can what is past ever return? No. Why must I remain entangled in such thoughts? The boundless truth lies in cherishing all that is before us, refraining from excessive greed, for everything is infinite and unending. To succumb to insatiable desire will ultimately lead one to ruin along the path of avarice. Great achievements demand courage, perseverance, and sacrifice, yet they should never entail limitless unrestrained giving or endless taking. Point 1 Who succeeds, even with the slightest accomplishment, embodies the beauty of success. There is no need to measure the magnitude of achievements or the heights of merit. It is essential to understand that all things are equitable. One cannot declare that an elephant towering over a pig is inherently superior, deeming the elephant as the elevated and the pig is worthless. Upon grasping this principle, everything becomes clear. To strive is sufficient. Beneath my eyelids lies the familiar terrain. Have I emerged? It seems so. Below a dazzling expanse of lights, the Shangtong sword accelerates once more, in this rapidity. I am acutely aware that my speed has long surpassed the speed of light, at a staggering 299,792,458 meters per second. Suddenly, the Shangtong sword begins to melt. Am I to lose the Shangtong sword again? No, it has melded into my meridians and blood. Chapter 114. Return to where I belong. Mist shrouds the air, and the river flows restlessly. This is no longer the boundless black waters of the ocean. Standing by the moat, I am illuminated by the revelation of the heavens. I have finally achieved the unity of sword and self, granting me the ability to soar with my sword. I have emerged from the mountains. My mission is to protect. In truth, I merely seek to safeguard. After reaching great heights in my cultivation, I have achieved 3 significant breakthroughs. Firstly, my speed in wielding magical artifacts transcends light by tenfold. Upon completion of my incantation, the sword is summoned and retracted. No modern technology could ever capture it, and to the naked eye, it is utterly invisible. Secondly, the Shangtong sword has integrated into my meridians, striking without color or light. Thirdly, my swordsmanship has reached an extraordinary level. Fourthly, my leaps and bounds surpass those of a monkey. Fifthly, I have reclaimed the West Mountain funeral home, once again guarding the entrance to the spirit realm. To my surprise, I have inherited this establishment. The proprietor of the West Mountain funeral home is none other than myself. A cool breeze rustles by the river, carrying a sweet female voice that echoes like the return of a beautiful sister from long ago. Perhaps I am merely overthinking, or perhaps her tone is one of irritation, yet, no matter how I interpret it, it sounds delightful. I turn around to see a Cadillac parked in the distance. I recognize it as General Guo's private vehicle. General Guo stands beside the car, the door ajar, with Guan Xiaoyun seated within. Tang Leiting has approached my side. You truly are unafraid of the cold. Tang Leiting remarks. I have a scarf on, I respond playfully. In truth, Tang Leiting had noticed it long ago. Indeed, the scarf is the floral blue woolen scarf gifted to me by Tang Leiting. I have cherished it deeply. Upon my return this time, it was the first item I sought out. Upon realizing I had intentionally revealed this, Tang Leiting appeared momentarily taken aback. Have you returned home? Tang Leiting's tone softened. Yes, I replied. I have been at home for a week. Have the conflicts been resolved? Tang Leiting inquired. The beautiful should not be forsaken. While there may be a possibility of loss, I cannot willingly let go. The more one fears, the more they should cherish, I stated. Tang Leiting cast me a sidelong glance. I smiled, composed and unperturbed, unafraid of her mockery. I am certain that Tang Leiting would never mock me, because, thank you, I express. For what? Tang Leiting feigns ignorance. During the year I was away, my family was fortunate to have your care. I earnestly and slightly bowed my head, saying, thank you. Tang Leiting dismissively replied, I merely came to check to see if you were at home. It was just a routine matter, merely follow-up work after the great explosion in Shishan village. I too had learned of that night's explosion, and in its aftermath, my family presumed I had perished. My return unequivocally validated the significance and correctness of my homecoming. I should not have chosen that cruel escape out of fear. Indeed, even if I did nothing at all, merely my presence would bring immense comfort to those who love me. A year has passed. Where have you been? Why the sudden disappearance? Tang Leiting inquired. Well, I certainly did not cause the explosion. I retorted playfully. I said cold, come over already. What else with the fuss? Dashwai shouted from the side. Tang Leiting turned on her heel and walked away. I hurriedly followed. Dashwai could no longer contain himself. He rushed toward me and delivered a punch, causing me immediate pain. Dashwai continued to assault me with fists and kicks, thoroughly beating me. I exclaimed, little Bao, you truly are heartless, not even a phone call to assure us of your safety. Guan Xiaoyun began to scold me as soon as I got into the car, yet I found her words pleasant to hear, not bothersome at all. My phone ran out of battery. Can you really blame me for that? Oh no, where is my phone? Guan Xiaoyun asked. I couldn't retrieve it. If it's lost, then it's lost. Who can go a year without power? Guan Xiaoyun remarked. At that moment, Dashwai produced a box from somewhere and tossed it to me, saying, here is a new one, make do with it for now. My heavens, make do. This is a good phone. Thanks a lot, I replied. Tang Leiting seemed to have a multitude of words to say. Yet she found herself momentarily at a loss for speech. She pondered deeply. Did my disappearance somehow relate to her persistent inquiries about me? She dared not ask anything further. I could perceive that Tang Leiting was still haunted by the past. Dashwai hosted a lavish banquet. Since my return, the arrangements made by family and friends had left me with an upset stomach from all the feasting. Go on, where did you get rich this past year? Godashwai interrogated. I knew there was no escaping this, so I resorted to vague and nonsensical responses. I no longer minded the occasional lies. Sometimes, a little fib is merely a form of social etiquette. After all, lies can occasionally have their merits, can they not? Must I reveal the truth of events that I scarcely believed myself? As the wine flowed, Godashwai offered cigarettes, but I waved my hand. Tang Lei Tang, have you quit smoking? I nodded. Quite impressive. For this, let me toast to you, little Bao, Guan Xiaoyun declared, setting down his glass. Godashwai asked, are you planning to join our bureau as a forensic expert? I recounted the unexpected turn of events that led me to become the owner of the Xishan Funeral Home. You mean the funeral home in Xishan Village, located in Kongji Town of the Qiaodong Development Zone? Guan Xiaoyun exclaimed. Yes, it seems the executives had already set their sights on me before their unfortunate incident. The chairman has no descendants, and I cannot fathom why he took a liking to me. I stated how mysterious is. Godashwai was left speechless. Indeed, I chuckled, spreading my hands in a gesture of surprise. Tang Leiting dared not pry further, merely listening. Wow, Bosku, I truly owe you one, Godashwai declared as he stood up. I hastily rose to my feet, playfully bantering with Godashwai. Tang Leiting laughed and joined in, eager to partake in the revelry. Thus, the five of us raised our glasses together. The night of the grand explosion was never mentioned again. It seemed we were all consciously avoiding the topic, each harboring unspoken burdens. We refrained from mentioning Hausi, who had become the very embodiment of tragedy. Our deliberate avoidance was, after all, intentional. In my heart, Hausi remained an eternal source of anguish. And then there was Su Jingyi. Perhaps this was the essence of tribulation. I had learned to bear it. Dashwai, something feels amiss, I remarked with a smile. What is it? Godashwai inquired. You two seem to be indulging in excessive drinking. Are you planning to become child-free? Get lost. You're the one who drinks excessively. We're only making an exception for you, I retorted. Xiao Bao, you truly have no conscience. Guan Xiaoyun chimed in and Tang Leiting laughed, saying, for now. They genuinely aren't planning on having children. Xiaoyun had just joined the bureau, and it would take some time for her to stabilize in her work. What, you've changed jobs? Did you pass the exam? I asked Guan Xiaoyun. Oh, look at your face. I knew you wouldn't believe me. Let me tell you seriously, Guan Xiaoyun replied earnestly. I simply didn't pass. I'm a temporary worker. So what if I'm a temporary worker? I still have a uniform. What do you want? Godashwai laughed, saying, Xiaoyun is on a contract basis, handling the paperwork for household registration and such. It's a clerical position. Although the salary isn't high, the work is manageable. With holidays and maternity leave included, the benefits are quite decent, at least not as exhausting as working in insurance. Indeed, what does it matter if the salary is high or low? The wealth of the Guo family could easily support her. Even if there were 7 or 8 of her. Besides, this 9-to-5 job is much better. Working in insurance was like serving others. Now she is in a position where people have to look up to her. And her status has significantly changed. Xiaoyun, or rather, young madam, is that not so? I teased. Such is the nature of our camaraderie. No matter how we jested, it mattered little. Of the friendship among Guan Xiaoyun, Godashwai, and myself had weathered many storms and faced life and death. Thus, my somewhat sharp words merely elicited laughter and playful banter from Guan Xiaoyun as she matched me drink for drink. She also jested, Bosku, your status has greatly changed. Your tone has become quite coarse. What is this? Now that you're a boss, do you look down on us, your once impoverished friends? Godashwai chimed in. Exactly. Now that you're wealthy, you speak differently. Who knows if Bosku will still recognize us working folks in the future? Tang Leiting watched our banter with a bitter smile. I sensed a heaviness surrounding her now. In some obscure way, I felt she longed for a sense of belonging. Perhaps she truly was waiting for me? It seemed so, yet she too appeared hesitant to ascertain my feelings, afraid to voice her thoughts. As if I dared not speak lightly, we all fear losing the beauty we currently possess. The lights illuminated the night as I accompanied Tang Leiting to her doorstep. She retrieved her keys. Thank you. I uttered the same 3 words. Tang Leiting pressed her lips together, her head slightly swaying, yet ultimately she remained silent. She turned, opened the door, and closed it behind her. Shutting. I sighed, murmuring to myself, this is the rigidity of reality and the distant shore of ideals. Reality is often more intricate, cumbersome, cruel, and unyielding than we imagine, even bordering on the inconceivable. In truth, some matters are indeed difficult to navigate. In the realm of real life, none among us are saints, nor can anyone completely transcend their circumstances. Thus, ideals forever remain beautiful, seemingly an unreachable horizon, yet, in reality, our ideals have already been realized at some stage. It is merely that we no longer perceive it as such. Chapter 115, The Return of the Past. A year later. Xishan Village was unsealed. The explosion that fateful night claimed countless lives, rendering Xishan Village a veritable graveyard. Countless houses lay in ruins, yet the Xishan funeral home remained unchanged, though it was devoid of life. Everything was still arranged as before. I stepped into the Taiping building, halting in the corridor outside the morgue. Gazing through the window, I beheld a desolate landscape, now dotted with numerous graves. Turning, I entered the morgue. The storage cabinets remained functional as usual, and I discovered that several of them still housed corpses. Though the bodies had been preserved for a year, they had not deteriorated significantly. The place awaited revival. The storeroom door could no longer be opened. I knew that doing so would unleash another calamity. I approached the window within the morgue, peering outside. The scene remained unchanged, echoing the same sentiment. The objects remain. Yet the people are gone. The light rain transformed into a torrential downpour, which showed no signs of abating. On this winter night, the relentless rain mingled with snow, accompanied by thunder and lightning that left me both astonished and uneasy. A gust of cold wind swept in, prompting me to hurriedly close all the windows. The bed within the morgue still bore its linens, which I had washed and dried over the past few days. Thankfully, I came today to collect them, otherwise this extraordinary downpour would have rendered my efforts futile. Lying on that large bed, adorned with a mosquito net, I felt an unexpectedly comforting sense of nostalgia. Perhaps this was my fate. To be a guardian of the vigil. A few children, laughing and playing, finally fled amidst the rain. I recognized them as the few survivors from the village following the previous explosion, just 3 or so children. I paid them no mind, giving them pocket money, feeling a deep sense of guilt. A handful of elderly souls, aged 50 or 60, remained, unwilling to abandon the homes they had watched over for most of their lives. While some women clung to the graves of their loved ones, refusing to depart, the young men who had worked outside the village, having returned after the explosion to claim compensation for their land, no longer wished to return. They took their families away, leaving behind only a few lonely elders and widows along with a handful of children. The night as sudden downpour gradually subsided, yet I was Are these 3 children not the ones who fled from my funeral home last night? Indeed, the rain was pouring, accompanied by thunder and lightning, yet I did not permit them to escape. I did not chase them away. I anxiously observed the unfolding scene, bracing myself for an upheaval. Truly, I felt a pang of guilt within me. Let them create a commotion, but I fear the financial repercussions. I must find a way out of this predicament. This funeral home is indeed now my enterprise. I have become its proprietor, yet I am merely a bald commander. Devoid of resources, should I be compelled to liquidate this establishment, it would be an impossible task. Everyone knows that this matter transcends mere finances. Little Guo, Boss Guo, we are aware that you are now the heir to this funeral home. The proprietor here. Look at these children. Note how pitiable they are, orphaned, without parents, and 2 sisters reliant on each other. Given our shared status as the elderly and infirm, might you consider granting these children a free cremation? The speaker, an elder named Jin Chang, was the father of the former village chief. He was a commendable man, and under his guidance, the former village chief of Shishan village was known for his integrity and selflessness. I hurried forward to support Jin Chang, saying, Grandfather Jin, please do not speak thus. I shall certainly provide this service free of charge. From now on, matters concerning the village will fall under my purview. Grandfather Jin, you may still call me Little Guo. It pleases me. Rest assured, I shall take care of these arrangements. Upon hearing this, the crowd fell momentarily silent, ceasing their cries. They likely did not anticipate my willingness to accommodate them. I myself was somewhat surprised by the turn of events, harboring a glimmer of hope. Brother Guo, thank you, I bow to you, exclaimed a young girl, a once flourishing flower of Shishan village, following the catastrophic explosion. Her family had perished, leaving her and her younger brother as the sole survivors. Now, with her only remaining support also lost, I swiftly approached, grasping Jin Xiying's arm. Xiying, please do not act this way, let us consider. I addressed the assembled crowd. Uncles, aunts, sisters. Grandfather Jin, you see, I too have survived a calamity. I was fortunate to escape the explosion that night. As you all witnessed, this funeral home has been my sole refuge. Thus, if you do not mind, once I reopen, I invite all of you to work here. I shall not pay you a salary, but rather distribute profits based on headcount, granting everyone an equal share. Should we succeed, all shall benefit. Should we incur losses, I shall bear the burden alone. Let us all come together here, offering mutual support. As I finished speaking, an eerie silence enveloped us. Little Guo, are you truly serious? Lu Yan inquired, astonished. Lu Yan's child was among the 3 who perished last night. She was once the most troublesome widow in the village, her reputation far from favorable. I feared her reaction, for that child was her most cherished possession. Her sole treasure, Lu Yan, stubborn and often domineering, had ultimately found herself with nothing to show for her life. Perhaps upon hearing my words, she recognized that at not yet 40 years of age, joining my venture could present a glimmer of hope. If the business flourished, she might even find a new partner and bear another child in the future. After all, Lu Yan belongs to that category of women who perceive themselves as still possessing a certain charm. Despite being somewhat past their prime, listening to Lu Yan, I hastily affirmed, indeed, it is absolutely true. In fact, I had long considered myself a part of this village. I too was one of them. We all faced hardship together. And as you come to work, we shall share the profits at the end of the year. I reiterate, any profits will be equally distributed among us, while any losses will fall solely upon me. Lu Yan interjected, but what if there are neither profits nor losses? Would that not mean we are laboring in vain? Just as I was at a loss for words, someone else spoke up. The individual who interrupted was none other than Jin Shiming, who was nearing 50, and he addressed me, Xiaoguo, we cannot afford to be ineffectual. As you mentioned, we are all one family now, since we share in the hardships. We cannot simply divide the shares without contribution. Let us all invest what we can. The more we contribute, the more we shall receive in dividends later. Jean Shiming's elderly mother still cradled the lifeless body of her grandson on the ground. Approaching 70, she was still robust, renowned for her culinary skills. In previous years, her hair had not yet turned completely white, but after enduring 2 calamities, it had become entirely gray. She seemed frail and fragile. An embodiment of old age. We all referred to her as Granny Xu. In truth, Granny Sue was merely 64 and still quite healthy, certainly more so than her ailing son, Jean Shiming. After hearing her son's words, she was the first to agree, saying, "I can still cook. If I don't take a share of the profits, I shall prepare meals for everyone." "No," I insisted, "we shall divide according to the number of people." Lu Yan interjected, "Will it be based on a specific standard for investment? How much is a single share?" I glanced at Lu Yan and replied, "Since Uncle Jean has spoken, anyone can contribute whatever they wish. Or even choose not to. Let us all contribute what we can. Bring forth whatever savings you have at home. If we do not unite now, when will we? If you are unwilling, then seek your own path." "I shall continue with Xiaoguo," Jean Shiming reiterated. "Xiaoguo, if you do not mind me." Jean Shiming's father did not finish his sentence when I quickly supported Jean Chang, saying, "Grandpa Jean, I will take care of you in your old age." It seemed that at 56, Jean Chang was merely in the middle-aged stage. Had it not been for this disaster, he would have been quite spirited. The weight of despair nearly crushed him, yet I provided them with strength. Jean Chang declared he would exhaust his family's resources, choosing to spend his twilight years in my funeral home. "Brother Guo, my family has nothing, but I am willing to work," Jean Seeing stated. "Seeing, that is all I need to hear," I replied eagerly. Although Lu Yan appeared stubborn, deep down, she was the most uncertain. Without everyone, she truly felt she could go nowhere. What was once a misfortune had morphed into an opportunity for me, leaving me with an overwhelming sense of guilt. I silently vowed to myself that I must not let anyone down. I must work diligently to ensure a brighter future for us all. Thus, with my inclusion, we were a total of 6 individuals ready to embark on this new venture. Grandma Sue has taken charge of the kitchen, while Jean Shiming is handling various tasks, overseeing the entrance and attending to the small shop that is set to reopen. Lu Yan, adept at driving, lends a hand with miscellaneous chores. In the cremation area, Jean Seeing, who has studied beauty and hairdressing and has worked in a barbershop for a time, assists in applying makeup to the deceased, thus earning her role as an embalmer. I was initially concerned whether Jean Seeing would feel apprehensive, but she reassured me, asking what there was to fear. In truth, there is no specific division of labor. Everyone simply manages as needed. I do not regard myself as the boss. I am involved in every task. At least in the beginning, I must personally engage in every aspect, providing guidance step by step to gradually enable them to take on their responsibilities.